Chapter 1. Ah, how delightful. At this very moment, the merely 80-year-old Kazama Ruri reclined in the soothing embrace of a hot spring, the water a comforting 42 degrees Celsius, epitomizing sheer relaxation, albeit with only a middle-aged man for company. Young master, it is best to acclimate. This hot spring will be preserved for your future indulgence, the man said, bowing respectfully in response to Kazama's words. Ah, listen. What a display of privilege. What a true steward. Merely 3 days prior, Kazama had expressed a desire to soak in a hot spring, and a boss promptly arranged for one to be constructed within that very time frame. To conjure an artificial hot spring on the crimson earth at an altitude of 10,000 meters in just 3 days surely. Even novels would hesitate to depict such a feat. This is the privilege of the celestial dragons. Reflecting upon his prior disdain for the celestial dragons before his transmigration, Kazama could only silently address his former self. Do not blame me for my moral decline. It is the malevolence among the masses that corrupts. Who can withstand the avarice of these feudal lords? As for propagating revolutionary thoughts, that task could be entrusted to the dragon. Yes, I shall seek an opportunity to discuss Master Marx's ideology with him. A boss, I trust there are no unsavory individuals tending the fires beneath this hot spring? Kazama casually inquired while idly splashing the water. Rest assured, young master, this system employs fully automated technology, personally designed by Dr. Vegapunk. It operates entirely on mechanical principles. I am aware of your distaste for such matters. Hence no slaves were utilized, a boss replied respectfully. Now that is more like it. Kazama let out a cold chuckle. Those fools. What business do they have constructing fully automated passageways at the holy site? To claim that slave-operated mechanisms are fully automated? Each time I pass by, I cannot bear to tread there. It is utterly disgraceful to marry Yawahara. At this juncture, a boss remained silent. The actions of the divine were not within his purview to comment upon as a servant to the divine. His role was to listen and alleviate his master's concerns. What news for Vegapunk? Have you located the other fruits I requested? Dr. Vegapunk is currently conducting research, however. He has only succeeded in enabling items to consume animal-type devil fruits. As for the Sora no Mi and the Tori no Mi, we have yet to find them, a boss replied with deference. TCH, truly pathetic. Is CP merely consuming resources? At Kazama's words, a boss unusually defended CP. According to CP's report, those 2 fruits have already been consumed by pirates, which is why CP dealt with them. There are no specific locations. Finding a single fruit in the vast ocean is quite the challenge. Nevertheless, I have already issued orders in the name of the Kazama Clan to CP, so I trust we shall receive news soon. Pirates, eh? Kazama gazed skyward, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. In his past life, his foremost disdain was for Mamano Suke, followed closely by pirates, and then the celestial dragons. Though these kin were utterly repugnant, their range of activity was limited. Seldom did they wander beyond their confines, while the collective number of slaves in Yawahara exceeded tens of thousands. While that may sound like a considerable number, it pales in comparison to the countless towns ravaged by pirates each year. They are but garbage. There is no need for you to dwell on them. Young master, a boss hastily reassured, noticing the unease in his master's demeanor. Enough. It is futile. Prepare yourself. I shall take a stroll. For a celestial dragon to venture out, bodyguards are a necessity. Though Kazama looked down upon their abilities, it was all about appearances. Despite the darkness lurking within Yawahara, one cannot deny that its environment is truly splendid. Thus, Kazama naturally continued the habits he had cultivated in his previous lives. I thought it was someone of significance. It is merely Kazama Ruri. Has the Kazama Clan fallen so low that you cannot even afford slaves? How embarrassing it is to be raised in the lower realms. Shall I provide you with a few slaves? As Kazama walked, he encountered a figure clad in a white suit reminiscent of a spacesuit, whose nose was running freely. The fool waved his hand gleefully while mercilessly whipping the slave beneath him. Alas! I should never have harbored expectations regarding the intellect of these imbeciles. Upon witnessing the state of the slave, the tattered garments, the bloodstains from the lashes, Kazama felt no inclination to engage further. Observing the vacant gaze, He swiftly delivered a bullet to the wretched soul for them. Death was a release. At the very least, Kazama discerned a semblance of relief in the slave's eyes. "St. Charles, are you unharmed? Quickly, summon a physician." With the slave's demise, Charlos was naturally thrown from his seat, causing the surrounding bodyguards to panic and rush to support him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving the bodyguards in shock as they gazed at Charlos, unable to comprehend why their fiercely loyal master would turn against them. "You scoundrel! Who permitted you to lay a hand on me? You filthy peasant!" Charlos' face flushed with rage, and he aimed the gun at Kazama. Seeing this, Abbas narrowed his eyes. As a long-standing vassal of the Kazama clan, it was his duty to protect his lord, and given the Kazama clan's former status as generals among the 20 kings, their standing was not insignificant. Moreover, the Kazama clan had but this last remaining scion to act against a lowly member of the Charlos family was justified in the name of protecting the protagonist's safety. Even the elders of the world had no grounds to punish him. "Oh, what will you do? Do you wish to lay hands on me?" Kazama raised an eyebrow, seizing Charlos' wrist with ease, rendering him incapable of escape, his face growing even redder with frustration. "Let go of me, you scoundrel." "Ha! It is rather irksome to be called a scoundrel by such filth, by the way. Your guard just mentioned calling a physician, correct? Given your injuries appear rather trivial, summoning a physician seems rather wasteful, don't you think? How about I assist you?" As Kazama's dangerous gaze fixed upon him, Charlos felt a surge of foreboding, yet before he could utter a word, a sharp pain coursed through his wrist. "Ah, it hurts. Let go of me. Kazama Ruri, you scoundrel." "Heh, scoundrel, is it? You have no idea what you are invoking." Kazama's expression shifted from joviality to fury in an instant. Slap. "Who the hell do you think you're calling a scoundrel?" With that slap, Charlos was left dazed, staring in disbelief at Kazama. "Why you dare strike me?" Alas, one must question whether this creature possesses any semblance of intelligence. Kazama found himself somewhat remorseful for bullying a weaker opponent, offering Charlos an apologetic smile before his expression darkened. Slap. "I struck you. Do you have any objections?" Slap. "What are you staring at? You think you're impressive?" Slap. "And you dare glare at me. Do you know who I am?" Slap. Still glaring. "I am Kazama Ruri." Slap. "The sole surviving member of the Kazama clan, the current clan leader. Do you believe I would hesitate to cripple you?" Charlos' bodyguards could no longer stand idly by if this escalated into something serious. They would undoubtedly be held accountable for the demise of their esteemed predecessor. "Kazama Ruri, while it is true that St. Charlos has wronged you, I implore you, as a fellow descendant of the great creator, to show mercy." "Oh!" Kazama turned, regarding the speaker with icy disdain, noting the cold sweat beading on the guard's forehead. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Upon hearing Kazama's words, the guard was immediately struck with terror, hastily bowing lower. "I would never presume to instruct you as St. Charlos guard. I merely beseech you to show mercy for the sake of our shared heritage as descendants of the great creator." "Oh, you possess quite the audacity, daring to intervene in divine matters and invoking the name of our ancestors to coerce me. Do you wish to assume the role of the creator?" If the previous remark had terrified him, this one sent the guard's soul fleeing in fear. To dare claim mastery over the creator. Surely, he believed he was living far too comfortably. His face paled, and he quickly knelt, prostrating himself as he trembled. "I beg your forgiveness for my insolence." Observing the guard's forehead quickly turning crimson, Kazama's expression softened somewhat, and he uttered coolly, "Let this be a lesson." Those 4 light words allowed the guard to exhale a sigh of relief. His tension dissipating since the divine had declared, "Let this be a lesson." The matter was settled, and his life was spared. It was only then that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. After Kazama turned his attention back, he was met with the sight of a still dazed Charlos, causing his blood to boil. Such an abominable creature, and he dares to claim the title of a descendant of the great creator. Slap. "I'm asking you a question." Slap. "Do you think you are impressive?" Upon witnessing the sinister glint in Kazama's eyes, Charles involuntarily shuddered, a flicker of trepidation blossoming within him as he observed Kazama's hand rise once more. He hastily stammered, and no, am not formidable. Seeing Kazama's hand descend, Charles barely had the chance to exhale in relief before that palm was raised again. Slap. Not formidable, yet you dare to put on airs before me. To all esteemed readers, I apologize if the following content does not align with your expectations, however. I kindly request that you refrain from leaving negative reviews today. Upon glancing at my book reviews, I was disheartened to find so few and with so many unfavorable ratings. My fragile heart nearly shattered. If my writing falls short of your desires, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry, but could you please refrain from giving me poor ratings? Observing the trembling Charles, Kazama completely lost interest and, in boredom, sauntered over to the lifeless slave, delivering a couple of kicks. Indeed, as anticipated, the frail figure was merely an ordinary person. "Ha, Charles, do you know why I strike you?" At the sound of Kazama's voice, Charles jolted, hastily replying, "And no, I do not know." "Ha, you do not know? Then allow me to enlighten you. It is because you have brought shame upon your ancestors." Charles was momentarily taken aback. "Is it not because I mocked your lack of slaves and the fact that you did not grow up in the sacred land? How did it transform into me shaming my ancestors? Let me tell you, do not underestimate my intelligence. I am not foolish." Of course, these were merely Charles' inner musings perceiving Kazama's cold gaze. He wisely swallowed these thoughts. "Ha, you still refuse to accept it, do you? I ask you, what manner of person is this? A slave, perhaps? Kazama, I ask you, what is his status? Charles? He is a slave, of course." Simultaneously, Charles regarded Kazama with confusion, pondering. Having already answered him, why does he continue to inquire? Surely he cannot be a fool? After Kazama had suddenly struck a moment ago, he felt increasingly convinced that he had grasped the truth. Yes, I must keep my distance from Kazama Lioli. Kazama, mean. How could Charles' foolish thoughts possibly escape Kazama's notice? Just moments ago, he had contemplated where to bury Charles. Witnessing Kazama's abrupt change in demeanor, Charles' resolve only intensified. Blast it. Bury him? Just toss him aside. Sigh. Kazama parted his lips, hesitating to speak, ultimately condensing a multitude of words into a single sigh. "It is my fault. I am aware he is a fool. Yet I still subject him to such tribulations." He then turned to the guard, whose forehead was bloodied from a previous encounter. What was this slave's status before? The guard, having barely survived, felt his heart tighten upon meeting Kazama's gaze. However, upon hearing Kazama's inquiry, he exhaled in relief, responding respectfully. He was a commoner. Very good. The anger that had just subsided surged anew, suppressing his discomfort. Kazama turned to Charles, who appeared bewildered as he scratched his head. "What of it? Can commoners not become slaves?" "Kazama, I am so weary, Charles. Tell me, how many commoners exist in this world?" Holding back his rage, Kazama regarded Charles with disdain. "How would I know? There are far too many commoners in the world. Indeed, there are countless commoners, easily captured in great numbers, and their physiques are weak. To consider such beings as slaves is to bring disgrace upon the celestial dragons." Gazing at the perplexed Charles, Kazama spoke with heartfelt lamentation, as if genuinely ashamed for Charles' act of employing commoners as slaves. "It seems you are correct, yes. Kazama Lioli, you are right. There are far too many commoners, and they are far too weak. They perish within mere days and require replacement. Their sluggishness in carrying me is intolerable, and they cannot withstand much punishment before succumbing. I shall never again employ commoners as slaves." What a disgrace! Charles' eyes sparkled as he suddenly comprehended Kazama's intent. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound understanding, his expression fell once more. "Then, Kazama Lioli, what should I use as slaves? Other races? I have heard that the strength of fishmen is tenfold that of ordinary humans. Do you think it would be feasible for me to use fishmen as slaves? I have seen fishmen slaves from other elders. They are vastly superior to commoners, though admittedly rather unattractive." Observing the troubled Charles, Kazama felt a sense of duty to assist this wayward child. As a fellow descendant of 20 kings, you could capture pirates. Pirates? Were those? Looking into Charles' clear yet naive eyes, Kazama had to admit he was once again bested by Charles. Pirates are a group of individuals with bounties on their heads. The stronger the pirate, the higher the bounty. Moreover, although pirates are human, their strength is considerable, and their physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. At that point, you could do as you please with them, far surpassing those grotesque races like fishmen. Kazama felt as though he were a deceiver, a human trafficker luring an unsuspecting youth. Really? How splendid. I should make pirates my slave from now on. Ah, by the way, Kazama Ruri, you wouldn't be tricking me, would you? With such splendid slaves available, why don't you capture them yourself? Humph, do you think you can deceive me, Charlos? Not a chance. I am often praised by my father for my cleverness, sensing the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Charlos. Kazama felt an overwhelming fatigue. Never had he felt so drained, not even during the execution of S-rank missions in the ninja world. Charlos, being a descendant of the 20 kings, do you truly believe I would stoop to such lowly deceit? If you doubt me, just inquire with your guards. Are not the high bounty pirates exceedingly formidable, capable of taking on entire groups by themselves? Those bizarre races are no match for them. Charlos turned his gaze toward his guards. Under the scrutiny of 2 celestial dragons, the guards felt an urge to resign. While the pay was good, returning to the world government seemed more suitable for them. Kazama Ruri was indeed correct. The pirates were powerful, and the higher the bounty, the stronger they became. Some pirates, let alone those other races, could easily overpower an entire tribe. How wonderful! Therefore, I shall capture pirates as slaves. I shall personally go and seize them. Upon hearing that Charlos believed in his guards, Kazama's heart leapt to his throat. Ancestors, if you wish to perish, do not drag me into it. You intend to capture pirates? You might as well be delivering vegetables. Those swords are merciless, and though there will certainly be formidable guards accompanying you, what if something happens to you? Will I even survive? Charlos, those lowly commoners are unworthy of your efforts. Such matters should simply be entrusted to the Navy. The Navy? Oh, I recall. They are indeed the ones who capture pirates and protect us. Then, I shall have the Navy deliver some pirates to me. Make sure to request those with high bounties and pay them accordingly. Kazama? Pay. Is this truly a thought befitting a celestial dragon? Ah, it seems that in the original text, this brat also paid for slaves at the auction, engaging in bidding. Could it be that these celestial dragons possess some semblance of decency in certain respects? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What is it? Kazama Ruri. Why do you gaze at me so? Seeing Kazama's astonished expression, Charlos asked, filled with curiosity. I am merely intrigued. Why would you pay? Kazama replied honestly, genuinely curious. Charlos, somewhat puzzled, wondered why his kin would ask such a simple question. Is it not normal to pay for slaves? But the Navy captures pirates, does it not? Eager to comprehend this peculiar train of thought, Kazama pressed on. And so what? The slave auction house also captures slaves without payment. How could the Navy fund their pirate captures? Without money, they cannot seize pirates. I cannot personally undertake such a filthy task. Kazama, that makes sense. The strongest CP9 in 800 years? On a sunlit afternoon, Kazama lay in a recliner, blissfully closing his eyes. Relishing the rare sunlight, a white creature with heterochromia sprawled upon him as he stroked it while basking in the warmth. A delightful affair indeed. Even the gentle breeze seemed to sense the harmonious tranquility of this moment, lightly wafting away the scant heat of the afternoon. The environment of Yawahara was naturally exquisite. As the patriarch of one of the 20 kings, the surroundings of the Kazama household were beyond reproach. With a garden adorned with flora from around the world, blooming vibrantly and filling the air with fragrant aromas, the afternoon sunlight graced the faces of both Kazama and his companion, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. If it were possible, Abbas would have preferred not to disturb this picturesque tableau. However, the young master had previously expressed a desire to gather promising talents as subordinates, prompting him to keep an eye out among the CP. Throughout the year, he had recommended several candidates to Kazama, all of whom had been rejected. Yet this one he felt confident about. Upon hearing Abbas's words, Kazama stirred slightly, though he kept his eyes closed. Elaborate. Yes, Abbas respectfully bowed, narrowing his eyes as he quickly retrieved the relevant information from his mind. Rob Lucci, 14 years old, born in the year 1492 of the Sea Circle, had undergone government training since childhood and had joined CP9 a year ago. Being dubbed the coldest weapon of assassination in CP9's history, also regarded as the strongest since the inception of CP9, that same year, Rob Lucci was dispatched to a certain kingdom on a mission, where he eliminated all hostages and pirates during a pirate siege on 500 soldiers, accomplishing the task in a remarkably short time. Given his immense talent and strength, the head of CP applied to higher-ups for the Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form, which has since received approval. Upon hearing this, Kazama's hand paused momentarily, and he finally opened his eyes, filled with a sense of melancholy. Alas, it truly is you, the unfortunate Lucci. Saya boss, do you think the members of CP9 are all brainless? Such exceptional talent, and yet only awarded a mere animal-type devil fruit. If I recall correctly, he was later dispatched to serve as a shipwright for 8 years or so. What a travesty for a talent in their prime. For him, consuming a devil fruit at this moment is certainly not the wisest choice. CP allocates devil fruits based on merit, and once he becomes stronger, he might apply for a more formidable devil fruit. Provide me with his information. Upon hearing a boss's words, Kazama did not respond. After taking the documents from a boss, he absent-mindedly tapped his finger on the white creature. Lost in thought, as he received no reply. A boss remained in his bowing position. After a long pause, Kazama finally spoke, informed CP to hold off on giving him the devil fruit. I wish to meet this individual. Also arrange for those named Bruno and Kaku to be brought to me promptly. With that, Kazama closed his eyes once more, continuing to savor the leisurely afternoon. Yes, segment break. In the CP9 commander's office. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Who is this? A man with a buzz cut and shoulder-length hair, narrow eyes, and a broad chin, holding a cigar, answered the transponder snail with an air of arrogance. The head of CP9. His position afforded him such bravado. However, this bravado dissipated instantaneously upon hearing the words of the man on the other end, leaving him with a face full of terror and cold sweat beading on his forehead. I did not expect it to be you. May I ask what instructions you have? That esteemed individual wishes to meet these three? Very well, I understand. I shall relay the orders immediately and ensure they set off at once. Rest assured, the devil fruit has yet to be delivered. He has not consumed it. After hanging up, Spandam sighed in relief. His expression quickly turning grave, he refrained from asking trivial questions. Although he often bullied others, he possessed a survival instinct. When confronted with a significant figure, his only recourse was to comply or feign ignorance. The world government would not concern itself with his minor antics, much like a person caring little for a dog's antics, only valuing its loyalty and task completion. After pondering for a moment, he dialed another number. Hello, summon Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno to my presence. Additionally, prepare a vessel to Mariewa. They will be sent there shortly. Before long, a knock echoed, and a black-haired, expressionless youth entered. You three, do you know why you have been summoned? Facing Spandam's inquiry, Lucci remained expressionless. I do not know. Kaku pondered. Is there a task that requires us? Bruno appeared somewhat dazed. If it is a task, I shall give it my utmost effort. Neither of those. Spandam shook his head, speaking with a degree of seriousness. Members of CP9, you should have heard of the Kazama Clan, yes? The family of the great creator, one of the 20 kings. Renowned for their combat prowess, it is said that during the early establishment of the world government, this family waged wars far and wide, holding a high status among the divine race. Moreover, this family is known for its discretion and limited offspring. Their sole heir was once missing for a time, only returning to the Holy Land 2 years, 8G, to the mention of the Kazama Clan. Kaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that our mission this time is related to this esteemed family? Such prominent figures of this caliber surely have no need for us, do they? Regardless of the task at hand, I shall devote myself entirely to it. Bruno stated vacantly that IT is not merely a task. The young master of the Kazama Clan wishes to meet with you. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly. Now, if there are any questions, please ask swiftly, as the ship is ready for your embarkation, observing the varied expressions of the three individuals. Spandane felt a twinge of jealousy within that if they were indeed fortunate enough to gain the favor of that esteemed individual, their futures would be boundless. Yet, years of experience kept him from revealing such sentiments. That esteemed individual wishes to meet us. Why? I fail to comprehend why such a figure would desire an audience with three insignificant underlings like us. I cannot recall any association we might have had with that personage. You ask me? How the hell would I know why you three have stumbled upon such ludicrous fortune? Well, once you go, you shall understand. Do not question too much. Simply exercise caution in your words and actions. Respond to what you are asked, refrain from inquiring about matters that do not concern you, and avoid prying into affairs that do not pertain to you. Noticing Kaku nodding, seemingly in understanding, Spandane then directed his gaze toward the other two. What about you? I have no inquiries, Bruno replied. Since we are urged to set forth promptly, let us proceed directly, for much time has already been squandered. Upon hearing Rob Lucci's words, Spandane instinctively trembled, his anger surging. You scoundrel! You have yet to capture the interest of that esteemed individual. I am still your superior. Do you have any idea who you are addressing? However, these words remained unspoken. Should these three truly possess the luck to be favored, it could prove advantageous for future connections. Thus, he distilled his thoughts into a single utterance. Indeed, you are correct. Since there is nothing you need to gather, let us depart. I shall accompany you to the breeze upon the sea is remarkably refreshing. Speaking of which, Lucci, what do you suppose that esteemed individual desires to meet us for? Dressed in a sleek black suit, with a prominent nose, Kaku leaned against the railing on the deck, savoring the sea breeze while inquiring. I am uncertain, came the reply. I truly do not understand you. Why do you always speak in ventriloquism? Do you not find it awkward? What do you think, Hidoli? Hidoli, with an air of aloofness, turned his head away, refusing to look at Kaku. Haha, how amusing, Lucci. Sometimes I wonder if your pigeon has developed self-awareness, or perhaps you can control it. Otherwise, it is disturbingly intelligent. Hidoli is indeed quite clever, Bruno remarked, genuinely believing so. Then, Hidoli, do you know why that esteemed individual wishes to meet us? Kaku inquired eagerly, appearing to align more closely with his age compared to the 14-year-old Lucci and 16-year-old Bruno. Hidoli ignored him. Kaku lost interest in teasing the pigeon and turned his gaze to the sea, his eyes betraying a hint of worry and confusion. Not overthink it. You'll understand once you go. That a familiar voice unexpectedly resonated, causing Kaku to pause and glance at the impassive Rob Lucci, who then flashed a brilliant smile. You are correct. We shall discover the truth in due time. Though CP is the intelligence agency of the world government, even the CP-0 base frequently seen in Mariewa is not located there. The locations of CP bases are typically kept confidential, even from their members. After 3 days of sailing, the group successfully arrived at the Gates of Justice. They would traverse the ocean currents, rapidly heading toward the Sabeti archipelago before entering Mariewa. Each time I behold the Gates of Justice, I am overwhelmed with awe. Such monumental architecture is truly magnificent. Gazing at the towering Gates of Justice, Kaku expressed his heartfelt admiration. The three enormous iron gates, constructed upon the sea, connect Justice Island, the Sabeti archipelago beneath Mariewa, and the marine headquarters at Marineford, forcibly redirecting the flow of ocean currents to create a continuous cycle, allowing vessels to swiftly reach any destination. This exemplifies the might of the world government. The usually reticent Lucci chimed in, albeit in ventriloquism. Indeed, the Gates of Justice are grand. Bruno concurred, echoing the sentiment. Upon entering the Gates of Justice and riding the ocean currents, the group soon arrived at the Sabeti archipelago beneath the Red Line. After a brief walk and identity verification, they boarded the elevator leading to Mariewa. Indeed, an elevator, a staggering 10,000 meters in height. Have you ever seen such a thing? Noticing Kaku trembling slightly, Bruno kindly offered reassurance. There is no need to be anxious. This is the Holy Land. Observing Kaku's tremors intensifying, Bruno sensed his words might have been ill-timed. Pausing before adding, this is the Holy Land. There is no danger here. It is precisely because this is the Holy Land that I am anxious. I have never been here before. After hearing Bruno's comfort, Kaku grew even more agitated. Speak less, observe less. Let us follow instructions and do as directed. There is no need to be nervous. I shall give it a try. Kaku replied, feeling somewhat pressured, offering a wry smile before commencing deep breaths to steady himself. Upon the elevator's arrival, a well-dressed guard from the Holy Land, wearing sunglasses, glanced at the three. Ah, Pigeon, Longnose, Bullhorn. Yes, it is indeed them. He then approached with a polite bow, stating, "You three are from CP, correct? Lord Abbas has sent me to escort you. The Kazama Ruri Saint wishes to see you." Lucci nodded with an air of nonchalance, replying in a flat tone, "Please lead the way." The scenery of the Holy Land was exquisite, and Kaku wished to take in more sights. However, recalling Lucci's admonition, coupled with the serious demeanor of his companions, he reined in his curiosity. Before long, they arrived at a resplendent manor, its grandeur so vast that the villas within appeared diminutive from Kaku's vantage point at the entrance. "Lord Abbas, I have brought them to the door," the Holy Land staff member announced, dialing a transponder snail. From the state of the transponder, it was evident that a stern middle-aged man with a scar approximately 2 fingers wide on his left cheek was on the other end. "Understood. Let them in. You are dismissed." "Yes, sir." Although they had not met, the staff member maintained a respectful demeanor. He then bowed to the three. "Lord Abbas has instructed you to enter. I shall take my leave." Before Kaku could utter a word, the staff member departed without a trace of reluctance. Just as Kaku stood before the closed door, bewildered, Lucci took a couple of steps forward, causing the door to open automatically. Once the three entered, the door closed behind them. Indeed, an automatic sensor doored a long pebble-strewn path stretched towards the villa, measuring a remarkable 8 meters in width and 3,000 meters in length. Flanking the path were various exotic flowers, with a fountain of 4 meters in diameter adorning a third of the way, embellished with intricate sculptures, while the remaining 2/3 featured another fountain, this one measuring an impressive 8 meters in diameter. Everything about this place radiated opulence. Continuing onward, they soon spotted a young boy. Unlike the cumbersome spacesuits typically worn by other celestial dragons, the boy's attire was quite casual, a simple white short-sleeved shirt, white shorts, a white and gold belt, and a pair of flip-flops. He reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the sun, with a white pigeon perched upon him. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a black suit, bearing a scar on his face, while a gentle blonde woman peeled grapes at a table positioned before the lounge chair. "You three are the individuals I wish to meet." He casually scanned the trio, noting their distinct features. Long nose, pigeon, bullhorn. Yes, quite fitting. Wait a moment. Bullhorn? Kazama couldn't help but scrutinize Bruno more closely. This bullhorn, could it be that he is a relative of the neighbor girl? Noticing Kazama's gaze, Kaku instantly stiffened, while Bruno and Lucci remained impassive. Observing their reactions, Kazama casually extended his right hand. The gentle blonde woman instinctively presented a cup of tea to him, her eyes filled with respect, gratitude, and a hint of concealed sorrow. She remembered 8 years prior, when she had been a slave at the employment agency in Sabaody, her only hope being to encounter a benevolent buyer. Eventually, she met a green-haired youth whose singing was exquisite. He visits himself every day. He states that he is striving to earn money, dreaming of the day when he can attain his freedom. However, he was later bought by the celestial dragon, and that young man was engulfed in profound sorrow. Even directing his anger towards the celestial dragon, it is crucial to recognize that this being is akin to a deity. At that moment, although she was utterly heartbroken, she felt an inexplicable joy deep within. For she had encountered a man willing to confront a divine being for her sake, and she believed that she had no regrets in this lifetime. Once she was brought to the sacred land, her purchaser fortuitously encountered Lord Abbas, who was pushing a baby carriage, and they engaged in conversation. When she turned her head, she discovered a cherubic infant within the carriage, his fair skin and large, curious eyes captivating her. She could not help but ponder whether, had she not encountered the celestial dragon and had no one bought her, she might have been able to be with that young man. And perhaps they would have shared such a delightful child together. She noticed the infant smiling at her, prompting her to lean down and return his smile. The baby responded with even greater delight, reaching out to tug at her hair. Yet, her purchaser noticed her transgression and disrespect, forcibly yanking her away with the iron chain, causing the infant to wail loudly. Subsequently, as Lord Abbas drew the carriage closer, the infant resumed his joyful laughter, clutching her clothing to prevent her from leaving. Thus, her purchaser gifted her to this child, and for the first time, she learned the infant's name. Lily.it was a beautiful name, and she was subsequently assigned by Lord Abbas to serve as Lioli's nanny, watching him grow day by day. She longed to rescue that young man who had also been taken away. But Lord Abbas refused her, stating that it was not a matter for a mere servant to intervene. Consequently, she placed her hopes upon this young master. Unlike other children of the celestial dragons, although the young master was mischievous, he possessed a kind heart. She accompanied him as he grew, yet to her dismay, the young master mysteriously vanished when he turned 3, leaving only a note behind. It was only 2 years later that he returned, yet upon his return, he preferred solitude, shunning any disturbances. For the past 2 years, she had not found the opportunity to broach the subject. Only recently had the young master begun to regain his ease. Sipping red tea contentedly, Feng Jian casually passed the teacup to Stella, who gently placed it upon the table. Feng Jian smiled and nodded at Stella before turning to the trio. "Do not rush. Please wait a moment." Suddenly, Stella felt a peculiar sensation. Those words were directed at her. Upon the vast ocean, a merchant ship sailed towards the Shambadi archipelago, the waters tranquil. Before long, the outline of the archipelago emerged on the horizon. Upon seeing this familiar coastline, the captain let out a sigh of relief and turned gratefully towards a young figure on the deck. I could see that moment. Taizolo stood on the deck, gazing at the island that had brought him endless anguish, reminiscing about the golden-haired, gentle woman who had transformed his life and the man who had altered his fate. After being captured by the celestial dragons and enslaved, he yearned daily to catch a glimpse of that person he longed for. Yet, no matter how he inquired, he could uncover no news of her. Gradually, he lost hope, sinking into despair as darkness began to fester within his heart. 3 years later, a scarred middle-aged man informed him that the young master wished to see him. The man led him towards the heart of the sacred land. Though he had grown indifferent, knowing that the closer one resided to the center, the more noble their status, he had ceased to care. Then, he beheld the young master, a mere 3 years old, engrossed in playing with building blocks, his every action imbued with seriousness. A pang of sadness struck him, for the children of the celestial dragons were devoid of any sense of good or evil, right or wrong, or compassion. They would conceive an idea, and a servant would fulfill it, leading many of his fellow slaves to perish beneath the whims of these children's whimsical thoughts. He feared not death, only the bitterness of surrender. After finishing with the blocks, the child exhaled and posed a question. "I know you that if I save you and Stella, what will you offer in return?" He was overwhelmed with excitement. Questioning the veracity of the claim, the child, with an enigmatic smile, sat on the sofa observing him. Appearing far from a mere child, he knelt and declared, "My life." Subsequently, he was sent to a special place for combat training. After 3 years of training and 2 more years of anonymity in the New World, he recalled the words that had lingered in his mind. "If you do not meet my expectations, I will bury you and Stella together." We have arrived. Sensing a familiar presence, Feng Jian revealed a mysterious smile. "Golden Emperor Taizolo, I hope you will not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall truly bury you both together." Arrived? What has arrived? Stella looked around in confusion, realizing that apart from her and her 3 companions, there were only 3 well-dressed youths who had supposedly arrived earlier. Haha, Stella, let me share a secret with you. I am, in fact, a deity. Observing the boy's radiant smile, Stella paused momentarily before responding with a gentle smile. "Young master, you truly are a deity." "Not quite, Stella." Feng Jian shook his head. "I speak of a genuine deity. The kind that fulfills wishes. If you do not believe me, close your eyes now and silently recite the name of the person you most wish to see, and they will appear before you." Stella hesitated, pondering who she most desired to see. She appeared somewhat incredulous, instinctively glancing at Abbas. Had Abbas divulged the matter of that young man to the young master? In that instant, her breath quickened. Filled with unease and a long-buried flicker of hope, she clasped her hands together, slowly closing her eyes, her body trembling slightly, betraying her anxious heart. Meanwhile, the young Taizolo stepped into the elevator, gazing at this beautiful yet sordid place. Before he could express his thoughts, a flash of light enveloped him, transporting him to an unfamiliar realm. Years of brutal training and life-or-death battles had instilled in him a reflexive vigilance. However, this sense of alertness dissipated almost immediately upon encountering Lord Abbas. A young boy, and a figure who had haunted his dreams countless times. A woman with lustrous golden hair, skin as smooth as cream, clad in a flowing white robe, her hands reverently clasped in prayer. Head bowed, as if beseeching the heavens. Yet her body trembled, brows furrowed, as though she worried for her loved ones. The afternoon sun cast a divine light upon her face, enhancing her sanctity, as if she felt the world suffering and prayed for it. In that moment, Taizolo's eyes could accommodate no one else, and the world around him was once more illuminated. Stella, that a voice, rich and slightly trembling, reached the anxious ears of Stella, causing her to open her eyes abruptly. It was the voice that frequently echoed in her dreams, one she could never forget. She hesitated, longing to turn her head but lacking the courage. Her eyes closed once more, her hands instinctively clenching tightly. The blue veins visible beneath her skin. Stella. The same 3 syllables, yet this time infused with longing rather than excitement. Slowly, she opened her eyes and turned her head with a deliberate steadiness. In that instant, both beheld the faces they had yearned for, tears gradually welling in their eyes. Yet neither turned away. Stella's face was awash with longing and anxiety, allowing the tears to flow freely while remaining steadfast in her gaze. Taizolo, suppressing the anguish deep within, parted his lips, 1,000 words choking him, unable to escape. Ultimately, they coalesced into a simple statement. I have returned. Indeed, Stella paused, then broke into a radiant smile. The once sunny world seemed to burst forth with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Her smile was pure and warm, reminiscent of 8 years prior. Yet this time it marked a reunion rather than a farewell. Observing the 2 tightly embraced figures, Feng Jian felt a surge of joy. Although he had no direct connection to them, he could not help but feel elated. Life and death partings were not to his liking. This world was already fraught with turmoil, reminiscent of the past in the ninja world. Aside from relentless training, one could either engage in scientific research alongside Uncle Snake or confront the formidable Suke. After a lifetime of toil, he yearned to take a respite, to indulge in leisure, and perhaps amend the grievances of his past. Nothing more than that. When Taizolo first appeared, the trio from CP tensed their bodies, readying themselves for battle. However, upon observing the indifference of Kazama and his companion, and recalling Kazama's earlier words, they gradually eased their vigilance, skilled in reading the atmosphere. The CP members were professionals. Initially, as they watched the 2 embrace, Kazama wore a smile reminiscent of a doting ant. A minute later, his smile faded somewhat. After 2 minutes, he regarded them with a stoic expression, and 3 minutes in, his face darkened. Good heavens! I've been single for 2 lifetimes, 3 lifetimes even. Do you possess no sense of public decency? Ahem. Ahem. It must be said, Abbas was an excellent steward. Noticing Kazama's discontent, he promptly spoke up. Only then did the engrossed couple realize the 5 individuals staring at them with impassive expressions, causing Stella's face to flush a deep crimson. While even Taizolo appeared somewhat embarrassed, I can somewhat empathize with your sentiments, but is it not a tad excessive to embrace for a full 5 minutes? There are others present, and he is but a child. Pointing to his heart, Kazama lamented. Kaku, standing nearby, looked puzzled. 5 minutes? Was it truly that long? Wasn't it 3.5? Yet observing Kazama's demeanor, he wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts. What does it feel like to experience social death? In that moment, Stella grasped its profundity, encapsulating her sentiment in a single thought. She longed to flee the planet overnight, carrying Mary Joa with her. Enough already. Lift your heads. There are no holes in the ground for you to burrow into. If you truly wish to hide, I can arrange for someone to procure a devil fruit suitable for that purpose. Observing the pair whose heads were nearly touching the ground, yet still clinging to Taizolo's arm, Kazama spoke with a hint of exasperation. And you, it has been years since we last met, and you seem to have grown. Sensing the aura emanating from Taizolo, Kazama casually remarked that if, upon their first encounter, Taizolo's aura felt akin to that of a mere insect easily squished. Now it was more like a somewhat larger pest. Have you noticed the three over there? Engage them in combat. Should you prevail against that individual, I shall absolve both you and Stella of your status as slaves and personally officiate your wedding. Casually stomping the ground, the earth beneath Kazama and his companions began to rise. When it reached about a meter in height, the ground beneath Taizolo and the CP members transformed into steel. Subsequently, Kazama flicked his wrist, and 4 black pillars manifested at the corners of the arena, followed by 4 beams of golden light rising and connecting, forming an open-air, enclosed arena. This is the 4 Red Suns formation. You need not concern yourselves with its specifics, for within its confines, you may fight freely. Moreover, I shall assign you 3 a task. Defeat the individual across from you. And lethal force is permitted. Naturally, the same goes for you as well. There is no need for persuasion. You all hail from the same place, trained in techniques aimed at taking lives. To disallow them from using lethal force would be an unnecessary burden, rendering this battle meaningless. Fear not. I can ensure their safety, and no need to turn your head. Even without activating observation haki or kin bunchaku, Kazama was aware Stella would likely seek his intercession. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Stella, who had already opened her mouth, promptly closed it again. Not out of faith in Kazama, but rather she possessed a clearer understanding of her and Taizolo's positions. Even if Kazama were merely boasting, it remained his prerogative, and she had no right to question it. The arena, measuring 300 meters in length and width, seemed sufficient to Kazama. Yet, the positioning felt slightly uncomfortable. He then elevated the observation platform to 3 meters. Gazing at Taizolo's fierce and menacing countenance, Kazama discerned that Taizolo's underlying code was simply that humans were too weak. Everyone take your positions. Prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. With a resounding boom, Taizolo forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself towards Lucci. Having identified him as the leader among the 3 from the outset, that shave? Iron block. Taizolo moved with remarkable speed. Lucci had no time for further contemplation as Taizolo closed the distance. Forcing him to employ iron block and shield his arms across his chest, a tremendous force struck, sending Lucci flying backward, sliding nearly 100 meters. 6 styles. Finger gun. 6 styles. Gale foot. As Taizolo delivered a flying kick. He could not leverage the air to augment his power. Kaku and Bruno seized the opportunity, targeting Lucci's neck with finger gun and launching a gale foot aimed at his heart. The CP's techniques were characteristically straightforward and direct. In response to their assault, Taizolo revealed a faint smirk. Well executed, but regrettably, too weak. Grasping Bruno's wrist with one hand and Kaku's gale foot with the other, Taizolo pivoted midair, forcefully tossing both individuals aside. Iron block. 2 though they promptly activated iron block, both still felt their blood surge violently. Such overwhelming strength. Gale slash. Flying finger gun. Just as Taizolo hurled the 2 away, Lucci's ranged attack arrived. Taizolo remained expressionless, effortlessly slicing through gale slash and blocking the flying finger gun with his other arm, then charged towards Lucci after landing. Having gauged their levels in the previous exchanges, he concluded that they were merely at the rank of a Marine headquarters colonel, a third-rate level in the grand scheme of the ocean, with Lucci indeed being the strongest among them. Nevertheless, he was no match for Taizolo. Despite Lucci's impassive demeanor, he was being thoroughly suppressed and battered by Taizolo's ferocious onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Stella gasped, her hand covering her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. In her mind, Taizolo was merely a gentle, handsome, kind-hearted man with a beautiful singing voice, entirely unskilled in combat. Observing her reaction, Kazama chuckled lightly. 5 years ago, I heard of him and had a boss bring him to meet me. I then told him I could save him. But what would he offer in return? He stated his life that I remarked that he was too weak to warrant such a sacrifice, for he had endured considerable hardship to reach this level. His nonchalant words struck Stella profoundly, and as she gazed at the cold man, tears streamed down her face once more. In the arena, Lucci was struck in the abdomen once again. Had it not been for iron block, he would have likely lost his ability to continue fighting. Yet even so, Taizolo's relentless attacks were overwhelming, and this was merely the outcome after 5 seconds of combat. Meanwhile, Kaku and Bruno finally joined the fray. Taizolo felt a flicker of discontent, having intended to defeat them with utmost swiftness. However, the boy with the split hairstyle proved to be stronger than anticipated. Requiring an extra 3 seconds. Iron Block, Shatter, Gale Foot, White Thunder. Aware of the impending attacks from both sides, Taizolo furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. Emotions held no place in battle. Only absolute calmness was required, in many respects. These four were indeed products of the world government, displaying a stoic demeanor in combat. After a brief internal deliberation, Taizolo resolved to keep Lucci at a distance, while swiftly dispatching Bruno and Kaku within 3 seconds. With that, he increased the force behind his left arm and struck fiercely at Lucci's heart. Iron Block, Empty Sphere. Feeling a powerful recoil from his fist, Taizolo's arm subtly trembled. Lucci endured the blow at the cost of blood, sliding only 2 or 3 meters without being sent flying. With no time for further contemplation, Kaku and Bruno's strikes arrived. The frantic warnings from his kin Bunchaku alerted him that being hit by Bruno would prove troublesome. Gritting his teeth, a fierce expression crossed Taizolo's face as he enveloped his fist with armament haki, targeting Kaku's lower leg with a powerful punch. This strike, which Kaku had amplified through a backflip, combined with Taizolo's upward punch, resulted in a resounding crack, clearly indicating that Kaku's leg had been shattered. Unwavering, Taizolo directed his fist towards Bruno's temple, confident that despite Bruno's earlier strike, his haki advantage would prevail. Even in his injured state, he was certain he could incapacitate Lucci within 5 seconds. As for Kaku, now deprived of a leg, he was no longer a concern. Unfortunately, reality often diverges from our ideals. Revolving door, Bruno's punch struck Taizolo, yet his armament haki-covered neck remained unyielding. However, the skull was struck with a violent rotation. In the midst of this disorientation, he instinctively paused, his strength wavering that a silent alarm rang in his heart as the warning of observation resurfaced. Yet it was too late to respond. Seizing upon this fleeting moment of distraction, Bruno evaded Taizolo's fist, an opportunity that was likewise grasped by Lucci, the ultimate technique of the 6 styles, 6 King Spear. Lucci's final and most formidable strike landed mercilessly upon Taizolo's heart, the hastily summoned armament haki insufficient to fully mitigate the blow. Taizolo spewed forth a copious amount of blood, just as Bruno prepared to deliver a finishing blow. And Kaku ready to remote Gale cut. Taizolo aimed to retaliate against Bruno. In that instant, they found themselves immobilized. Then a languid voice echoed. "The game is over, my lord. I can still fight," Taizolo exclaimed urgently, disregarding his injuries, yearning for another chance. However, upon meeting Kazama's gaze, he fell silent, the light fading from his eyes. Kazama glanced at Taizolo, then at Bruno and Lucci, who were assisting Kaku to his feet, casually gesturing a few times. A green luminescence enveloped the trio, dissipating in an instant, along with their injuries and fatigue. Kaku, incredulous, tentatively tested his recently interrupted leg, and upon realizing he had truly recovered, he exchanged astonished glances with Bruno and Lucci. Their eyes filled with reverence as they turned to Kazama, awed. This celestial dragon was markedly different from the others. Taizolo, having also regained his strength, now bore the dejected demeanor of a defeated rooster. "Enough, enough. Who are you performing for? Is it not your own carelessness that brought you here? At first, you displayed some semblance of skill, but later you recklessly relied on armament haki. You activated haki, yet conserved energy only to cover your neck. What were you thinking? Did you believe they lacked the means to harm you? Even a boss could knock you out without haki. Could you withstand it if you had activated haki? Your lost opportunity is laid bare before us. And you present yourself in such a dispirited manner. Being injured is already humiliating. Do you not feel it enough?" Observing Taizolo's almost pathetic state, Kazama felt an air of tedium. While he believed that as long as Taizolo followed him, opportunities would inevitably arise, it seemed this youth still clung to the notion of scarcity, too youthful still. Had he been the Golden Emperor from the original tale, he would never have displayed such sorrow. Kazama, clearly intent on nurturing him, was not so stingy. With a casual wave of his hand, a boss presented Taizolo with a document. Upon opening it, Tesalo discovered it to be a business proposal. This will be your next task. Implement these plans promptly. You shall receive a share of the company's profits, and how much you earn will depend on your own abilities. Kazama's words struck Tesalo like a thunderclap, causing him to look up suddenly. Pain radiating from his back where the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof signified his status as a slave. A slave possesses no personal property, like a drowning man suddenly spotting a ray of light. The expression in Tesalo's eyes elicited a moment of sympathy from Kazama, who could not help but roll his eyes. When you have time, let a boss help you remove the slave mark. Lucci and the others gazed at Tesalo in astonishment, taken aback. Though his techniques were somewhat wild, it was evident that he shared a similar path with them. Initially assuming he was their peer, they were shocked to learn he was, in fact, a slave. Contrary to Kazama's expectations, Tesalo exhibited no immediate reaction to his words. He first froze momentarily, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions that hinted at his inner turmoil. After a few seconds, he regained his composure, closed his mouth, and instinctively glanced toward Stella, then back at Kazama, his gaze brimming with desperation. Do not look at me like that. Stella does not possess such things. Kazama shot Tesalo a disapproving glance. Stella served as his caretaker, her status akin to that of a family guard within the Holy Land, given that Kazama's family truly only had a boss and her as their servants. Her position in the Holy Land was among the highest beneath the celestial dragons. The guards assigned by the Holy Land, aside from those providing personal protection during outings, were under her command. Her status was comparable to that of a housekeeper for Kazama's clan, and ordinary celestial dragons would not dare provoke her. This was not mere boasting on Kazama's part. The servants of the Holy Land could be roughly categorized into two types: those assigned by the Holy Land and those deemed acceptable by the family to remain at home. The former were ordinary servants, while the latter were akin to vassals, their status far superior to that of common servants. As Kazama's vassal, an ordinary celestial dragon would indeed not provoke her. After all, in the celestial dragon circle, slaves were considered less than human, while ordinary guards were akin to dogs, disposable at will, but vassals were akin to favored dogs. Any aggression towards them would be met with fierce retaliation. Thus, celestial dragons generally avoided antagonizing the vassals of other celestial dragons. This was also why Kazama dared to confront Charos as slave so directly. On one hand, he held a high status. On the other, slaves had no standing in Mariehua. Thud. Hearing Kazama's words, Tesalo fell to his knees, bowing deeply before him, while Stella, with tears of joy, approached Tesalo and similarly knelt in reverence. Kazama accepted their homage with a gentle smile, feeling justified in doing so given their past fates. Enough. Rise. For now, you may reside here. Acquaint yourself with this business. Should anything be unclear, inquire with a boss. Moreover, your strength still leaves much to be desired. During this time, consider whether you harbor any intentions of consuming a devil fruit. If so, contemplate what type would suit you, and let a boss procure it for you. Should he fail, come to me. Though I have entrusted this business to you, do not neglect your training. Above all, do not bring shame upon me. Rest assured, I shall not tarnish your reputation, Tesalo affirmed, gripping Stella's hand tightly with determination. As for what you said, I find it hard to part with you. After all, you have watched me grow. Stella regarded Kazama with a gentle smile, her eyes radiating happiness and gratitude. Encountering you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Without you, I fear I would have perished long ago. I'm also reluctant to leave you. Thus, if you do not mind, I would like to continue serving you. Mind is not the issue, but serving is unnecessary. Kazama awkwardly rubbed his nose. Although you are quite beautiful and possess an admirable character, I am still but a child. I am not a rogue, for lovers to unite as one is one thing, but having you continue as my maid is another matter entirely. For the time being, remain here. Once Tesalo is ready, you shall accompany him on his journey. Stella remained silent, deeply bowing to Kazama and a boss, while Tesalo, who was grinning foolishly at Stella, hurriedly followed suit. Something felt amiss as Kazama observed their gestures of reverence. He was instantly reminded of a historical drama he had once watched, where, during a wedding ceremony, a servant bellowed, "Bow twice to the high hall." Cough, cough. Speaking of which, Abbas, since Stella also emerged from our household, do we not count as her family? Not quite, young master. Only blood relations qualify as family. Stella displayed a faint smile. If the young master were an ordinary person, she might have dared to remain silent. But he was a celestial dragon, and one of high standing among them. Though the young master treated her well, she dared not respond to his statement. From a strictly bloodline perspective, Stella did not qualify. Yet from other angles, one could argue otherwise. After all, she had been akin to family for the past 8 years. Stella gazed in astonishment at Abbas's serious reply. In her mind, Abbas had always regarded the honor of Kazama's clan as paramount. She found it incomprehensible that he would answer in such a manner. Kazama, however, chuckled inwardly. Although Abbas was a genuine vassal of Kazama's family, he had always looked down upon the other celestial dragons, viewing their kind as akin to swine. His respect for celestial dragons outside of Kazama's clan stemmed more from respect for that family, or rather for the 20 kings. Thus, Abbas harbored a deep-seated disdain for the existence of slaves and loathed those celestial dragons who merely lived off the fruits of others, believing they had betrayed their ancestors' glory. However, due to the limitations imposed by his identity, he refrained from intervening. That it was precisely for this reason that when the young Kazama grasped Stella's garment, he instinctively rescued her and arranged for her to serve as his caretaker. Do not be so astonished. Abbas has shielded you from considerable troubles over the years. Observing Stella's astonishment, Kazama chuckled lightly. After all, you two have ventured forth from your home, and the Kazama family's reputation must not be tarnished. He continued, here, take this. It will protect you in times of danger and transport you to your desired destination. As he spoke, Kazama extended his right hand, and the essence of yin and yang coalesced into the form of a small angel. Once the angel took shape, it opened its eyes, gazing around in confusion. Upon spotting Stella, its eyes brightened, and with a flutter of its wings, it dove into Stella's body like a beam of light, leaving the onlookers in awe. Additionally, Tezalo, allocate 10% of the business profits to Stella. This will serve as the dowry from Abbas and myself. As for the three of you, you will henceforth follow my lead. You need not concern yourselves with CP. From now on, you shall heed my commands. Abbas, inform CP that should the three of them need to execute my orders, they must cooperate unconditionally. After delivering this directive, Kazama turned to the trio. Do you have any questions? The three exchanged glances and finally responded in unison. No, what a jest. You have already arranged everything. What significance does it hold to inquire further? Would we dare to voice any dissent? That would be akin to slapping your face. In the realm of CP, the celestial dragons are revered as deities, as the embodiment of all they hold sacred, something they would defend with their very lives. Even if the celestial dragons commanded their demise, they would comply without hesitation. As for the audacity to challenge the celestial dragons, such a notion is utterly beyond their contemplation. Well, it is good that you have no objections. However, I do. Kazama continued. Lucci, I heard that during a mission, you eliminated a pirate along with hostages. What were your thoughts? At Kazama's inquiry, Kaku and Bruno couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Tezalo and Stella exchanged surprised glances, utterly unable to fathom that this boy with a middle part could commit such an act. In response to Kazama's query, Lucci spoke with a calm demeanor devoid of any tremor. The 500 soldiers of that kingdom were meant to protect it, yet they fell victim to the pirates, becoming pawns for extortion. Their humiliation was already profound. Had we chosen to retreat at that moment, the pirates would have only grown bolder, and other pirates would perceive their nation and the world government as feeble prey, ultimately bringing greater calamity to their land. Thus, I eliminated both the pirates and those soldiers to convey a message. The world government does not yield to threats. Any who dare to offend it shall meet their end. Tezalo initially nodded in agreement, finding Lucci's perspective quite agreeable. However, as he continued, Tezalo couldn't help but furrow his brow, ultimately letting out a sigh. After years of navigating the seas, he understood the nature of CP. The operatives of CP undergo rigorous indoctrination from a young age to ensure their unwavering loyalty to the world government. Indeed, you articulate your thoughts well. Unfortunately, your strength does not yet suffice to uphold your final statement, Kazama declared. Now, I am assigning your first mission T. Kazama's words. The three immediately stood at attention, an instinct ingrained in them through years of training. From now on, the three of you will report directly to me. You need not concern yourselves with CP or the world government, that MY orders will take precedence, even if other celestial dragons intervene. I will bear the responsibility for you, understood? Kazama stated matter faculty INCP's doctrine. Celestial dragons are deemed divine and supreme, with the world government demanding absolute loyalty. However, the celestial dragons hold the highest priority. Thus, he needed to confirm the latter half of his statement. It is my honor to serve you, Lucci replied, bowing first, followed closely by Kaku and Bruno. After all, they had heard Kazama's previous words. Being directly subordinate to him signified they could disregard the world government. This aligned with Kazama's expectations. Lucci was inherently proud, having always looked down upon his superior Spandam in the original narrative. Beyond the commands of the world government, he paid no heed to anyone else. In the presence of the celestial dragon's commands, the world government could take a back seat. Remember this, Weld, and Abbas. Do inform the Gorosei that I have claimed the three of them. Let CP find replacements. Furthermore, during this time, train them to master hockey as swiftly as possible. Subsequently, Kazama turned his attention back to the trio. I have prepared a small gift for the two of you. Discuss among yourselves who will receive which. As the words left his lips, Abbas produced a rectangular box, opening it to reveal two devil fruits. Both were the Zoan type, mythical beasts. The black apple-shaped fruit was the Nico no Mi. Mythical beast form, representing the god of the underworld, a douche, possessing the ability to absorb negative emotions to enhance its power, alongside an elemental transformation akin to the natural type, controlling darkness and wind. The silver spherical fruit was the Inu no Mi. Mythical beast form, representing the moon-eating wolf god, Skull, granting the ability to teleport, control thunder and lightning, enter a bloodthirsty state for a comprehensive power enhancement, and even fly, gaining a sort of observation hockey upon contact with an enemy's blood. And during the night, with a full moon, acquiring abilities akin to the Fur tribe's moon lion, as he elaborated, Kazama couldn't help but be taken aback when he inquired whether Abbas had any devil fruits at home. Abbas had provided him with a compendium of devil fruits, indicating those that were checked off were collected by his family, while those circled were in the possession of the world government. He had also advised Kazama against consuming devil fruits, suggesting that should he desire one, he would arrange for powerful natural or mythical Zoan fruits, as anything less would not befit him. He then took Kazama on a tour of the Kazama family's treasury. Though termed a treasury, it was merely a building dedicated to housing treasures. The first floor was filled with gold, the second with devil fruits, and the third contained various blades and jewels collected by ancestors over generations. There weren't many devil fruits or swords, as ordinary ones were deemed unworthy of display. Kazama only recalled two supreme grade blades. One was the ancestral sword of the Kazama Clan, and the other was acquired by an ancestor 300 years ago. The other swords were of at least fine quality, though he couldn't recall their exact grades, as they had not been seen in centuries, and their rankings had faded. The family had not collected many devil fruits, as successive ancestors had little interest in them. Most ordinary fruits were gifted to other families' deities for their slaves, with a few offered to the world government, leaving only a small portion of reputedly powerful fruits from past ancestors. It was said that the 126th ancestor found the space too empty and unsightly, thus filling the second and third floors. However, the 127th ancestor deemed the ordinary fruits a disgrace and disposed of them to the world government. After a thorough exploration, Kazama beheld nearly 100 blades and a dozen varied devil fruits. Plunging into deep contemplation, as for the almost overflowing gold on the first floor, Abbas hadn't even mentioned discussing finances with the celestial dragons. Was he attempting to insult someone? Is this the life of a celestial dragon? I have now experienced it. After a brief moment of reflection, the two made their decision. Lucci consumed the Nico no Mi, while Kaku partook of the Inu no Mi. In unison, they activated their abilities, transforming into their hybrid forms. Lucci's skin sprouted pure black fur. His eyes turned a mesmerizing blue. His back sprouted a black tail, and his face morphed into that of a leopard. As for Kaku, he exhibited white hair and long white locks, his eyes a striking blue, perfectly embodying the appearance of a werewolf from past animated works. Were he to don golden armor, Kazama might suspect he had emerged from the realm of forgotten products. Observing their transformations, Kazama raised an intrigued eyebrow, while Tezelo mirrored his interest. After all, mythical Zoans are a rare sight. Stella, meanwhile, found the spectacle of humans transforming into animals simply fascinating, while Abbas maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Abbas put them to the test. Abbas respectfully bowed and then vanished from sight. Lucci and Kaku, immersed in their newfound power, immediately tensed upon hearing Kazama's command to better assess their abilities and to allow their master a clearer view. Abbas deliberately slowed his pace and refrained from using haki. However, this was not something Lucci could respond to in time. With a swift motion, Abbas struck, and Lucci's arm instantly dissolved into black smoke. Yet Abbas's expression remained unperturbed. Since the information is indeed accurate, there is no need for him to be so constrained. After striking Lucci's arm with his right hand, he returned along the same path, directly slicing through Lucci, all the while maintaining his momentum, seamlessly delivering a powerful blow to the ambushing Kaku, sending him flying. Just as Kaku landed, Abbas appeared before him, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Kaku's expression changed sharply, and his body vanished in an uncanny manner, reappearing behind Abbas, his claws crackling with electricity as he swung ferociously. Wolf King White Line, the 6-style secret technique. Leopard Wind Gun. Meanwhile, after being cut, Lucci transformed into darkness and reassembled his body, noticing Abbas with his back turned. Without hesitation, he charged forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, augmenting his attack with the power of wind to enhance both speed and destructive force. Sensing the attacks from both adversaries, Abbas calmly turned around, absorbing their blows without a shred of damage to his clothing. The moon hangs delicately above the willow's tip as lovers meet after dusk. Unfortunately, Mary Geos lacks willows, and no one awaits in the twilight. Akati has been over a month since the devil fruits were bestowed upon Lucci and Kaku. During this time, Abbas has been diligently training the trio. The powers of Lucci and Kaku's fruits are indeed, as described in the records. With the documented abilities of former fruit users from Mary Geos, they quickly familiarize themselves with their powers. Lucci's fruit does possess the qualities of the natural type, albeit only passively. While he can manipulate darkness, it is limited to reconstructing his body and cannot be used offensively, at most providing a momentary obscuration of vision. Kaku, after Abbas offered a drop of his blood, exhibited the effects of observation haki, allowing him not only to anticipate attacks, but also to track them. He has also utilized the moon line form. Although he cannot sustain it for long with his current capabilities, Lucci has the potential to reach the pinnacle. Kaku exhibits the potential of a silver medalist, and Bruno, while slightly lacking, certainly possesses first-rate potential. These are Abbas's own words. Tizolo and Stella have already departed from the Holy Land, confidently preparing to find an island in paradise to serve as their base for Wind's missions. Point 1 must not be too idle, especially after suddenly finding oneself with nothing to do. A day or two may be tolerable, but prolonged idleness becomes unbearably tedious. Upon arriving, Kazama had a conversation with the 5 elders and then secluded himself at home, studying his current state. The so-called days of disappearance do not exist in Kazama's view, for his crossing was customized that Akati tailored the Kazama Clan, assigned a name, and perhaps delineated certain events up until the age of 3. Before directly vanishing, It was only at 6 that he truly crossed over. Having spent a life in the neighboring world of Naruto, this crossing allowed him to inherit powers from his past life, necessitating a rationale for his current abilities. This moment, Kazama lay languidly on his large bed, his eyes devoid of focus. Heaven above, please grant me some tasks to engage in. I plan to travel tomorrow. I have just finished all that needed to be done. This is unbearably dull. Perhaps the deities heard Kazama's silent plea, for a tremendous roar erupted in the Holy Land. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited in Kazama's eyes. His senses fully awakened, and he instantly grasped the situation. The slaves had revolted and escaped. Upon realizing this, Kazama's eyes sparkled even brighter. Wonderful! I thought I might never see him again. Yet here he is at this moment. He is alive. Young master, are you unscathed? At the moment the explosion sounded, a boss appeared before Kazama, followed closely by Lucci and Kaku, who cautiously positioned themselves around him. Of course, I'm fine. Do you think there exists anything in this world that could harm me? As he spoke, Kazama excitedly began to gather his belongings. By the way, a boss. Do you have any berries on you? Huh. No, a boss was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. Berries? Who carries that around? What purpose does it serve? Well, gold would suffice. And could you fetch a few small bags of gold leaf from the warehouse? Also, bring me some gold bars and don't forget the devil fruits. Just bring everything. Young master, are you planning to travel? A boss asked. I can inform the Holy Land and the world government to arrange for your transportation. Observing Kazama's incessant activity, a boss felt a sudden unease creeping into his heart. There's no need for that. I'm merely going out for a short while. You can inform the 5 elders later. It's settled. For now, please ensure these 3 train diligently. Now, go prepare the gold and the devil fruits for me. With a wave of his hand, Kazama dismissed a boss, who hesitated to speak, but ultimately departed. Kazama pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that he actually didn't need to bring much. A few sets of clothes would suffice. You 3, during this time, focus on learning from a boss. When I return, I expect you to possess the strength of a rear admiral. Rear admiral? Lucci and Kaku considered this, finding it quite feasible given their mythical zone abilities. Will you be gone for an extended period, young master? Lucci respectfully inquired. Tea depends on my mood. I can't predict how long it will be. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best. I'll have a word with the 5 elders. You all stay here and wait. And no sooner had he finished speaking than Kazama's figure vanished, and at the same moment, a boss reappeared, staring bewilderedly at the empty room. Where did everyone go? In Panga City. Amidst the power dynamics, the 5 elders maintained their eternal poses. The slave had escaped from the Holy Land. Someone had come to rescue them. At the spark of rebellion. Has their power infiltrated Mary Geos? No, it is the work of the fishmen from Fishman Island, apparently in an effort to rescue their compatriots. Fishmen. How did they manage to infiltrate? Did someone assist them? No, they climbed up from the red line. The 5 elders fell into a momentary silence. This matter must be handled with care. They needed to hunt them down and place a bounty on that fishman, or else what would become of the world government's reputation? The elder wielding the original demon blade tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression turning severe. However, it doesn't necessarily have to be this way. The 5 elders were suddenly taken aback as a child appeared before them. Hello. Esteemed elders, good evening. With that, Kazama casually plopped down onto the sofa and grabbed an apple to munch on. This is indeed a delightful apple, exclusive to the Holy Land. Kazama, what brings you here this time? Upon realizing it was Kazama, the 5 elders' demeanor softened immediately. The celestial dragons of this generation were increasingly disappointing, and they were pleased to see a promising descendant. I came to take advantage of the slave escape to go on an outing. So, I wanted to inform you, esteemed elders, in outing, the elder with the long beard furrowed his brow, then spoke kindly. If you wish to go out, we can arrange for you to have CP agents and Navy admirals for protection. Given the slave revolt, what if you encounter danger? The other elders nodded in agreement. Of course. The Kazama Clan is but a single lineage now. To lose Kazama would be catastrophic. When Kazama Ruri went missing, the world seemed undisturbed. In truth, CP agents were dispatched, and various noble factions and underground powers scoured the globe. Rest assured, you are aware of my capabilities. Though I may only be 8 years old, I am not like those ordinary children. Fear not. I will be fine. The 5 elders were momentarily silent. Although Kazama Ruri had returned with powers they could not comprehend, in their hearts, he remained a child. In that case, go ahead. Finally, the elder wielding the demon blade relented. You understand what you are saying. Do not be so agitated. If Kazama truly wishes to venture out, with his current strength, does he need to consult us? If the child wishes to explore the vast ocean, what is the harm? Even if he encounters danger, as long as he reveals his identity, I doubt anyone in these seas would dare to act against him. It must be said that as the elder spoke, he appeared rather dashing in Kazama's eyes, wielding a cursed blade and donning spectacles. So, Kazama, if you wish to go, go ahead. Turning to face Kazama, the elder immediately donned a warm expression. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Just as he stood up, ready to depart, the black-scarved Gorosei seemed to suddenly recall something and called out to Kaze. "Wait a moment. What did you mean when you said doesn't necessarily have to be this way? How do you think this matter should be handled?" Upon hearing this, the Gorosei perked up, eager to hear the thoughts of this younger generation. Regarding this issue, it is neither insignificant nor overly grave. Its most critical aspect lies in its implications that it might lead the vast ocean to perceive Yawahara as merely a place that could be breached to liberate slaves, consequently diminishing the stature of the world government and the Holy Land in their eyes. Therefore, I propose that we boldly present this matter to the world, announcing that a fishman has ascended the red line unaided, liberating both slaves and his brethren. Such spirit, which shuns hardship for the sake of kin, deserves our utmost commendation. Simultaneously, we should absolve these escaped slaves of their status and decree that if any slave manages to escape the Holy Land in the future without harming the celestial dragons, they shall be granted freedom. Let the world understand that what they perceive as a disgrace to the world government is merely an intriguing game in the eyes of the world government itself. At the mention of the first half, the Gorosei frowned, but as the final statement resonated, they began to comprehend Kaze's intent, contemplating the feasibility of his proposal. Observing this, Kaze chose not to intrude, for in truth, the matter was simply that a few slaves fleeing, which the world government would hardly dwell upon. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Fisher Tiger would not have been able to roam freely for so long. Take your time to ponder. I shall take my leave now. With that, Kaze found himself in his chamber, where he encountered a pile of gold bricks, several bags of coins, and a heap of devil fruits prepared by a boss. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and these items vanished into thin air. The eyes of Lucci and his companions widened. This was not the first time this young master had revealed his astonishing abilities. Yet they remained unable to fathom them. "I'm off now." Kaze waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the outskirts of the Holy Land, near the entrance of the elevator at Yawahara. A heavily scarred, red-skinned fishman with a headscarf was engaged in battle with the guards of the Holy Land, while behind him, slaves clad in prison garb raced towards the elevator. The rebel among the crowd stood as a bulwark against the pursuers. This was none other than the only man in one piece truly deserving of the title hero, Fisher Tiger. Amidst the crowd, sensing this indomitable spirit, Kaze smiled with excitement. "Very well, Fisher Tiger. Allow me to present you with a token of our meeting." "Hey, that soldier!" With both sides besieged by the Holy Land soldiers and guards, upon hearing Kaze's voice, a few simply turned their heads and stood still. It was nothing less than the recognition of Kaze's identity. "Lord Kaze Lioli, what brings you here? It is far too perilous. We implore you to retreat to safety under our protection, lest these vile beings tarnish your sight," one guard said anxiously, clearly showing genuine concern for Kaze. "Are you instructing me on my actions? Contact your superior immediately." Kaze raised an eyebrow, observing the guard turn pale with fear, and chose not to tease him further, casually waving his hand. The guard swiftly produced a den mushi. "Hello. What is the matter? Is there another situation?" Upon the den mushi connecting, the guard bowed respectfully, raising the device to Kaze's lips. "Hello, this is Kaze Lioli, the head of the Kazama Clan. I command you to ease your offensive and allow them to pass. Furthermore, do not harm that red-skinned fishman." Kaze's words plunged the other end into self-doubt. The den mushi blinked in confusion before cautiously responding. "Lord Kaze Lioli, may we have a moment longer? Rest assured, we will quell this unrest swiftly and will not inconvenience you." Kaze's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "Do you not comprehend human speech? Do I need to reiterate what let them go means? No, you needn't. Rest assured, I shall issue the order at once," came the loud roar from the other side. Seeing this, Kaze felt elated, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Rise, the guard, having received the command, cautiously straightened and observing Kaze's seemingly pleasant mood, ventured, "Lord Kaze Lioli, you appear to be in high spirits? Of course. What? Do you not understand? I would not dare to presume the intentions of a deity. Your actions must surely carry profound meaning as servant to the divine. My sole duty is to fulfill your commands." This statement resonated well with Kaze, prompting him to regard the guard with renewed interest. Indeed, I abhor slavery, yet out of respect for our ancestral kin, I cannot simply release them. Now that someone has liberated these slaves, I am, of course, delighted. Noticing the guard's confusion, Kaze chuckled lightly. I see. You're puzzled as to why I concern myself with these so-called commoners? Speak freely, do not hold back. The young guard hesitated for a moment before delivering a resounding slap to his own face. It is an honor for a deity to inquire of you. How could I hesitate or even conceal my thoughts out of fear for my life? How could I show such disrespect to the divine? In Kaze's bewildered gaze, the guard, filled with shame, proclaimed, I apologize. Lord Kaze Lioli, I am indeed deserving of death. I momentarily hesitated when you posed a question. This is utterly unacceptable. I shall take my own life as penance. You were correct. I was indeed questioning that very point. Kaze, taken aback, recalled his past in the Naruto world, wielding a watermelon knife from Konoha to Sunagakure, cleaving through a Wagakure and Kyomogakure, battling Madara and Kagaya. What spectacles had he not witnessed? Yet he had never encountered anything like this. How had CP managed to brainwash people so thoroughly? Even Uncle Snake paled in comparison. It was absurd. Cough. No matter, I absolve you of your grave disrespect. Now, let me clarify your confusion. Tell me, what is my identity? The descendant of the great creator, the sole heir of the Kaze clan, one of the 20 kings, the offspring of the creator god, a world noble, the divine Lord Kaze Lioli. Without hesitation, the young guard answered. Then let me ask you, as a world noble, the descendant of the creator god, if I desire others to serve me, would there be those willing to do so, even without compensation? Serving the divine is the privilege of us mortals. The young guard's eyes gleamed with reverence. Such an honor was beyond measure. How could he dare to trouble the deity for recompense? You speak truly, for I am a celestial dragon, a world noble. As a celestial dragon, with a mere wave of my hand, many would gladly serve me, even offering their lives, whether it be wealth, status, beauty, or power. The celestial dragons stand atop the pinnacle of the world. All people of this world are my subjects. I am the embodiment of destiny. Kaze's smile gradually faded, his demeanor shifting to one of authority. As he uttered the last two words, an overwhelming aura of dominance, majesty, and unrivaled supremacy surged forth, nearly snapping newly planted greenery in half. The indigo-hued conqueror's haki enveloped the entire Holy Land in an instant, reminiscent of a tempest passage. Countless individuals lost consciousness under this overwhelming force. And under Kaze's deliberate control, the conqueror's haki avoided the slaves, Fisher Tiger's group, and, of course, the guards before Kaze. However, as it was his first time unleashing such power, his control was somewhat lacking, due to their distance. Tiger and his companions merely sensed an unusual and oppressive wind, while the guards collapsed to the ground, their appearances somewhat disheveled, yet their eyes shimmered with fervor. This was their deity, the world noble. In the residence of the Kaze clan, Lucci and his companions were training in the exercise room, with the boss supervising nearby. Suddenly, they all collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. A boss abruptly turned, fixating on a certain direction, his pupils widening in shock, a mix of complexity and relief illuminating his gaze. Master, do you see? That is your child. He has grown. He has acquired formidable power, awakening a conqueror's haki that surpasses your own. He has not fallen. He has not brought shame to the Kaze clan. In the chamber of power, the Gorosei remained in their poses, fervently debating Kaze's proposed course of action. Yet upon the eruption of an intense aura, they abruptly ceased their discourse. Could that conqueror's haki have been from little Lioli? Indeed, it is he. There can be no mistake. His monstrous physique and overwhelming conqueror's haki. He has inherited the same extraordinary talent as his ancestors. Ha ha ha! This conqueror's haki has already surpassed that of his father and grandfather. At this level, perhaps only that great individual from 8 centuries ago could rival him, if that esteemed figure were to witness such an exceptional descendant. Surely they would feel immense gratification. That being said, what shall we do about the mermen and the slaves? Let us proceed as little Liuli suggested. Pirates, the Navy, CP, the ambitious descendants of the 20 kings have become increasingly depraved. To maintain their status as world nobles, we have upheld this balance for centuries. Perhaps little Liuli will surprise us. Let us see where he can lead the world. Even in failure, we can restore equilibrium to these seas. Agreed, for alas, it is a pity that my kin, who merely need to express a desire, would naturally attract countless admirers. Nations or the Navy could send them numerous pirate slaves, yet they insist on capturing commoners as slaves. Inciting public wrath, truly, how they disgrace their forebears. Gazing at this beautiful sanctuary, Kazami scoffed, Sabaody. Since the onset of the rebellion in Mariewa, the Navy has received orders from the world government to encircle Sabaody and capture the escaped slaves. Consequently, the Navy has deployed the active Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. Admiral Sengoku, should we not hasten our pace? Are you questioning my decision? Sengoku glared at his aide. No, it's just that you are aware of the dragon people and the world government's conduct. Will they not use this to trouble you afterward? The aide spoke with evident concern. Fret not. As it is a command from the world government, which concerns the celestial dragons, one can never be too cautious. Can one? What if the enemy is formidable? Thus, we must ensure all equipment is thoroughly checked, gather all supplies, and proceed with caution, preventing any potential ambushes. Therefore, it is quite reasonable for our Navy to be a tad delayed. Observing Sengoku's solemn yet nonsensical demeanor, the aide couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Admiral, what a keen insight. Just as Sengoku was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head in shock. Noticing a figure atop the red line, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Such a level of conqueror's haki. Is this serious? This could envelop a small to medium-sized island, still reeling from the astonishment. Sengoku keenly observed a youth clad in white finery, standing at the prow of their warship. Who are you? With Sengoku's stern command, the soldiers on the ship reacted, aiming their guns at Kazami. Frowning in concentration, Sengoku thought to himself, this youth is inscrutable. Who are you? As a noble of the world, a celestial dragon, you may call me Kazami Liuli Shung. What is this? A celestial dragon. A Shung. Even amid overwhelming shock, Sengoku maintained an air of composure and harbored no doubts about Kazami's identity. After all, who would dare impersonate a celestial dragon? One must be quite pampered to attempt such a thing. Those with ability look down upon it, while those lacking ability dare not. Then, esteemed Kazami Liuli Shung, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting? Sengoku smiled at the boy beneath the moonlight and uttered a statement that would astonish his entire worldview. I command you to return and release these slaves. As the morning sun bathed the sea, Fisher Tiger awoke from his cabin. Days of climbing the red line had drained him of much strength, and following battles with the soldiers of Mariewa, he felt greatly relieved thanks to the strange winds. After being the last to escape from Mariewa, upon reaching the shore, he discovered many slaves waiting for him after seizing a ship. He ordered the slaves to return home before boarding a vessel taken by the fishmen. Although the liberated slaves wished to express their gratitude in person, the urgency of the situation compelled them to bow and depart. Finally, he could rest. Though fatigued, as morning arrived, he rose on time. Tiger emerged from the cabin onto the deck, feeling considerably revitalized after a night's rest. Eager to grasp the situation, he knew that although they had escaped, the world government would not relent, and pursuing forces were likely imminent. Jimbei, what is the situation? Ah, Brother Tiger, you're awake. The whale shark fishman named Jimbei leapt down from the lookout. Rest assured, the situation is excellent. There are no signs of pursuers. Moreover, you should take some more time to recuperate. Your body has endured tremendous strain. Aladdin bandaged your wounds with some supplies from the ship last night. Please take care to rest during these days. Wounds? Tiger seemed to notice something, pausing as he looked at the bandages on his body. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively tore them off. Brother Tiger, how could this be? This is unbelievable. Seeing Tiger about to rip off the bandages, Jimbei panicked, unable to intervene in time, only to discover that Tiger's wounds had completely healed. Brother Tiger has awakened? Brother Tiger has awakened. Brother Tiger has awakened. Amid their conversation, someone overheard and shouted, causing many fishmen and merfolk to emerge excitedly from the ship, gazing upon Fisher Tiger with admiration. Observing the throng surrounding the deck, Tiger felt a rush of complex emotions, realizing that all his efforts had borne fruit. Everyone is uninjured, right? Haha, brother, don't worry. We're all in good health, responded a sea bream fishman with bandages wrapped around his head. Indeed, don't let my appearance fool you. It's merely a minor injury, said a tuna fishman, his body also swathed in bandages. That's right, Brother Tiger, there's no need to worry. We're all fine, exclaimed a shark fishman seated in a wheelchair. Witnessing his kin's joyful demeanor, Tiger was similarly swept up in their excitement. All right, since everyone is well, I hereby declare, let us prepare a meal, mend our wounds, and then return home. Oh, and I'll fetch the ingredients. I'll find the wine. I'll gather the spices. I'll catch fish. Did you hit your head during the battle yesterday? What exactly are you going to do? Catch fish or feed them? A fisherman scolded another who was about to leap down while spinning in his wheelchair. Soon, a multitude of fishmen and merfolk began to busily gather ingredients, cook, tally supplies, and pack up. Meanwhile, Tiger and Jimbei stood on the deck, watching all unfold with smiles on their faces. Brother Tiger? Thank you. Huh. Before long, the aroma of food wafted across the ship that, oh ho ho ho, the meal is ready. Everyone, set the table on the deck and bring out the wine. Let the feast begin. Oh yes. Under the bustling efforts of the merfolk and fishmen, a large table soon adorned with food was placed on the deck, surrounded by an abundance of fine wine. The crowd then gazed eagerly at the figure seated at the head of the table. Observing the expectant gazes of his kin, Tiger pondered for a moment, lifted his cup, and spoke in a somber tone. My friends, we fishmen have been discriminated against due to our inherent differences from humans. Our brethren have even been sold into slavery and suffered greatly. However, today it ends. To our first toast, to freedom, in the fishmen. Merfolk and Kazami raised their massive oak cups with smiles, downing the contents in one go. Joy radiated from each face that, refreshing. Though the wine here was not of the finest quality, it was fitting for the occasion. Finishing a large cup was simply exhilarating. Hearing the somewhat childish voice, the fishmen and merfolk looked on with smiles, casting a gentle gaze at the child who had dared to sip the wine. Wait. This is not Fishman Island. Where did this child come from? Silence. Why is everyone staring at me? Spotting a human child, the fishmen exchanged puzzled glances, their small heads filled with large question marks. Cough, child. Are you not afraid of us? Fisher Tiger inquired with curiosity, while Wujin looked at Tiger in confusion. Why should I fear you? Ah-ha-ha. You are indeed right. There's no need for you to be afraid of us. Come, eat more. Tiger paused for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. Over the years, he had encountered too many individuals who were terrified merely at the sight of him. Even those slaves he had liberated, while grateful, still emanated a sense of fear. Now, encountering a child who feared neither fishmen nor discriminated against them filled him with delight as he served the child more food. The atmosphere at the table grew lively once again. Human boy, that is not a drink suitable for someone your age. Be careful, or you might end up drunk. You should eat more vegetables. That a voice laced with mockery rang out. Wujin looked up to see the serrated-nosed Arlong. Unmistakably him, Who do you look down upon? This stuff could never get me drunk. It's practically indistinguishable from water. If you get drunk, I surely won tea. Upon finishing his retort, Wujin cast a challenging glance at Arlong. Arlong, a child has looked down upon you. Arlong, did you hear that? This kid thinks your drinking capacity is lacking. You should refrain from drinking. What if you get tipsy after just a few sips? Arlong, you know I'm not the kind of fishman who seeks trouble. But if this child speaks to you like that, I truly cannot tolerate it. Arlong's face grew crimson from the teasing of his companions as he glared fiercely at Wujin. Human child. UVE successfully provoked my eye. You dare to compete with me in drinking? Aladdin furrowed his brow. Arlong, children cannot drink alcohol. You think it's impressive to challenge a child to a drinking contest? Tiger also turned to Wujin, his eyes filled with inquiry. No problem. I accept. Come, everyone, bear witness. If he loses, don't let him resort to tricks. Wu Jian exchanged a confident glance with Tiger and turned provocatively toward Arlong. One must admit, the world of pirates is quite peculiar. Here, the drinking vessels are predominantly oversized, akin to the size of Wu Jian's head. Before them lay numerous cups of alcohol. Arlong glowered at Wu Jian, while Wu Jian gazed at Arlong with unwavering confidence. All right then, both sides ready. The inaugural Human Fishman Drinking Championship begins. With Tiger's command, both parties raised their cups and began to drink. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, 5 cups, 10 cups, 15 cups, 20 cups, 30 cups. At the 10th cup, Arlong slowed his pace, but upon seeing Wu Jian's teasing gaze, he chose to press on. By the 20th cup, Arlong felt that the count was inconsequential, allowing Wu Jian to leisurely eat meat while waiting for him. By the 20th cup, Arlong had successfully slumped over the table. Amidst the astonished gazes of the fishmen, Wu Jian picked up the 30th cup. Meat in his right hand, alcohol in his left, one foot on the chair and the other on the table. He tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Who else? Who else? Observing Wu Jian downing 30 cups of alcohol without a hint of intoxication, Tiger pondered. Perhaps we should conclude the Human Fishman Drinking Championship after this one. The human's elixirs are indeed remarkable. I never imagined that not only would Brother Tiger recover so swiftly, but so would we. Fool, this is clearly beyond what any medicine could achieve. What could be the reason? Could it be divine protection? That is indeed a possibility, Wu Jian mused while enjoying his meal. Watching the jovial fishmen, one must admit, although their appearances might not conform to conventional human aesthetics, the fish were quite delightful. By the way, I still don't know your names. After breakfast, Tiger wiped his mouth and looked at Wu Jian. The fisherman at the table finally reacted. Yes, little friend. What is your name? Indeed, we completely forgot to ask you yesterday. How rude of us. Me. My name is Wu Jian Lioli. You can call me Wu Jian, but please refrain from calling me Lioli. Adhering to the habits formed in his first life, Wu Jian savored his food leisurely, thus taking his time to eat. All right, Lioli. No problem, Lioli. Lioli. That name truly suits you. So, little Lioli, I hope to count on you in the future. Lioli, like that beautiful glass that shatters at the slightest touch. Pretty, but utterly useless. Hearing this, it was obvious it was Arlong. And indeed, as Wu Jian turned to look, it was none other than Arlong. If I am indeed pretty but useless, then pray tell, what does that make you? Who couldn't even outdrink me yesterday? You brat. You, I shall definitely win next time. After a prolonged exchange, Arlong could only begrudgingly utter a harsh remark. Lioli, sounds like a girl-esque name. So, as you wish, I shall call you Wu Jian from now on. I am Jinbei from Fishman Island. Please take care of me. TSK. One must admit Jinbei is indeed an honest fish. Fishman Island, Aladdin. Fishman Island, Chopper. Fishman Island, Bellamy. Following Jinbei, the fishermen on the ship began to introduce themselves. Even Arlong, with a sullen expression, stated, Fishman Island, Arlong. Finally, the leader of Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger, stated plainly, Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger, at least in that moment. The fishermen were expressing their goodwill toward Wu Jian. After a moment of contemplation, Tiger added, By the way, Wu Jian, where is your home? We can take you back, in a way. I've only just managed to escape. How could I return without having some fun first? Tiger, take me with you. I'm quite strong. Strong? What can a child like you possibly do? Oh, little Lioli is so formidable. Is she? Would you care for a little spar? I'm strong. One punch from me, and you'd probably be begging me on your knees not to kill you. Compared to the concern of the other fishmen regarding the latter half of his statement, Tiger stood frozen in place, his mind racing with the implications of Wu Jian's earlier words. I've only just managed to escape. Managed to escape. Wu Jian, where is your home? Tiger's gaze bore into Wu Jian, his tone slightly urgent. This. All the fishmen fell silent, with Aladdin frowning in suspicion while the rest remained perplexed. Wu Jian calmly met Tiger's gaze, smiled and slowly uttered 4 words. Mariehua. Silence. The name Mariehua echoed incessantly in Tiger's ears, and everything suddenly made sense. Why Wu Jian had appeared so pristine upon their first meeting, entirely uncharacteristic of a slave, lacking any signs of injury or distress. Yet even so, a sliver of hope lingered within Tiger's heart. Your identity is, Observing the almost bloodshot eyes of Tiger, Wujian smiled faintly. I am a celestial dragon. Silence. The celestial dragon clan is inherently malevolent. I will personally. Arlong, brother Tiger, this is a celestial dragon. Sit down. Upon hearing Wujian's reply, the entire cabin fell into an instant hush, the air seemingly thickening. The mention of celestial dragon appeared to trigger something, causing all the fishmen and merfolk present to have reddened eyes, their bodies trembling slightly. Arlong's eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed his glare upon Wujian, slamming the table in a fury, ready to leap up and slay him. Only to be halted by Tiger's commanding shout. Tiger's authority was immense, as evidenced by Arlong's begrudging compliance in returning to his seat despite his evident resentment. The other fishmen regarded Wujian with expressions that were a complex tapestry of hatred and confusion. After several deep breaths, Tiger gradually calmed his emotions and looked at Wujian. Why? No reason that I detest the existence of slaves, but as a fellow celestial dragon, I do not wish to employ force against my kin. Though they are repugnant and tarnish the glory of their ancestors, they are still my peers, descendants of the 20 royal families. Thus, for the time being, I do not wish to kill them. Tiger's mind raced, piecing together the inconsistencies that had surfaced. Why did the guards of the Holy Land gradually decrease later on? Why did they all faint? Why, after so long, have we yet to witness the pursuing navy? Were those actions your doing? Indeed. Observing the light-hearted banter between Kazama and Tej, only Aladdin squinted his eyes in speculation, while the other fishmen were left bewildered, their heads filled with question marks. What were these two discussing? Why couldn't they comprehend it? Oh, the headache. Tej had once mentioned that if there was anything unclear, they could inquire of him. With this thought in mind, Jinbei disregarded the tense atmosphere and spoke up. Tej, when you said those were Kazama's doing, what does that mean? In response to Jinbei's inquiry, Tej remained silent, turning his gaze toward Kazama. Why not just ask me? Jinbei, while you were holding off the guards of the Holy Land, did you notice that the reinforcements from the Holy Land dwindled? I did, but so what? Isn't it just a sign of insufficient strength among the guards of the Holy Land? Jinbei scratched his head in confusion. Impossible! That was my command to let you go, and the subsequent fainting of the guards was also my doing. I asked for why there has been no navy pursuit. That too was my order. Furthermore, do not regard me with the same hostility as your enemies. Although I am a celestial dragon, I do not possess a slave. Not only I, but my family has never upheld such a tradition. The fishmen exchanged glances, astonished. Celestial dragons do not seek slaves. A whole family of celestial dragons does not seek slaves. Moreover, they even assisted in their escape. What kind of international joke is this? Had anyone else made such a claim, they would have surely received a slap across the face, accompanied by a lecture on the dark deeds of the celestial dragons. However, when it came from Kazama, it felt different. Have you ever seen a celestial dragon hosting a banquet with fishmen? Tej, we cannot trust him. Everyone knows what celestial dragons are like. How could he possibly have such benevolence? He must be scheming to infiltrate Fishman Island and capture more of our kin. He claims his entire family has no tradition of enslaving others. Can you believe that? As Orin glared angrily, Kazama rolled his eyes. Ha! If my ancestors had a tradition of capturing slaves, or if they were lecherous and shameless like other families, then our Kazama clan would not be reduced to just me as the last descendant. Moreover, it was I who treated your injuries. The atmosphere fell silent once more until a timid voice broke the stillness. Tej, it seems Kazama might be telling the truth. Belido, are you certain? The fishman named Belido shivered under the earnest gazes of everyone. While Mariawa, I heard from the celestial dragons that there exists a family named Kazama, one of high status among the celestial dragons. And quite the anomaly. They not only never capture slaves, but whenever they see other celestial dragons doing so, they admonish them, believing such actions disgrace their ancestors' honor. Furthermore, nearly every generation of this family practices monogamy, resulting in their current dwindling numbers, nearly leading to their extinction, a fact that has been a source of ridicule among the other celestial dragons. Upon hearing the earlier statements, Kazama felt a swell of pride. However, upon hearing the last remark, his expression darkened. Tej and the other fishmen's demeanor softened a bit, Since Kazama is indeed a good person, what harm is there in his celestial dragon identity? Moreover, a celestial dragon who does not discriminate against fishmen and abhors slavery, especially one from a family of high status, might indeed bring substantial aid to Fishman Island. Belido, is what you said true? Indeed, it is that I heard that the sole member of the Kazama family enjoys taking walks at dusk. Hence, the celestial dragon did not take me out with him. He had previously caught sight of another slave being beaten by that celestial dragon. Speaking of this, I have also heard from the slaves that there is a high-ranking celestial dragon who enjoys walking at dusk and despises other celestial dragons who keep slaves. Thus, upon encountering them, he would take action, making dusk the most relaxed time for slaves in the Holy Land. Indeed, I have heard that rumor as well. There are essentially no celestial dragons who take slaves out during dusk. All eyes turn toward Kazama. Don't look at me like that. I have lost count of how many celestial dragons I have fought, aside from Charlos. The fishmen recalled the tales of the past. Among the celestial dragons Kazama had fought, the most formidable was indeed Charlos. For every time he was sent to the hospital by Kazama, once healed, he would ride out again at dusk, only to be sent back to the hospital. It was said that he was the only one who managed to annoy Kazama to the point of him refraining from attacking further. However, Tej, he is a celestial dragon, observing his compatriots' expressions shifting from stormy to clear skies. Even seeing a hint of gratitude in their gazes toward Kazama filled him with rage. Celestial dragons, haven't the humans caused enough harm to Fishman Island? Do you think that just because this Kazama has done a few good deeds, it can compensate for all that? Orin, you also heard it. Although Kazama is a celestial dragon, he is not a bad person. Moreover, he has helped us greatly if we hold malice against him solely due to his identity. Then what difference would there be between us and those humans you so despise, who discriminate against fishmen? Fishman Island, located beneath the Red Earth continent, lies 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. It serves as a bridge between paradise and the New World, thus drawing many pirates to traverse its waters. Coupled with the enchanting mermaids, it frequently faces disturbances from pirates our next destination is Fishman Island. Kazama reclined on a beach chair basking in the sun, while Tej and the fishmen were with him, a small table set between each pair, laden with chilled beer and juice, resembling the affluent young masters seen on luxury yachts on television in the previous era. The size of this ship was impressive. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate so many individuals on deck. To clarify, our next stop is Sabaody. We must first go there to coat the ship. By the way, I owe you my thanks. Initially, I was thinking of bringing my kin directly into the water. After a brief return, I would depart. Now, we can proceed through proper channels and return openly. Had it not been for Kazama's involvement, Tej would never have dared to be so ostentatious. One could never know if the Navy or CP would cause him trouble. Given the world government's nature, they might be waiting for him at Fishman Island. However, since Kazama was with them, it was a different story, especially given his esteemed status. What could the Navy and CP do? Coding. I have heard of it but have never seen it. I'm quite curious, Tej. Ships float on the surface of the sea. So what makes them sink when coated? The coating is filled with air. Logically, it should float. I'm not entirely sure about the principle of coating. It is merely a method passed down through generations. Thus, it has always been done this way. When the topic arose, Tej appeared slightly befuddled. Brother, I am a fishman. Why are you asking me? But aren't you all fishmen? Do you need to coat the ship to return to Fishman Island? Kazama pondered for a moment before responding that if we were returning to Fishman Island, there would be no need for coating, for fishmen can naturally thrive in the sea. However, since Lord Kazama also wishes to accompany us to Fishman Island, coating is necessary, as humans cannot survive underwater. The honest fishman Jinbei explained from the side. We fishmen are the darlings of the ocean, unlike frail humans. Tej furrowed his brows, somewhat displeased. Orin, do not speak in such a manner. There are many powerful individuals among humans, some of whom possess the terrifying strength to obliterate a small island. Scolded by Tej, Orin naturally dared not retort, but Kazama noticed the lingering defiance on his face and said, Orin, do not be so obstinate. I am quite curious. The average fishman possesses 10 times the strength of an ordinary human. Why are there no fishmen at the pinnacle of the ocean? With such a unique racial advantage, why do you not make good use of it? Like you, a fish of your caliber, I could easily defeat you without lifting a finger. Without strength, it is best not to boast about your superiority. It invites disaster. Orin, being a fishman, was known for his fiery temper. For instance, upon hearing Kazama's words, others reflected thoughtfully, but Orin ripped off his sunglasses and glared fiercely at Kazama. Human. Who do you look down upon? Kazama, enjoying the sunlight while wearing sunglasses, did not even lift his head, simply uttering a single word. Freeze. And then, Orin found himself unable to move. His mind remains intact. Yet he finds himself unable to exert control over his own body. He proceeds to the bow of the ship and performs 50 push-ups. Then, amidst the bewildered and wide-eyed stares of the surrounding fish, Aaron obediently completes the 50 push-ups and then walks over to K's side with decorum. You see this. This is the disparity. Are you still unconvinced, Aaron? I understand your desire to protect your kin. But to do so, you must first possess strength. Furthermore, refrain from incessantly propagating your ideology of fishman superiority. Resorting to bullying other weaker humans, instead of confronting those who oppress, you will only exacerbate the hatred between humans and fishmen. If one day a formidable human warrior hears of fishmen oppressing and slaughtering ordinary humans and retaliates by rampaging through Fishman Island, potentially annihilating it, can you shoulder that responsibility? You can justify bullying innocent humans due to the oppression of your kin. Yet those formidable humans would be equally justified in slaughtering ordinary fishmen in response to their kin being bullied by you. Upon finishing, K's released his control over Aaron. I could see that moment. Aaron clenched his fists, bowed his head and widened his eyes, feeling his sharp nails pierce into his flesh without any reaction as blood dripped onto the ground. Aaron's heart faced an intense conflict. Having mingled with Tiger, he had witnessed the terrifying might of humans. Yet, the suffering inflicted upon his kin by humans echoed relentlessly in his heart. His hatred for humans had seeped into his very bones, fueling his desire for revenge. However, he also held a deep affection for Fishman Island. If the situation K's described were to arise, what face would he have left to call himself a fishman? Hey, Tiger, since you're here to take care of me, let's just take the sea route. I'll jump into the sea with you guys. There's no need for any coding. K's words left Tiger momentarily speechless. No, we don't need the coding. Just jump in. Wait, K's, you are human. Lord K's, don't be impulsive. It's merely a coding. It won't take long. Indeed, Lord K's, as a human, you cannot breathe underwater. It's far too dangerous. K's remarks caused cold sweat to bead on the foreheads of Tiger, Jinbei, and Aladdin. Although you claim to despise slavery and will protect us, that is contingent upon your survival. As a member of the Celestial Dragons and their last descendant, we cannot believe the world government is unaware of your presence with us. If anything were to happen to you, our Fishman tribe would likely be buried alongside you. There's no need for concern. How should I put it? I truly can breathe underwater. This statement left the fishmen aboard the ship dumbfounded. That wasn't it said that only fishmen could breathe underwater? Humans seemed incapable of such a feat. Tiger stared at K's, utterly perplexed. K's was a celestial dragon. How could he possibly breathe underwater? Wait a moment. Celestial dragon. Suddenly, a thought struck Tiger. Could it be that you possess fishman blood? Uffed. The soda K's was drinking sprayed directly onto Tiger's face. Watching the fishman's expressions of sudden realization, K's was rendered speechless. That no, how dare you? I could accept it even if you claim I have merfolk blood. Fishman, do you truly believe that with your appearance and demeanor, you could be favored by a celestial dragon? Wait, perhaps it isn't entirely impossible. K's suddenly recalled Rose from the Rose family. Initially, when K's ventured into the first world of the ninja realm, he had mostly been training, yet during moments of boredom, he had explored the scenery there. The landscapes of the ninja realm were mostly quite ordinary, whereas the world of pirates was entirely different, characterized by its peculiarities. For instance, the Fishman Island located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Lord K's, is everything truly all right? The earnest Jinbei anxiously turned to K's. Jinbei, are you ever going to stop? We've been down here for half an hour. You've asked me 28 times already. Do I look like I'm in trouble? K's responded with a hint of frustration. Jinbei, on average, checked on his safety every minute. Even his grandmother wasn't this nagging. Haha, Jinbei is just worried about your safety. Tiger's forehead continued to bead with cold sweat. Although he remained silent, he, along with Jinbei and Aladdin, kept Kazama at the center of their protective circle. Anyone could face danger. But not Kazama, but Kazama, do you truly not possess fishman blood? How is it that you can breathe underwater? And, at such speed, Kazama turned to look at the earnest Jinbei. Let me put it this way. As long as one possesses sufficient strength or can navigate with the ocean currents, or has the requisite skills, then ignoring water resistance underwater is not difficult. Transforming resistance into propulsion is also feasible. As for why I can breathe underwater. At this moment, all the fishmen perked up their ears. For although Kazama vehemently denied it, they believed he indeed possessed fishman blood. In truth, I cannot breathe underwater like a fishman. The reason I can is that water molecules are composed of hydrogen and oxygen atoms. I can decompose seawater into oxygen and hydrogen, allowing me to breathe. Of course, this oxygen is pure. If an ordinary person inhales too much, they're likely to perish. However, who said I am an ordinary person? Ha ha! I am simply extraordinary, the fishman responded with bewilderment. Hydrogen, oxygen, water, pure oxygen, death. What is hydrogen? Can it combine with oxygen to form water? Two gases can form water. What is a molecule? What is an atom? Too much oxygen can lead to death. Their heads began to throb. They wouldn't have to grow brains, would they? Observing the fishmen once again on the verge of mental shutdown, Kazama opened his mouth and finally sighed deeply. Just understand that I can extract oxygen from seawater. So that's how it is. Lord Kazama, if you had said so earlier, I would have understood. Yes, I thought my brain wasn't functioning well. Now it seems it's just because Kazama didn't explain clearly. It appears I'm still quite clever. Kazama replied, as long as you're happy to tea that moment. Tiger suddenly sensed something amiss with the ocean currents, froze for a moment, his pupils constricting, instinctively shielding Kazama. Be careful. All the fishmen abruptly halted, alertly scanning their surroundings. Tiger instinctively tried to push Kazama aside, but found he couldn't budge him. Calm down, Tiger, it's just a sea king. I told you I am quite strong. As he spoke, a bizarre sea king, 1,000 meters long, suddenly surged towards Kazama at an incredible speed, then abruptly halted, slowly adjusting its position. Strangely, this sea king's movements did not disturb the water at all. Not even when it suddenly stopped. Yet, Kazama seemed oblivious to this, continuing to smile as he spoke to Tiger. Perfect. This sea king has impressive horns. Let us sit on its neck and let it carry us. With its horns, we need not worry about the waves. Saying this, Kazama took the lead and sat on the Sea King's neck. The fishermen suddenly envisioned two scenes. One of Aaron bizarrely obeying Kazama's command to do push-ups, and another of Kazama smilingly assuring Tiger of his strength. The fishermen paused for a moment before all sitting atop the Sea King, who would refuse free transport. Seeing that the fishermen had boarded, Kazama nodded in satisfaction, snapped his fingers, and the seawater swiftly parted, revealing a hemispherical space with a diameter of 100 meters. All right, I have no intention of harming you. Fishman Island? Take us there, and I shall grant you your freedom. Let us set off. It must be said that having a sea king as a guide was delightful. Previously, to match the fishman's speed, Kazama couldn't unleash his full potential. Now, his speed increased several-fold, likely allowing them to reach Fishman Island much sooner. Kazama, is this also your ability? Jinbei gazed up at the 100-meter diameter hemisphere, speaking in awe. I told you I am quite strong. But you are not a devil fruit user. Otherwise, you would have lost your strength upon entering the water. Could this be a racial ability of the celestial dragons? Aladdin looked at Kazama in confusion, while the fishmen gazed at him with wide eyes, filled with excitement, pondering if this was a secret of the celestial dragons. Observing the eager expressions of the fishmen, for some reason, Kazama's mind flashed back to the time he called Kakashi and the others to hide in a tree and secretly watch Obito confess to Rin. There seemed to be a peculiar similarity. Upon this realization, Kazama suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How could this be possible? Kazama, so dashing and charming. How could I possibly be likened to this band of fishmen? Cough, cough. This is certainly not a trait associated with the celestial dragons. In my view, aside from their heightened abilities, they are not particularly different from ordinary humans. The talents of the celestial dragons are indeed remarkable. That much is indisputable. According to the standards set by Kazama when he defeated Charlos, few untrained individuals could survive. After all, which ordinary person could withstand a furious punch from Luffy and still remain standing in the original story? So, with all these abilities, what are you? Ah, I am a ninja. Kazama smiled at the assembly of fishmen, fully prepared to receive their astonished gazes, only to find them staring at him in utter bewilderment, whispering among themselves. What is a ninja? I don't know, but it sounds rather impressive that is it a profession. I think it resembles more of a race, much like how we fishmen can thrive in the sea. Ninjas must also possess various wondrous abilities. Indeed, this race seems quite formidable. But wait, didn't Kazama claim to be a celestial dragon? He mentioned other celestial dragons, but did not specify himself. Perhaps he carries the bloodline of a ninja. Ah, that makes sense. You're quite clever. Of course, I was once dubbed the smartest in Fishman Street. Kazama looked on in confusion at this scene, momentarily taken aback. How could this happen? I recall tales of ninjas existing in this world. I remember that in Wano, ninjas are considered a profession. Yet they don't seem to possess the extraordinary abilities like yours, Lord Kazama, as the second in command under Tiger. Aladdin's mind remained sharp. Tiger pondered for a moment. I recall that in the human world, there are indeed legends about ninjas, rumored to possess various miraculous abilities, but aren't they simply legends? Upon hearing Tiger's question, Kazama's smile grew even brighter. Perhaps they were once mere legends. But they are not anymore, for I am here. And amidst their playful banter, Fishman Island had arrived. Haha, who would have thought luck would smile upon us this time? Capturing a stunning mermaid. She is truly a gem. We've struck it rich now, haha. Indeed, boss, this mermaid, if sold to the Sabeti Archipelago slave auction, could fetch at least several tens of millions of berries, right? Several tens of millions? A captain with a mane of black hair glanced over with a hint of disdain. Who do you look down upon? Such a mermaid has not appeared in the auction house for quite some time. She could fetch at least 100 million. Upon hearing the captain's words, the crew redoubled their efforts, eagerly rendering the mermaid unconscious and binding her in a burlap sack, their smiles starkly contrasting with the mermaid's tear-streaked face. The pirates hurriedly made their way towards the ship, preparing to return to Sabaody, eager to sell the mermaid and enjoy a life of luxury, oblivious to the impending danger. Kazama, why are we staying on the ship? Don't you wish to explore Fishman Island? I can take you there. I'm sure Princess Odoheim would be delighted to meet you. Looking at Kazama, who was leisurely reclining on a sunbed, Tiger inquired with confusion, and the other fishmen shared the same sentiment. A few minutes prior, this must be Fishman Island, right? He finally arrived, truly a miracle of this vast ocean. Gazing at this underwater pearl, Kazama's eyes sparkled with admiration and astonishment. All right, you may return now. With that, Kazama waved his hand dismissively, and the prominent Sea King, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, fled without looking back. Come, Kazama, let me show you around Fishman Island. The underwater scenery possesses a charm that land cannot compare to. The group passed through the protective barrier and entered Fishman Island. Oh, how intriguing. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation upon arrival. Tiger, it seems we must first visit another location. Thus, the bewildered fishmen followed Kazama to the docking area for incoming vessels at Fishman Island and boarded a pirate ship. Kazama extended his hand, and a wooden lounge chair materialized from the deck. With a gentle tap of his index finger, a pure white heterochromatic eye appeared. When Xiaobai first emerged, she was startled, but soon sensed a familiar aura and nestled quietly in Kazama's embrace. Are pirates still allowed to enter here? Kazama asked leisurely while stroking Xiaobai, his eyes closed. Although perplexed, Tiger answered Kazama's query. Not all pirates harbor ill will towards Fishman Island. Some merely wish to spend time here without causing disturbances. And they also contribute to the island's economy. I see. Then this ship must not be among those. Please wait. They are already on their way. Before long, the pirates from the ship returned, but as soon as they stepped onto the deck, they were met with a group of fishmen on their ship, with a child lounging in a chair in the middle. What is going on? We have a lounge chair on our ship. The black-haired captain and his subordinates were momentarily taken aback. However, the captain quickly regained composure, replacing his expression with a smile. Haha, Fishman Island is truly beautiful. We shall return another time. But may I ask what your presence on our ship signifies? Have we inadvertently offended Fishman Island? A glint of danger flickered in the black-haired captain's eyes as he scrutinized Tiger, assuming him to be the leader among the fishmen. Yet, to his surprise, once he spoke, the fishmen, including the imposing red fishman, turned their attention to the child lounging in the chair. Fishman Island is indeed beautiful, so might I inquire what is contained within that burlap sack? Kazama asked nonchalantly, his tone remaining light. Tiger and Aladdin narrowed their eyes, aware that Kazama would not speak without purpose. His words suggested that the sack likely contained something undesirable. Having come to this realization, the two, while maintaining their composure, were already prepared for action. It's merely some souvenirs bought from Fishman Island. While not particularly valuable, being located 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, these crafts can fetch a good price on land. On one side, Tiger nodded inwardly. Rarity breeds value. The geographical location of Fishman Island makes it difficult to transport goods out. Thus, the craft from Fishman Island indeed sell well on land. Furthermore, many tourists visiting Fishman Island enjoy purchasing keepsakes. Oh, is that so? Let us take a look. The black-haired captain gradually reined in his smile, casting a glance at Tiger, his voice growing cold. What do you mean by this? I came to Fishman Island as a tourist, and I believe I've done nothing to offend it. On what grounds do you humiliate me? I am a pirate with a bounty of 64 million. Wise up and leave at once. The black-haired piratess words confirmed Tiger and Aladdin's suspicions, and just as they were about to speak, a light, airy word wafted into their ears. Freeze. Aladdin shivered. He had experienced the power of that word before. Aladdin opened that burlap sack. Aladdin frowned. Although somewhat displeased, he complied and approached the sack. In an instant, all the fishman's eyes turned red. Inside the sack was a blue-haired female mermaid, tears streaming down her face. You bastard! You're going to pay for this. Aladdin's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging as he landed a punch on the black-haired captain's face, knocking out several of his teeth. Enraged, the fishmen surged forward. And Kazama also released the pirates from their stasis. After all, there was far more satisfaction in striking a real person than a mere doll he was, after all, quite attuned to the feelings of fishmen. Damn it, boys, take down these scum and sell them into slavery. Realizing their restraints had vanished, the black-haired captain's ferocity ignited as he spat blood and rallied his subordinates to attack. Tiger frowned but refrained from joining the fray. The combat prowess of these pirates was mediocre. There was no need for him to intervene. Tiger approached the blue-haired mermaid, lifting her from the burlap sack. Looking at the unconscious female mermaid, a shadow of uncertainty crossed Tiger's gaze, and he finally sighed deeply. Kazama's earlier words echoed in his mind. If you wish to protect your kin, then you must possess the strength to do so. The battle subsided shortly after. Observing the dejected expression of Tiger, who sat beside the mermaid, the mermen remained silent, only gripping their weapons tightly. I could see that moment. Kazama had already opened his eyes, surveying the injured merman. With a flick of his finger, a soft green glow flickered, and their wounds were instantaneously healed. Following that, their psychological scars were addressed. The merman martial arts were indeed a commendable technique. Prolonged practice could enhance your strength. Merman, you possess incredible speed and agility in the ocean, and you have the capability to survive within its depths. However, these pirates are different. Stripped of their protective coating, they can only meet their demise in the sea. The ocean is inherently your domain. I have heard that the Sea Emperor, Whitebeard, has lent you his title. Yet, you must understand that the true guardians of Fishman Island are none other than yourselves. If you wish to prevent tragedy from recurring, then elevate your strength. Finally, he cast a deep glance at Arlong. Hey, little brother Lioli, what is this adorably peculiar creature with two different colored eyes? Is it a terrestrial animal? Gazed AIE with sparkling eyes at the elegant little white creature resting on Kazama's arm. AIE is the name of the blue-haired mermaid. Initially, it was Tiger and the others who intended to serve as her guides, but the mermen had not returned for many years. Thus, Kazama allowed them to return home first, after which AI volunteered to be his guide. Additionally, Tiger wished to take Kazama to meet Neptune and Odoheim. What a joke! What status does Kazama hold to personally meet them? Is he devoid of any sense of pride? In many respects, Fishman Island indeed possesses a certain charm. The appearances of the mermen and male merfolk seem like a divine play, while the young female mermaids are the meticulous creations of the creator. As some of my former female online friends would say, I wouldn't dare to depict them like this. And yet, there are countless female mermaids here who resemble those appearances they would never dare to create. Yes, this little creature comes in various colors. Generally, their eye colors are the same, but the little white one is somewhat special. Facing the beautiful and kind-hearted mermaid, Kazama did not mind exhibiting a little more patience. May I hold it? Upon seeing AI Yi's eager expression, Kazama pondered for a moment and consented. After all, constantly holding the little white creature, while not exhausting, occupied both of his arms, leaving him little room to play. Sure, but be cautious. The little white one dislikes water. Saying this, Kazama handed the little white creature over. He carefully accepted the little white creature, gently and tenderly stroking it. The pristine, soft fur provided AI with an entirely new sensation. In the sea, she had never encountered such a being. Most creatures of the ocean are fish, either scaly or slimy-skinned. This legitimate terrestrial creature, walking on 4 limbs and covered in fur, was something many residents of Fishman Island had scarcely seen in their lifetimes. Are all terrestrial creatures so adorable? Not all of them, but many certainly are. Dogs are the mainstream pets that I've always wanted to raise a long-tailed tit, but I forgot due to some mishap back then. I shall raise one upon my return. When he first arrived, he was so engrossed in understanding his own state that one day he suddenly remembered this creature and had a boss collect information on all sparrow species. Upon discovering that this world also had long-tailed tits, he resolved to raise one, but then forgot about it. The long-tailed tit, a type of sparrow, is also known as the white troupial. It is an adorable bird. Plump and entirely white, resembling a fluffy ball while perched on branches. Birds, I've seen them. They are winged creatures that can fly, quite large that I once saw one in my childhood. It was so majestic and handsome. Upon mentioning birds, AI became animated, recounting to Kazama the bird she had seen in her youth. It took Kazama a while to realize she was referring to an eagle. Are you comparing sparrows to eagles? Thank you for holding sparrows in such high regard. That was an eagle. Sparrows are quite small and cute. I heard that in a certain country, it almost became a national treasure due to its cuteness. Really? Almost becoming national treasure due to cuteness? I would love to see that. Seeing the yearning and anticipation in AI Yi's eyes, Kazama thought for a moment and extended his right hand. Using chakra to simulate the appearance of a long-tailed tidal look, this is a long-tailed T, just one glance. AI, he was utterly captivated, unable to tear her gaze away from the bird Kazama had manifested with chakra. Because she had ceased stroking it, the little white creature expressed its discontent by nuzzling against AI. This brought AI back to her senses, and she hurriedly comforted the little white one. Apologizing, I'm sorry, little white one. I was too absorbed. Subsequently, she glanced back at the fluffy creature, reluctant to withdraw her gaze, staring at the radiant light emitted by the sun tree eve atop Fishman Island, letting out a soft sigh filled with melancholy. If only I could live on land. Kazama smiled gently. I forced a smile and shook her head. That is too difficult for 800 years. Fishman Island has longed to return to the surface, to live in the sunlight. We've arrived. Come on, sister will take you on a delightful tour of Fishman Island. Observing AI Yi's spirited demeanor, Kazama softly repeated. You will, separation line, Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Tiger, accompanied by his gang of subordinates, disregarded the passers-by as they rushed towards Fishman Street. However, the closer they got, the slower their pace became. Belido and the others, gazing at the familiar scenery, found themselves with tearful eyes. When the scene that had appeared countless times in their dreams materialized before them, it evoked an overwhelming sense of unreality. Watching his subordinates, Tiger's expression grew complex, and he sighed. After so many years away from home, you have all suffered. Now let us return home. The merman trembled, hesitant to advance, until finally Belido stepped into Fishman Street, followed by Heitaro and Holgas. Tiger stood still, observing this scene with satisfaction. Realizing that his efforts had not been in vain as the last silhouette vanished from sight, Tiger turned to Aladdin and Jinbei. Aladdin, Jinbei, aren't you two going home? Huh. Tiger, we grew up in Fishman Street like you. Where we call home. By the way, you must be planning to visit the Dragon Palace, right? Just in time, Jinbei and I can accompany you, Aladdin said with a cheerful grin, while Jinbei scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, Tiger, after all, who would have thought that a celestial dragon would help us? You too, Sai. You two really lack ambition. Can't you settle down earlier? Facing Tiger's playful scolding, Jinbei and Aladdin exchanged glances and said in unison, If Brother Tiger isn't in a hurry, why should we be? Humph. I truly have no way with you two. Well, let's go together. Meanwhile, Arlong stood before a small house, inhaling deeply, forcing down the apprehension within him, and knocked on the door. Immediately, a cautious voice called out, Who? Arlong opened his mouth, revealing a hint of hesitation on his face. Surely, I'm back. Arlong's home was quite simple. A small bungalow with a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. This moment, his younger sister sat in the living room that a table and 2 chairs adorned the space. Has something happened this time? As she offered a cup of hot tea. Shirley, who had grown up alongside her brother, easily sensed that he bore a weighty concern, causing her great unease. In her memory, her brother Arlong had always been fearless. Gazing into the teacup, Arlong's expression became intricate. This time, we encountered a very special human, a celestial dragon. Shirley's pupils involuntarily constricted. The celestial dragons did not possess a favorable reputation in these waters. They were known for their lack of reason and their capacity to impose their twisted desires. Following this, Arlong recounted the events concerning Kazama. Shirley, do you think I am truly inept? Despite lacking strength, I harbor animosity towards all humans. That moment, Kazama's figure resurfaced in his mind. You can despise humans. I have no objections, but to disdain me is what I find contemptible. What does it mean to harbor animosity towards all humanity? Fishman Island is situated beneath the red soil continent of the Shambodi archipelago. Are you unaware of the kind of people residing on the red soil continent? Who are those people on the ground you are unaware of? What kind of individuals predominantly traverse Fishman Island that eludes your understanding? How many of those detritus truly represent humanity? If they constitute more than 90%, then I would harbor no objections to your indiscriminate slaughter of the weaker humans. Such detritus and parasites cannot embody the essence of humanity. Charlie gazed at her brother, her expression a tapestry of emotions. In my heart, you shall forever remain the finest brother. A long silence enveloped Aaron as he pondered deeply. Then, with clenched fists, his gaze regained its resoluteness. Dragon Palace. Tej, is what you say truly factual? How splendid! How splendid! Neptune, did you hear that? There are celestial dragons who do not discriminate against fishmen. Perhaps, in this era, we might once again harbor hope of returning to the land. I always believed it. Humans and fishmen can surely coexist in harmony. Upon hearing the reports from Tej and others, Odoheim's face radiated joy, with even Neptune's eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, let's convene tonight. Allow AI to accompany wind and mist around Fishman Island. This evening, I shall host a banquet in Dragon Palace. Sharkstar, no. Odoheim, you shall personally extend the invitation. I will await you at the entrance of Dragon Palace. Alas, I find myself unable to acclimate to the taste of coffee. Question: if surrounded by beautiful mermaid maidens, what would you do? Answer: ignore them and calmly sip my coffee, perhaps due to Wind's youthful appearance, which still carries a childlike innocence. Those mermaid maidens greeted him with fervor, enthusiastically guiding him through Fishman Island. They eagerly purchased any delectable treats or exciting activities along the way for him. Were Wind truly a child, he might have relished the attention, but he is not. Little Bai was also quite adored by those maidens, his enchanting heterochromatic eyes pleading for Wind's assistance. However, Wind merely cast a fleeting glance at Little Bai before awkwardly averting his gaze. It is well known that the young mermaid maidens are not only strikingly beautiful, but also possess commendable figures. Little Bai, nestled in the embrace of a maiden, found himself in a rather precarious position. Particularly surrounded by a throng of mermaid maidens, in simple terms, it resembled a lone white balloon amidst a cluster of colorful ones. Therefore, you see, I am of no help here, am I? I cannot simply extend my hand to bring you back. Can I? Thus, after a delightful exploration of Fishman Island, the group arrived at the Mermaid CF, claiming they wished to treat Wind to coffee. Speaking of which, Charlie's divinations are remarkably accurate. Would you like to invite Charlie to perform a reading for you? Little Yoli, Wind set down his coffee, glancing at AI and then at Charlie. Admittedly, the physiques in the pirate world are quite perplexing. Nevertheless, Wind maintained a polite smile. No, thank you, that I believe there is nothing in this vast ocean that warrants my concern. Ha ha! What an amusing little rascal you are, boasting at such a tender age. I wonder how many innocent maidens you shall fool when you grow up. How about it? Fishman Island has some adorable little sisters. Would you like me to introduce you to them? AI teased, her big eyes twinkling mischievously as she regarded Wind. In response. Wind offered another courteous smile. Apologies, Wind, may be lecherous, but I am not depraved, observing the dimming sky outside the window. Wind pondered for a moment and inquired, does Fishman Island experience both day and night? Of course, AI replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise as she scrutinized Wind closely. The light on Fishman Island emanates from the sun tree Eve, which transmits sunlight from the surface into the ocean. Thus, when darkness falls on land, Fishman Island inevitably succumbs to night as well. That I see. I must have been a bit foolish. And no wonder AI looked at me strangely earlier. How could I have posed such a simple question? AI, witnessing Wind's utterly baffled expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Throughout the day, this child consistently presented himself with the demeanor of a polite adult, making one feel a compelling urge to tease him. Yet each time they did so, witnessing his amiable gaze and ever-gentle smile made AI feel as though she were the child. It was rare to see him flustered. They have arrived? Arrived? What has arrived? AI gazed outside in confusion, seeing nothing. Wind stood up, nodded at AI, and simultaneously produced a gold brick. AI, I sincerely thank you for your hospitality today. In our discussions, I realize your life is not particularly affluent. Consider this as my token of gratitude. You must strive to live well. In a few years, I shall invite you to the land for some enjoyment. Before AI could fully comprehend the situation, she noticed Wind already making his way outside. Though perplexed, she followed suit. One must always see off departing guests soon. She encountered the royal guard of Dragon Palace. 2 rows of fishmen clad in armor, wielding weapons, flanked a grand carriage adorned with shells and bubbles, drawn by a large royal ribbon fish. At the forefront stood a mermaid lady, garbed in a flowing golden fish gown, her golden hair styled elegantly like that of Chang'e. Is that Princess Odoheim, and the royal carriage typically reserved for the royal family? It approaches. Wait, little Yoli, could Princess Odoheim be here to invite you? Noticing AI's astonishment, Wind chuckled. If my instincts serve me right, it seems to be for me. As he spoke, Princess Odoheim and her entourage arrived before Wind, respectfully bowing as she gracefully addressed him. Wind Lioli, I am Princess Odoheim of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. It has come to my attention that you are visiting Fishman Island, and King Neptune has sent me to invite you for dinner. A banquet has been prepared in the Dragon Palace Banquet Hall, and the king awaits your arrival at the entrance. Wind smiled and nodded. Fishman Island is indeed beautiful. I can only imagine that the Dragon Palace, as the royal city, is equally splendid. That I am quite eager to experience the culinary delights of the Dragon Palace. Seeing Wind's approachable demeanor, Princess Odoheim felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she could sense the kindness in this child's heart, his status still imposed significant pressure on her. I trust you will not be disappointed. Please. After you, Wind stepped onto the royal carriage. He nodded to AI, who remained in a state of shock. It was only after the procession had departed that AI finally regained her composure, hesitating momentarily before summoning her courage to shout, Do not forget your promise. I await your return. Wind's expression darkened slightly, especially when Princess Odoheim, striving to maintain her dignified posture, cast him a glance filled with astonishment and admiration, causing his complexion to deepen further. Though Wind had yet to master the observation hockey, or red mines. He discerned the meaning behind Odoheim's gaze. Is this the celestial dragon? He is so young. Surely he's still a child, right? Are celestial dragons this mature? Could it be they have already made arrangements? Wait, he is still a child. Yet, he is a celestial dragon, with the mannerisms of a celestial dragon. That gaze was complex. Although he couldn't fathom why he understood it, he suddenly grasped it entirely. Do not overthink it. Princess, I have heard of your reputation. Do not tarnish the favorable impression you have made upon me. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your guidance around Fishman Island today. In return, I will invite you to the surface for some fun in a few years. Upon hearing Wind's words, Princess Odoheim initially felt an overwhelming urge to find a deep-sea trench to hide in. Despite her efforts to maintain an elegant demeanor, her cheeks flushed. However, upon hearing Wind's subsequent remark, she turned to face him in a daze, the words echoing in her mind. In a few years, I will invite her to the surface for some FUNAS for decorum. To hell with it. Fishman Island is neither too large nor too small. After providing some explanation, Wind reclined on the sofa of the royal carriage. Closing his eyes, Princess Odoheim, seeing this, dared not disturb him. Before long, the royal carriage arrived at its destination. Observing the seemingly meditative child within, Neptune's eyes sparkled with keen interest as the carriage came to a halt. He approached. King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Knight of the Sea, welcomes Wind Lioli to Fishman Island at that moment. As the carriage halted, Wind slowly opened his eyes. Wind Lioli, do you believe that fishmen can coexist peacefully with humans in this vast ocean? Watching Wind elegantly savoring the exquisite food, Princess Odoheim could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Certainly, it is entirely feasible that humanity's attitude toward fishmen primarily stems from a lack of understanding. This ignorance breeds fear, and those who capture fishmen are but a minuscule fraction of the entire human populace. With greater understanding, the distinctions between the two races diminish significantly as they dined. Wind articulated his thoughts in a leisurely manner. Upon his arrival, Wind Jian exchanged a few pleasantries with the two, only to be enveloped in a heavy silence thereafter. The Neptune couple remained reticent. It was hardly appropriate to expect Wind Jian to initiate conversation. Was it? Unable to discern the nuances of rank and status. You are correct, yet you are also aware of the plight of the fishmen at present, if we were to discuss communication with humans. It seems the residents of Fishman Island, upon setting foot on land, would likely be seized and enslaved. Every year on Fishman Island, there are incidents where humans turn against their fishmen counterparts. Neptune's tone was tinged with bitterness. He understood that more dialogue could dispel misunderstandings, yet what was the reality of Fishman Island? It was chambered. The humans who passed by Fishman Island most frequently were pirates. At this moment, Wind Jian finally lifted his gaze. Casting a glance at Neptune, whose massive form was juxtaposed with a disproportionately small head, then, with an impassive expression, he resumed his meal. Beside him, Princess Odoheim, evidently attuned to the unspoken sentiments within Wind Jian, cautiously inquired. Has Neptune faltered in some regard? As the king of Fishman Island, Neptune truly exerted considerable effort. Wind Jian remained silent, setting down his cutlery, sipping his juice, and then wiping his mouth with a napkin, his eyes coldly regarding Neptune. His tone laced with a biting sarcasm. Effort to render Fishman Island even worse. Neptune instinctively clenched his fists, bowing his head, reminiscing about his myriad endeavors since ascending the throne, a surge of blood rushing to his face. Yet he dared not confront this child, merely keeping his head lowered. Nearby, Tiger, standing a short distance behind Neptune, cast a worried glance at him before shifting his gaze to Wind Jian, whose expression remained frosty, though his brow furrowed deeper. He refrained from uttering a word, sensing that if he spoke now, Wind Jian would certainly show him no mercy, despite the apparent respect Wind Jian held for him in certain aspects. What is the matter? Neptune, you seem unconvinced? At this juncture, Wind Jian's face was a canvas of mockery, and Odoheim pondered her words, yet refrained from voicing them, having sensed the simmering anger within this child. However, this anger lacked malice. Rather, it seemed to stem from a sorrowful recognition of misfortune and a frustration with the state of affairs. Thus, She too wished to hear this child's perspective, as those words escaped Winjian's lips. Neptune's eyes widened slightly, his fists tightening, veins bulging on his arms, his entire being trembling ever so slightly. I don't dare. Within mere seconds, the tremor subsided, yet Neptune's defiance was palpable. Puffed. Don't dare. Winjian regarded Neptune with a bemused expression, observing the latter's continued reluctance to meet his gaze, prompting him to scold. If you truly do not dare, then look me in the eye, suppressing the tempest of emotions within. Neptune managed to raise his head slightly, locking eyes with Winjian. Though his expression was stoic, a storm brewed within his gaze. Now that's more like it. Winjian's demeanor softened a fraction, reclining languidly on the sofa, cradling the small white creature in his arms. Oh, not be disheartened. Neptune, if there are fishmen or merfolk captured on land, that's one thing, but to have them captured on Fishman Island, it piques my curiosity. How exactly do you fulfill your role as king? There's a multitude willing to risk their lives for Fishman Island. Do you not take advantage of that? Do you deem their bravery unworthy of the nobility of Ryugu Palace? In comparison to humans, the innate strength of fishmen is tenfold, capable of thriving in the ocean and breathing underwater. They are by nature favored by the sea. So, I find myself perplexed. How is it that your people are bullied in their own waters? Those humans seize your kin on Fishman Island? I am genuinely curious. Is it truly so difficult to have the fishmen or merfolk pursue them and disrupt their vessels? We are a mere 10,000 meters beneath the sea. At this depth, even those so-called emperors of the sea would struggle to survive without their protective coatings, let alone those with special abilities. Under such circumstances, how can you allow your subjects to be taken by humans on your own territory? You claim you are not doing a poor job as king. Odoheim asserts that you are striving diligently. Striving for what, exactly? To find a protector for Fishman Island, perhaps one like Whitebeard, who has a penchant for adopting sons. I have seen the flag of Whitebeard hoisted above Fishman Island, yet it remains entirely vulnerable to danger. I have heard that before the flag was raised, there were rampant pirate raids. Are you suggesting that with Whitebeard gone, you still need to seek out another protector for Fishman Island? If that is the case, why not just become a son to Whitebeard directly? Coincidentally, I know of a king from another race who has willingly become a slave, taking his entire nation along. Perhaps you should take a page from his book. Shall I provide you with a contact address? Surely, you would find much common ground. Winjian's words, laced with barbed wit, left Neptune flushed with indignation, his entire being, no, the entirety of the fishmen, teetering on the brink of eruption. Each of Winjian's remarks pierced Neptune's heart like daggers. Odoheim watched Neptune with concern, her lips parting several times to offer comfort, yet ultimately remaining silent, her eyes filled with sorrow. Tiger maintained his stoic expression, yet the other fishmen, serving as guards, displayed a range of emotions. Jinbei wore a solemn countenance. Aladdin remained impassive. Arlong's expression was icy, his gaze towards Neptune filled with discontent, while the youthful Hody Jones regarded Neptune with not only dissatisfaction, but also disdain and a hint of murderous intent. I joined Tiger and the others on this return journey primarily to observe Fishman Island and to meet you, the king, gazing at Neptune, whose face was flushed and glistening with tears. Winjian remarked coolly, while I am discontented with your actions, it is commendable that you still possess a sense of shame. Recognizing one's shortcomings is the first step towards improvement. But by the way, Neptune, I once heard a tale. Would you care to listen? This abrupt shift in tone left the assembled fishmen momentarily bewildered. Wait, my good sir, you were just commanding the moral high ground with calm detachment, holding the king accountable. That was quite impressive. Now you're brimming with anticipation. Do you not find this transformation a tad too swift? Neptune blinked, caught off guard. I was on the verge of tears from shame. And now you wish to share a story? Yet upon seeing Winjian's eager expression, he chose to follow his heart. It goes like this. There were two races, one feeble and the other formidable. The powerful sought to annihilate the weak, facing one another directly. The disparity in strength akin to that between the Emperor of the Sea and the pirates of the East Blue, with bounties of millions. Now, can you guess how the weaker race managed to survive for a time? Neptune fixed his gaze on Wen Jian's expression, his lips twitching slightly. Nevertheless, he was genuinely intrigued, as were the other fishmen, their curiosity piqued. For within that weak race, a member discovered a means by which both races could perish together. Thus, he warned the strong race that should his people be invaded, he would activate this method without hesitation. Upon uttering this, a smile crept onto Wen Jian's lips, eliciting a range of expressions from the gathered fishmen. At that moment, Odoheim perceptively remarked, "You mentioned that this weaker race survived for a time. Did it ultimately face extinction?" "Yes, eventually a fragile peace was maintained between the two, with that individual threatening the strong race by offering them numerous technologies. The strong race understood that if they did not comply, he would indeed bring about their mutual destruction. Subsequently, the strong race began to display friendly overtures, investing many years to prove themselves, ultimately convincing about half of the weaker race's populace that they were indeed peace-loving. They then orchestrated a scenario wherein a Na'vi fool from the weaker race was granted control over this means. The moment she assumed power, the strong race's assault commenced. Tiger furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself any longer. Surely, there were no lucid minds among that weaker race. The sudden inquiry momentarily took Wen Jin aback, yet he soon smiled. Indeed, there were several contenders vying for control over this means. Aside from that Na'vi fool, the others were well aware, yet they lacked the fame of the foolish one. Thus, the other candidates collectively urged her not to pursue the position, warning her of the heavy burden it entailed. Should she succeed, she would be required to remain at the border, watching the enemy until her twilight years. It was deemed unsuitable for her. Observing the expressions of the fishmen, Wen Jian decided not to prolong the suspense. Ultimately, the Na'vi fool believed those individuals were deceiving her, thinking they were merely vying for power. Once the tale concluded, Wen Jian turned to Neptune. "Allow me to impart 2 pieces of wisdom. First, seek peace through struggle, and peace shall endure. Seek peace through compromise, and peace shall perish. Second, strike the first blow to avoid 100 retaliations. Lastly, you might want to discard the flag of Whitebeard sooner rather than later." With such unique talents and geographical advantages, seeking the protection of pirates is quite disgraceful. "Are you certain?" On the expansive balcony of Ryugu Palace, Wen Jian reclined on a sunbed, cradling the small white creature in his arms. The sunlight filtering through the depths of the ocean felt delightful, though the absence of wind was somewhat disconcerting. As Kazama diligently stroked the creature in his arms, he spoke with a casual demeanor. "Well, I made up my mind." Gazing at the sky beyond Fishman Island, Tei's eyes brimmed with yearning. "Previously, I was an adventurer, longing for the world above the sea. Thus, I traveled far and wide, only to be sold into slavery. To be honest, after I escaped, my perspective shifted. Rather than aligning myself with Lady Odoheim, I now advocate for a severance from humanity." Tei's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, as Kazama listened quietly. He understood that when someone is willing to share the painful chapters of their past, the best course is to remain silent and attentive. "However, your arrival has sparked a different line of thought within me. Initially, I merely hoped you could help improve life on Fishman Island. Yet as time passed, you truly opened my eyes to new possibilities." With that, Tei suddenly broke into a warm smile, one that reflected the release of long-held burdens. "Consequently, I wish to continue the journey I left unfinished, to explore the land and witness the Grand Line, to see the vast oceans, to discover if there are whales as large as islands, to encounter giants and other peculiar races, and to meet the humans of the surface." In that moment, Tej seemed to have fully let go of his past. He leaned against the railing, gazing at the sun of Fishman Island. The light passed down from the sun tree eve. Kazama looked up at Tej and pondered for a moment. "I understand your reasoning, but why must you set sail under the pirate flag, as the Sun Pirates?" "Because of that mark," Tej replied, lifting his shirt to reveal the brand that signified his status as a slave of the Celestial Dragons. "Though thanks to you, the world government and navy might overlook us, this mark still remains. Therefore, I intend to cover it with a sun-shaped tattoo, symbolizing our complete liberation from the identity of slaves." Observing Tei's earnest explanations, Kazama couldn't help but roll his eyes. That the crux of the matter? "What I mean is, why must you sail under the name of pirates? Huh. Aren't pirates the freest souls upon these seas? Tej replied, bewildered, as Kazama mirrored his confusion. Who told you that? As fellow former slaves, Kazama remarked. Tej, you've changed. I remember you being quite astute. Have you perhaps been influenced by Jinbei? Is living under the constant pursuit of the Navy truly freedom? Tej, with a puzzled expression, retorted, pursued by the Navy, but haven't they ceased to concern themselves with our identities? Besides, we have committed no crimes. Seeing Tej still somewhat perplexed, Kazama sighed deeply. Speaking with gravity, Tej, capturing pirates is the Navy's duty. Now tell me, if the Navy ordered you to halt your ship for inspection, would you comply? I would not. Thus, when the Navy encounters a new pirate flag with no bounty, they typically adopt a state of alert and require the vessel to heave to for inspection. If you refuse to cooperate, they may open fire. Would you simply wait for destruction? And once the conflict ensues, it would inevitably result in Navy casualties, turning your innocence into guilt, unless you believe the lives of the Navy hold no value. On the balcony of the Ryugu Kingdom, Kazama and Tej engaged in a profound exchange regarding their impending voyage, sharing their opinions fully. Ultimately, both parties reached a consensus to embark once more under the banner of adventurers, concluding their discussion in a cordial and friendly atmosphere. Outside Fishman Island, the pressure of the deep sea, a staggering 10,000 meters down, was immense, yet posed little challenge to the fishmen, who were born as the ocean's favored. In these depths, a sawshark fisherman awkwardly practiced fishman karate. Posture straight. Feel the currents. Striking the water is not merely about pushing it away. You must learn to harness your own strength. Ha! Jinbei, I never realized how chatty you could be. Arlong replied sarcastically, though he earnestly adjusted his movements according to Jinbei's guidance. I am not being chatty, Arlong. These are crucial details. If not mastered, one can easily falter in battle, though I may not have favored you in the past. You are a fellow countryman of Fishman Island, and your willingness to learn fishman karate to protect our home brings me solace. I am sure Brother Tej will be pleased to witness your growth. Seeing Jinbei's earnest expression, Arlong couldn't help but feel exasperated. Yet he continued to retort, when did this indecisive fool have the right to lecture me? If my memory serves me right, after Brother Tej's incident, it was you who suggested seeking refuge with the Whitebeard pirates, wasn't it? And then, coincidentally, Whitebeard arrived and took a liking to Fishman Island, allowing his flag to rise smoothly here. Arlong, you should refer to him as King His Majesty Neptune. Hearing the mockery in Arlong's tone, Jinbei replied sternly, furthermore, seeking the protection of the Whitebeard pirates was for the sake of Fishman Island. I had no selfish motives. Whitebeard has always been benevolent, and after he lent his flag to us, the security of Fishman Island indeed improved significantly. Even when facing Lord Kazama, I feel no regret for my actions Jinbei, that Kazama once mentioned a term called 3 surnamed house slaves. Today, Fishman Island can seek the protection of Whitebeard. But what will happen when he is gone? Will we then seek refuge with yet another sea emperor? Unlike those precarious humans in the New World, we possess our own kingdom and are located in a position of advantage. Kazama is right. At this depth, those sea emperors who have consumed devil fruits may not gain the upper hand. We fishmen inherently possess strength tenfold that of humans. Why should we rely on others for protection? As Arlong spoke, his movements grew fierce. With a swift motion of his right hand, a massive current of water began to surge in the direction of his hand, and with a powerful thrust, a thunderous roar echoed as a momentary void appeared before his right hand. This made Jinbei's gaze sharpen that Arlong's talent was average. Yet during this period, he exhibited remarkable efficiency, fully immersing himself in practice to the point of neglecting the passage of time. Coupled with some prior foundation, he had made immense progress in just a few short days. Today is the day Brother Tej has set for gathering. I do not wish to argue with you. I know my strength is still lacking. My attacks barely breach half a meter. But so what? Fishman Island is not short of those willing to sacrifice for their kin. Just because my current strength is insufficient does not mean that the strength of the fishmen will always be lacking. Who dares claim that we fishmen cannot protect Fishman Island through our own power? Fishman Street, a place where mermaids seldom tread. Though mermaids and fishmen belong to the same race, in Kazama's eyes, they seemed on the verge of a split. Mermaids generally do not consume fish, and with few other types of sea creatures, they subsist mainly on seaweed and other plant-based foods, as well as some shellfish. Moreover, mermaids possess the ability to communicate with ordinary fish. Fishmen, on the other hand, are typically voracious fish eaters. It is said that even kind-hearted fishmen who refrain from eating fish can communicate with ordinary fish, though the truth of this remains uncertain. After discussing with Neptune and Odoheim, Neptune personally invited a renowned fishman karate master to Fishman Island. With Tage's assistance, a recruitment drive was conducted on Fishman Island, which went smoothly due to Tage's prestige, drawing many followers. However, this did not include the compatriots rescued by Tage. The center of Fishman Street, a large fire blazed, and within the flames lay a massive, glowing hot branding iron. Kazama felt a shiver run down his spine. He had initially thought Tage and the others would use tattoos to cover that mark, but it seemed he had underestimated their resolve. Tage gazed at the fire, its flames taking on shapes in his eyes, concealing the complexity within that he removed his shirt, his expression impassive as he grasped the scorching sun-shaped branding iron, pressing it firmly against his skin. As the hot iron met flesh, thick plumes of smoke billowed forth, and Tage's body trembled. Yet he gritted his teeth, not uttering a single sound. After a prolonged moment, Tage's body gradually calmed. He set the iron down and revealed the mark of the sun, the brand of the celestial dragons, now erased. Everyone, I shall not say much more that I in the past. We all endured great suffering and lost hope in the world. We shared a common hatred for humanity and the world, and have all been slaves, subjected to torment. However, that is all in the past. Subsequently, Jinbei, Aladdin, Aaron, and Belito, one by one, the fishmen stepped forward, brandishing branding irons to mark themselves with the emblem of the SUNNO. Words were spoken, and silence enveloped the gathering. Each fishman quietly performed this ritual one after another. The Tianlong's hoof vanished, replaced by the emergence of the sun. Once all the fishmen had completed this act, one of them stared vacantly at the sun emblems on his companions' bodies, then glanced at the sun emblem on his own chest. There once lay a mark that had brought him endless humiliation. Now, it disappeared as if by contagion, prompting one fishman after another to burst into tears. Initially, there were merely soft sobs, but soon they escalated into wailing cries in Dragon Palace. Yahim, who was assisting Neptune with recruitment matters, suddenly lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she gazed in the direction of Fishman Street. Yahim, what is the matter? It's nothing, Neptune, that I'm truly happy. I really am. Our brethren on Fishman Street have endured too much suffering. Now is truly over. What awaits them is a new life, and I couldn't be happier. Neptune looked at Yahim, then at the recruitment list on his desk. The mocking visage of Kazama resurfaced in his mind, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. This is merely the beginning. The entire Fishman Island shall embrace a new life. One day, we shall see the sun. On the balcony, Kazama slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing his sensing technique, and lowered his head to continue stroking. Shao Bai, do you think they truly do not feel pain? Time always passes swiftly, akin to the agony endured during the branding by the Sun Pirates, and not long after, Kazama and his companions had already spent a week on Fishman Island. Shall we not stay a while longer? Observing the Sun Adventure group of fishmen standing at the exit of Fishman Island, Neptune's expression grew complex, tinged with reluctance. These could be deemed the elite forces of Fishman Island. He truly felt a pang of sadness. Your Majesty, we have long since made our decision. Very well then, such a pity. This is the ship I prepared for you, already coated with a protective film. Please do not refuse. Tiger would, of course, not decline, for he was rather impoverished. Furthermore, Kazama, according to your request, I have prepared a large shell that can serve as a bathtub, which is also placed on the ship. The bathtub on board is made from the same shell that Kazama nodded, devoid of any desire to converse with Neptune. What needed to be said had already been articulated, and there was naught left to discuss. Then, thank you, Your Majesty, and no need for thanks. It is my duty. After exchanging pleasantries with Neptune, Tiger turned to Kazama. By the way, Kazama, you have yet to experience sailing properly in the deep sea, have you? Upon seeing Kazama nod, Tiger let out a hearty laugh. In that case, you must have this experience this time. He then addressed his crew. Thus, Sun Adventure Group, let us set sail. The scene shifts. The voyage upon the sea was dull and monotonous. Meow, ta-da. Indeed, you find it boring too, don't you? Xiao Bai. I feel as though life has suddenly lost its meaning. Sitting at the bow of the Sun Adventure Group's ship, Kazama held a black fishing rod. Fishing was not something Kazama excelled at. In 3 lifetimes, he had caught no more than 5 fish, and even those weighed less than a pound. Meow. Sensing her master's discontent, Xiaobai tilted her head and gazed at Kazama for a moment before scampering into the cabin. Returning with a ball in her mouth, her mismatched eyes eagerly fixed on Kazama. Glancing at Xiaobai and then at the bobbing float that had been motionless for over 2 hours, Kazama contemplated briefly, then summoned the sea water to bring Aaron up to the surface. Dazed, Aaron looked on as Kazama tossed the fishing rod beside him. Weren't you practicing sensing the ocean currents? Take this. Once you can swing the fishing rod in the water, your perception of the currents will be perfected. Then, leaving Aaron in a state of bewilderment, Kazama turned to play with Xiaobai. Aaron stared at the fishing rod in his hands, hesitating to grip it for fear of breaking it. After a moment's consideration, he eventually submerged silently into the sea to train. It must be said that the fishmen and merfolk aboard the ship had been particularly diligent lately, especially after Kazama had provided them with a method for harnessing armament hockey. Sigh. Accepting the ball pushed by Xiaobai, Kazama sighed once more. Boredom had once again taken hold of him, seeing her master in distress. Xiaobai pondered for a moment, then called out to Kazama before leaping onto the deck where he often lounged. Kazama was taken aback, then broke into a grin as he got up from the ground. Embracing Xiaobai and collapsing onto the lounge chair, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Ah, how comfortable, Xiaobai. Indeed, I am not suited for exercise. In my past life, I was constantly engaged in battles. Cannot I enjoy a leisurely life in this one? Perhaps sensing Kazama's ennui, a ship drew near. Although it did not fire cannons, the skeletal flag emblazoned with flames made its identity unmistakable as the 2 ships neared. A massive flame surged forth from the pirate ship, accompanied by the words, "Fire Fist." Underwater, the fishmen had long noticed this pirate vessel. However, with countless pirates roaming the Grand Line, they were disinclined to intervene unless provoked. Observing the pirates launch an attack, Jinbei's expression hardened. Fishman Karate Ocean Current Strike. Manipulating the currents with both hands, he forcefully launched an upward attack, intercepting the fireball in mid-flight with a wall of water. The mere mention of Fire Fist sparked a flicker of recognition in Kazama's eyes. Ace. Is it you, Ace? However, the glimmer quickly dimmed. The age and timeline did not align, and according to his sensing technique, this was merely an ordinary pirate. Sigh. Watching the fishmen prepare to breach the pirate ship, Kazama sighed. Although somewhat disappointed, he found it useful nonetheless. Water release, water prison. Clenching his right fist gently, the vast sea responded, forming a colossal, rapidly spinning water sphere that enveloped the pirate ship. The pirates continued attacking the water sphere. Hey everyone, this thing seems to be a Logia type. Leave it to me that I have some ideas I wish to test. Saying this, Kazama instantly transported himself onto the pirate ship. TSH, just a kid. Hey little brat, this ISNT where you belong. Go back to your mother for milk. Haha. Little brat, our captain, the Inferno Flame Buransuo, boasts a bounty of 150 million berries. A notorious pirate. If you know what is good for you, surrender quickly, and we can spare some lives? Ha! Staring at the raucous pirate crew, Kazama was utterly bewildered. Were they always this bold? Did they not know that Logia types feared water? Did they not realize they were surrounded by water? Did they not see how I arrived via teleportation? Who granted them such courage? There was no Yang Jingru in this world. Stunned for a moment, Kazama lost interest in conversing with them. It was simply his mother did not allow him to play with fools. Kazama impatiently turned his gaze to their captain. It must be said that this captain had at least some wits about him, his expression betraying a sense of trepidation as he regarded Kazama. Illusion technique void. Gazing at this child, the captain, whose bounty exceeded 100 million, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had lost control over his own body. In his observation hockey, Kazama appeared to be an ordinary person with a faint presence. Yet he had just teleported in, Wielding such peculiar abilities, if he were to be thrown into the sea now, he would undoubtedly perish. Would release with spike technique. A wooden shard sprouted from Kazama's hand, which he casually hurled towards Branduo. In the instant the wood exploded, no blood emerged. Buransuo's body transformed into flames. Seeing this, Kazama nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You're indeed a flame fruit user. Coincidentally, I conducted numerous experiments at home. However, due to the lack of Logia types, many of my ideas were never realized. So I must trouble you to end Buransuo's grave gaze. Kazama wore a smile that exuded an air of nuclear kindness. Hey, you little brat, what do you intend to do to our captain? Even the least intelligent of the pirate crew could sense that something was amiss, and they hastily brandished their weapons in loyalty. Are these pirates truly this loyal? They remain oblivious to the fact that their captain has fallen under my illusionary control. That is of little consequence. Kazama casually cast a glance, and in an instant, the henchmen transformed into mere statues, their eyes wide with terror that a few years ago I sought out numerous pirates to experiment with my various abilities. I was uncertain of the differences my ninjutsu might exhibit in this world. However, the natural type individuals I yearned to capture eluded me. Thus, I'm truly grateful to you, and I shall endeavor to grant you a swift end. My right hand morphed into a blade, and with a gentle slice, Buransuo was cleaved in two, divided at the waist, flames bursting forth in the middle, only to restore itself in the blink of an eye. Kazama lightly tapped his abdomen, exerting no force, yet this time Buransuo did not elementalize that it appears he possesses immunity to ordinary attacks. Passively, yet ordinary contact bore no effect. Truly, is it the flames that bewitch? A bold thought crossed my mind. Kazama clapped his hands, and before him, a brilliant light appeared. In the midst of Buransuo's cold sweat, he gently placed his hand upon his abdomen once more. Sealing fire technique. Countless intricate seals crawled over Buransuo's body, pausing for a brief moment before vanishing. TSK, does it not trigger? Then, how about this? Once more, Kazama cleaved Buransuo in half, and seizing the moment before he could recover, Kazama invoked the sealing fire technique anew. This time, a torrent of flames erupted from the fractured point of Buransuo, wildly converging towards the center of the technique in Kazama's palm. Buransuo's eyes, filled with dread, reflected his awareness of his rapidly depleting stamina. Kazama's gaze suddenly rippled, and then he dispelled the sealing fire technique, employing the Hungry Ghost Path. The ability of the Hungry Ghost Path can also be utilized. What of Chakra's efficacy against natural types? And what of Sage techniques? How about Inyan release? What of Inyan creation? The six paths power in the vast sea. Brother Tiger, is it wise to allow Lord Kazama to face that natural type wielder alone? Jinbei cast a worried glance at Tiger. If anything were to befall this nobleman, the existence of Fishman Island would indeed be rendered moot. Of course, I do not question Lord Kazama's strength. However, the abilities he has showcased thus far have primarily been in healing. I remain uncertain whether he can adeptly wield the Conqueror's haki demonstrated that day as for his ability to manipulate trees. It has not exhibited any discernible offensive qualities. Jinbei, perhaps you ought to concern yourself more with your own affairs. Arlong sneered as he regarded Jinbei. Think for a moment. If all else fails, just gaze upon that colossal water sphere. Do you truly believe Kazama could not handle even the pirates of the Grand Line? Tiger, too, regarded Jinbei thoughtfully. Can you not see the massive water sphere, 300 meters in diameter, 10 meters thick, and spinning at high velocity? Sigh, Jinbei, this fishman possesses many admirable traits, but his intellect is somewhat lacking. Do not fret, Jinbei. Kazama's prowess exceeds your imagination. Much like the Conqueror's haki from that day, the Holy Land Guardians fell before us, while we merely felt a touch of discomfort. Such strength is not commonplace. Aladdin added in reassurance. Nevertheless, Brother Tiger, given Lord Kazama's unique status, perhaps we should ascend to observe. Noticing the worry etched on Aladdin and the others' faces, Tiger pondered. Very well, let us ascend to take a look. Jinbei, Aladdin, follow me. The rest of you continue your training, and Arlong, you too shall come in the sea. There is little that can harm fishmen. Even a great whirlpool is merely a playground for the children of Fishman Island. In contrast to the towering waves and whirlpools that terrify humans, the rapidly spinning water sphere would indeed be uncomfortable for a human, but for fishmen, it is merely a trivial matter, entering in the direction of the swirling waters. Several of them leaped onto the deck as they were lifted into the air by the currents. There, they beheld Buranzo pinned to the ship, and Kazama, deep in contemplation. Jinbei stood bewildered, glancing between the pensive Kazama and the terror-stricken pirate impaled on the ship. Alongside the henchman who, though petrified, remained silent. For a moment his mind struggled to comprehend the scene. Ahem, Lord Kazama. What is this? Tiger, equally perplexed by the unfolding spectacle, opted for the most straightforward approach. He inquired directly. I am experimenting with the efficacy of my abilities against natural types. To prevent him from disturbing me, I use an illusion to sever his and those wretches' control over their bodies. You may interpret it as a binding technique. Oh, I see. Tiger nodded, half comprehending. Then you are now... I suddenly recalled a rather serious inquiry. Kazama furrowed his brow and looked up at Tiger. Tell me, do devil fruits affect the body or the soul? If they pertain to the body, then why do devil fruits reincarnate somewhere after a person's heart ceases to beat? Conversely, if they influence the soul, how could Blackbeard acquire Whitebeard's abilities? Wait, at the moment of Whitebeard's heart stopping, generally speaking, the brain would irreversibly enter a state of death 5 minutes thereafter, and total brain death would occur after 8 minutes. Based on Kazama's research from years past, typically, upon the heart ceasing to beat, the soul enters a dormant state, gradually weakening until brain death results in complete soul annihilation. Thus, Whitebeard's soul had not yet perished. Body-soul, this remains a mystery to me. Tiger pondered for a moment before responding resolutely. Jinbei appeared to still be in a state of mental haze, while Arlong expressed indifference to such musings. Aladdin contemplated. According to legends from these waters, devil fruits are said to harbor demons that if one were to consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously, the 2 demons would engage in battle, resulting in the user exploding. From this, we cannot ascertain whether devil fruits pertain to the body or the soul. Have you conceived of something? Noticing the change in Kazama's eyes, Aladdin inquired. Astonished, Kazama nodded. I have formulated some ideas, but further experimentation is necessary. Speaking thus, Kazama approached Buransuo and gradually ascended until he was at a height where he could press his hand upon Buransuo's head. Alas, in the pirate world, the disparity in height is absurd. While the celestial dragons are nearly all of ordinary stature, in the face of Buransuo and his henchmen's terrified gazes, Kazama placed his hand upon Buransuo's head. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed into a chilling blue. The vast reservoir of mental energy coalesced in his palm, taking the form of a nascent, tender soul. This soul was then infused into Buransuo's body. Upon withdrawing his hand, the terror in Buransuo's eyes gradually morphed into a numbing emptiness, reminiscent of a being devoid of a soul. What is this? The vacant stare evoked unsettling memories for Tiger. He had witnessed far too many such expressions during those days. I have created an entirely new soul to inhabit his body. I wish to observe what transpires if this soul consumes a devil fruit. Kazama's light-hearted words caused Tiger's brows to furrow, his mouth opening in surprise. Yet he remained silent. Naturally, this did not escape the gaze of those with the ability of the rebirth eye, and after a moment's reflection, Kazama discerned Tiger's concerns. Rest assured, I have not granted this newly formed soul consciousness. In other words, this nascent soul will function like a machine, obeying only my commands. Having said this, Kazama once more summoned the wind to form a blade, striking Buransuo anew. Upon witnessing the flames erupting outward, Kazama could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. So, what experiment do you wish to conduct? At this juncture, Jinbei finally regained his composure. Quite simple. Kazama smiled casually, producing a devil fruit. Is it not sufficient to let him consume one? Aladdin gazed at the devil fruit in Kazama's hand, his lips twitching involuntarily. Good heavens, is this the extravagance of the celestial dragons? If memory serves, a devil fruit starts at a price of 100 million berries. Speaking of which, even an ordinary fishman in Sabaody would struggle to fetch such a sum, though mermaids might surpass that price. If I recall correctly, a devil fruit begins at 100 million berries. Lord Kazama, are you not concerned about failure? As soon as Jinbei voiced this, he noticed his companions regarding him with peculiar expressions, while Kazama's inscrutable gaze left him perplexed. What is it? Tiger? Aladdin? Arlong? Why do you all look at me like that? Jinbei, 100 million berries is indeed a significant amount, but why do you assume it is substantial for Lord Kazama? Upon being reminded of Aladdin, Jinbei remained in a state of bewilderment, prompting Arlong to scoff. Just think about that guy's identity. What a fool! It was only at this moment that Jinbei finally appeared to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Kazama wore a complex expression, momentarily unsure of how to face Jinbei. Alas, Jinbei, as a celestial dragon, why would you worry about my wealth? Are celestial dragons not synonymous with power, status, and riches in these waters? I can't help but wonder if I've erred in some way. Furthermore, I do not possess any worthless devil fruits that can only fetch 1 or 2 billion. The one I hold is the Zoan type. Nico no Mi, tiger form, which to me is rather unremarkable. Were it not for a predecessor who had an affinity for tigers generations ago, this item would never have graced my family's treasury. Additionally, we have the Nico no Mi, snow tiger form, golden tiger form, black tiger form, and an ancient species saber-toothed tiger form, as well as the giant tiger form and the mythical beast forms of white tiger, Tianwu, and Xiongqida. Right, the last 3 mythical beast forms were not collected by that ancestor, but were gathered by my family's forebears. From 3 generals who served under one of the original 20 kings. They were brothers, and after their demise, our ancestor ordered the collection of their fruits. Such a simple statement plunged the 4 mermen into a state of mental paralysis. At that moment, their understanding of the term celestial dragon deepened profoundly. Listen, does this even sound like human speech? A Zoan-type devil fruit of a tiger should fetch at least 3 billion, right? The ancient type should at least be worth 10 billion. And yet, their ancestor had a fondness for tigers, and thus commanded their collection. In these seas, who does not know how difficult it is to procure a devil fruit, as the pirate minions watch their captain being toyed with like a doll? The light in their eyes dimmed, internally bracing themselves for this uncanny child to dismiss them once he was done. However, upon discovering that this child was a celestial dragon, their light faded completely, their faces turning ashen. After spending so long in these waters, who does not understand the nature of celestial dragons? Just look at this child. He appears to be no more than 10 years old. And yet, he uses the captain for various experiments. Now, they were left with but one thought. If I can survive, I shall remain at home quietly and never run amok again. Alas, no one cared about their sentiments. Kazama, what is wrong with your eyes? Just as Kazama turned to look at Jinbei, Teish suddenly noticed that Kazama's eyes had transformed into an icy blue with white edges around the pupils, radiating outward from the center. It resembled beautiful cracks on a blue ice surface. Oh, this is called the rebirth eye, possessing the powers of creation and destruction. It is a form of ocular technique that allows one to observe the changes in a soul with greater detail. The powers of creation and destruction. These 7 simple words caused the pupils of the mermen to constrict. Based on their understanding of Kazama, this statement could not merely be idle talk, even if he did not reach such heights. He must certainly possess considerable strength. Of course, this is just a claim. While these eyes do indeed hold certain powers of creation and destruction, it is not as exaggerated as you might think. Creating a soul island or destroying an island or moon is feasible, but beyond that, it becomes challenging. Arlong blinked in surprise, his eyes filled with intense desire. If he possessed such power, who would dare infringe upon Fishman Island? In the eyes of the merman, there was only shock. Do not think too much. While these eyes possess formidable abilities, they cannot function without the requisite strength. If I were to grant you such eyes, you might at most be able to use some basic abilities. Perhaps with a sacrifice of life, you could instantaneously clear a super small island housing a few hundred households. Kazama chuckled softly, then turned, handing the devil fruit in his hand to Belejuo. Consume ITS, a soul created by Kazama. It had not yet been granted independent consciousness, possessing only basic instincts and obedience to Kazama's commands. Thus, upon hearing Kazama's words, Belajuo promptly swallowed the devil fruit. Simultaneously, the four mermen jumped backward, merging into a water sphere. Kazama turned his head, his expression darkening as he said, "What do you mean by that?" Seeing that no explosion had occurred, the four fishmen exchanged glances and then returned to the deck. Ahem, was it not fear of a sudden explosion? Tej chuckled awkwardly. With me in front, why would you be afraid of being blown up? However, it would be rather inappropriate to be covered in blood, would it not? Aladdin chuckled. Then are you not afraid of getting blood splattered on yourself? Kazama's face darkened further. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Jinbei scratched his head, given the prowess demonstrated by Master Kazama. It should not result in any blood splatter, right? The atmosphere fell into silence. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, and under the terrified expressions of the mermen, Jinbei seemed to be struck by something, crashing into the water sphere. Yet this terror lasted less than a second, as they discovered that after a moment of daze, Jinbei jumped back, realizing it was Kazama. Master Kazama, did I err in any way? Upon returning to the deck, Jinbei asked in confusion. No, I was merely annoyed, Kazama replied flatly. Yes, one of the prominent figures in the shinobi world. Having lived 3 lives, he no longer easily succumbed to anger. His heart had long since grown as cold as Orochimaru's dissection knife. Oh, by the way, Master Kazama, what was that technique you just used to strike me? It was so marvelous. You did not even move, yet I felt a repulsive force. Although I was knocked away, it did not hurt at all. It was truly remarkable. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Tej wore a face of disbelief. Aladdin covered his face, and Arlong looked at Jinbei in astonishment, as if pondering why there existed such a peculiar fishman among them. Bang! Thud! Bang! 3 consecutive loud noises rang out. The first was Jinbei being sent flying, this time with greater force, directly shattering the water sphere. The second occurred as the fishmen had yet to react, when Jinbei suddenly flew back, breaking through the water sphere. The third was the sound of Jinbei being struck again. The first time, Jinbei coughed out blood, staining the water sphere red. The third time, he similarly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet oddly, he was not sent flying. Subsequently, a green light flickered around Jinbei, healing all his injuries. Thereafter, Kazama did not turn back, his voice devoid of any emotion as he asked, "Does it still hurt?" Kazama had to admit that while he maintained an expressionless demeanor, he regretted the moment the words left his mouth. Given Jinbei's honest nature, how would he respond? What else could he say? It indeed hurt a lot earlier, but now, just as he was about to speak, Jinbei was silenced by Aladdin covering his mouth. It certainly still hurts now. Jinbei had just bled so much. How could it possibly not hurt? Right, Jinbei, indeed, after such a heavy attack. It must hurt, Jinbei. Pain is pain. And a man should not endure injuries in silence. By the way, did your experiment succeed? At first it did hurt, but later, Master Kazama healed my wounds. Why would it still hurt? You all know Master Kazama has healing abilities. Dantiyu, Jinbei's eyes widened, clearly eager to speak. Yet, faced with the threatening gazes of Tej and Aladdin, he rarely kept his mouth shut. I in the sea. The training fishmen also took notice of the loud noises. What happened up there? I don't know. Probably a battle. You say? Such a massive commotion. No doubt it is the nature type at work. I heard that the nature type is the strongest among devil fruit abilities. Should we not take a look? Why go? To create more trouble. With Master Kazama here, how could anything go awry? Let's focus on training.hm. That makes sense that on the deck, seeing Jinbei's mouth covered, Kazama felt a sense of relief. Do not ask how he saw it while facing away. Just know it is the rebirth eyes 360 perspective, and explosion means it should be considered a success, right? I'm uncertain. Further experimentation is needed. You utilize the abilities of the fruit you just acquired. Upon hearing Kazama's command, Belajuo instantly transformed from an expressionless human into an expressionless tiger man. Is this the beast form of the tiger fruit? Should this be considered a success? Tej and the fishmen were momentarily stunned, only then realizing that they had seemingly witnessed history. Not yet finished. As he spoke, Fengjian pointed at the waist of the wind blade tiger man, effortlessly cleaving him in two, flames erupting from the severed edges. Observing this, Fengjian nodded subtly in satisfaction. He then delivered a sharp slap to the head of Balanso, whose vacant expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Signaling to those present that the true Balansuo had returned, in the midst of Balansuo's fearful gaze, Feng Jian calmly stated, "Now, demonstrate the animal-based abilities you have just acquired, or else I shall take your life." There are many who fear not death upon these waters, but alas, you are not one of them. Upon hearing Feng Jian's words, Balansuo was drenched in cold sweat and promptly shut his eyes, meticulously sensing the changes within his body. He then transformed back into his tiger form, confirming the continuation of his natural abilities with a wind blade before Feng Jian, adhering to his meticulous nature, urged Balansuo to unleash a fiery punch once more. Following this, Feng Jian slapped Balansuo's head again, and Balansuo reemerged. This time, Feng Jian did not retract his hand. Instead, he took a deep breath, for the most critical step was at hand, the obliteration of Balansuo, channeling his mental energy. The newly formed Balansuo was extinguished mere minutes after his arrival into this world. In the midst of Balansuo's terror-stricken expression, Feng Jian casually removed the dark rods embedded in his right arm and shoulder, tossing them to Tej, saying, "Consider this a gift. This item is as formidable as the Black Blade, capable of inflicting harm upon natural users. Furthermore, once pierced, the wielder cannot actively elementalize. You may use it as a weapon." He then turned his gaze back to Balansuo, commanding, "Use the powers of both your devil fruits once more." Subsequently, Balansuo transformed into his tiger form and unleashed another fiery punch, after confirming the passive nature of the natural abilities. Feng Jian exhaled, relieved. The experiment was a success at that moment. Balansuo suddenly pleaded, "My lord, please spare my life. I am willing to be your servant." His expression was resolute and unyielding, for he had discerned the child's true identity and sought to make a desperate gamble. Recognizing that this child was markedly different from the celestial dragons he had encountered before, Feng Jian regarded him silently, placing a hand upon his head. Simultaneously, his eyes took on a ripple-like pattern, and with a simple tug, he extracted a cerulean soul from Balansuo. The fishmen gasped in astonishment. "What is this?" When they observed Feng Jian placing his hand upon Balansuo's head, they had anticipated that he intended to kill him, only to be taken aback as he unexpectedly drew forth another Balansuo. Balansuo, witnessing the spectacle, found himself immobilized once more, instinctively sensing that this cerulean entity, akin to himself, held great significance. "And why, lord, my lord?" Ignoring the plea in Balansuo's tone and his sorrowful gaze, Feng Jian began to sift through his memories, scoffing at the tally of atrocities. 32 village slaughters, 12 town massacres, 63 merchant ship robberies and slayings, and yet you dare to beg for mercy, accompanied by a cold chuckle. Feng Jian forcefully extracted Balansuo's soul and molded it into a sphere, encasing it in a protective barrier of mental energy to prevent its dissipation. Ultimately, he granted Balansuo a swift end. Thereafter, Feng Jian, holding the Tuanzi, seated himself upon the deck, pressing his left hand to the ground, causing an array of diverse fruits to materialize. Covering a pear with the Tuanzi, he observed through the lens of his reincarnation as a portion of energy from the soul transferred into the pear. The pear morphed, intricate patterns resembling tiger stripes emerging, soon transforming into the shape of the tiger fruit. Feng Jian then placed the Tuanzi upon a dragon fruit. Isn't this a dragon fruit? Noticing no reaction, he pondered, subsequently placing the fruit upon an apple, which quickly underwent transformation. Gazing at the ordinary, flame-patterned devil fruit, Feng Jian mused, "This thing, not even a dog would eat it. Do any of you wish to partake?" Holding the burning fruit, his eyes returned to their original black hue as he turned to face the fishmen. Tej shook his head, Jinbei shook his head, Aladdin also shook his head, while Arlong's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle before he too shook his head, declaring, "I simply wish to grow stronger through my fishman abilities." Feng Jian looked at them, observing their steadfastness, and casually opened a spatial gate, tossing the burning fruit inside. In the eyes of the fishmen, Feng Jian nodded, and a black frame suddenly materialized beside him, into which he cast the burning fruit. Huangquan, a form of spatial secret technique. You may understand it as a spatial gate. I just opened one casually. So the burning fruit should be drifting somewhere in the ocean now. Having said this, Feng Jian stored away the tiger fruit and tossed the remaining fruits to Tej and the others, casually dissolving the water sphere. Was that just now a soul? Tej recalled. Though he already had an answer in his heart, he couldn't help but seek confirmation. During the earlier incident, Feng Jian had conducted his experiment with a stoic expression. Exhibiting extraordinary might, and despite their usual banter, Tej and the others dared not interrupt him then. Indeed, it was a soul. The nature of the devil fruit is, as I suspected, akin to a contract. When I was in Mariehua, I conducted an experiment, but at that time, I could only find animal and superhuman pirates, unable to control their abilities. The conclusion drawn was that a devil fruit only reincarnates once the user's soul dissipates and their body perishes. This experiment has been comprehensive. Once one consumes a devil fruit, it is tantamount to signing a contract. The body that ingests the fruit allows the other souls within to utilize the abilities. With a single soul bound to a single devil fruit, it is a one-to-one contract that concludes upon the death of the user and the dissipation of their soul, while munching on grapes. Feng Jian continued, pleased with the results of his inquiry, as the collection of devil fruits could finally commence in earnest. So, theoretically, if a person possesses multiple souls, could they consume multiple devil fruits? Tej pondered aloud. Theoretically, yes, Feng Jian affirmed. Then why not the body? Aladdin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, prompting Tej and Arlong to glance at him. However, they were aware that Aladdin was more astute, and thus remained silent. As for examples from the ocean, I've also tested this. A person with a single soul consuming 2 devil fruits will explode. Feng Jian raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why Aladdin, who was relatively rational among the fishmen, would pose such a question. No, that's not what I mean, that I'm merely contemplating the notion of 2 souls, or rather, multiple souls that in a certain sense, can we not consider that a special form of soul? If so, could there not also exist individuals with special bodily structures? For instance, possessing 2 hearts or dual sets of organs. These would be bodily anomalies. Then if a devil fruit were to forge a contract with such a body, could both that body and the souls within utilize the abilities granted by the devil fruit? Feng Jian's actions momentarily paused, and he slowly brought a grape to his mouth, chewing while contemplating. That I recall a certain fanfiction I once read, where the protagonist consumed devil fruit through his body and ingested another through his meridians. I heard that Blackbeard Teach possesses 3 hearts. It seems Marco also mentioned that Teach bodily structure differs from that of ordinary individuals. This implies that devil fruits could potentially forge contracts not only with souls, but also with bodies. Or rather, they may utilize either souls or bodies as vessels, with either condition sufficing. But what if both the body and soul are abnormal? Feng Jian fell into deep thought, and after finishing the grapes, he returned to the present. Wait, why am I even considering this? I've already discovered a method. Your theory holds merit, but the concept of bodily anomalies is too broad, even for the world government. It would be challenging to locate individuals with peculiar bodily structures. Observing Feng Jian's serious demeanor, Aladdin felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's all right. I was merely pondering aloud, and I spoke when an idea came to mind. Compared to bodily anomalies, the confirmation of soul contracts is a remarkable experiment. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Feng Jian chuckled, silently activating the illusion technique Wuxia, subtly altering their perceptions regarding this matter. That as for the results of this experiment, that individuals with multiple souls could consume multiple devil fruits, could be disseminated. But he urged caution in sharing specifics, wishing for discretion regarding the experimental process. That I won't speak indiscriminately. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. My esteemed Lord Kazama, rest assured that I shall keep your secrets. Ah, I see. Witnessing the 4 individuals express their sentiments, Kazama felt a profound sense of joy, not due to their declarations, but rather because of the phenomenon of unawareness, one of the signature techniques of Kazama's 3 void illusions. Unawareness serves to sever the physical body's control over the soul, making it particularly adept for ostentation. Past experiences have demonstrated that no matter how formidable one may be, unless their mastery of illusion surpasses mine exponentially, or their soul's strength is capable of obliterating me instantaneously, they will inevitably be affected by unawareness, even if only for a fleeting moment. Regardless of whether their soul is vastly superior to mine, akin to the disparity between the moon and the earth, or the earth and the sun, or the leaves and the towering tree. As long as their illusionary prowess does not completely eclipse mine, they will be ensnared out of course. The gap in mastery of illusions also applies. No matter how vast, as long as the soul does not reach a level of annihilation, one remains susceptible. Unawareness is designed to reshape thoughts and perceptions, embedding specific phrases, ideas, or even the essence of the individual within the depths of another's consciousness, all while leaving them oblivious to the manipulation. For instance, Tiger perceives Kazama as unfathomably powerful and yet youthful, holding a significant position that is crucial to Fishman Island. Aladdin shares this sentiment. Jinbei believes that Kazama's actions and their presence signify trust, a trust that must not be betrayed. Arlong regards such matters as trivial, considering there are not many abnormal individuals in these seas, especially not in Fishman Island. The idea that revealing this could empower humanity is preposterous. As for Kazama, he seems decent enough, having enlightened both himself and Fishman Island, which is beneficial to him as well. Moreover, they genuinely believe this to be true, even if Kazama were to reveal that he had influenced their cognition through illusion. They would dismiss it as a jest. Even when Kazama employs unawareness before their eyes, they would only feel unaffected, convinced of their own thoughts. I just glimpsed the captain's memories. They possess tens of millions of berries and gold aboard their ship, along with the bounties on the crew and the value of the vessel itself, totaling approximately 300 million berries. Should we consider commissioning a ship specifically? Water 7, the largest shipyard in the pirate world, renowned for its advanced shipbuilding techniques, has always been the pirates' primary choice, with many renowned pirates constructing their ships there. So, how did the bounty exchange go? Kazama, seated at the bow, was fishing, with Xiaobai resting on his shoulder. Upon noticing Tiger, Jinbei, and Aladdin approaching with boxes, he inquired, quite smoothly. The Navy was very welcoming, and their gazes towards Brother Tiger were filled with admiration. That is only natural, Jinbei. After all, Brother Tiger has accomplished remarkable feats and has been pardoned by the world government. In the future, escaped slaves will not be held accountable. Hearing Aladdin's words, Tiger's smile vanished instantly. He furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. Alas, if only there were no slaves at all, do not worry. I have spoken with the guards of Marie Joyce that in the future, the slaves of Mariewa will predominantly belong to pirates. After all, those scoundrels deserve to perish. Serving as slaves to other scoundrels is only fitting. Tiger's expression softened slightly. Initially, he struggled to comprehend Kazama's disdain for pirates. However, after witnessing Kazama extract a pirate's soul, their doubts were dispelled. Do not underestimate the so-called good pirates. Most of you have seen how pirates operate. Is it wrong for the Navy to eliminate pirates? A pirate crew with a bounty may not have harmed civilians, yet they have undoubtedly slain many Navy personnel. This was what Kazama conveyed to them. Just like Ace, who had never harmed a civilian since setting sail, yet single-handedly destroyed 5 small warships in Alabasta. Well, let us not dwell on that. In any case, we are now wealthy. Kazama, shall we explore this island together? Meow. Xiaobai turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Kazama. Haha, see, even Xiaobai wishes to join. Let us go together. You have spent too long fishing at the bow without a single catch. Kazama, with an impassive expression, turned to Tiger, then glanced at the sea. Opening. The 360 perspective allowed Kazama to effortlessly spot a small sea creature nearby. With a gentle flick of his hands, the seawater formed a fishing line that extended infinitely, piercing the creature in an instant. With a swift motion, the creature burst forth from the sea, landing on the deck. Kazama stood, dusting off non-existent particles from his form, and walked down the ship amidst the incredulous gazes of the fishmen. Xiaobai trotting beside him. Inform Aladdin that I desire fish for dinner tonight. Tiger surveyed the small sea creature Kazama had caught, and then glanced at Kazama as he made his way towards the island. Is Kazama truly such an adept fisherman? Ahem, brothers, we are wealthy now. Let us disembark and procure supplies. Oh, Inbred Island, a small isle in the Grand Line, possesses a naval branch that prevents the incursion of pirates. Its tranquility has made it a favored docking point for merchant vessels, contributing to the island's prosperity. Dear guest, are you a visitor to this island? I can serve as your guide. Allow me to show you around. Long ago, Kazama had noticed this youthful boy, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon seeing him. He appeared no older than 6, even younger than Kazama himself. How did you know I was a tourist? Kazama regarded the child with keen interest. His attire was not extravagant, adorned with patches, yet was clean. The boy's family seemed not well off. Nevertheless, he himself bore no dirt, and there was a brightness in his eyes. I know all the residents of this island. You are a stranger, either a tourist or accompanying a merchant caravan. Unfamiliar with the area, thus I surmise you may require a guide. Kazama pondered briefly, smiled, and under the boy's expectant gaze inquired, How much? Just 100 berries, 100 berries. For 2 cotton candies from Sabaody. Is it truly so inexpensive? Though the island is not large, 100 berries is quite a reasonable price for a guest. Noticing Kazama raise an eyebrow, the boy quickly explained, No, you misunderstand. I merely found the price surprisingly low. How about this? I do not have any berries on me. May I offer these as your guiding fee? With that, Kazama presented 2 golden leaves. Crafted from the Holy Land, they were shaped like genuine leaves, each weighing 50 g. Gazing at the exquisite golden leaves, the boy momentarily froze. However, he soon broke into a smile. Such beautiful leaves. I accept. Then, the deal is struck. Where would you like to begin your exploration? Upon hearing this, Kazama realized the child had misunderstood and gently reminded him. These leaves are made of pure gold, not mere trinkets. Gold. The boy stood still, his face flushing crimson as he eagerly exclaimed, No, this is far too precious, too much for a guest. It cannot be accepted. Absolutely not. Then how about this? I do not have any berries. You cover the expenses on this island, and the remainder will be your fee. The boy hesitated for a moment, then produced a single golden leaf. Even so, 2 are excessive. 1 will suffice. Very well, consider it your tip. What a jest! I am a celestial dragon, the sole bloodline of the Kazama Clan. To quibble over a mere golden leaf would ruin my reputation. Very well, dear guest, my name is Bader. Where shall we commence our exploration? I would like to see the island's beautiful scenery and delicious cuisine. Those 2 things. Please guide me. Oh, and hold Xiao Bai as well. Meow. Kazama had noticed that Xiao Bai seemed quite intrigued by the boy, who occasionally glanced at her. I asked her name Xiao Bai. May I truly hold her? Thank you. Then let us start at the snack street, the nearest location. Kazama nodded with a smile that I in the food street. Many vendors greeted Bader, and Kazama indulged in a variety of snacks upon arriving in this world. He realized that his most significant change was his appetite. After all, in the world of One Piece, one is surrounded by voracious eaters. Naturally, he also bought a portion for Bader. He noted that the recommendations from the boy were primarily based on foot traffic, indicating that he had not personally sampled most of them. This was evident from the way Bader occasionally swallowed hard. Soon after, Bader took Kazama to explore a scenic spot featuring a waterfall, a small lake, and a viewpoint atop a hill, providing a panoramic view of the seaside. The deep brown cliffs were adorned with lush greenery, while ahead lay a golden sandy beach, followed by azure waters and a refreshing sea breeze. Before long, the 2 of them began to make their way toward the boat, engaging in casual conversation. Hey Bader, how old are you this year? Wow, I always thought you were around 6 or 7, ahaha. Perhaps I just had a late growth spurt. Why did you decide to become a tour guide, to earn pocket money? Not quite. Decades ago, when the Great Pirate Era began, there was no naval branch here. The rampant pirates ravaged this small island, leading to many deaths, and why parents were fortunate to survive. But my mother was left with a lingering illness. 2 years ago, my father was lost at sea while fishing and was killed by pirates. So I need to help support the family. Kazama turned to look at Bader, a mere 8-year-old child, who spoke of such matters with an air of nonchalance, only hinting at a longing for a brighter future through his words. Isn't it difficult to make money for your mother's treatment? Not at all. The boy's eyes suddenly sparkled with intense determination. The naval officers at the branch take good care of me, often letting me help with odd jobs. They even provide me with meals and pack some food for me to take home. The branch's medic is quite kind as well, frequently saving some medicine for me. Additionally, the local residents are very supportive, often giving me tasks. There's even an uncle who takes me hunting in the mountains and another who teaches me to gather herbs. They all provide me with food or belly. Plus, when merchant ships arrive, the uncles let me help with unloading. With my guiding duties, in 2 years, I will have saved enough for the surgery. What do you plan to do after your mother is healed? Bader's eyes reflected a glimmer of aspiration. In the past, I wanted to join the Navy because they offer salaries and the chance to combat evil. Even if one were to fall in battle, there would be compensation. My dream was to become an admiral. An admiral? That's quite an ambitious dream. An admiral. That means Kazama could directly command him in the future. If this boy truly became an admiral, one could only imagine the expression on his face upon meeting him again. So, why have you given up on that dream? Well, it's not exactly giving up. Recently, have you heard of the sun pirates that frequently appear in the newspapers? I also wish to become someone like Fisher Tiger, traveling the world with companions, upholding justice, and eradicating pirates. Just like his title, I aspire to be a sea hero. Kazama smiled slightly how could I not know? The world government's reports on the sun pirates and their righteous endeavors were indeed commissioned by me. Even the title Sea Hero was bestowed by my own hand, so, are you hesitating now? Yes. Beta revealed a bittersweet smile that I've realized that I seem to have too many dreams that I want to be an admiral. Yet I also aspire to be like Fisher Tiger. Actually, these two dreams are not mutually exclusive. Reflecting on the daily lives of a certain vice admiral and 2 later admirals, Kazama felt confident in his assertion. Not mutually exclusive? Bader looked at Kazama with confusion. Having never left the island, and thus lacking clarity on many matters that, of course, admirals are strategic-level forces and rarely take action. Therefore, even if you become an admiral, you can still roam the world upholding justice. Why then? You would be leading the Navy. Got it. That's fantastic. I will definitely become an admiral. I aim to put an end to this era of crime, making pirates tremble at the sound of my name, too afraid to prey upon defenseless civilians. The uncles at the branch have already promised me that when I turn 15, I can officially join the Navy. I will undoubtedly become an admiral. People often say that young calves fear no tigers, but which child does not have dreams in their youth? It is merely that their backgrounds and families cannot support those aspirations, sometimes even preventing them from understanding their own dreams. A wise choice, Kazama remarked with a light chuckle. The Navy provides a comprehensive training system, which is crucial for ordinary individuals, without the guidance of strong mentors. Ordinary people lack the conditions to grow stronger. In the Navy, as long as you're willing to work hard, they will nurture you. For an ordinary person, it is challenging to find another place to learn hockey. What is hockey? A power essential for becoming strong. Not everyone who masters hockey is necessarily strong, but they are certainly not weak, and strong individuals almost invariably possess hockey. Got it, observing the naive boy before him. Kazama decided to lend him a hand. Raising his right hand, a golden orb began to coalesce in his palm, which he casually handed to Bader. Take this, and don't question what it is. Place it on your mother, and it will heal her illness. Then, in response to Bader's puzzled gaze, Kazama produced a piece of paper, scribbled something on it, and stuffed it into Bader's hand. After you heal your mother, deliver this to the base commander at the branch. Upon reading it, he will arrange for you to receive training at the naval headquarters. Remember, you mustn't peek that, of course, you won't be able to. The characters on the paper were inscribed using Inyang ninjutsu, ensuring that only Bader could read them. Lastly, Kazama raised his right hand once more, revealing a pear-shaped devil fruit, half golden and half black, adorned with feather-like patterns. He smiled at Bader. This is my gift to you. You must become an admiral. With that, Kazama's figure transformed into a shimmering light and dissipated. Bader stood there, frozen, staring at the folded piece of paper, the peculiar fruit, and the golden orb in his hand. After a moment of daze, he hurriedly stuffed the paper and fruit into his pocket and raced home. Mom! Cough, cough. What's wrong, Bader? Why are you so flustered? A frail yet gentle woman coughed a few times, furrowing her brow. However, upon hearing her son's voice, she immediately shifted to a tender demeanor, her eyes revealing guilt and resolve as she saw her son in such a state of panic. Mom, I met a guest today who is my age. He gave me 2 golden leaves as a tour fee. It's real gold. And he also gave me this glowing orb which suddenly appeared in his palm. Mom, you should have seen it. He just raised his hand, and the light condensed into a ball. He said it can cure all illnesses. He also gave me a letter saying that if I give it to the base commander at the branch, it would allow me to train at the naval headquarters. How could that be possible? He also gave me this strange fruit. He looked about my age, and he was so peculiar, knowing so much. Then he just vanished like a rainbow disappearing in an instant. Mom, is he a deity? Watching her son speak in a frenzy, the woman chuckled softly and handed him a glass of water. All right, calm down. Speak slowly. Bader took a sip of water, his emotions settling. Phew, right? Mom, he said this glowing orb can cure you, then I'm going to treat you right now. With that, Bader placed the glowing orb on his mother's abdomen. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and pressed down slowly, yet firmly. The moment the orb melded into his mother's body, she suddenly shimmered with a soft golden light, flickering but not blinding, instead evoking a sense of warmth. The golden glow lasted only a second or two before dissipating. Bader anxiously looked at his mother, who was gazing at her hands in astonishment, her complexion now rosy instead of pale. Mom, are you better? Huh, yes. Bader, I feel better than ever. Seeing his mother so full of vitality, Bader was momentarily stunned. In his memories, his mother had always appeared gentle, yet her face bore a sickly pallor. Tears began to well in the corners of his eyes, and he suddenly threw himself into his mother's embrace, weeping heartily, as if to release the burdens of pain and grievance accumulated over the past 2 years. His mother held Bedell close, gently patting his back while wearing a warm smile that resembled that of a mother comforting her child who had lost a fight. Yet, the tears streaming down her face were relentless. T.O. placed the weight of the family on her 6-year-old son. As a mother, she found herself unable to assist him. Instead, she felt like a burden to him. Who could fathom the torment that churned within her heart? Although Britt was merely a small base commander, he nonetheless held the rank of brigadier general as the head of the Great Sea Route Branch. Bedell, you mentioned that child gifted you a glowing orb, after which your mother was healed, and he then bestowed upon you a peculiar fruit and a letter before vanishing. The base commander's words, accompanied by a cigar clenched between his teeth, sounded like the stuff of fantastical tales. Yet he was aware of Bedell's mother's plight. He had tacitly permitted the military doctors to report additional medications for her benefit during their treatments for the Navy. If Bedell spoke so, it must hold truth. But a child, an ability linked to a special devil fruit, a formidable being of the sea. Was he perhaps a secret operative from the headquarters? Did you bring that oddly shaped fruit with you? Yes, I did. It's this one. As Bedell produced the black and white pair, he noticed the corner of the base commander's mouth twitching. Good heavens, it truly is a devil fruit. Oh, you know what this is? Bedell shook his head. This is a devil fruit, given to you by that mysterious individual. You may choose to consume it or not. This is indeed a devil fruit. Bedell had heard of devil fruits, but had never encountered one before. After a moment's hesitation, he consumed it, confident that the divine being would not harm him. Observing Bedell's grimace, as if he had ingested something vile, the base commander stifled a laugh, choosing not to warn him, and instead turned to open the letter. He was eager to see what could elicit such a visceral reaction for Bedell. The contents of the letter were succinct, comprising merely 3 sentences. I am a celestial dragon, the head of the Kazama Clan, Kazama Ruri. I have great hopes for this child. Allow him to train at headquarters, for life and death are in the hands of fate. The fruit I provided him is the mythical Zoan-type angel fruit. Meanwhile, after finishing their errands and enjoying a moment of leisure, Tej and his companions returned to their ship. Oh, Kazama, you seem to be in high spirits. Indeed, I encountered a rather intriguing young lad who aspires to become an admiral. Moreover, he holds you in high regard, Tej, so I'll lend him a helping hand. He admires me. You rascal, Kazama! How could you meet a child who idolizes me and not bring him to meet his hero? Tej exclaimed, his eyes wide in mock anger. His name is Bedell. Perhaps there will be another opportunity. Speaking of which, Tej, you all seem to be in good spirits as well. Tej's face glowed with excitement. Jean Bey was blushing and grinning foolishly. Aladdin appeared tipsy, yet still vibrantly spirited, while the other fishmen radiated enthusiasm. Ha ha. Of course, we're delighted. It is truly thanks to you, Kazama. I am increasingly convinced that Fishman Island will soon return to the surface. Hope filled Tage's eyes. During his previous visits to human islands, he had always faced various strange gazes. However, this time, many humans looked at him with admiration, while others exuded kindness. While shopping, the merchants offered substantial discounts. And several humans even invited them to taverns for drinks. The tavern owner and patrons instantly recognized them, eagerly vying to pick up the tab. When had fishmen ever received such treatment? Reflecting on the day's events. A hint of satisfaction crossed Tage's eyes. Princess Odoheim, you were right, of course. It was only a matter of time. Oh, by the way, even though you're all inebriated, my requests must still be fulfilled. Tage pondered while Aladdin suddenly felt an ominous premonition rise within him. What requests? Tonight we feast on fish. Water 7. We've finally arrived. Goodness, I can hardly contain myself. Tage, I'll pay you extra. You must build a splendid ship. After enduring the painful voyage, the excitement bubbled over as they reached Water 7. Kazama could no longer suppress his exhilaration. He had never seen the sea in his first life, and in his second. He was preoccupied with training. Having spent merely 3 years at sea, he had not ventured beyond the islands. Yet this life, every day was spent upon the waves. Setting sail for over 10 days was unbearable. Day 1, fishing. Day 2, fishing. Day 3, fishing. Day 4, sunbathing on the deck. Day 5, sunbathing on the deck. Day 6, sunbathing on the deck. Day 7, this is intolerable, it's too boring. Day 8, fishing. Who among his family understood the struggle of being at sea? Feeling as though they were growing moldy, encountering pirates as if they were saviors, for at least they would alleviate the monotony. Witnessing Kazama's fervor, the fishmen recalled a band of pirates they had encountered days prior. Kazama had bestowed numerous buffs upon that pirate crew, enhancing their speed, strength, and so forth, before engaging them in sparring with mere branches. Once the pirates were gravely injured and exhausted, he would restore them to full strength to continue the duel that a pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries was tormented to the brink of suicide. Ah, and the entertainment rooms must not be overlooked. Art studios, music rooms, billiard tables, and a gym-cum-training facility were essential, allowing everyone to spar during their downtime, but if funds fell short, he would cover the costs. Observing Kazama's enthusiasm, Jinbei scratched his head. Kazama, since you are skilled in painting and music, why didn't you buy some canvases, paints, and instruments earlier? That way, you wouldn't have been so bored that Kazama's smile faltered, then quickly morphed into an expressionless visage, plunging the atmosphere into awkwardness. No matter, we must construct an exceptional ship, and all those things Kazama mentioned are necessary. Perfect timing, we need to ensure everything is well equipped. Ha. Sensing the tension, Tage promptly intervened to defuse it. He was all too familiar with Kazama's expression. Had he delayed even a second, he was certain Jinbei would have found himself submerged in the ocean once more. Water 7 is renowned as a shipbuilding mecca, naturally possessing designated docking areas. After securely mooring the ship, Tage inquired with the staff about the island's finest shipwright. The best shipwright? That must be Tom. He built ships for the pirate king, Roger. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the finest shipwright in the world. However, Tom has been occupied with the Sea Train project in recent years and hasn't constructed ships for others in quite some time. The staff's words illuminated Kazama's eyes. Tom was still alive? Excellent. The foolish elites of the world government had no inkling of Tom's worth. Kazama then closed his eyes, beginning to sense Tom's location. With his perception fully activated, the entirety of Water 7 materialized in his mind. Could it be that the Tom Master preparing the Sea Train is the same one? I have heard of him. Excuse me, young man. Could you kindly inform me where I might find Master Tom? We wish to pay him a visit. Of course. Tom is located near the abandoned ship island on the outskirts of Water 7. And he is also a fishman that if he learns of your visit, he will surely be delighted. The staff regarded Tage with unabashed respect. That we've found him. We've located Master Tom. Tage, shall we go now? The staff was taken aback, unsure of what this child meant by suddenly opening his eyes, but quickly smiled. Then I won't intrude any longer. I wish you all success in finding Tom. With that, he departed gracefully. Kazama, do you know where Tom is specifically? I activated my sensing technique, and I've seen reports about Tom. I found it out if there is nothing else, I could simply open a spatial door to go there. Tej pondered for a moment, realizing he had no other pressing matters, then turned to his companions. Do you have anything else to attend to? Nothing at all. Visiting Master Tom is paramount. Right? Our ship is indeed more important. Seeing that his companions had no further concerns, Tej nodded at Kazama. With a graceful lift of his right hand, Kazama activated the Huangquan Brika, conjuring a dark portal into existence, through which he was the first to step. The abandoned ship island, an isle formed from the accumulation of countless derelict vessels, served as the headquarters for Tom's shipbuilding company, though the establishment remained closed at present. You scoundrel, Icefigo, what gives you the audacity to look down upon the ships I construct? What nonsense are you spouting, Frankie? As a shipwright, the sole requirement is to build vessels that are sturdy and reliable. Why must you insist on adding weaponry? Ships are merely ships, not armaments. All right, we are all honorable men here. Let us cease this bickering. The scene resembled that of a warm-hearted master guiding his apprentice. Yet, at that moment, Kazama, having just emerged from the portal, wore an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes nearly blinded by the sight of Frankie clad only in a pair of briefs. As the other fishmen stepped out, their expressions synchronized with Kazama's. Ha! Guess who I see? Fisher Tiger, I've heard of you. You are a renowned hero. I hold you in great esteem. With the arrival of all the fishmen, Tom finally noticed the group, his expression shifting from confusion to delight as he approached Tiger with a hearty laugh, giving him a thumbs up. Icebegu and Frankie ceased their quarrel, turning their astonished gazes toward Tiger. The hero in their eyes. Oh, Master Tom, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary fisherman adventurer. I have come to humbly request your assistance in crafting a ship. Before the venerable elder, Tiger felt a rare shyness. Ha! It is my honor to build a vessel for a man of your stature. Rest assured, I shall craft a remarkable ship for you. Upon hearing Tom's enthusiastic agreement, Icebegu's eyes flickered with concern. Yet, he remained silent. In such circumstances, it was prudent not to contradict Tom. Though the world government posed a nuisance, it would suffice for Tom to design while he and Frankie undertook the actual shipbuilding. Tom, aren't you under the world government's orders to refrain from any activities beyond the sea train? Those mutts wouldn't grant you the time to build a ship, would they? Fisher Tiger, allow me to handle your vessel. Tom's skills are mine as well. You will face numerous pirates on the open sea, and I shall ensure you have a superlative ship capable of sending those marauders fleeing. Frankie, how many times must I tell you? Ships are just ships, not weapons. Tiger turned to regard the pantsless oddity with a puzzled expression, glancing at Tom as if to ask, "Who is this?" Tom understood Tiger's unspoken question, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. "This is my second disciple, Frankie. The other is my eldest disciple. Both have inherited my techniques, though they often disagree on the purpose of ships. Ships should possess formidable firepower." Upon hearing Frankie's assertion, Kazama could not help but chuckle. "Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Do you think my words are erroneous? Frankie, show respect to our guests." "My apologies, young one." Compared to Frankie, Icebega displayed a far more courteous demeanor, while Frankie's rudeness drew frowns from some of the fishmen and the sun pirates. "Ahem, I did not mean to offend. I merely found it amusing that in these vast seas, ships primarily serve as means of transportation. Generally, only naval vessels pursue firepower. For pirates, their goal is plunder, thus they seldom seek heavy artillery. Merchant ships prioritize speed and may only carry a few precise cannons for self-defense. For the strong at sea, ships are merely a foothold. That level of firepower does not pose a threat to them. Only the Navy's Demon Slayer orders necessitate such strength, as they are designed to obliterate everything on island, requiring overwhelming firepower. However, naval vessels are typically built internally. Therefore, I truly do not understand your obsession with firepower. For those of us navigating these waters, excessive armament is unnecessary. This discourse captured the attention of both Tom and Icebegu, who gazed at Kazama in astonishment, secretly impressed by the child's erudition. Kazama, in turn, pondered, "I recall this fellow being referred to as Frankie. Why do they all call him Fram? Did I misremember? What do you know, kid? The legendary Pluto can obliterate a small island with a single shot. Frankie's disdainful retort met Kazama's inquiry. Kazama cast a glance at Frankie, remaining silent as he elevated himself to eye level with the others, his right index finger pointing skyward at a 45-degree angle, conjuring a small black sphere approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. Bang! With that word, the black sphere shot skyward at a speed that Frankie could not comprehend, vanishing from sight in an instant. The air fell silent for a moment, before an immense roar erupted, transforming the overcast sky into a clear azure expanse that Frankie's eyes widened in disbelief at the incredible display of power. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, rustling the garments of those present. That single strike could have annihilated the entirety of Water 7. But so what? Such speed would never strike the pinnacle of the sea. That if what you mean by destruction is leveling an island. Many could accomplish that. If it pertains to erasing it from the map, there are numerous strong individuals who can achieve that as well, and no matter how formidable the weapon, it requires a skilled hand to wield it. I do not believe an ordinary person could control Pluto to strike the apex of the sea. Pluto is only applicable in warfare or as a demon slayer order. Ordinary vessels do not require such overwhelming firepower. If you are truly interested in that aspect, I can recommend you to the Navy's shipbuilding division. As Kazama's voice resonated, the crowd began to regain their composure. The fishmen gazed at Kazama with expressions of profound disbelief. Through prolonged association, they believed they had adequately surmised Kazama's strength, yet they were astounded to learn they had underestimated him. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a mere human? Frankie's face radiated fervor. At that moment, the notion of Pluto faded from his mind, for he had never witnessed such power. This was the very goal he sought. Icebagu regarded Kazama solemnly. Lost in thought, Tom's gaze upon Kazama was filled solely with admiration. After all, he was a man of experience. Truly a monstrous child. Now, since you have all come from afar, allow me to treat you to a grand feast and let you savor the delicacies of Water 7. With a resounding applause, a massive dining table was set. Though Tiger and the others held knives and forks, they did not eat, instead collectively gazing at Kazama and the towering stacks of plates beside him. I must admit, the specialty of Water 7, the water meat, is quite delectable. Tiger and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to how such a small individual could consume such an immense quantity of food. Is it not delightful? This is the renowned water meat of Water 7. What do you think? Is it delicious? Indeed, it is quite good, Kazama replied without lifting his head, engrossed in his meal. Then eat your fill. A man ought to eat heartily. Tom then joined the feast, prompting Tiger and the others to follow suit. Master Tom, I have heard you were researching the sea train. The sea train? Kazama's movements slowed as he picked up on the keywords. Indeed, we have begun laying tracks. Once completed, it will connect 2 islands, greatly facilitating travel for the populace. How magnificent! Tiger marveled. Yes, a train traversing the seas to connect islands represents a groundbreaking advancement. Meow. Where did that come from? Kazama looked up in confusion to find the little white cat perched on the table, further perplexing him. Did I bring Bai with me? I brought him along, Jinbei said amiably. I noticed Bai was left behind when we disembarked, so I decided to bring him. Kazama felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had forgotten about his own companion. Alas, I should not have overlooked that. Kazama devoured 3 more plates of water meat. That I can hardly wait for the day the sea train becomes operational. By the way, Master Tom, when will it begin service? Tiger, you are being too formal. We are all fishmen here. Just call me TOM.AS for the service. At the current pace, it will be another 4 years. I reckon that time. The sea train will be operational. People will be able to travel through the city of 7 waters via the sea train, heading towards the city of the Spring Queen, St. Poplar, the city of gastronomy, Puke, and the carnival city, Sanford, Tom said with a smile, exuding unwavering confidence in the sea train. Spring, Queen, gastronomy, carnival. Wen Jian paused his actions, raising his head earnestly to look at Tom. Uncle Tom, let us collaborate. Collaborate? Little one, how do you envision this partnership? Tom was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard that term since the judgment of world conquest that I wished to develop a tourist route. connecting nearby islands using the sea train. Conveniently, you also seek to lay down the sea train. Let us join forces. You provide the technology, and I will supply the capital and resources that we shall share the profits and extend the sea train across the globe. In this island-dominated world, many nations comprise numerous islands. Wenjian could scarcely fathom the potential earnings the sea train could generate. Observing Wenjian's serious demeanor, Tom chuckled. Extending the sea train worldwide? What an extraordinary idea. Even I, renowned as I am, have never contemplated such a notion. Tom took a hearty swig of his drink. However, alas, I have constructed a formidable vessel for the illustrious Roger, which led to my sentence of death under the judgment of world conquest. Although my execution has been postponed due to the sea train, by the time it is operational, I shall likely meet my demise. Ace Baku wore a sorrowful expression, while Flam's countenance darkened. Yet, the fishermen collectively directed their gazes towards Wenjian. Noticing the varied expressions among the crowd, Wenjian smirked mischievously, setting down his knife and fork with elegance. It seems it's time for me to flaunt my prowess. World conquest? Death sentence? Fear not, if you collaborate with me. No one shall dare to lay a finger on you. With a resounding bang accompanying Wenjian's calm and confident words, his expression froze. The sound was not the rumble of atmospheric tension, but rather the forceful kick of a door. Hey Tom, you've been rather unruly lately. What was that thunderous noise? That power. Tom, you haven't possibly created the Pluton, have you? I advise you to hand over the design of Pluton quickly. Otherwise, when your sea train is completed, it will be your end. No one can save you. I mean it, Spandam, having instinctively linked the explosion to Tom, eagerly arrived at the derelict ship island with his underlings, bursting through the door, filled with anticipation for promotion and wealth. However, he was perplexed as his presence did not instill fear in anyone. Furthermore, Tom's two disciples, usually morose in his presence, glanced instinctively at a child instead. Tom, too. Surely they do not believe this child can save them. Flam's eyes brimmed with hope, having witnessed this child's power. Why are you all looking at this child? You can't possibly think this little brat can save you. With that, Spandam arrogantly approached, ruffling Wenjian's hair and twisting it playfully. Observing the fisherman's awestruck gazes, Spandam felt quite impressive. Wenjian turned expressionlessly to face Spandam, who arched an eyebrow at Wenjian's demeanor. Why are you looking at me like that, trying to scare me? Are you, little one? Accompanied by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Wenjian released his grip on Spandam's wrist. Bastard, kill him for me. I want him dead. Despite their reluctance, the world government officials were compelled to execute their superiors' orders. One official in a black suit cast a guilty glance at Spandam, only to find the child wearing a calm expression. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wenjian, and I don't care what your surname is. Even if the king of heaven himself arrives, you shall still die today. Your surname, Wenjian. Spandam's previously brash demeanor faltered as he stared blankly at Wenjian, while the other world government officials had already knelt in reverence. We have encountered the illustrious Wenjian Liu. As members of the world government, they might forget their own surnames, but they would never forget the name of the 20 kings. Moreover, though Marioa harbored 19 families, they were few in number, and each celestial dragon was recognizable to them. Saint, the likes of Tej and others had long grown accustomed to this. Yet Tom and his companions gazed at Wenjian in bewilderment. This seemingly ordinary, monstrous youth was a celestial dragon. Roger, I mourn for your dreams. Honorable Wenjian Liu, I mean no offense to your nobility. My subordinates understand their grave transgressions. However, I still have tasks entrusted to me by the world government and the 5 elders. I implore you, in light of my loyalty, grant me this one reprieve. This hand has offended your highness. I shall compensate accordingly. Spandam fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he invoked the world government and the 5 elders, hoping to save his own life. Yet he knew that regardless of the circumstances, his offense warranted death. Gritting his teeth, he drew his sword and severed his own hand. He was gambling on Wenjian Liu's reputed kindness among the Holy Land's guardians. Rise. Wenjian nodded at those accompanying Spandam, who stood respectfully after bowing to him. Then, Wenjian turned his gaze towards the silent Spandam, who had just mutilated his own hand. Indeed, those who thrived within the world government possessed a degree of merit. At the very least, they were decisive. Suke loyalty, that one T suffice. If it were the CP or the Holy Land Guardians, they would have long since committed suicide upon realizing their grievous offense against me. Winjian's light words struck Spandam's heart like a heavy hammer, rendering him ashen. To have offended your excellency is indeed a capital offense. I shall take my life as an apology. A.S. Spandam trembled, slowly drawing his firearm and aiming it at his temple. Winjian could not help but scoff. Enough, your life is spared. Kneel outside for a day, and this matter shall be forgotten. Today, upon meeting Uncle Tom for the first time, I am in good spirits and wish to avoid bloodshed. Spandam exhaled deeply, realizing then that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Thank you, Winjian Liuli Sheng, for your mercy, and Mr. Tom, rest assured, I shall not be so rude again. Spandam knelt, bowing his head. You possess discernment. Remember this. I have protected Tom. The operation of the sea train is merely a matter of time. It is far more practical than constructing bridges. Moreover, let us put the matter of Pluton to rest. It is merely a decrepit vessel. What can it achieve? The following day, newspapers reporting Tom's pardon spread across the world, alongside news of his collaboration with the world government. Mariehua, amid the power struggles. Have you heard? Little Lioli and those fishmen have appeared in the city of Seven Waters. Yes, I've heard. During this period, we have enlisted Morgans and the newspaper to promote Fishman Island's reputation, and Little Lioli personally met with Neptune. It appears we may indeed secure Fishman Island, a group of failures from 800 years past, scurrying like rats, clinging to old agreements. How foolish. Not all races are imbeciles. In the city of Seven Waters. Little Lioli showcased his might, seemingly intent on delivering a warning to those individuals. It seems we have truly underestimated him. Little Lioli's strength has evidently reached the pinnacle of these seas, perhaps more than that. According to the esteemed one's conjecture, Little Lioli's power may have surpassed the limits of the sea. Furthermore, that esteemed one is quite supportive of Little Lioli and seems eager to meet him. Surpassing the limits? Truly, the youth is formidable. If so, do we not need to maintain this fragile balance with such caution? Let us observe Little Lioli's intentions. He appears to seek a new equilibrium. Then let us await the outcome. I too wish to witness the growth of Little Lioli in that world. What? Is it truly forgiven? Tom mused over the newspaper in his hands, his expression peculiar. He recalled the grand spectacle surrounding his initial trial. The pirate King Roger indeed deserved his fate, yet Uncle Tom was merely a shipwright. It was fundamentally unjust to wrongfully condemn him. These convoluted laws had long been in need of reform. In the world of pirates, the doctrine of bloodlines ran deep. Thus, Kazama requires a tempest to shake the very foundations of this world. However, it appears that the time is not yet ripe. Perhaps it is simply a matter of laziness and going with the flow. Amending laws. What an extraordinary notion. Kazama, the Holy Glass, I wish you the best in drafting an impactful legislation. I absolutely refuse. Kazama rolled his eyes. The world government oversees numerous nations, and the task of revising laws is indeed a colossal undertaking. Far too cumbersome. Such specialized matters should be entrusted to professionals, and the laws of the world government ought not to be excessively convoluted at all, but precisely because the world government governs a multitude of nations. Does it not necessitate a robust legal framework? Tom's eyes widened in confusion as he gazed at Kazama. Uncle Tom, this vast ocean is teeming with diverse races, distinct regions, and varied cultures. Therefore, it is utterly impossible to formulate a law that applies universally across the entire sea. Kazama patiently explained to Tom, as this was, after all, the first technician he had personally recruited. Thus, the laws of the world government will be divided into two parts, one addressing areas directly governed by the world government, and the other concerning all member states. The former can be resolved internally, while for the latter, I intend to involve the kings in drafting during the next World Conference. Then what happens if an ordinary person commits a crime? Tom, perplexed, pondered aloud. According to Kazama's reasoning, if a situation like his were to arise again, would it repeat itself? Of course, ordinary crimes would be adjudicated according to the laws of the respective countries. Kazama raised an eyebrow. Bemused by Tom's inquiry, Uncle Tom, do not assume that the world government possesses absolute authority. Interfering in the domestic affairs of member states is an unequivocal red line for the world government. While it may threaten, entice, control, or even assassinate kings to achieve certain objectives, it must never overtly meddle in the internal matters of member nations. Otherwise, if the world government dares to intervene today, tomorrow all member states would be emboldened to withdraw. And the day after, the entire world would descend into chaos. I see. I think I understand now. Alas, it seems that someone must liberate these oppressed ordinary people. Kazama glanced at Tom, his expression impassive, and stated, those member states possess limited strength. Perhaps those ordinary individuals truly require liberation. However, that liberator will certainly not be a pirate. I have my plans. In a few years, I shall meet him, and then the people will discover a brand new, unparalleled path. Tom fell silent, reflecting he never regretted building a ship for Roger. In his eyes, Roger was a hero. Yet, it seemed his employer held a disdain for pirates. Do not overthink it. Your lack of aversion to Roger is perfectly acceptable. After all, perceptions differ from person to person. While I might detest the detritus of the sea, I shall not compel you to share my sentiments. Tom furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. Roger was also a remarkable man. Kazama paused, then chuckled. If we consider the perspective of a comrade's humiliation leading to the annihilation of a nation, he might barely qualify as a man. Yet, I truly cannot fathom what sort of man seeks to father a child, knowing his demise is imminent. What compels such utterances? Setting sail in the name of piracy, unbound by law, pursuing one's desires, only to realize after circumnavigating the grand line that life is fleeting, and then heroically embracing death. Such a narrative earns my respect for Roger as a man. But what fault lies with that child? The child is innocent. To eliminate that child, the world government has slaughtered countless innocent children. Can they truly sleep soundly at night? Kazama regarded the agitated Tom with an expressionless demeanor. The child bears no guilt. And I too believe that the world government erred in that instance. This matter will not be concealed. History shall record it for future generations to critique. However, you must understand that the wrongdoing of one party does not inherently render the other party righteous. Tom remained silent, requiring time to digest this information. Decades ago, that man left a profound impression on him. His grandeur, his broad-mindedness, his spirit. But Roger, the one who ignited the era of great pirates, what were your true thoughts? Enough of these musings. Rather than squander time on such matters, it would be more prudent to expedite the completion of the sea train project. The original wish of the 20 kings was to construct bridges connecting all islands. Yet after 8 centuries, little progress has been made. The sea train should prove to be the most effective means to fulfill our ancestors' aspirations, should it not? Tom's eyes widened. Did the original 20 kings truly harbor such grand ambitions? Indeed, Kazama could not help but roll his eyes. Although many of today's celestial dragons are nothing but scum, it was not always so. The original 20 kings possessed unwavering beliefs and dreams, youthful vigor driving their spirits. They allied with another group to strike at the divine, only to later fracture, with both sides battling for their respective convictions. Ultimately, the 20 kings prevailed, ascending to become new deities, though many of their descendants have forsaken their ancestors' glory. This does not alter the fact that the 20 kings once led the world to splendor. Alas, I am truly weary. Kazama, I ought to have summoned you. A group of fishmen entered, devoid of dignity, their faces reflecting despair. Upon entering, they collapsed onto the sofa in 2s and 3s, their eyes devoid of life. What brings you here? Observing Kazama's curiosity, Tiger rolled his eyes. We ventured to the market this morning to inspect timber. Encountering an array of peculiar woods and calculating prices, truly tedious work. When we set out in the morning, you were still slumbering, so we did not wake you. Dahahaha. Shipbuilding is indeed a complex endeavor. However, you can entrust it to me. The illustrious Tom shall undoubtedly craft you an exceptional vessel. Tiger paused, realizing, yes, Tom is the professional. I can completely delegate this task to him. After all, Tom has been granted amnesty and no longer needs to rush to work on the sea train. Not just Tiger. The fishmen also realized this, exchanging glances, uncertain of what to say. Ahem. Setting aside everything else, our timber inspection today has indeed broadened our horizons. It is not without merit. Thus, the matter of the ship shall be entrusted entirely to you. Master Tom, rest assured. As for the timber, my recollection suggests that the finest wood for shipbuilding is known as Adam Tree, that I vaguely remember that fanfiction also mentioned Eve Tree and Yalman Red Tree. Surely, my Hashirama brand would should suffice, considering it was a bestseller in the ninja world. About the wood, I possess a type that should be quite good. Uncle Tom, would you care to take a look? Oh, what kind of wood? Upon discussing familiar territory, Tom exuded a unique aura, the essence of a master shipbuilder. Not to boast, but as a world-class shipbuilding master, he claims that no one dares to contest his knowledge of wood. Hashirama wood. Wait, what? Hashirama wood. Why have I never heard of such timber? The world-renowned shipbuilding master, Fishman Tom, for the first time questioned his expertise that, if you step outside, you shall see for yourself, Kazama awkwardly stated, if you recognize it. That would be surprising. They stepped outside, and Kazama found an open area, extending his right hand toward the wood, which sprouted forth from his palm. With a resounding thud, a 1-meter-long piece of wood, measuring 10 centimeters in width, fell to the ground. Fishman, Tom. The fishman had anticipated Kazama's miraculous abilities, but Tom was unaware. How could wood possibly grow from a person's hand? Moreover, Kazama is not even a user of powers. Is this truly Hashirama wood? Tom scrutinized the timber, then glanced at Kazama, questioning with skepticism. Yes, this is indeed Hashirama wood. Fireproof, waterproof, resistant to moisture and electricity, and impervious to insects, boasting excellent hardness and flexibility. It is simply superb. Upon receiving confirmation, Tom exhaled in relief. It appears my expertise is intact. Subsequently, Tom picked up the piece of wood. 10 centimeters in thickness is merely average for fishmen. Grasping both ends, Tom suddenly exerted force, bending the entire wooden piece into a crescent shape. Resembling a moon's arc, however, Tom's flushed face revealed that this was his limit. Maintaining the curve for nearly a minute, Tom gradually eased his grip, and the wood returned to its straight form. Then, Tom retrieved a hammer, nails, chisels, and various tools to conduct experiments, ultimately concluding, "This is indeed remarkable wood. It is likely on par with Adam Tree." Kazama smiled faintly. Having integrated the wood of the sun release, if one fails to reach that level, then it would seem that Kazama's decades of cultivation were truly for naught. To be by the way, Lord Kazama, you don't appear to be an ability user. Do you? How is it that you can create wood? Just how much of that wood can you produce, Lord Kazama? As for the wood, I can produce as much as needed. The reason I can create wood is that I am a ninja. Not only Tom, but at this moment, the fishmen were also taken aback, and Tej wore a bewildered expression. Kazama, though I'm a fishman, do not underestimate my knowledge. I have indeed heard of ninjas. Aren't ninjas known for throwing shurikens and smoke bombs, and for their ability to create clones? I've never heard of ninjas being able to craft wood. I've heard that there are ninjas in Wano country, but they cannot even create clones. Tej, what you speak of are mere illusions of ninjas, not the true essence of ninjutsu, Kazama said with a light smile, shaking his head. His solemn demeanor instantly commanded the attention of the fishmen, who felt as though they were about to uncover some profound secret. Kazama turned, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle. He sighed deeply. Tej, do you know where the legend of ninjas originates? Tej was momentarily stunned. No, Kazama, I am merely a fishman that I first heard about the legends of ninjas during my adventures in the human world. Are you asking me? Isn't that rather unfair to a fish? It is the ninja world. Upon uttering those two words, a sudden weight enveloped the fishmen, and as the gentle breeze swept through the shipwreck island, they found themselves momentarily breathless. Kazama silently retracted his genjutsu, spiritual power and gravitational techniques, then continued. The ninja world, as the name suggests, is the realm of ninjas, a world entirely distinct from our own, inhabited by numerous formidable beings. There was a time when I mysteriously vanished for a period. In truth, I had fortuitously entered the ninja world and acquired ninjutsu, becoming a ninja myself. Initially, I too believed that the means of a ninja's attack involved throwing shurikens, like darts and engaging in combat with kunai daggers. However, through my studies, I realized that such tactics were the domain of low-level ninjas. True, powerful ninjas employ the 5 elemental natures, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, as the foundation of their jutsu, alongside illusion techniques grounded in the mind, and physical techniques based on the body, augmented by various secret arts and energy confrontations. That is the true romance of ninjutsu. As for Wano country, it only received a mere fraction of knowledge from ninjas who arrived here hundreds of years ago. A whole new world, the ninja world, and the legendary ninjas. All of this excited the individuals present. So, Kazama, can we venture into the ninja world? After a brief moment of mental paralysis, Tave's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The adventurous spirit within him stirring restlessly. Do not even think about it. As I mentioned, my visit was purely coincidental. Whether it be traveling to the ninja world or having ninjas come to our realm, it is utterly impossible. No one knows how to traverse that path. Although the two worlds may occasionally connect, it lasts but an instant, with odds slimmer than being struck by lightning on the road. At that time, I believed I would never return. Kazama rolled his eyes, adding, instead of fretting over the ninja world, you should focus on the furniture and decorations aboard the ship. I can manipulate the form of wood, and thus the ship can be completed swiftly. The fishmen immediately erupted in lamentations. Lord, young master, TSK, it has been half a year since we last met. And Stella, you have grown even more beautiful. How have you been? Has that rascal Taizolo been bullying you? If he has, do tell me, and I shall toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Time at sea always seems to pass swiftly. It has been nearly half a year since Taizolo and the others departed, and much has transpired during this time. Stella has become increasingly gentle, often casting affectionate glances at Taizolo. Meanwhile, the sinister aura surrounding Taizolo has dissipated with Stella's return, radiating confidence and warmth. My lord, how could I ever bully Stella? She is a divine gift bestowed upon me, the most precious treasure of my life. One cannot deny the magnetic quality of Taizolo's voice. As he transitioned from joviality to seriousness, his words left Stella blushing profusely, her eyes betraying a softness that allowed Kazama to truly grasp the meaning of tender affection. Stella, you did not answer my earlier question. I suspect it is because you have been bullied. Summon someone, toss him into the sea. Taizolo, Stella. Young master, Taizolo has never bullied me. He treats me very well. Please do not have him thrown into the sea. Oh dear, look how flustered this girl is, she exclaimed, performing a deep 90-degree bow. Taizolo, Kazama said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Taizolo, who quickly returned the gesture. Kazama continued solemnly, let me tell you, the person you choose is your own decision. Do not harbor regrets. Although this child seems to have become a bit foolish for reasons unknown, you must not return her. Rest assured, my lord, I will never return her. Taizolo replied, somewhat helplessly, suddenly lifting her head. Stella glanced between Kazama and Taizolo and swiftly realized the implication, her face reddening to an almost ripe hue. Young master, I have long heard that girls in love are often foolish. Today I have witnessed it firsthand. You were worried about him being tossed into the sea, yet you failed to notice that I was referring to the two of you. Who would I have throw Taizolo into the sea? You. As he spoke, Kazama began walking toward Tom's residence, with Taizolo and Stella following closely behind. How is the construction of the commercial island progressing? Technically, everything has been sorted out. I have also constructed a factory to produce high-strength reinforced glass and materials. One could say that aside from selecting a site, all preliminary preparations have been completed. We are merely awaiting the commencement of construction. Taizolo felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart, for in the past half year, not much had been accomplished. Creating glass that could withstand water pressure, designing various entertainment facilities, from conception to technology to mass production and factory setup, was no small feat. This was the first official task entrusted to him by Kazama. And thus Taizolo devoted all his energy to designing this island. If it had merely been an ordinary amusement island, it would have been completed long ago. Stella quietly followed behind, reminiscent of her demeanor during their time in Mariewa. Whenever Kazama and Abbas engaged in discussions, she would remain quietly at the side, occasionally pouring tea or refilling cups. Understood. Taizolo, the mega amusement island outlined in the project proposal, is now your responsibility. The revenue generated will serve as your salary. I require you to create something new. The task Kazama had originally assigned to Taizolo, the business plan, was actually quite simple, consisting of only a few sentences. Locate an island in the first half of the Grand Line and construct a mega amusement park. The entire island shall be a hub of commerce and entertainment. The IT must feature a plethora of gourmet food and an underwater tunnel. Seek financial and technical support from the world government. Establish a new company under the auspices of the world government, encompassing education, healthcare, weaponry, machinery, transportation, tourism, and various other sectors that, in my vision, it will become a primary source of revenue for the world government in the future. If you execute this well, there will be no need for the world government to collect heavenly gold any longer. Why bear the burden of oppressing the allied countries for mere trifles? Kazama continued, Tom will belong to you in the future. You may establish a specialized department to promote the sea trains to various nations. This endeavor is certainly feasible and profitable as for the site of the commercial entertainment island. Choose one that is nearby. The first batch of sea trains will connect Water 7, the Kingdom of Spring, Gourmet City, and Carnival Island. You can create a tourism line that I grant you the authority to negotiate with the elders of the 5 stars. Remember to show them respect, for they are venerable elders. How to proceed is entirely up to you. This company will serve as the commercial department of the world government. If you perform well, that position will be yours. Listening to Kazama's words, Taizolo unconsciously clenched his fists. He had always believed that his lord, or rather, his young master, was no ordinary person. However, he was now astonished by his young master's grand vision. If he was not mistaken, his young master intended to reform the world government. The thought ignited a fervor within Taizolo's heart. During their time in the New World, he had come to understand the dark side of the world government, and he had long harbored disdain for it. If his young master had such aspirations, it signified that the era of those scoundrels was coming to an end. During his training, he had even read some texts, and he was aware of how magnificent the celestial dragons and the world government were 800 years ago. However, the prospect of abolishing heavenly gold caused him to frown slightly. Why, young master? Are we to abolish heavenly gold? This constitutes a significant portion of the world government's revenue. Heavenly gold has become what? The ordinary commoners on the seas live in hardship, and the nobility merely tells them it is due to heavenly gold. Do they truly believe them? In Alabasta, there exists the celestial gold, and Dressrosa, too, possesses it. This kingdom is renowned as a significant power along the Grand Line. The common folk do not seem to endure such dire straits. Do they? Throughout the Grand Line and beyond, how many affiliated nations have suffered due to celestial gold? The distribution of celestial gold is proportional. A handful of nobles from certain kingdoms, almost madly, exploit it for wealth, showing no concern for the plight of the commoners, and yet, we are left to shoulder the blame. Why should that be? Regarding the issue of celestial gold, Kazama has examined the accounts of the world government. Typically, the world government assesses the conditions of member nations, establishing a standard for celestial gold taxation based on 20 to 30 of the nation's recent economic performance. This standard tends to remain unchanged for many years. Consequently, according to the intelligence from the CP agents, the funds collected under the guise of celestial gold often amount to 2 or 3 times the actual celestial gold received. The basic operation goes as follows. Your Majesty, due to the obligation of celestial gold, our treasury is somewhat lacking. Would you consider contributing some personal funds? If that is unacceptable, perhaps we could slightly raise taxes to cover the shortfall. Thus, taxes are increased, with various oppressive levies disguised as contributions to celestial gold, resulting in funds being funneled into the treasury, with officials and nobles pocketing a portion, leaving the king with a tidy sum for personal use. While the remainder is deemed as tax revenue for the treasury. As for the notion that nations are struggling due to celestial gold, one might question the integrity of the world government. But do not doubt their intelligence. They can certainly discern between a feast and mere sustenance. Those nations that appear to be suffering from celestial gold are often filled with nobles living extravagantly. It's absurd, Tizolo, observing Kazama's irate demeanor, hesitated before cautiously suggesting, "Young master, even so, is it truly necessary to eliminate it? In the future, we could determine participation in the World Conference not by the quantity of celestial gold, or perhaps issue a public announcement instead. Ha! Do you truly believe that some powerful nations would raise taxes to the point of ruin for the sake of pride?" Kazama rolled his eyes, prompting Tizolo's astonishment. Surely not. Indeed, several centuries ago, there were still noble celestial dragons who recognized such a situation and proposed ideas akin to yours. The result? A few powerful nations, in their pursuit of prestige, recklessly raised taxes, ultimately leading to their own downfall. As for the announcement, the usually frugal and benevolent royal family would assert that it is false. The world government, not punishing such actions. Tizolo's expression reflected confusion mixed with shock, to which Kazama simply replied, "They pay." Tizolo fell silent. In any case, do not concern yourself with this matter. I merely spoke offhandedly. I have my own ideas regarding celestial gold, and this discussion ends here. There will be surprises at the next World Conference. Upon arriving at Tom's humble abode, Tizolo and Tom achieved a historic meeting, reaching a consensus on the development of the sea train and a series of cooperative agreements for the progress of the islands along the route. Haha, take care. I hope that by our next meeting, the sea train will already be operational. Rest assured, a man of great resolve will surely see it through. At the port, Tom and his disciples came to bid farewell to Tizolo and Kazama, who was also present. Kazama, is it true that the Navy is researching heavily armed warships? Frankie hesitated before finally asking that he had contemplated much in recent days, realizing that his ideals were not suited for Water 7. Icebigo frowned, yet surprisingly refrained from speaking this time. Tom glanced at his young disciple with a somewhat approving gaze. "Oh, you wish to go?" "I do." "Oh, Tizolo, please take him along and drop him off at the Navy headquarters." Kazama was curious. In such circumstances, would Frankie still follow the Straw Hats? But he thought, what does it matter to me? "Are you really not coming with us?" Tiger gazed longingly at Kazama, his eyes filled with sorrow, resembling a slighted wife as he looked at Kazama's twitching eyes. "Tiger, I've already prepared the timber per Uncle Tom's request. Moreover, you finalized the ship's design a few days ago. The remaining miscellaneous items have also been acquired recently. Therefore, the ship will be ready soon. If you feel that sailing on an unrefined ship is inappropriate, you may choose not to go. Brother Tiger, we have already explored Water 7, and we haven't visited Queen Spring City yet. It would be a splendid opportunity to see it now." Indeed, Kazama thought, it seems that Jinbe, despite his earnestness, does have some utility, aside from causing me a headache. I have yet to truly explore Water 7, and I intend to enjoy the culinary delights of the island as well. With that, Kazama activated his summoning technique, but a flurry of intricate symbols unfolded, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, revealing a technologically advanced, silver-black, dragon-shaped vehicle. Hovering above the ground, it resembled a motorcycle, yet it lacked wheels. Describe it in one word. Stunning. How magnificent. Kazama, what is this? A transportation device of the celestial dragons. Jinbe gazed at the unique vehicle with wide eyes, unable to fathom such technology existing outside the world government. Celestial dragons, do those wretches even deserve it? Kazama's expression soured. Those beings, they are not worthy of such a marvel. This is my dark dragon steed. Unique in the world. Without my assistance, no one could replicate it. Could this possibly be the legendary technology of Vegapunk, combined with some elements from the ninja world? Aladdin speculated, arriving at the most plausible explanation. Well, that's about right. I do need Vegapunk's modifications. Now, you may depart. I must be on my way. With that, amidst the envious gazes of the fishmen, Kazama leaped onto the dark dragon steed, twisting the handlebars as it bolted away like a wild stallion, vanishing from sight in an instant. Water 7, a minuscule island, resembles a grand fountain, with a colossal fountain at its apex, from which 8 waterways cascade down to the ocean floor. Gazing from afar, Kazama felt a surge of ambition and resolved to plunge straight down from the fountain's summit. 10 minutes later, Kazama, disheartened, stared at the congested waterways filled with cowfish, the unique mode of transportation in Water 7. His eyes devoid of light, Is there a traffic jam here too? In despair, Kazama resolved to abandon Water 7. Casting a forlorn glance at the towering fountain. Sigh. Brother understands. Unlike other celestial dragons, I prefer to remain low-key, not wishing to disrupt the lives of others. Yet, I find myself unable to satisfy even a simple wish for a thrilling ride. Alas, it seems my hopes were misplaced. Well, the sensible always bear the scars. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. Blast it! I'm off to eat. I refuse to believe anyone can disturb my meal. At Culinary Island, Puke, I'm here to indulge. Dear proprietor, I have heard your dishes are unparalleled across all of Puke Island. Is that true? Ha! Young guest, you have indeed heard correctly. My restaurant ranks among the best on the entire island. The owner, a robust middle-aged man, responded to Kazama's inquiry with a hearty laugh, his tone brimming with confidence in his establishment. All right then, Uncle, I would like to order all of your restaurant's signature dishes. Meow. Little White gazed up at Kazama, her eyes filled with reproach, having once again been neglected when it came to her meals. Ever since departing that beautiful place, her little master had consistently forgotten. Little White longed for the dapper old man in a suit, the golden-haired woman, and that oddly shaped, bearded individual that, I would also like a portion for Little White, if you please, Uncle. Well, it's a hassle, but not too much of one. Young guest, are you alone? The owner eyed Kazama, with suspicion that of course not. Little White is here too. The owner remarked, do you think you're quite humorous? Young guest, wasting food is a rather poor behavior. You know, my meals are generous. One portion should suffice. That if it's not enough, I can prepare more, ensuring you won't leave hungry. Haha. Fear not, dear proprietor, unless your table at home cannot accommodate it. I assure you that as long as the food is delectable, I can undoubtedly finish it all. By the way, could I have some fine wine as well? Subsequently, Kazama was educated at length by a kind-hearted uncle about how children should not consume alcohol. The earnest admonitions from the uncle continued until Kazama, with a stoic expression, opened a bottle of wine and gulped it down right in front of him. Under Kazama's impassive gaze, the uncle wisely refrained from further comments. Indeed, uncle, your food is truly exquisite. It is remarkable. Consider this as payment for the meal. By the way, are there any delightful snacks on the island that could serve as a dessert to aid digestion? Kazama languidly reclined in his chair, a look of satisfaction adorning his face. Truly, in any world, gourmet food is a manifestation of human ingenuity. As for dessert, there is indeed a pastry shop on the eastern side of the island. You will see it bustling with a long queue. Excellent, thank you, Uncle. Xiao Bai, let us take a stroll over there and enjoy a leisurely walk to aid our digestion. Meow. The middle-aged shopkeeper, cradling a hefty gold brick, watched Kazama's departing figure and then turned to glance at the table, which was littered with a dozen empty bottles and over 40 empty plates. The chaotic state of the kitchen echoed in his mind, and he sighed deeply. Today, all kitchen staff shall receive a bonus of 100,000 berries. With Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, Kazama swaggered down the street, a beer in one hand and a skewer of grilled meat in the other, exuding an air of arrogance. Despite initially insisting that Xiao Bai accompany him, it wasn't long before Xiao Bai decided to cease his efforts, gazing up at Kazama with wide, watery eyes, as if to say, who can withstand this? Not far down the road, Kazama spotted a pastry shop with an impressively long queue. Could this be the shop of the Shallow Grass family? It must be this one. Onward, Xiao Bai. Meow. Across a vast ocean, a fleet of pirate ships sailed forth, their distinctive white skull flag adorned with a red background and a flamboyant lipstick mark, alongside uniquely designed pastry-shaped vessels, all proclaiming the identity of their master, the Emperor of the Sea. The Big Mum Pirates. Listen up, crew. We are nearing pudding. Capture that renowned pastry chef and present them to Mama. Ah, the line was long, yet as long as no one cut in, they would eventually reach their turn. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Kazama's turn at Uncle, you have a plethora of pastries here. Could you pack me a bit of each, please? You wish to have a bit of every item? Young lad. Pastries have a short shelf life. If you take too many, they may spoil. How about I pack you a few of each instead? Would that be acceptable? Kazama glanced over the glass display, which showcased an array of pastries, some with recognizable names, while others remained unknown at a cursory glance. There seemed to be a dozen varieties. All right then, I appreciate your help. You are too kind. Before long, the pastry shop owner had neatly packed all the pastries, with 3 of each variety. Here you go, young lad, your pastries. Thank you. Just as Kazama was about to happily accept the pastries, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, and with a thud, his vision shifted to the sky. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Meow. A sudden white figure jolted Kazama back to reality. Blinking in confusion, he sat up. Shallow grass? Humph, you must be the pastry chef and owner of this establishment. Come with us. Turning to see a towering figure clad in attire reminiscent of a medieval Western prince from a play, Kazama marveled at the absurd height of individuals in the pirate world. Was he a member of the drama club? Kazama stood up, brushing dust off his clothes in perplexity. Approaching the man who had carelessly tossed him aside, he tugged at his costume. What is it? Little brat. The man in the blue costume turned, initially finding no one. But upon looking down, he discovered it was the very child he had dismissed. I have something to tell you. Could you bend down so I can share it with you? It is quite important. Kazama gazed intently at the man before him, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Just say it directly. The man's face was etched with impatience, yet curiosity flickered in his eyes. Others would steer clear of him, recognizing that his group was far from virtuous. Yet this child appeared unafraid. It is truly important. If you don't listen, you will regret it. Regret? How intriguing. I must hear what this little brat has to say. If it's unimportant, you better watch your life. The man raised an eyebrow, intrigue as he squatted down, his eyes glinting with menace. Seeing him crouch, Kazama smiled slightly and swiftly slapped him, saying softly, "Didn't your mother teach you to be polite?" Silence enveloped the surroundings. You little brat, are you seeking death? The man's eyes blazed with fury as he seized Kazama's clothing, hoisting him up and glaring at him menacingly. Yet Kazama showed no sign of fear. In fact, he felt a hint of amusement that I was ready to deal with you. And this is all you've got. Kazama smirked, slowly extending his right hand towards the man's neck. However, due to their size difference, Kazama couldn't reach him, appearing to others as if he was attempting to retaliate yet failing miserably. That little brat is quite amusing. Indeed. What is he trying to do? Does he think he can resist Lord Dafu? What a pitiful little brat that I hope he learns something in his next life. Little brat, what does your outstretched hand mean? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Dafu and his lackeys laughed heartily, while Kazama joined in their laughter, only to suddenly clench his fist. Dafu's laughter abruptly ceased as he felt the air around him constrict tightly, choking his neck, that he gazed at Kazama in disbelief. Noticing the derision in the latter's eyes, Dafu instinctively reached for his neck, feeling something solid constricting him. Yet he could not budge it, even when employing his haki. Strangely, even though Dafu had released his grip, the child still hung, suspended in the A.I.R.A.T. this moment. Even the dimmest of minds could perceive something amiss. Kill that little brat and save Lord Dafu. One of Dafu's lackeys suddenly shouted, prompting the group to draw their weapons. Knives, swords, guns, and even a rocket launcher, all aimed at Kazama. However, Kazama merely turned his head to glance at them, and their movements froze, faces filled with terror. I recognize you. But truly, didn't your mother teach you to be polite? Now be gone. With that, Kazama casually waved his hand, sending Dafu flying. As Dafu landed, Kazama retrieved the bag of pastries. Thanks to the careful packing, none were damaged, allowing him to exhale in relief. All is well. Here, uncle, this is for your pastries. Oh, the shopkeeper, bewildered, accepted the berries Kazama offered without counting them. Suddenly snapping back to reality, he looked at Kazama with concern, urging, young lad, you should hurry home. Those people do not appear to be good individuals. Please leave at once. I will call the nearby navy right now. You must get home. The shopkeeper's concern warmed Kazama's heart. The unexpected kindness from a stranger was always delightful. Rest assured, uncle, those people cannot harm me. If they dare return, I shall send them to hell. Kazama confidently proclaimed a statement that seemed grandiose to others. Just as he received the pastries, Kazama suddenly sensed a peculiar life rapidly approaching that it felt akin to a life form created through yin-yang escape, yet with subtle differences. Casually activating his Yomi Yomi no Mi, Kazama tossed the pastries into the weightless vacuum he had created. Turning around, he was met with a sight that felt oddly familiar. A blue-skinned figure wielding a naginata, the bladed polearm with a blunt edge. The blue-skinned creature sported pink hair, a pink beard, and a white Arabic-style hat atop its head. What on earth is this? A lamp spirit. Demon hunter. You wretched little imp. Perish, gazing upon the blue Arabian lamp deity, whose lower half tapered into a column connecting to that belt known as Dafu's. Kazama finally came to a realization. Oh, it dawns on me. This contraption is a devil fruit, though its name escapes me. Indifferent to the thought, he observed the colossal deity brandishing his naginata and instantaneously teleported before the demon, placing his right hand upon its head, blue chakra enveloping it, severing the demon's control over its own body. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the demon effortlessly. Suke, just that as the lamp deity was obliterated, the man named Dafu suddenly spewed forth a copious amount of blood, collapsing to the ground. Gazing at Kazama with trepidation, "Oh, it strikes me now. It's you. No wonder you seem so familiar. I recall you're the son of Big Mom, correct? The wielder of the lamp deity fruit's powers." At that moment, Kazama experienced a fleeting clarity, finally understanding why he felt such familiarity. However, this revelation was ephemeral. "What was your name again?" "My apologies. Big Mom has quite a few offspring. It's difficult to keep track." With that, Kazama cast a regretful glance at Dafu. "You scoundrel. I am Charlotte Dafu, the third son of Mother, a minister of Tado land. I am a paramecia type, capable of the searing fruit, not the lamp deity." "I see. I'll remember that, though it hardly matters, does it? After all, you're all just fodder." Floating in the air, Kazama briefly pondered whether to commit Dafu's identity to memory. Alright? Aren't you in the New World? I recall Big Mom's dream was to create a United Nations where all races coexist harmoniously. Personally, I find that ambition quite admirable and worthy of support. Then, with a skeptical gaze directed at Dafu, he inquired, "As her son, why aren't you developing Tado land in the New World? Why come here?" Perhaps due to Kazama's expression of support for Big Mom's dream, Dafu's countenance softened slightly. "Humph. Mother heard there is a renowned pastry chef on Punk Hazard, famed for his exquisite confections. Thus, she commanded me to bring him back to serve as Tado Land's chef." Kazama turned to the shopkeeper. Noticing his face had gone pale, after a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Sir, you heard them. They intend to take you back to Tado Land as Big Mom's chef." "Will you go?" The shopkeeper jolted, fervently shaking his head, his eyes filled with despair. "After all, that is the Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom." "Dafu, no, Dafu, you see, the shopkeeper disagrees, so you should take your men and leave it. Oh, and I almost forgot, your entourage consists of pirates. Doesn't he?" As he spoke, Kazama slapped his forehead, as if recalling something significant, then turned to the pirate henchmen, addressing them in a nonchalant tone. "You lot, this group of yours, well, you should take your own lives. Oh, and please refrain from shooting yourselves in the head. That would be too gruesome and might frighten the children. Just stab your hearts with a knife. Using a gun is also acceptable, be ye swift about it. Find a secluded spot to do so, or it will be a hassle to clean up." Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the pirate henchmen, as if programmed by command, sought out an open area. Though their faces were etched with terror, they resolutely complied with Kazama's orders. Whether by knife or gun, whether aimed at themselves or their comrades, they concluded their brief and nefarious existence. Dafu's pupils constricted, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth, glaring at Kazama in fury. "You brat, what do you intend to do?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "I sent it obvious. Can't you comprehend?" Kazama widened his eyes, scrutinizing Dafu as if he were a fool. "Furthermore, if memory serves me correctly, the ships from Tado Land are all sentient homies. Are you truly afraid you want to make it back?" Dafu's expression darkened. Like an unlit sewer, his tone frigid. "Little brat, I acknowledge your strength, but you are still too naive. You wish to wage war against the Big Mom pirates. You will meet your demise." Naive, Kazama could hardly believe he would receive such an assessment one day. Once upon a time, armed with a watermelon knife, he cleaved through the ninja world, traversing from land to sea, from Earth to the moon, from lowly shinobi to Otsutsuki. After decades of a murderous career, his aura of menace could instill fear in even the most formidable Jainin. Yet someone dared to call him naive. Do you look down upon my watermelon knife? Kazama found himself both furious and amused, regarding Dafu with a half-smile, slightly easing his restrictions, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent directed at Dafu. The ordinary bystanders merely felt a sudden chill. But to Dafu, the world transformed into a crimson haze, a blood-red sky, a blood-red moon, the earth stained with blood, a gruesome battlefield, and amidst the countless corpses, a figure with blood-red eyes devoid of any emotion. Kazama descended to the ground, a smile gracing his face as he approached Dafu step by step, observing his wide eyes, drenched in cold sweat, frozen in place, and found it somewhat amusing that I asked this all. Merely a fraction of my murderous intent. And you're already at your wit's end? Ha ha! Once upon a time, I wielded a watermelon knife from north to south, and not a soul dared defy me. You think I fear demise? Are you threatening me? Kazama lowered his head, gazing at Dafu with a cold smirk, eyes brimming with derision, entirely oblivious to the fact that Dafu, who had previously lowered his head, bore a fierce glint in his eyes as he suddenly raised his head and launched a punch toward Kazama's abdomen. And then there was nothing more. Dafu stared, mouth agape, at Kazama, who had effortlessly absorbed his hockey-infused punch without a flinch, glancing up to see Kazama's face still adorned with that cheerful smile that moment. Another figure flashed through Dafu's mind. Indeed, it was his mother, Big Mom, her son. He was acutely aware of just how formidable her physical prowess was. Common blades could scarcely penetrate Big Mom's defenses. Moreover, she had hardly ever exercised, her energy devoted primarily to developing her fruit abilities and bearing children, with her physical skills honed through her pirate life. Yet despite this, she bore the title of Emperor of the Sea. This speaks volumes of her terrifying innate talent. Consequently, Big Mom was also known as the steel balloon across these seas, and now he was witnessing that same terrifying talent once again. This person is one that Mother specifically ordered me to bring. You cannot withstand him. That a bead of cold sweat trickled down Dafu's forehead, and at that moment, he truly felt fear. And no matter, I shall personally discuss matters with Big Mom upon reaching Tato Land. Sensing the location of Big Mom's pirate ship, Kazama casually crafted a black orb the size of a ping-pong ball and tossed it, disregarding the two life forces aboard the ship. After all, who could be good among those guarding a pirate ship? An explosion echoed, and Dafu froze momentarily. Upon witnessing this, Kazama kindly reassured him. Fear not, it's nothing of consequence, merely blowing up your ship. Before Dafu could comprehend, Kazama's right hand rested upon Dafu's head, his eyes transforming into a ripple pattern as he activated the human path ability, effortlessly extracting a fragment of Dafu's soul. Discerning the location of Tato Land, before nonchalantly reinserting Dafu's soul, the entrance to the underworld appeared as a black portal, and Kazama seized Dafu's clothing, stepping through the portal. Shopkeeper, do take care of little Bai. I shall make a trip to Tato Land. Crossing through the portal, they arrived in another sea, and upon gazing at the island composed of cake beneath them, Kazama couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What on earth is this principle? As for Dafu, upon catching sight of Cake Island, he was utterly befuddled. What is happening? Wasn't he on Punk Hazard? How did I end up in Tato Land? Is this child a user of a devil fruit? How did he manage to fly? What did he just extract? My soul. Who exactly is he? What kind of fruit grants such an array of abilities? Upon arrival, Dafu naturally lost all significance of his existence, as Kazama carelessly tossed him towards Cake Island, knowing that, barring any surprises, someone would come to welcome him out on Cake Island at that moment. Katakuri was relishing a rare moment of leisure, indulging in sweet donuts within his secret base, when suddenly his eyes flashed red. His observation haki alerted him to the presence of two individuals above Cake Island. One aura felt unfamiliar, while the other belonged to his brother, Dafu. Hadn't Dafu gone on a mission? Furthermore, he couldn't fly. Could he? And who was the other? Where was the crew? Why have I not received any news? Katakuri's expression grew serious as he set down his donut, covering his mouth with his scarf, and resolved to step outside for a look. It was then that he beheld his brother being thrown from the sky by a child. Nwomi Fu. Carl waved his hand, unleashing 2 strands of glutinous rice from his body. One ensnared Daifuku and brought him to his side, while the other morphed into a fist mid-air, its tip imbued with haki, hurtling toward Kaze. Raising his left hand, Kaze blocked the glutinous rice fist, severing the lengthy strand. Once cut, the rice lost its haki, and Kaze curiously toyed with the clump, even sampling it. This is quite a remarkable ability. If utilized well, could this world ever experience famine again? Even if sold at a low price, one could surely become wealthy, right? Meanwhile, Katakuri released Daifuku, his expression grave. For throughout this encounter, despite Kaze effortlessly parrying his probes, his observation haki revealed Kaze's aura as that of an ordinary person. Daifuku pondered, what is the origin of this child? I don't know, Daifuku replied, his face pale, for he realized that after his demon was crushed, he seemed unable to wield his devil fruit powers for quite some time. When he had encountered the pastry chef on Pudding Island, he thought the child was merely an ordinary brat and had dismissed him. Brother Katakuri, be cautious. He crushed my demon with ease. Moreover, he possesses a peculiar ability. Seemingly able to manipulate others, the pirates I sent out followed his commands to their own demise after just a few words from him, their faces filled with terror, yet unable to control their actions. Additionally, he wields a small black orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, capable of obliterating my ship. He also exhibits a terrifying physical strength akin to Mother, and he seems to be able to open a black portal. We just came from Pudding, and upon passing through that door, we returned to Totland. Lastly, be wary of his touch. When he grasped my head, it felt as though he could rip my soul from my body. In an effort to protect his brother, Daifuku relayed all the information to Katakuri, who grimaced and nodded, a flash of red light suddenly gleaming in his eyes. His pupils constricted as he hastily conjured a massive wall of glutinous rice. Nwomi-chan. Kaze, having played with the glutinous rice for a while, deemed it rather mundane without haki. He then compressed the clump and hurled it toward Katakuri, albeit with a measure of force. The ground around Katakuri began to shift, forming a wall of glutinous rice that successfully blocked the high-velocity, dense glutinous rice. This clump pierced through the glutinous rice wall, breaking the ground beneath it, yet in an instant, the earth returned to its original state. Kaze watched the scene with keen interest. Did the awakening of the devil fruit allow for the assimilation of the surrounding ground into glutinous rice to prevent damage? Indeed, if one were to use haki to harden the rice and block it, the resulting shockwaves could topple nearby structures. Intriguing. Now, how shall you defend against this? A circle of black orbs the size of ping-pong balls formed behind Kaze, who casually pointed, causing the orbs to align and charge toward Katakuri. Contrary to Daifuku's expectations, Kaze's technique was called Spiral Wheel. Though merely the size of ping-pong balls, their power was far beyond that of the explosion that obliterated Big Mom's ship, which had a blast radius of 1,000 meters, reducing the entire vessel to ash out of course. This was achieved with minimal chakra expenditure. After all, a fist-sized spiral wheel could flatten an entire village. Destroying a small to medium-sized island would pose no challenge. Glutinous rice city wall pot. Observing the 9 familiar black orbs, Daifuku's expression turned grim. Meanwhile, Katakuri's face darkened. His observation haki had forewarned him of the catastrophic consequences should these orbs explode on Cake Island. Without a moment's hesitation, Katakuri assimilated the surrounding structures into glutinous rice, forming a colossal, haki-imbued wall that encircled the 9 orbs, creating a structure akin to a pot to perfectly mitigate the explosion's impact. With a thunderous roar, the wall pot remained unscathed. However, this outcome aligned with Kaze's expectations. If Katakuri could not withstand an explosion of such magnitude, he would not be deserving of the title of Sweet Commander. For Mihawk's ordinary strikes could reach beyond 1,000 meters. Once the explosion subsided, Kaze wore a smile, for he sensed the true threat approaching, launching an attack. Wagwa! Big Mom was incensed, as she had been fantasizing about the delicious pastries made by the pudding chef, only to feel a powerful and unstable wave of energy manifesting above Cake Island, and that sensation was directed toward Cake Island. She flung open the window, just in time to witness Kaze dispatching a barrage of black orbs. The magnitude of the power was not lost on her, and her anger surged. Had it not been for her second son, Katakuri, intercepting the attack, who could fathom the extent of the devastation that would have befallen her Cake Island? She swiftly made her way outside the castle, wielding Napoleon to unleash a Wagyu tea that moment. Most of Big Mom's children emerged. The current visage of Big Mom appeared far less aged than one might expect. TSK. I recall Big Mom being quite beautiful in her youth. Truly, beauty in the pirate world seems to have an age limit, aside from a few ageless goddesses. Kaze activated Susanoo, a purple half-skeleton materializing to shield against Big Mom's assault. Gazing at the seemingly youthful Big Mom, Kaze remarked, "So, your name is Charlotte. Mama, what an interesting little brat. You actually withstood my strike. Fascinating. Would you like to become part of my family?" Kaze: "No way, I'm still a child." "How old are you? Do you know these for crimes?" "I have many lovely daughters. I could wed one to you," while Big Mom often appeared to be in a daze, as the Empress of the Seas. Her discernment was sharp. To withstand her casual strike at such an age indicated that this child had limitless potential. Let me see. Kaze turned to glance at Big Mom's daughters. Good grief, a lineup of peculiar appearances. Big Mom's tastes seemed to falter. She was strikingly beautiful in her youth, yet her daughters were all rather unfortunate looking. Wait, at that moment, Kaze's attention was drawn to a stunning beauty clad in a purple feather coat, wearing a red bodycon skirt with short red hair and 2 small black horns. How to describe her? Fair-skinned and beautiful, truly a sight. Mama. This is my 18th daughter, Charlotte Jaileet, aged 18. If you fancy her, I could arrange a marriage for you. Mother, Jaileet exclaimed in alarm, for though she had anticipated the possibility of being wed to a child, she never imagined it would be so soon. Kaze's mouth twitched. 18 years old. What is this? A child pulling a cart. Sigh. It is what it is. You were born when I was not, and I was born when you were old. Year after year, the flowers remain the same, but every year people change. Thank you for your kindness. But having observed, it seems that among those of my age, your daughters do not align with my aesthetic. Jaileet is indeed beautiful, but she is much older than I, so I must decline, and one remains 18 forever. Yet there will always be those who are 18. Mama, your standards are indeed high, but are you certain you wish to refuse? A dangerous glimmer flashed in Big Mom's eyes as her fierce conqueror's haki was unleashed without restraint. This child's talent is extraordinary and must not be returned to the seas. Feeling the impact of this conqueror's haki, Kaze scoffed. Is this all? Compared to the pressure from Madara, this is child's play. Flashy yet insubstantial. This is merely a tool for clearing out weaklings. Spare me the embarrassment. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of azure-purple conqueror's haki erupted, instantly claiming half of Cake Island. And under Kaze's mocking gaze, the azure-purple haki slowly but steadily advanced forward. You must be joking. Such a level of conqueror's haki. How is that possible? Even Katakuri cannot achieve this. A man, holding a candy cane and with his tongue hanging out, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down as he realized just how terrifying such talent was. Little brat, I am becoming increasingly intrigued by you. Are you truly unwilling to become part of my family? You could carry my name and roam these seas without restraint. I refuse. That I am the illustrious descendant of the celestial dragon, a true scion of one of the 20 kings, the sole bloodline of the Kazama Clan. You expect me to become a pirate, or worse, to serve as a subordinate to others. I cannot bear such humiliation. How resolute you are! Since that is the case, I shall be compelled to send you to your demise. The Emperor's sword Big Mom propelled herself into the air, her legs exerting tremendous force as she raised Napoleon, engulfed in the flames of Prometheus, and brought it down fiercely upon Kazama. He mused, this world's unique abilities. Aside from the Conqueror's haki, I have yet to master the rest. I hope you can provide me with an exhilarating experience. As he gazed at the colossal blade, Kazama murmured absent-mindedly. Subsequently, He voluntarily dispelled his Susanoo, conjuring a black saber in his hand. Entwined with a violet hue of Conqueror's haki, a thrill of excitement curled his lips into a smile. Iato, draw and slash, with a resounding crash. The massive Napoleon collided with the diminutive saber, unleashing a tempest that swept across Cake Island. After a brief stalemate, Kazama was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily upon the ocean's surface. The IT is not over yet. A glint of crimson flashed in her eyes as Big Mom raised Napoleon once more, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Flame of the Blade Mother. Each fiery slash struck the sea, conjuring monstrous waves that sent shivers down spines. Such terrifying assaults surely left that child either dead or crippled, mused Daifuku with a mocking tone. Carl's eyes gleamed with red light, his expression grave. No, he still lives, as the tumultuous waves gradually calmed and the flames dwindled. A low, ominous laughter emerged from the remnants of the inferno. The laughter grew louder, revealing a diminutive figure gazing skyward, laughing maniacally. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the thrill and delight woven within that laughter. Ha ha! This is what battle truly is. Kazama gradually stifled his laughter, fixing his gaze upon the towering figure of Big Mom. That I must confess, I underestimated you. I initially believed that with this body, I could contend with you. But alas, my age is insufficient. Relying solely on physical strength barely allows me to reach the pinnacle upon the sea. However, that very fact makes this encounter all the more intriguing. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Big Mom, a torrent of natural energy surged into his being as Kazama ascended back into the heavens. His eyes transformed into golden slits, pristine white horns sprouted from his brow, and natural energy coalesced into a violet-hued garment enveloping his form. As for his previous injuries, those trivial wounds healed in less than a second under the dual enhancement of his sage form and steel balloon. Feeling satisfied with his current state, Kazama clenched his fist, the black saber reappearing in his grasp as he eagerly addressed Big Mom. Now, let the second round commence. One slash. Sever the flow. The Emperor's sword, P. Once again, the blades clashed, yet this time neither party was sent flying, maintaining an equilibrium. Hey brat, ISNT that technique called Ado. Draw and slash? Why the change in name? Through the clash of swords, Big Mom regarded the diminutive figure before her smile laced with danger. Kazama returned her gaze with a smile. It's merely an attack imbued with the Conqueror's haki. I deemed it unnecessary to assign a name. Yet, not naming it felt lacking, so I simply named it on a whim. Such a terrifying little brat. Wielding Conqueror's haki. Now, I certainly cannot allow you to live. Prometheus. Zeus. Understand. Mama. X2 enormous flames coiled around Big Mom, while Zeus darkened, blue-violet lightning crackling around her form, making her appear divine amidst the conflagration. Sensing the impasse, both combatants withdrew their strength before launching their blades once more. Egu. Swift wind swordsmanship. Windfall, compared to their previous attacks. This time Kazama infused his strikes with wind, not the chakra-induced gusts, but a pure wind born from the essence of swordsmanship, albeit minuscule, yet undeniably present. In mere instants, they clashed over 10 times, devastating vast structures upon Cake Island. As Kazama wielded his sword, he increasingly mastered the manipulation of wind. In a fleeting moment, he sensed a shift. Not the wind, but the breath of all things. In the heat of battle, Kazama closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the sensation of this breath. And with each strike, his blade grew more formidable, stirring greater currents of AIRTO prevent Big Mom from disrupting him during this crucial moment. Kazama accelerated his swordplay, disregarding her attacks, opting instead for a strategy of exchanging wounds. You insolent brat, how dare you underestimate me? Mama, his blade is problematic. It is exceedingly sharp and can even wound my soul. Please reinforce me with armament haki. Big Mom narrowed her eyes, applying armament haki to Napoleon. Simultaneously, her son's words dispelled any notions of recklessly enduring Kazama's strike. From their initial clash, she recognized the boy's extraordinary regenerative abilities. Despite spitting blood, he stood as if unscathed. Moreover, she was acutely aware of Napoleon's strength. She had no desire to test whether she could withstand a blade that could overpower it. No, this is too superficial. It must be executed this way. Swift wind swordsmanship. Windfall. Kazama abruptly opened his eyes. This time, all winds coalesced upon his blade, endowing the saber with unprecedented might. Have you transcended the swordmaster realm, little brat? But it still isn't enough. The Emperor's sword. Sudden strike. Rice cake. Iron arm. Candy shield. Jam wall. Cream. Cookie. The clash of blades and the intertwining of wind and thunder generated a momentum far exceeding previous encounters, compelling Big Mom's children to activate their abilities to shield Cake Island. Kazama's gaze drifted momentarily, noting the many innocents nearby, prompting him to lower his weapon and address Big Mom. Let us ascend to the skies. This place is too low. You wouldn't want Cake Island to be obliterated. Would you? Still concerned for the innocent populace? How quaintly altruistic, but that aligns with my intentions. Thunder, swift wind swordsmanship. Azure Dragon, with a single slash, a colossal azure dragon, composed of wind, roared forth to confront the thunder. Hey, little brat, don't die on me now. Big Mom raised Napoleon, Prometheus biting the tip of the blade, while Zeus anchored itself at the forefront, a fearsome fusion of thunder and flames. Roaring light sword. Swift wind swordsmanship. Wind wall. Black tortoise shield. A shield, resembling a tortoise shell, materialized in mid-air, barely withstanding the roaring light sword for an instant before shattering. Faced with the onslaught imbued with thunder and flames. Kazama's expression turned grave as he retracted his blade, desperately compressing the raging winds into a concentrated force. In the fleeting moment before the strike reached him, he unleashed his own slash. The massive attack was cleaved in two. Yet before Kazama could exhale in relief, an ominous warning surged through him. A hybrid energy attack, intertwined with lightning and flames, surged toward him in the wake of his spent strength. Roaring light cannon. Despite sensing the impending danger, he could only respond with a hurried downward strike, fixated on a singular thought. Block it! I must block it! Boom! The impact struck Kazama. Did I succeed? Big Mom squinted, observing the billowing smoke below, her children equally tense. However, the law of smoke without injury was once again validated. As the smoke dissipated, Kazama's figure emerged, his violet-hued attire bearing signs of damage. Yet the damaged areas manifested an uncanny blackness, not the charred remnants of lightning, but rather the manifestation of armament hockey. Kazama maintained his sword stance, silently attuning himself to this newfound power. Life energy? Yang release? No, it is different. It seems to be a form of bodily energy, sharing a source with life energy, yet differing in focus. It bears resemblance to the chi and blood power found in novels. This the essence of armament hockey. Kazama suddenly realized he had not activated his sensory abilities. Thus, this power must be the observation hockey. A satisfied smile graced Kazama's lips. It appeared that refraining from ninjutsu and chakra, save for sage mode, while employing no methods from outside the pirate world had its merits. The innate talent of this body is indeed formidable. It is no wonder I opted for top-tier talent when I traversed worlds. What a delightful choice. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze swept away the smoke. He then turned to Big Mom. Now, let us commence the third round. Swift wind. Celestial path. Egu. This time, the blades did not truly collide. A sword imbued with the power of armament hockey, empowered by the color of the conqueror's hockey and the winds, faced off against Napoleon, which was infused with two forms of hockey, along with flames and thunder, separated by approximately 10 centimeters. In between them lay the clash of hockey itself. This moment, Big Mom finally set aside her contempt. Yet it proved to be of little consequence. Even if she had exerted her full strength from the outset, Kaze no Kaze remained unyielding. After all, despite his unfamiliarity with the forces of this world, it did not imply that his physical prowess was lacking. Though still young, he had surpassed the limits of the ordinary. He had claimed, relying solely on his physique, he had barely reached the pinnacle of the ocean. In other words, his bodily strength was indeed the zenith upon these waters. The battle raged on for 3 days and nights, while Big Mom's children observed from Cake Island throughout this time. Meanwhile, the sky above Cake Island remained shrouded in ominous clouds, rife with thunder, flames, and fierce winds. The combat during this period allowed Kaze no Kaze to refine his mastery over the winds prior to this confrontation. His control over the wind was reliant on natural energy or the chakra within him. However, he had now learned to wield the winds through his swordsmanship in battle. Furthermore, his utilization of the three forms of haki had grown increasingly proficient, to the point where he even abandoned his sage mode. Initially, he had been pressed by Big Mom's relentless attacks, yet now, Kaze no Kaze was almost playing with her. Swift Wind, Azure Dragon Dance. Compared to earlier encounters, this time the Azure Dragon seemed as if Kaido himself had arrived. A colossal dragon composed of raging winds, its power and defense amplified by armament haki, and its majesty heightened by Conqueror's haki. Swift Wind, White Tiger Roar, Swift Wind, Xuanwu Bite, Swift Wind, Vermilion Bird Cry, the four symbols forever a man's romance, Swift Wind, Secrets of the Four Symbols, a line of heaven, the four sacred beasts fused together. Combining the Azure Dragon's cutting prowess, the White Tiger's ferocity, the Xuanwu Turtle's defense, the binding of the serpent, and the eternal vitality of the Vermilion Bird, coalescing into a massive blade of wind, returning to simplicity. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon, Mingguang Weigua, 3,000 miles. Mother, visiting cannon. The two attacks intertwined, seemingly creating a peculiar chemical reaction. After entangling for a time, they suddenly exploded, clearing the dark clouds from the sky and revealing a cerulean expanse. After 3 long days, sunlight once again bathed the ocean. The black Taoist jade transformed into a shield, blocking all waves of energy. This Taoist jade, forged from the fusion of water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, surpassing the limits of this sea. Looking up, Kaze no Kaze relished the long-awaited warmth of the sun, squinting his eyes in delight, feeling a touch of boredom. This battle needed to conclude as the explosion gradually subsided. The black Taoist jade enveloped Kaze no Kaze like a bolt. He regarded Big Mom with an impassive expression, flames and thunder still entwined around her form. Yet he felt no interest whatsoever. Although she maintained her combative stance, appearing largely unscathed, his observation haki clearly sensed her diminishing state. Big Mom, let this battle come to an end. I have no desire to continue. Mama, 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 what a curious ability. When did such a monster emerge from the sea? Big Mom's gaze towards Kaze no Kaze brimmed with wariness. Whether it was the black substance that had just shielded against the explosion's aftermath or the purple skeleton that had blocked her initial attack. He had not utilized either in battle. Moreover, most crucially, her observation haki informed her that this little brat's aura had not diminished in the slightest. Big Mom's eyes flickered before she suddenly burst into laughter. Mama, 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 that is acceptable. After all, I am weary as well. However, little brat, do refrain from seeking trouble with the Big Mom pirates in the future, for they are my beloved subordinates. Huh. Charlotte Linlin, or rather, Big Mom, do you think I am negotiating with you? You presume to bargain with me. Who do you think you are? An emperor of the sea. Merely refuse to acknowledge the garbage of the ocean. You truly believe yourself to be someone significant. Kaze no Kaze spoke in a calm tone, as though discussing the most mundane of matters, yet laced with a hint of exasperation and bewilderment, akin to a deity perplexed by the audacity of mortals to challenge divine authority. Brat, what is his status to dare insult Mama? He has only exchanged blows with her for a few days. Mama may not even be taking it seriously. Does he seek death? Silence. Smuggy. Parasparrow's expression darkened. Mama has unleashed all her formidable abilities. How can you still believe she isn't serious? Being obstinate is one thing. But this is beyond foolish. Such a level of combat is not something we can interject into. Besides, this monstrous little brat may not adhere to the rules of the Big Mom pirates and could very well turn his wrath upon us. Parasparrow, Smuggy stared incredulously at the candy minister of Tato Land. Their pirate crew had been insulted, and Mama had been disrespected, and he was merely silent. Smuggy, do not speak. Only Mama is qualified to converse with that little fiend. Furthermore, we do not know his true capabilities, meaning he could strike at us whenever he wishes. Do you think we could withstand him for long? Prepare for battle. For now, we must place our hopes on Mama. Kadu's expression was equally grim. Before the explosion, this little brat had emanated a sense of danger, yet not a fatal one. However, ever since he employed that dark ability, Kadu could distinctly sense the lingering, deadly threat. That little brat truly did not seem to care for his own life. As Perispero and Katakuri spoke, Big Mom's children fell silent, though the little brat's overall destructive power did not surpass Mama's. His physical prowess was simply absurd. From his initial naivete to his later adeptness in wielding haki, he had endured countless of Mama's assaults without appearing fazed. It was utterly outrageous. The warning of observation haki was not sent solely by Kaido. A composed Smuggy also recognized it, as did Big Mom herself. This moment, she felt a tinge of regret. What was I pretending for? Why insist on a war of words when this monster has declared he no longer wishes to fight? And you, little brat, did your elder not teach you about human relations? I offered an olive branch, yet you chose to escalate matters instead. Yet, these words remained unspoken, having battled Kaze no Kaze for 3 days and nights. She clearly perceived the drastic difference in his state from before. The earlier Kaze no Kaze resembled a child discovering a fascinating new toy. Rather than engaging in combat, it felt more akin to play. However, the current Kaze no Kaze bore no expression, his eyes devoid of emotion. Yet at this moment, Kaze no Kaze's words had left her in a precarious predicament. If mishandled, the Big Mom pirates could well face their downfall. Mama, mama, mama. What a terrifying little brat. In your eyes, does the Emperor of the Sea amount to nothing? Yet, I am most curious about the source of your confidence. Merely the strength you have displayed thus far is insufficient to support such grandiose claims. Tsh, Kaze no Kaze let out a rare derisive laugh. It seemed Big Mom was not as mindless as she appeared. Her words were quite straightforward. I know you are formidable, but could you perhaps demonstrate your might? If she were to yield so easily, then the Big Mom pirates would truly be unable to maintain their standing. Ultimately, Big Mom required him to showcase his power to silence the chatter of the sea. Conveniently, Kaze no Kaze intended to conclude this battle without bringing an end to this pirate crew just yet. Extending his right hand, he raised his index and middle fingers, standing them upright before his chest. His eyes transforming into rippling patterns. Big Mom, do you believe this power suffices? Celestial barrier, Starquake. As the explosion subsided, the sky was swiftly obscured once more by clouds. Yet it was not long before the clouds were torn asunder again, revealing a colossal meteorite 10 kilometers in diameter. Describe it in 4 words. Obscuring the heavens and blocking the sun. What is this? Is this a joke? Can such a feat truly be accomplished by a human? This is the power of a deity. The unruly offspring of Big Mom felt despair for the first time in their lives. Kaze no Kaze leisurely settled midair, the Taoist jade forming a throne to support his form. One hand rested upon the armrest, while the other propped his chin, gazing at Big Mom with keen interest. I specially summoned this. Not overly large, and your attacks can reach nearly 100 kilometers. Handling this meteorite should pose no challenge, correct? Indeed, I personally suggest that you take advantage of the situation while it is not yet fully descended, launching a lateral assault to alter its landing site. Of course, you may also attempt to obliterate it. Should it land successfully, creating a meteorite crater with a diameter of 100 kilometers on land would pose no challenge whatsoever. The matron gazed at the falling meteorite, her expression ambiguous as she slowly lowered her head, an aura of intensity rising around her. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. The matron raised her head, her gaze fixated on the colossal meteorite, eyes brimming with ferocity. She leapt fiercely from Zeus. Soaring toward the heavens, flames, thunder, armed color, and conqueror's color entwined around Napoleon, exclaiming, "What a joke! I'm the Emperor of the Sea." Big Mom, the enormous blade, infused with her domineering will, struck the meteorite from below, dwarfed by its size. Yet the collision astonishingly halted its descent. The hearts of Katakuri and the others clenched tightly. The fate of the Big Mom pirates hung in the balance at this very moment. After a brief stalemate, the meteorite altered its trajectory, plummeting toward the waters surrounding Cake Island. Although it had been briefly halted, its speed remained formidable. conservatively estimating, should it descend, Cake Island and its neighboring isles would surely cease to exist. The matron had managed to halt the meteorite, but it was now far less formidable than before. Everyone, unite your strength to prevent its fall. Quickly! The second-in-command's eyes glimmered with urgency as he immediately rallied his siblings to act. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. There was no room for the meteorite to descend. Kazan, with a resigned smile, pondered that while their collective might could indeed safeguard Cake Island without harm, how could he maintain his facade if they intervened? Just stay, Put. And no sooner had Katakuri spoken than a languid voice echoed. He then noticed the figure that had appeared in the meteorite's path. A massive bolt of lightning was forcibly compressed into a pearl-sized sphere, emitting sounds reminiscent of birdsong. Should this energy erupt, it could instantly erase Cake Island and its surroundings from the map. Kazan, clutching this minuscule sphere of lightning in his right hand, regarded the meteorite with a flicker of disdain. The moment the meteorite approached him, his right hand pressed down upon it, causing the meteorite to enter a bizarre pause. Thunderbird collapse. After uttering those two seemingly weightless words, two resounding booms followed. The first heralded the disintegration of the meteorite into smaller fragments, each crackling with electric arcs. The second was an explosion, a column of light over 10 kilometers in diameter shooting skyward, enveloping the meteorite entirely. Once the light dissipated, Kazan gradually retracted his right hand, yet the meteorite had vanished without a trace. Mama, that little brat's lightning was more than sufficient to sustain a day of the heavenly god of supreme freedom. Zeus's expression grew complex. Even he would require considerable time to amass such a colossal charge, let alone compress it to that size. Kazan turned his head, his face impassive as he regarded the matron. Is this power sufficient? Ah, how delightful. Someone, prepare for me. I wish to freshen up. Awakening from a 5-meter grand bed, Kazan languidly stretched. The pinnacle-level battles upon this sea could stretch for days, a concept Kazan found difficult to comprehend. Just as he had adeptly mastered his domineering will, he and the matron were merely exhausting one another. Neither could gain the upper hand. Truly, why engage in such a war of attrition when one could develop more formidable techniques? A waste of life. Though Kazan's physique allowed him to adapt to such combat, his long-standing habits led him to take a lengthy slumber in the palace of Cake Island post-battle. Knock, knock. Enter, Mr. Lioli, hot water has been prepared for you. Upon seeing the entrance of Jailit, Kazan involuntarily widened his eyes. What is happening? Is the matron attempting to employ a beauty trap? Isn't Tato Land's specialty homies? Why is she serving as a maid? I am but a child. Mr. Lioli, Mama has commanded that you be received with the utmost courtesy. The attitude of the attendant was exceedingly respectful. After all, Kazan's godlike power lingered vividly in her memory. Very well, lead the way. After only a brief moment of surprise, Kazan quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor, joking as a celestial dragon. What scenes had he not witnessed? During visits to other families, the antics of those individuals could be succinctly described. There is nothing a celestial dragon cannot accomplish that ordinary folk could only dream of. Jailit stood reverently, holding a towel at the ready. After completing his ablutions, Kazan accepted the towel to dry his face, casually returning it afterward. By the way, call me Kazan. I dislike being addressed as Lioli. Yes, Mr. Kazan. You instructed that upon awakening, a feast of grilled seafood would be prepared for you at any time. Would you like to dine now? Lead the way. The palace of Tato Land was magnificent, or rather, imbued with a fairy tale ambience. The matron, in a sense, resembled someone with a split personality. On one hand, she exhibited a brutal nature, while on the other, she yearned to establish a harmonious world where all races coexist peacefully, living joyfully together. Consequently, there had been speculation suggesting that within the matron resided the souls of a nun and Lin Lin, or that two souls had merged into one. Kazan had no interest in such matters. Why should he care? Oh, Big Mom, I didn't expect to find you here, waiting for me to dine. A long dining table draped in pristine silk separated into halves, one side adorned with desserts and the other with grilled meats. The matron sat at the dessert side, flanked by her children. As Kazan approached, Katakuri instinctively pulled out a chair for him to sit down. He casually picked up a knife and fork to sample the fare. Quite decent. Although it pales in comparison to the Holy Land, it ranks among the finest I have ever tasted, second only to the Holy Land. Mama, 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 I specifically instructed my people to call for you upon your awakening. So, what do you think? The chefs of Tado Land are not too shabby, are they? Indeed, quite impressive in terms of grilled seafood. It is second only to Mariewa. The others couldn't help but glance sideways. Few could boast of dining in Mariewa aside from the Navy. This child surely couldn't be a guardian of the Holy Land, could he? Thus, only one possibility remained. Mama, 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 are you so generous as to admit it? Celestial Dragon Kazan Lioli? Puffed. This identity is nothing to be ashamed of. What is there to conceal? Mama, mama, mama. So frank. Pray tell, Kazan Lioli, what brings you from the Holy Land to Tado Land? According to Dafu, he had encountered Kazan while on a mission to capture someone, casually tossing him aside, only to be subsequently attacked. Later, upon invoking the matron's name, he was then attacked again. It seemed this was merely a misunderstanding. Yet how could the matron believe that? A young celestial dragon so fearsome would idly travel alongside that group of fishmen? Impossible! Oh, I merely wish to inform you that I have spared the chef from Puki Island. Do not trouble na. That it. The matron was momentarily rendered speechless, as were her children, their gazes converging on Dafu, eyes filled with murderous intent. You nearly ruined my Tado Land over a mere chef. How impressive! How noble! Kazan pondered. He indeed had little to do. Roughly so did it was merely a fortunate coincidence. I overheard that. Dafu, he is one of your people, so I thought to engage the Emperor of the Sea in a friendly exchange, while also providing a gentle admonition to you. Sipping his tea, Kazan continued, my instincts tell me that Tado Land is a beautiful place, with many islands that seem to exist only in fairy tales. Thus, you could easily cultivate tourism and levy taxes. The profits would rival those gained through plunder, wouldn't they? I have heard that your dream is to establish a realm where all races coexist harmoniously, which is admirable. Although you are trash, in comparison to the refuse of the New World, you are somewhat bettered, like a tea the very least. You have genuinely ensured that the residents of Tado Land lack for nothing and are shielded from pirate incursions. That is commendable. The demise of pirates means little to me, but the welfare of the common folk matters greatly. The world government and the Navy have yet to disrupt the New World. Therefore, Big Mom, refrain from harming civilians in the future, but if any of your children remain untainted by civilian blood, let their hands remain clean. Otherwise, should your numerous offspring perish in a shipwreck, it would indeed be a sorrowful tale. Ah, how delightful it is to envision that Todoran is indeed my utopia, where all races coexist in peace, joyfully singing, dancing, and celebrating together. This is the very essence of my dreams. How could I possibly bear to inflict harm upon the inhabitants of Todoran? As for my children, they must not merely reap the benefits bestowed by the Big Mom pirates. Ah, let it be. After all, it is your affair, and I can hardly be bothered. Henceforth, safeguard your dominion over Todoran. If you possess the capability, extend your protection to additional islands. Above all, refrain from harming the innocent. Kaze, with an air of elegance, delicately severed a piece of roasted meat and brought it to his lips, only to pause suddenly, as if struck by a revelation. He then turned his gaze toward Perispero and Karakuri. Well, gentlemen, would you care to join me in my endeavors? Remaining with Big Mom offers little promise for the future. Your abilities are insufficient to defend Todoran after her demise. Ha ha ha. Perispero, who would have thought I would receive an invitation from Celestial Dragon? However, I must apologize, for I cannot part with my beloved siblings. I shall never betray my family. Kaze observed the two with keen interest. One had mentioned siblings, while the other spoke of family. Tsuke, Kaido, you ought to learn from Big Mom how to educate the next generation. Meanwhile, as Kaze slumbered, an urgent newspaper circulated across the seas, its front page dominated by a striking photograph. A man with golden vertical pupils, adorned with twin horns, enveloped in a violet glow that formed a majestic cloak around him. Exuding an air of supremacy, he brandished a broadsword, similarly imbued with the violet aura, while a regal azure dragon encircled him. His expression was impassive as he gazed down at a distant figure, a towering female human. Her hair composed of flames, standing upon a swirling mass of black clouds, her form entwined with fire and lightning, brandishing a colossal sword wrapped in dark, flame-like lightning, her countenance twisted into a menacing grin. This image evoked the semblance of an emotionless deity passing judgment upon a demon. The headline was equally straightforward: descendant of the great creator, the 20 kings' offspring, celestial dragon, deity, Kaze Ryusei. 8 centuries ago, the illustrious 20 kings established the world government to foster global peace. Subsequently, the 20 kings relocated their entire lineage to the holy land of Yawahara, where they have resided for generations. As the aristocracy of the world, their descendants acquired a new title, celestial dragons. Over the course of 8 centuries, the world government has evolved into a behemoth, comprising over 200 member nations. Yet, news of the celestial dragons has been scarce. When rumors do arise, they are often less than flattering, leading to the unavoidable question: can the celestial dragons truly uphold the glory of their ancestors? This question found its answer 3 days prior to on that day, the sole bloodline of the great creator. The current heir of the Kaze Clan, Kaze Ryusei, ventured alone into the new world as Todoran, engaging in a fierce battle against the Sea Emperor, Big Mom. This 3-day struggle culminated in the triumph of Kaze Ryusei, who, at the tender age of 9, unveiled his godlike prowess before the entirety of the Big Mom pirates. Remarkably, he sustained not a single injury throughout the conflict, nor did his aura wane in the slightest. The Kaze Clan, one of the illustrious 20 kings, boasts a storied lineage. Legends speak of their ancestor as a formidable figure among the 20 kings during the initial century of the world government's establishment. The descendants of the Kaze Clan led campaigns against insubordination. Today, they reappear upon these seas, demonstrating their divine strength, truly worthy of their forebears' legacy. Following the onset of the pirate era initiated by GOLD, Roger, the world government has finally taken action. The tides of the world are beginning to churn, heralding a new era of development. In this shifting landscape, no one can claim immunity that we have reason to believe that the slumbering giant of the world government, dormant for 800 years, is awakening, poised to proclaim its might across the globe. Perhaps a new cycle of upheaval has already commenced. What awaits us tomorrow? We shall await with bated breath upon a hot air balloon. Morgans laid down his pen and gazed towards the Holy Land. The pirate era, the Sea Emperors, the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, CP, the underground factions, and the remnants of the past. All these ambitious players are stirring, and the greatest tide in 800 years is imminent. The liberation of slaves, the expansion of commerce, and the crackdown on pirates is merely the beginning. Fishman Island serves only as an appetizer. World government, or rather, celestial dragons, have you finally reached your breaking point? After 800 years of legacy, how could the celestial dragons be mere fools? The tide of the era, Roger, from the intelligence gathered, that individual harbors a deep disdain for pirates. Can your pirate era truly bring you success? 8 centuries ago, you were bested by the 20 kings. New World, the Kaze Clan, the former commanders of the 20 Kings Alliance. Indeed, it is that clan. They were the ones who ravaged us at the dawn of the world government. Who would have thought this clan still had descendants? A mere 9 years of age. Surely, his ancestor possessed no such caliber of strength at that age. Just a child. The victories of his forebear do not guarantee his own, and our previous defeat does not predicate another. The day of reckoning draws near. The 20 kings are destined to pay their due. Father, great news! That Big Mom has been defeated by a mere 9-year-old celestial dragon child. Oh, wow! That Lin truly seems to be regressing with a G.I.S. this child the last of their bloodline. Perhaps we could adopt him as a son? Lin, how truly disgraceful to be vanquished by a mere child. The Kaze Clan, celestial dragons? How dreadfully dull. I yearn for death. Who might come and end my existence? Sigh, the Kaze Clan? Joy boy, the day our ancestors agreed upon is fast approaching. For this pact, we have spent 800 years lurking in the shadows. Living like rats in the gutter, I have truly had enough of this life. East Blue. Bark, bark, bark. Who would have thought this clan would truly make a move? That they would dare to act after 800 years of privilege? How terrifying indeed. Bark, 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 scoundrels. Why have you shown concern for the world's affairs? Alabasta. Father, this individual is incredibly strong. At just 9 years old, he has bested Big Mom. How impressive. When I grow up, I shall strive to be as formidable and protect our nation. Very well. Then it shall be my pleasure to assist you. Little one, the Kazama Clan, the ones who once fought alongside our ancestors. Have they managed to resist the corruption of life in the Holy Land? How splendid. On a desolate island. Dragon. Have you seen today's newspaper? I have. Celestial dragons, a meteor 10 kilometers in diameter and only 9 years old. Ha! I firmly believe the malevolence of the world government will come to an end. The wicked reign of the celestial dragons shall be dismantled. A face marked by the imprint of shoe soles emerged from beneath a green hat, eyes filled with resolve. The revolution shall undoubtedly succeed. It must, yet a bittersweet smile crept upon his visage. Inform the comrades below to exercise utmost caution. After all, that is a meteor 10 kilometers in diameter. Should we inadvertently expose ourselves, it is likely that apart from a few capable comrades, none shall survive. Team Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the conference room, Sengoku could not help but recall the youthful figure who had commanded him not to pursue, as well as the phantom beast that had been cast aside by Admiral Suke. Among the celestial dragons, there are indeed those who are not inept. Perhaps, after 800 years of oppression, the weight upon the Navy may finally begin to lift. Current Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Akainu, rapped his fingers upon the table. Gentlemen, share your thoughts. Who would have anticipated that among the celestial dragons, there are those who are not worthless? Tis TSK, merely 9 years old? Quite formidable indeed, but this does not concern us. Does it? Might that Kaze Risai even consider joining the Navy? Pirates deserve to perish. Observing the chaotic dance of his subordinates, Commander Kong felt a slight headache. He found himself at a loss, realizing it might be time to tender his resignation. Mary Geos, amidst the power struggles that Xiaolu Li, it appears he has indeed acquired formidable strength in that realm known as the shinobi world. Indeed, I thought I'd already overestimated him to the fullest. Yet it seems I still underestimated him. That indigo-hued attire may very well be a manifestation of the shinobi world's power. However, the Conqueror's haki and armament haki are the true forces of this vast ocean. Indeed, apart from the Nephilim family residing in the lower realm, the remaining 19 families dwell in the Holy Land. 8 centuries have been ample time for the once great families to decay of the other 18 families. How many still remember their ancestral glory? 800 years ago, these parasites would have been deserving of execution to prevent the tarnishing of their lineage. Yes, among the 19 families, it seems only the Kazama family remains untainted. One could only say they truly live up to the legacy of that esteemed individual, don't they? 8 centuries ago, the 20 kings established the world government under the guidance of that individual, and his descendants have fought valiantly, navigating the most arduous periods for the world government. As for us, we have been entrusted by that esteemed individual with the monumental task of managing the world government. For 800 years, we have meticulously maintained the balance, while also cleaning up after the descendants of other esteemed individuals. It has been quite exhausting. Speaking of which, Xiaoluli bears an uncanny resemblance to that esteemed individual. What resemblance? They are practically identical. Surely, you haven't forgotten the visage of that esteemed individual, have you? Of course not. Perhaps Xiaoluli is the reincarnation of that esteemed individual. That is indeed a possibility. If Joy Boy could return, why not that esteemed individual? Agreed for By the way, have we forgotten that the princess wishes to meet Xiaoluli? Yes, we must contact Xiaoluli immediately. We cannot delay. Mary Geos. The little garden. Brother, he truly resembles you in your youth. 800 years have passed, brother. I am truly exhausted. Brother, back then, we triumphed over the Lunaria tribe and defeated Joy Boy, that we established the world government and the Navy. Yet aside from the Navy, many things have diverged from your original intentions. Even the Navy, due to the actions of other brothers' descendants, has become laden with various restrictions. 8 centuries have passed, and I long to rest properly. Oh, boss, what are you busy with? I'm here to pick up Xiao Bai. Several days have passed, and witnessing the bustling pastry shop and the long queue, Kazama smiled with delight, waving from a distance at the shopkeeper. Is that you, little one? Haha, you finally returned. I've taken excellent care of your Xiaobai. Seeing Kazama safe and sound, the shopkeeper sighed in relief before bursting into laughter, handing Xiaobai over to Kazama. Oh, Xiaobai, it's been ages. And to you, uncle. Thank you for your assistance these past few days. Feeling the familiar touch, Kazama playfully ruffled Xiaobai's fur, then expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper, only to notice the glint of gossip in the shopkeeper's eyes. Wow. Is he the child who chased away Big Mom's pirate crew that day? Yes, that's him. Do you think he could be the renowned Kazama Ruri from the newspaper? Impossible, though they share the same age, and he drove away Big Mom's son. That Kazama Ruri is a celestial dragon. How could he possibly be here? Moreover, the shape and color of his eyes don't match. Kazama Ruri even has dragon horns. Could it be a devil fruit? One that alters eye color and shape, and also grows horns? It must be a zoan-type devil fruit. Have you ever seen a devil fruit that radiates an indigo glow? True. Hearing the whispers of those around him, Kazama felt somewhat bewildered. Is news really spreading this quickly across the sea? Little one, have you ever encountered Kazama Ruri? The shopkeeper's queries silenced the crowd immediately. Boss, who is Kazama Ruri? Kazama asked, perplexed. Well, it's this. Saying so, the shopkeeper handed Kazama a newspaper. Didn't you mention you were heading to Totland? You must have met Kazama Ruri, or perhaps you personally know him. Kazama took the newspaper, and at first glance, was left speechless by the headline. Yet upon seeing the photograph, his irritation dissipated by half, and after reading it, it vanished entirely. In no wonder he could monopolize the newspapers. He knows well not to print what shouldn't be written. Though this article could be deemed audacious, it revealed no significant information about Kazama. The entire piece was filled with conjecture, merely stating that the world government or the celestial dragons were flexing their muscles. Beyond informing the CE that such an individual exists among the celestial dragons, there was nothing of value. The article consisted solely of Morgan's ramblings and a few descriptions of the battle's conclusion. And that was it. Suke, it seems this Birdman possesses quite the keen perception. Did he deduce it from the world government's announcement of the amnesty for slaves and the report on Tiger? Quite impressive, and the photograph turned out rather dashing. I have indeed seen him. I was on a chocolate island, initially intending to engage in battle. But after Big Mom's son made a call, he didn't show up and fled. When I arrived, I witnessed Big Mom and Kazama Ruri in combat. Afterward, I spent a few days exploring other islands in Totland, saw they were still fighting, and then returned. Is that true? So, is Kazama Ruri strong? Does he truly possess godlike powers? Was that 10-kilometer-wide meteorite real? Observing the eager onlookers, Kazama couldn't help but twitch his lips. I just remembered, I left my clothes out to dry at home. I'm off to collect them. May we meet again by chance? With that, Kazama hopped onto the dark dragon steed, hastily fleeing. Alas, what a pity we didn't extract any information. TSK, I've heard this child could defeat Big Mom's son at such a young age. While he may not match Kazama Ruri, his kind heart suggests he might one day become a Navy admiral. Boss, I'll have a cherry blossom pastry. Certainly, dear customer, I'm back. Ha. Kazama, it truly is you. UVE accomplished something quite remarkable. Upon seeing Kazama return, Tiger appeared thoroughly exhilarated. He never anticipated that his friend would be so formidable. That was Totland's Cake Island, Big Mom's stronghold. Ha! A man should achieve such resounding feats. Tom's eyes were filled with awe, while Jinbei and others gazed at him with admiration. To obliterate a 10-kilometer-wide meteorite with a single strike. Kazama, you are indeed incredible. Arlong's eyes shone with fervor. The power to defeat the Emperor of the Sea. 3 days and nights of battle. A 10-kilometer-wide meteorite, nearly 100 kilometers of destructive force. Could this be the pinnacle of the ocean, if I could possess such power? Then who would dare infringe upon Fishman Island? Who could impede the Fishman's return to the surface? Gazing at the fishmen before him, Kazama smiled broadly. You have no idea. I battled Big Mom for 3 days and nights. And while I call it a battle, for me, it was merely play. It was only in the end that I slightly revealed my true strength. And what was the outcome? That minor Emperor of the Sea, once I took it seriously, was nothing to fear. Kazama rested his left foot on the stool, his left hand on his knee, boldly downing an entire mug of beer. friends, once our journey reaches its destination. I will take you to the legendary Sky Island. Their unique methods to cultivate observation hockey await. When the time comes, I shall teach you armament hockey. Once you all master your hockey, we will pass it on to the warriors of Fishman Island. At that point, I shall see who dares to provoke Fishman Island. When that time comes, I will grant you an island, and even if you return to the surface, you will be able to protect yourselves. Tom smiled slightly. Tiger's eyes brimmed with determination, while Jinbei, Aladdin, and the other fishmen looked on with eager anticipation. Arlong was already impatient to begin his training to, Kazama, does Sky Island truly exist? At that moment, a fishman mustered the courage to ask. Although Kazama is approachable and amiable, his status still renders some fishmen uneasy in his presence, especially when sober. Of course. Let me tell you, the Sky Island not only exists, but it truly harbors the land of gold. Really? And I can attest to its authenticity. Roger visited the Sky Island back in the day, in the island that the pirate king Roger reached. Does the land of gold still exist? Has it perhaps become part of the One Piece? A concerned fisherman inquired. Rest assured, Roger did not take the gold from there. Naturally, you are not permitted to take any. Mere visitation will suffice. That gold has an owner. An owner, indeed. Just then, as Kazama prepared to continue speaking, a phone rang, interrupting him. Puzzled, he retrieved his silver transponder snail, wondering, who could be reaching out to him at this hour? Oh well, fine, I'll head back now. Hanging up the phone and noticing the inquisitive gazes of those around him, Kazama rubbed his nose and asked, so, is the ship ready? It will take a few more days, Tom replied. Perfect, I'll take care of some matters back home. If the ship is ready, you needn't wait for me. I will find you. Farewell. With that, Kazama opened a spatial door and stepped through. Mary Geos. Amidst the corridors of power, a black pixelated spatial door appeared, through which Kazama walked. Old man. What is the urgency in summoning me? The golden-haired elder smiled faintly. Little Yuli, a certain esteemed individual wishes to meet you. Kazama, expressionless, traversed a dark corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the silent expanse. If all goes as expected, it should be the legendary Im who wishes to see him, he had inquired with a few elders. Yet no one had divulged any details, only presenting a rather mysterious smile. Kazama's mind raced, contemplating the motives behind this meeting. However, he soon commanded himself to cease this mental overactivity. He would find out soon enough as he walked the corridor. He couldn't help but reflect on his life over the past few years, arriving in this world and experimenting with his six paths powers. Displeased with certain injustices, he saved Tezelo, and seeking a companion, he gathered Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno. Driven by unresolved feelings, he rescued Tiger, his celestial dragon. He had considered living a life of leisure and indulgence, but such an existence was not suited for him. To encapsulate his sentiment in a single phrase, it felt profoundly empty. Kazama recognized this inclination as self-deprecating, yet he could not turn a blind eye to the atrocities before him. When powerless, one could excuse an action, but when capable of intervening, yet choosing to remain idle, enjoying the privileges of his status, without shouldering any responsibilities, how is that different from other celestial dragons? Sigh. It seems I am still too compassionate. A short distance later, he arrived at the end of the corridor. Gazing at the door before him, Kazama extended his right hand and slowly pushed it open. A lush expanse of green grass greeted him, adorned with various unknown blossoms scattered throughout, adding splashes of color to the verdant landscape. Butterflies flitted about, bees diligently worked, and on the other side grew an array of exotic flowers, a truly enchanting garden. At the garden's edge stood a white double swing, where a golden-haired maiden Saturday the girl was strikingly beautiful, clad in a white dress adorned with pearls, silver threads intricately embroidered with lovely patterns, as if crafted from a fairy tale. Upon noticing Kazama's arrival, the maiden smiled warmly. You've come. Please, take a seat at, hello, are you the esteemed individual who wishes to meet me? Kazama raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised to discover that it was indeed a woman. Could it be? Was she truly the mother of the sun god, as depicted in the fan fiction he had read? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Kazama approached without hesitation and settled beside Amdada. This is rather comfortable. Just as he sank into the swing, Kazama turned to find him gazing at him with a benevolent expression. It's remarkably similar. It is almost identical. Kazama, perhaps you may not believe this, but based on my experience across 3 lifetimes, the expression on this woman's face is undeniably kind. I cannot be mistaken. Wait. The rumors suggest that him has lived for 800 years. Could she possibly be my ancestor? This thought momentarily stunned Kazama, before he cautiously inquired, may I ask how I should address you? Did the elders not inform you? Im blinked her large, watery blue eyes in mild surprise. No. Kazama instinctively straightened, resembling a well-behaved child, for he had just realized that the aura of life emanating from this woman was indeed ancient, and more importantly, they shared a bloodline connection. Ah, I see. Very well. It is indeed better that I tell you myself. Little Ioli, I am your great-aunt. I have reason to suspect you are jesting, and I possess evidence of that claim. Great-aunt? Given your life force, you were not even born at that time, were you? Kazama's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he stared at him. Oh, you seem skeptical? Then allow me to reintroduce myself. With that, I'm gazed gently at Kazama. My birth name is Kazama Yi, later referred to as I was one of the 20 kings, and Kazama Chuang, the ancestor of the Kazama clan, is my brother. Kazama, great-great-aunt, so obedient, Im chuckled at Kazama's bewildered expression, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle his hair, her eyes filled with affection. Just now, I heard an astonishing piece of news, that the legendary Im is, in fact, my great-aunt from 800 years ago. I must verify the rumor regarding the sun god. Should it prove true, I will undoubtedly eradicate him. What are you pondering? Noticing the fluctuations in Kazama's expression, at times shadowed with malice. Nay, Kazama Yi curiously asked. Nothing of consequence. Merely intrigued as to how both my great-aunt and the 5 elders have seemingly lived from 800 years ago until now. How is that even possible? Awakening the surgery fruit? You are aware of the surgery fruit's awakening. I'm regarded Kazama with newfound interest my family possesses extensive records, so I merely skimmed through them, Kazama replied sheepishly, scratching his head. When one employs a lie to escape reality, another lie is often needed to cover it. This was not entirely untrue, as Kazama's family indeed had such documentation that I am immortal due to certain unique circumstances, while the 5 of them utilized the surgery fruit. Their survival across the ages was facilitated by the ability of the dark fruit's user, combined with the sacrifices of 5 top-tier doctors. Kazama nodded, grasping the key information swiftly. 1. The dark fruit possesses the ability to extract powers from devil fruits. 2. That the surgery fruit can grant immortality, and if wielded by elite doctors, its potential can be unlocked rapidly. Speaking of which, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your brother. However, when he was your age, he was not nearly as strong as you. The ninja world truly is a remarkable place. Kazama maintained his silence, but by the way, it was I who named you. After your father passed, your mother was greatly affected, resulting in your premature birth. She also tragically died during childbirth. I had the elders bring you here. I even held you in my arms when you were a child. Kazama continued in silence. So, could you perhaps say something? This lack of conversation is quite awkward for your great-aunt as well. You find it awkward? So do I. I hardly know what to say. I have nothing much to express right, great-aunt, I wish to implement some reforms regarding the world government and the celestial dragons, potentially cleansing some kin who have forsaken the glory of our ancestors. Kazama scratched his head, suddenly realizing, oh no, he nearly forgot the urgent matter. You and my brother truly are identical. Im's expression shifted to one of complexity as she regarded Kazama, before suddenly smiling gently. Since you wish to act, go ahead and do so. That I did not stop your brother, and I shall not hinder you now that in the presence of the 5 elders, you may freely issue your commands. As for the celestial dragons, it suffices to ensure their lineage remains intact. Brother, Kazama pondered for a moment, then, filled with curiosity, inquired. I have perused the memoirs of our ancestors, and I am aware that they were dissatisfied with the rule of the Lunarians and instigated a war. However, the intricate details of the circumstances elude me. Could you elucidate them for me? that is a tale from a distant past. The following narrative is recounted from the first-person perspective of him. Long, long ago, after the Lunarians arrived upon this vast ocean, they subjugated it with their overwhelming power, thus establishing their divine status. They harvested the bloodline traits of many formidable creatures from the sea to enhance themselves. Yet such augmentation necessitated experimental trials. Consequently, numerous nations were compelled to surrender their populace for these experiments. Many of those subjected to these trials perished, yet a significant number survived, although these experiments often failed. The subjects underwent transformations of their own, with some even acquiring peculiar abilities. Over the course of several centuries, the Lunarians conducted countless experiments, and the failed outcomes birthed the myriad races inhabiting this ocean. For instance, the inhabitants of Fishman Island descend from a group of humans who were the unfortunate results of failed experimentation. The persistent yearning for the land stems from this very origin. Why do the denizens of Fishman Island refer to their aspiration as a return to the land? Because their ancestors were originally humans of that territory. However, the common folk remain oblivious to this truth, believing that these races were always inhabitants of the ocean, thus facing considerable discrimination. Hence, the Lunarians occasionally display benevolence, granting them a place to reside. Present-day, Fishman Island stands as the haven bestowed upon the fishmen by the Lunarians. Though described as an act of kindness, it is merely that Fishman Island initially served as an experimental base for the Lunarians, and the colossal bubble enveloping the entirety of Fishman Island is a remnant of their legacy. After creating the Fishmen and Mare folk, the Lunarians abandoned this line of experimentation, allowing the Fishmen to thrive there ever since. Nevertheless, as the land ultimately belonged to the Lunarians, and given their indifference towards the Fishmen's presence, I maintain that it was a gift from the Lunarians. It is also possible that the Lunarians simply did not care to, of course. Fishman Island is not the sole race of its kind. Another is the giant race of Elbaf. Unlike other races, the ancestors of the giants willingly consented to experimentation. The survivors were permitted by the Lunarians to reside in Elbaf, where they were endowed with certain powers. This is why Elbaf dares to claim itself as the mightiest nation upon the seas. Among all the races, only these two have been granted land by the Lunarians. Additionally, the Mink tribe resides in Zo, which initially belonged to the Lunarians, serving as a temporary palace for them that a millennium ago, after the Elephant Lord took it upon himself to shelter the homeless minks, it incited the wrath of the Lunarians. The proud Lunarians refused to set foot upon land tainted by the minks, thus punishing the Elephant Lord to roam the seas eternally. The Don Quixote family's ancestors sheltered the Tontata, allowing them to inhabit Dressrosa. However, the Tontata were required to labor for Dressrosa. In time, the Don Quixote family began to oppress the Tontata. Eventually, the Lunarians ceased using humans for experimentation, turning their focus to infusing bloodline traits into various fruits. They sought to filter these traits through the fruits before applying them to themselves. During this phase, the Lunarians elevated their research on bloodline traits to unprecedented heights, no longer confined to flora and fauna. They endeavored to harness the forces of nature and various extraordinary powers. This newfound power was successfully infused into the fruits, yet remained imperfect. A singular individual cannot consume two devil fruits simultaneously, as the bloodline traits cannot bear two powers at once, regardless of their nature. Furthermore, the sea would reject them. Even consuming a single fruit poses challenges, as the capabilities of these fruits were explored. The inevitability of awakening emerged. Awakening is a perilous endeavor, particularly for Zoan types. Should one fail to awaken, they risk losing their sanity, devolving into a beast. Conversely, a successful awakening bequeaths immense power that if one can elevate the fruit beyond its inherent capabilities, they may imbue it with their will that if, in the future, someone consumes this fruit and fails to awaken, the prior owner's consciousness may resurface. Though rebirth aligns with the interests of the Lunarians, it poses a significant risk. If the new owner's will is resolute, the previous consciousness may be obliterated. Consequently, the Lunarians generally refrain from consuming these empowered fruits. Following their infusion, these fruits underwent mutations, not only altering in form, but also exhibiting the phenomenon of rebirth upon the sea after the host's demise. It was only long after the Lunarians discovered this peculiarity yet it did not concern them. After conducting numerous experiments, the Lunarians concluded that only those possessing multiple souls or unique bodily structures could endure the powers of two or more devil fruits simultaneously. Henceforth, they abandoned this line of inquiry, redirecting their efforts toward the compatibility of their own bloodline with various bloodline traits. This ultimately led to the inception of the devil fruits. Forgive the disarray of the tale. It has been many years since I have engaged in such discourse with another. Moreover, when recounting events of the past, the Lunarians are inescapable. During that era, the discord between humans and the myriad races was profound. Yet it paled in comparison to the strife between deities and mortals, a conflict that escalated until 8 centuries passed. By then, numerous nations had grown discontent with Lunarian rule, and the myriad races resented the oppression and atrocities inflicted upon them. While they were also irked by the kings who had surrendered them, their ire was primarily directed at the Lunarian at that time. My father brought my brother and me to pay homage to the deities, and the Lunarians deemed me exceptional, thus selecting me for experimentation. My father, though reluctant, felt powerless to resist. Yet my brother harbored considerable discontent, though he buried it deep within. Upon our return home, my brother became resolute, dedicating himself to rigorous training. His innate talent was remarkable. He possessed immense strength and physique, akin to Big Mom. I recall you have inherited this formidable gift as well. Subsequently, my father procured a fruit for my brother, the natural type rumble fruit. Apart from training, my brother diligently pursued knowledge, learning how to govern a nation and acquire various disciplines. However, the more he learned, the greater his dissatisfaction with the world state grew. Gradually, news of my brother's wisdom spread, attracting kings from various nations and their heirs to seek his counsel. In his interactions with these heirs, save for those notorious for their misdeeds, my brother often probed their perspectives on the world. As time passed, my brother forged bonds with many like-minded companions, and they frequently convened to discuss politics and envision the future, thus forming the initial assembly of the 20 kings that a few years later. My father passed away, and my brother ascended as the new king. He reformed domestic policies, adeptly managing the nation, and nurtured numerous talents. He selflessly imparted his experiences to his friends, offering them guidance and strategies. Their nations flourished, gaining great renown, with several even inheriting their thrones ahead of schedule. Despite all this, they remained steadfast in their original aspirations, dreaming of overthrowing Lunarian dominion. However, my brother often remarked that the time was not yet ripe. Then, Joy Boy emerged. He was an adventurer traversing the seas, a user of the gum fruit. His very title reveals him to be a bringer of joy, as he consistently aided the weak and exuded a cheerful demeanor, rescuing countless slaves during his escapades. Thus, the enslaved hailed him as Joy Boy, while others referred to him as the Liberator or the Sun God. You may interpret him as a more potent version of Tiger. It was precisely due to his deeds that he garnered the affection of many, both from nations and various races. Naturally, if this were all there was to him, he would not have captured my brother's attention. My brother was drawn to him because he recognized Joy Boy's prodigious talent. The intelligence he received indicated that Joy Boy's strength was rapidly escalating. Moreover, my elder brother is aware that, given Joy Boy's manner of conduct, he would undoubtedly encounter the Lunarians. Subsequent events unfolded precisely as my brother had anticipated. Joy Boy clashed with the Lunarians, yet with the covert assistance of my brother and his friends, he narrowly escaped death time and again. My brother understood that overthrowing the Lunarians would require the concerted efforts of many, necessitating not only the support of kingdoms, but also the cooperation of various races. However, the long-standing animosity between the races and humanity meant that a figure who could command the trust of all was essential. Joy Boy possessed such potential. Later, during yet another battle against the subordinates of the Lunarians, Joy Boy transcended the limits of the gum fruit, which was further amplified by the fact that his true name was Nika. Consequently, this fruit became known as the Hito no Mi model. Nika. The world government had been in search of this fruit, as it housed the will of Joy Boy, while developing the fruit to heights beyond its original capability. Joy Boy truly emerged as a formidable force upon the seas. At this juncture, a multitude of diverse peoples rallied behind him, along with human warriors captivated by his charisma. Thus, Joy Boy declared war against the divine. The strength of the various races had converged, and the time was ripe. Consequently, my brother and their allies, the 20 kings of that era, raised the banner of rebellion. After decades of development, the wisdom of the 20 kings attracted numerous formidable human warriors and many nations willing to follow them, compounded by the fact that they had been preparing in secret. Thus, they constituted an immensely powerful force. Unlike the present day, when nearly every kingdom boasts at least one elite fighter, the more powerful nations possessed silver-tier warriors akin to high-ranking officials of the Sea Emperors. Maritime powers typically had several silver-tier fighters or peak-level capabilities that, in stark contrast to the current state. Those nations had grown complacent for far too long, to the extent that they had forgotten to nurture their champions. The strength of the kingdoms led by the 20 kings, alongside the coalition spearheaded by Joy Boy, launched a challenge against the divine. Ultimately, this culminated in the coalition's victory. However, this triumph brought forth a new dilemma: the awakened warriors who had failed and the uncontrollable monsters resulting from the bloodline factor. The strategy for that battle was devised by my brother, who, after establishing contact with Joy Boy, capitalized on the Lunarians' unpreparedness to assemble all available combatants for a blitzkrieg, though they achieved victory by catching the Lunarians off guard. The leader of the Lunarians activated the restrictions just before his demise in order to manage these powerful entities. The Lunarians created a unique artifact through which they could harness great power and control these rampaging monsters. Fortuitously, having been altered by the Lunarians, found myself capable of wielding this artifact. It was precisely this reason that the Wardens of Impel Down were so obedient. Consequently, the 20 kings issued a decree to hunt down the Lunarians. For only I, aside from the Lunarians themselves, could exert control over this artifact. After the war concluded, the 20 kings and Joy Boy each acquired fragments of Lunarian heritage. Subsequently, Joy Boy organized a grand feast, to which the 20 kings were invited. However, following this banquet, a rift began to form between the 20 kings and Joy Boy. After the Lunarians were cast from their pedestal, the seas did not achieve the anticipated tranquility. Following the war with the Lunarians, various malevolent entities emerged, eager to seize their share of power. Some kingdoms intensified their oppression, launching attacks on neighboring nations and slaughtering their citizens, while certain races began waging war against the kingdoms. Additionally, some unscrupulous warriors, driven by their ambitions, roamed and pillaged, recruiting mercenaries. Fortunately, the 20 kings had been prepared, thus they faced minimal upheaval. Yet, in the face of the chaos on the seas, Joy Boy did not intervene significantly. Upon being informed by the 20 kings of the prevailing situation, Joy Boy, leveraging his personal renown, forcefully quelled the discord between the factions, naively believing that genuine reconciliation had been achieved, even going so far as to host a banquet for both sides. With his reputation, he declared that should any party wish to fight, he would face them himself, and thus neither side dared to engage. Those marauders who occupied territories, upon expressing their heartfelt contrition before him, simply vanished. Even the plight of Fishman Island failed to awaken his awareness. He had promised the inhabitants that they would return to the surface, yet no island was willing to relinquish its territory. Instead, Joy Boy's approach was to negotiate with the islands, believing that the allure of Fishman Island would compel some power to yield a medium-sized island in its favor. Subsequently, my brother proposed to Joy Boy the establishment of a world government in collaboration with the various races. Due to the entrenched conflicts with humanity, the races found it challenging to endorse this proposal, leading the 20 kings to seek out Joy Boy. The advantages of uniting the races were plentiful, so the 20 kings endeavored to persuade Joy Boy for an extended period. Nevertheless, in the end, both Joy Boy and the races maintained that they could manage their affairs independently, dismissing the need for a world government. Following this, the rift between the 20 kings and Joy Boy became irrevocable. The 20 kings proceeded to establish the world government, subsequently claiming the mantle of deities. That it is worth noting that, unlike today, it was quite customary in that era for rulers to self-identify as gods, a practice heavily influenced by the Lunarians. Thereafter, the 20 kings assembled a coalition, embarking on campaigns to rectify the wrongs committed by malevolent kingdoms, eradicate the tyrants who seized territories, and mediate disputes between nations. Subsequently, those who have been brought to justice, the sincerely repentant malefactors, sought out Joy Boy. The various races, led by Joy Boy, believe that the 20 kings had betrayed their original intentions, seeking to become the new Lunarians, while the 20 kings perceived Joy Boy as overly Na'vi. Thus, a great conflict erupted between the two factions, ultimately resulting in the victory of the 20 kings. In the aftermath of the war, the 20 kings relocated to Mariewa, the former site of the Lunarians. This move served dual purposes: to better regulate the monsters and acclaim the Lunarian legacy. Your chips are a product of this legacy. To prevent the misuse of these legacies, the 20 kings decreed that only with the consent of 2/3 of the royal family could such powers be utilized. Concerning the discord among the various races on the seas, the 20 kings attributed it to the sheer number of islands and the resulting lack of understanding between them. Thus, they issued an order to construct bridges connecting the islands. Of course, the 20 kings were aware that this was a monumental undertaking, and thus did not rush the project. They specifically instructed the world government that construction should commence only when funds were available. If not, it should be disregarded, ensuring that ordinary people were not burdened with the task. However, the subsequent successors evidently forgot this directive. As the 20 kings grew old, they selected 4 outstanding strategists from the original coalition, along with a general, to lead the world government, and had a user of the surgery fruit perform a procedure granting them immortality. Thus, the 5 elders were formed. Interestingly, none of them expressed any desire to undergo the procedure themselves. According to their vision, the world government would be overseen by the 20 kings, with mutual checks and balances among them. Furthermore, the 20 kings explicitly instructed me and the 5 elders that no system could endure indefinitely. Should their descendants allow the world government to corrupt, they need not concern themselves excessively, as long as a trace of their bloodline endured for posterity. Ultimately, human nature is inherently selfish. Both I and the 5 elders strayed from the wishes of the 20 kings. Without my interference, the world government might have ushered in another 300 years of glory before fading into history. However, due to my self-serving motives, both the celestial dragons and the world government persisted. To maintain the status of the celestial dragons, the 5 elders opted to uphold the fragile balance between pirates and the navy, a balance that endured for centuries. Speaking of which, that fruit is indeed elusive. Do those individuals harbor such a fixation on it? Are you referring to Joy Boy's fruit? Indeed. After all, it is Joy Boy's fruit, and those who have failed undoubtedly wish to claim it. Moreover, the day of Joy Boy's return approaches swiftly. Hence their urgency. They are merely a group of failures from 8 centuries AG. What if they have attempted to seize that fruit countless times? It still remains undeveloped, in the realm of power. The 5 elders maintain their century-old stance. That is of little consequence now. In comparison, the surgery fruit holds greater significance. This time, to ensure prudence, let's dispatch a general for the transaction. Agreed. After all, this is a gift we have prepared for little Lioli, and it must not go awry. Following this discussion, little Lioli should be able to fully let go. By the way, can you guess little Lioli's thoughts? At present, it appears that he aims to reform the world government and the celestial dragons. However, such efforts alone are insufficient. To effectuate genuine improvement in the world, the focus must shift to the kingdoms below, for our status precludes us from overtly intervening in the domestic affairs of member nations. Thus, he has cultivated individuals like Taizolo and the Fishmen, has he not? Moreover, Lucci and his companions are likely to be utilized in the restructuring of the world government, and I suspect that initially, Shaoluli simply desired a formidable subordinate. But upon witnessing the current state of affairs, she could no longer remain passive. Youth is indeed a blessing. Did we not share similar sentiments when we followed the 20 esteemed ones? Given this, we should extend our assistance to Shaoluli. I believe the selection of the warlords of the sea can be entrusted to her. Regardless of her intentions, she will require strength and stability. I concur. At this moment, I am uncertain of the names of the 5 elders, having found no references and prefer not to refer to them with labels such as blonde hair or big beard. Henceforth, I shall refrain from naming them. Their symbolic significance remains paramount. Just then, A familiar black spatial gate manifested abruptly, though the five elders had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Ah, Kazama, you have met the princess, have you not? The five elders smiled warmly at Kazama, their eyes radiating kindness. Indeed, I have encountered her, and she shared with me tales of the past. However, esteemed elders, why do you refer to her as... Kazama expressed his confusion. The name Emu is well known among the higher echelons of the celestial dragons. Yet his impression of Emu is merely that of the highest-ranking celestial dragon. Yet before him, the five elders consistently referred to her as the princess. The five elders exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Shalu Li. In truth, according to the princess's command, we should not refer to her directly as the princess. We may only call her Lady in the past. The celestial dragons were well aware of the princess's identity and power, leading them to engage in even more egregious behavior than today, compelling the princess to take matters into her own hands. Consequently, she decreed the erasure of her existence, establishing the persona of Ah, I see, Kazama said, enlightenment dawning upon him. By the way, Shalu Li, I presume you have obtained the princess's authorization. Therefore, please feel free to share your thoughts with us. Having lived for so long, we old fellows believe we still possess some utility and can certainly assist you. The five elders now regarded Kazama with intense interest, as his figure increasingly mirrored that of the esteemed figure they once followed. The same talents, the same visage, the same aspirations, the same vigor, the same hopefulness. Aware of their gaze, Kazama understood it was all due to the blessings of his ancestors. That said, he truly resembled that ancestor. Could it be that the exceptional talents he acquired upon traversing into this pirate world were inherited from his forebear? Additionally, he had indeed desired the thunder fruit. In truth, my plans are rather straightforward. To impose restrictions on the actions of the celestial dragons, to reform the world government, to alleviate the burdens on the navy, to develop directly governed islands, and to establish a ministry of commerce, utilizing the technology of the world government as a foundation. We shall develop numerous technologies that benefit the populace, permeate nations, and foster mutual benefit. We must secure revenue streams beyond the celestial gold, enabling us to sell weaponry and technology, albeit refraining from trading weapons of mass destruction. Following that, we shall address the restructuring of member nations that we need not interfere in their internal affairs. We simply need to inform them of what cannot be done. The previous organizational structure was too nebulous. We can establish rules for global trade and codes of warfare, allowing member nations to participate in this process. Ultimately, our goal is to ensure that member nations receive tangible benefits. Secondly, we must address the internal matters of member nations. The animosity directed at the world government from the seas primarily stems from unsavory elements that in truth, as the world government, we need not be excessively cautious. Regarding bridge construction, I previously instructed a boss to convey my sentiments. We ought to provide financial support where necessary and ensure favorable treatment. In the future, recruitment for the world government should be systematized, with clear stipulations regarding workers' compensation. Should any actions tarnish the reputation of the world government, it suffices to deal with the individual responsible. As for human experimentation, there is truly no need for subterfuge. The current state of affairs at sea is rife with suffering. As long as adequate compensation is offered, there will be individuals willing to volunteer as test subjects. There is no need for clandestine operations. Next, concerning celestial gold, my personal belief is in its transparency. Each nation should be informed of the amounts received and the rationale behind those figures, thus preventing the nobility from exploiting the celestial gold for personal gain while we bear the blame. As for the most critical aspect, I intend to establish a nation under the Revolutionary Army. Kazama's expression grew serious as he regarded the five elders, but to his surprise, they exhibited no signs of shock or anger. Rather, they listened with keen interest. Utilizing commerce to ensure the world government's revenue, along with technologies that benefit the populace, can cultivate a positive reputation, and we need not fear nations refusing to engage. This is feasible, just like the sea train. Even if the kings are unwilling, the wealthy merchants within their nations will be compelled to construct it. If utilized effectively, it can influence the global economic landscape. Establishing rules for global economic trade and codes of warfare is also commendable. This portion can be legalized and presented for discussion at a global conference, allowing them to partake in the process. However, the world government must maintain absolute dominance. It seems that Judicial Island will also have its hands full in the future. Developing directly governed islands is a viable idea. Beyond technology, we can also explore tourism. Various resource islands and ecological islands are all valuable assets. Even if nothing else exists, constructing factories is an option. Moreover, if the directly governed islands of the world government are managed meticulously, the populace will no longer trust the nobility, thus enhancing the world government's standing in the eyes of the people. Human experimentation and weapon factories indeed reflect a limited perspective. We can present our endeavors under the guise of drug research or offer substantial compensation. The sea has never lacked individuals pursuing wealth. For the right price, many would willingly risk their lives to partake in an experiment. Establishing a nation under the Revolutionary Army is indeed a compelling notion. I can surmise your intent, to create a state devoid of kings and nobility. Were Dragon to embrace such vision rather than serve as a mere instigator, we would not be hunting him down. Inciting the common folk to revolt only results in replacing irresponsible kings with benevolent ones. What purpose does that serve? It addresses symptoms rather than the root cause, resulting in unnecessary sacrifices. The five elders began to deliberate on the advantages and disadvantages of Kazama's proposal. They discussed potential obstacles to implementation and how to facilitate the process more effectively. To be candid, Kazama was momentarily taken aback by this scene, but soon found his composure. Having lived so long, they had witnessed far greater tempests. The only concern was Dragon, for that fellow was notoriously obstinate. He had long taken it upon himself to overthrow the tyrannical nobility, the world government, and the celestial dragons, making him a challenging figure to persuade. Kazama paused, then smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, I will handle the matter with Dragon. He is an intelligent individual. It is precisely for this reason that he will recognize the necessity of the world government's existence. Without a sufficiently powerful world government, the future of this sea will inevitably lead to strong nations oppressing the weak, devoid of any semblance of justice. Our task is to guide the world government back onto the right path. And that will suffice as for the internal affairs of member nations. It will depend on Dragon, one who has been influenced by revolutionary ideals. Kazama did not believe that an idealist like Dragon could resist the allure of this perspective. The world government requires restrictions, yet it must persist. It needs to maintain a balance with member nations for the celestial dragons. They should simply enjoy their lives as affluent individuals. Commercial activities can serve as a form of pension for the celestial dragons. Kazama does not intend to impose legal restrictions on the celestial dragons. Rather, he will employ force to impose limitations. The downside of this approach is the necessity for sufficiently capable celestial dragons to judge their kin. The upside is that, should the world government fall into decay, centuries hence, the descendants of those who have traversed into the ranks of the celestial dragons can instigate a thorough cleansing. Or perhaps a formidable individual will emerge from within the celestial dragons for whether other member nations would oppose the establishment of a nation by the Revolutionary Army. Neither Kazama nor the five elders broached the subject. Member nations? What significance do they hold? Do they dare to obstruct the world government from welcoming new members? What? Do they wish for a midnight visit from CP to regale them with cheerful tales? Naturally, the Navy was also not mentioned. Most individuals who join the Navy possess a sense of justice. However, due to military funding from the world government, they are compelled to follow orders that may lead to unjust actions. Otherwise, they would be utterly incapable of executing justice more effectively. If we alleviate their burdens, they might even awaken with laughter in their dreams. That band of failures from 8 centuries ago continues to stir restlessly even today, languishing in anticipation of Joy Boy's prophecy. Although they seized Joy Boy's fruit a year ago, it now seems they are destined to face yet another failure. They are, after all, a collection of fools. Even if they were to overthrow the world government, they would not emerge as the ultimate victors. Such naivety has no future upon the vast ocean. Speaking of which, had it not been for Xiaoyu's reforms, the princess and we should have paved the way for Joy Boy's return. Much like the 20 adults before the 800. Indeed, if it were not for the selfish desires of the princess and ourselves. The world government and celestial dragons would have long since become a relic of history. Fortunately, Xiaolu has stepped forward. Compared to our irresponsible actions over the years, Xiaolu's balance is undoubtedly superior at this moment. Kazama finally recalled something that seemed amiss. Elders, did you just say that Joy Boy's fruit was seized a year ago? Yes, it was done by that group of failures. They are truly remarkable, managing to conceal their identities and pass down their legacy until now. Indeed, it is no small feat, and yet we must clear them out. However, it is all worth it. After all, Joy Boys was contained within that fruit. Should any mishap occur, such as being obtained and awakened by a uniquely gifted and steadfast individual who eradicates Joy Boy's will, would they not crumble? Oh, by the way, Kazama, we have received news about the surgery fruit and plan to send a general to negotiate with the pirates. This fruit can grant eternal life once awakened. Are you interested? Furthermore, regarding the Shichibukai, due to your confrontation with the Big Mom pirates, we have observed a surge in pirate activity and intend to recruit 7 formidable individuals from the seas to form a Shichibukai to assist the Navy in combating piracy. It has been a year since the Sun God fruit was seized, and now the surgery fruit has surfaced. The Shichibukai are in the process of selecting candidates. Goodness, has so much transpired in just 1 year. Well, Sengoku, I personally advise you to expedite the process. Reclining in his chair, Kazama spoke leisurely to Sengoku. The long-awaited sunlight warmed Kazama's face, his eyes closed in comfort. Sengoku furrowed his brow, surprised that the world government had sent him. Did they truly regard this devil fruit with such importance? The world government. Thank you for your esteem. At this speed, we shall not delay the transaction. Well, that is fine. I am not in a hurry. Kazama replied without raising his head or opening his eyes. If I recall correctly, after the surgery fruit was seized by Doflamingo, it was fed to Law by Corazon, right? Corazon has passed away, hasn't he? It's just as well. What concern is it of mine? But Doflamingo. Sigh. Kazama opened his eyes, gazing melancholically at the sky. What shall become of that unfortunate child? My head aches that I say, Doflamingo, are we truly going to seize that fruit? I heard that group of pirates intends to trade with the world government, that a middle-aged man with a slimy appearance and a runny nose approached Doflamingo, causing the latter's forehead to bulge with veins. Too close, Treble. Once Treble stepped back, Doflamingo's expression lightened, and he grinned wickedly. That makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? The surgery fruit, a fruit worth 50 billion berries. We must seize it before the transaction is made. In Doflamingo's mind, the image of a figure draped in violet hues, resembling a deity, surfaced. You wish to claim the surgery fruit and grant that little brat from the Kazama Clan eternal life? Elder Stars, how could I possibly allow such a thing? If I let you obtain that fruit and grant that monstrous child immortality, how could I ever bring your foolish selves down? A young man clad in a black suit, his face adorned with clownish makeup and draped in a black feather coat, felt a surge of excitement at Doflamingo's decision. Law, your illness can be cured. Where is Senor? Why hasn't he arrived? Doflamingo, have you forgotten? He is out on a mission. A man in a red cloak with red stripes painted over his eyes, wearing a typical Indian hat, laughed heartily. Now I see. I indeed forgot. Diamante, it seems you remember quite well. Of course, Doflamingo. I have always kept a close eye on the activities of the family's officers. Truly reliable. Diamante, oh no, I still have much room for improvement. Well then, since you say so, I will accept it. Indeed, I am quite reliable. Doflamingo's lips twitched. Why did he always feel that these two were rather eccentric? He then instinctively glanced at his brother, Corazon, and felt a slight sense of comfort. Well, at least my own brother is relatively normal, albeit a bit reclusive. Meanwhile, aboard the Admiral's ship, just passing through the doldrums and heading west, the North Sea was unfolding its own tale. Senor, fresh from a mission, was purchasing baby supplies in a small town. In this town, he encountered Lucian, a girl with striking orange hair and a beautiful smile. Together, they walked with their adorable daughter, Gimlet, bringing solace to his wandering heart. I could see that moment. He held a baby bottle while walking home, his black sunglasses shielding his eyes, unable to conceal the happiness on his face. Lucian, look, I bought new clothes for Gimlet and even got her a new bottle. More shopping? Really, you should save some of your salary. Lucian cast a disapproving glance at Senor. Gimlet, and I do not lack for clothes. She naturally passed their daughter to Senor, who eagerly embraced her as soon as he returned home from work. Lucian, gazing at their daughter's smiling face, Senor hesitated, a hint of struggle crossing his features. There is something I wish to tell you. What is it? Lucian responded, busy preparing formula for Gimlet. Well, actually, Senor realized just how difficult it could be to articulate a single sentence. He longed to tell Lucian that he was a bank employee, that he was in fact a pirate, the very kind she despised most. What's wrong? You look pale. Are you feeling ill? Noticing Senor's unusual demeanor, Lucian set her work aside and placed her hand on his forehead. Concern etched on her face that, no, it's just that work at the bank has been quite hectic lately. I might be coming home a bit late. Senor feigned nonchalance. Goodness, you startled me. I thought something was wrong. Lucian patted her chest, still shaken. It's not such a big deal. If I have to work more hours, I will have less time to spend with Gimlet. As he spoke, Senor lifted their daughter, greedily savoring this fleeting yet genuine happiness. On another front, you scoundrel, where are you taking me? A boy wearing a spotted white hat, with a face resembling a concrete stain, was being dragged against his will by a man clad in a black feather coat. Law, I told you, I'll find a way to cure you. And now I have. Corazon squatted down, grinning like a child. What? How is that possible? This is the disease of lead poisoning. Seeing Law's incredulous expression, Corazon chuckled joyfully. Law, I heard from the family that the Navy has prepared a substantial amount of money to purchase the surgery fruit from the D-Barrels pirates. Law, that is the surgery fruit, in the hands of a skilled doctor. It can cure all ailments. With your medical knowledge, you can surely cure lead poisoning. Today, I will take you to find the surgery fruit and make you a user. With that, Corazon pulled Law along, continuing their journey. But Corazon, isn't the surgery fruit needed by the family? Wouldn't it be a problem if you gave it to me? Don't worry. Regardless of the circumstances, I am indeed the brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo. He would not dare to harm me on the other hand. Woof, woof, woof. The agreed trading time is today, correct everyone? Are you all prepared? That legendary surgery fruit must be secured. The Navy, Kazama Ruri, the Don Quixote pirate crew. Corazon and Law. Various parties are hastening towards Minion Island, with Corazon and his companion being the first to arrive. Hey Law, I've got it. Next, I simply need to return and hand the fruit over to you. Utilizing the powers of the silence fruit, Corazon set fire to the surroundings of the DS Beryllius pirate crew. After drawing the attention of the pirates, he successfully acquired the surgery fruit. However, misfortune struck when he stumbled on his way back and was discovered by the pirates. Tsuke, Sengoku, it seems your educational standards are quite lacking. Lying on a deck chair soaking up the sun aboard the warship, Kazama suddenly spoke up, having been attentively observing the live events thanks to his keen perception. This was also facilitated by their proximity to Minion Island, which is a small isle. Sengoku, gazing at the nearby Minion Island, was troubled about his adopted son, Razanani, when Kazama's words left him in bewilderment. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. They had arrived at their destination. It was time to dock and prepare for the transaction. Law, look, I've got it. This is the surgery fruit. Consume it, and your ailment will be cured. Corazon held the heart-shaped surgery fruit in his hands, bloodied and gravely wounded, yet he still smiled at Law. Corazon said, Stop rambling. Eat it now. With that, Corazon forcefully shoved the enormous surgery fruit into Law's mouth, causing him to roll his eyes in distress. Observing this scene, Kazama couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Da Flamingo, your situation is truly pitiful. Ordinarily, before the Navy's main forces land on an island, an advance party is dispatched. A small warship reached the shore, and a young Marine with a piece of steak on his face disembarked. As he was about to scout for information, he stumbled upon a ragged child. You say there are pirates harming comrades? Take me there at once. Combating pirates is the Navy's duty. Then, under Law's guidance, the undercover Navy operative from the Don Quixote pirates, Virgo, encountered an unexpected figure to Corazon-san. I brought the Navy to assist you. You must hold on, Corazon-san. Law dashed towards Corazon anxiously. Groggy, Corazon turned to Law with a weak smile. That's wonderful, Law. If that's the case, you will be safe. Then Corazon turned to face the Navy. Am I seeing things? Is that Virgo? At that moment, Virgo was reviewing the information that Law had desperately provided him, and upon noticing Corazon's gaze, he expressionlessly lifted his head. Tisa, Corazon, who would have thought, as the younger brother of the young master. You dared to betray him. It seems I must take you back for the young master to deal with. With that, Virgo produced a bamboo stick. What is happening? I sent Tihia Marine. The young Law froze in place. Not being foolish, he quickly understood the current predicament. Due to his blunder, he had inadvertently led Corazon into a dire situation, which struck him hard. Law, run. I'll hold him off, the gravely injured Corazon shouted, his face resolute as he lunged at Virgo. Only to be mercilessly beaten. It was evident that Virgo's strength far surpassed that of Corazon. The very least, Virgo was capable of subduing Corazon while preventing Law's escape, although he did not recognize Law. Corazon's demeanor instinctively led Virgo to perceive that Law was more than just a mere child delivering information to Corazon. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Corazon gritted his teeth and adjusted his angle, lunging at Virgo once more. After being sent flying by Virgo, he executed a roll and activated his fruit's ability to suppress sound, clutching Law and fleeing. Virgo did not pursue them. Given Corazon's physical condition, he could not run far. Moreover, the young master possessed Corazon's life card. He would not be able to escape for long. Virgo took out a small transponder snail and dialed a number on the other side. The wickedly charming Doflamingo, accompanied by his subordinates, had just landed on the island when his transponder snail began to ring. Woof, woof, woof. Virgo, calling back so soon. So, what valuable intelligence have you acquired? Soon, the smile on Doflamingo's face gradually faded, his expression turning somber as he reached out, summoning a massive white line that shot skyward. Surrounding the entire island, he retrieved another transponder snail and dialed Corazon's number. The snail's ringing persisted, but it went unanswered until he hung up. Doflamingo silently pocketed the transponder snail, his face betraying no emotion. He walked towards the island's center, and though his family subordinates were unaware of the unfolding events, they dared not inquire, as dark clouds gradually shrouded the entire island. There would be no escaping this. Law. Doflamingo is already in contact with me. He is aware of the situation. He has likely arrived on the island by now. Law, you must hide in this box. I will use my ability to silence you, but if I perish, my power will cease, so you must remain utterly silent. Once Doflamingo departs, you will be safe. Law, you must survive. The world is a beautiful place, and this vast sea can embrace everything. Cough, cough. Law, one day, you will encounter a wonderful group of companions, and together you will experience countless adventures. Law, survive. You must survive. As tears streamed down Law's face, Corazon smiled faintly before sealing the box. Observing the sudden appearance of the massive white line at the island's edge, Sengoku's expression darkened. Realizing that this transaction had indeed gone awry, the sudden sense of foreboding arose within him. Order the warship to accelerate. Rosinante, you must be all right. The distance was not great to begin with, and after accelerating, Sengoku and his men quickly reached the island's edge. Report, Admiral Sengoku. The white, unidentified object at the island's edge is too dense and solid. We cannot enter Minion Island. Sengoku's expression grew even more grim. Kazama rose from his deck chair, flew to the white line, and curiously tapped it. Is it really that sturdy? What on earth is this principle? The devil fruits truly embody the great powers of this sea. Kazama remarked with a hint of reflection, then beckoned Sengoku. Hey Sengoku, follow me that if we delay any longer, your adopted son may be beyond saving. Sengoku said nothing, obediently following Kazama into the spatial portal he had opened. The nearby naval soldiers were left bewildered. What is happening? Admiral Sengoku has a son, an adopted son. We've never heard of this before. Kazama's portal was not far from the scene of the incident. Enveloping himself and Sengoku in natural energy, Kazama cheerfully sat atop a rooftop, munching on snacks, entirely unconcerned about being detected by observation hockey. Oh, right, he also needed to keep Sengoku close to prevent any disturbances to this unfolding drama. As Sengoku emerged from the spatial portal, he was met with a sight that filled him with rage. His beloved son, Razananti, was weakly leaning against the wall, bloodied and battered. Before him, Doflamingo approached with a dark expression, stepping closer to Razananti. Just as he prepared to strike, Kazama's languid voice reached him. Sengoku, I personally suggest that you sever all ties between them. You should know, right? Your adopted son, Razananti, and his brother, Doflamingo, were once celestial dragons. Sengoku halted, falling into a heavy silence. Kazama remained unperturbed, taking a watermelon from the portal, shaping wood into a table, slicing it open with the wind, and began to relish the fruit. Unfazed by being overheard, Kazama effectively enveloped himself in a large sphere of natural energy, ensuring that no sound would escape. Thus, he watched the drama unfold. Feng Jian appeared to have suddenly recalled something, activating his observation haki, yet he failed to perceive Luo. He then switched to his sensing technique, utilizing his mental prowess to detect, and only then did he discover Luo, weeping concealed within a box. Alas, the silence fruit. What a pity. Doflamingo came to a halt before Corazon, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, his tone flat. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, you are my younger brother. I have placed my utmost trust in you. Why have you chosen to betray me? Doflamingo, my dear brother, does familial affection still reside in your heart? A younger brother, you say? So what? Did you not personally take the life of our own father? Leaning against the wall, Corazon forced a bitter smile. Upon hearing Trafalgar D. Waterlaw's words, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, I have never wronged you. And what of our father, when we were being bullied? Who stood in front of us? If it weren't for our mother's early death, would you have not killed her to reclaim the status of a celestial dragon, perhaps faced with death? Trafalgar D. Waterlaw finally mustered the courage to confront his demon of a brother. It is because of him that we have endured the humiliation from those lowly peasants. Because of him. We had to scavenge for food in the trash while fearing being discovered and beaten. Because of him. We were starved and poorly clothed, and even our mother succumbed to illness. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Who was it that brought you food when our mother was gravely ill? Who took care of her? Who risked everything to steal money to buy medicine for her? Whenever I pilfered clean food, I never once ate it for myself. I gave it all to you and mother. And now, this is how you regard me. Doflamingo's face contorted with excessive rage. A top-tier player on the seas who had already mastered awakening. His body trembled visibly. Doflamingo, that if I recall correctly, you wished for me to consume the devil fruit, did you not? Then to use my life to grant you an immortality procedure, trading my life for yours? Doflamingo, have we truly reached this point, and you still wish to feign innocence? Let me be frank. I have given the surgery fruit to Luo. Considering the time, he should have already escaped this island. Ha ha! Doflamingo, your dream of eternal life has shattered. Cough, cough, cough. Observing the frail Luo, who was coughing up blood before him, Doflamingo gradually calmed, his body ceasing its tremors, his tone smoothing out, devoid of anger. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, whether you believe or not, I have never intended for you to perform the immortality procedure for me. Doflamingo, even now you cling to your pretense? Doflamingo, if you truly regarded me as your brother, then grant me a swift end. Doflamingo fell silent, not uttering a word nor making a move. What, are you reluctant? How amusing. Come now, Doflamingo, pull the trigger. That gun in your right hand I assume merely for show. Is it? Go on. Act as you did when you shot father. Doflamingo remained silent. After a moment of stillness, he slowly raised his right hand. Sigh. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, once you consume the surgery fruit, you will be safe upon these seas. As long as you do not develop the surgery fruit to its pinnacle, you will be absolutely secure. After a deep sigh, Feng Jian's figure vanished from sight, just as Doflamingo lifted his hand. He felt a small hand resting atop his. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. Woof, 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 woof. Feng Jianli, it seems the news of the surgery fruit has truly stirred you. Indeed, who can resist the temptation of immortality? Although Feng Jian had not yet absorbed natural energy to enter sage mode, Doflamingo still recognized him. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, are you all right? Damn it, Doflamingo, unshackle your birdcage at once. Sengoku's gaze bore intense killing intent towards Doflamingo, causing his face to darken. Senpai Sengoku, I never expected to see you at the last moment. It brings me immense joy. Trafalgar D. Water Law smiled weakly. Sigh, Sengoku, you emerged too early, Feng Jian remarked with a hint of annoyance. Sensing that Doflamingo had already lowered his gun, he turned to Corazon. I know you, Trafalgar D. Water Law, right? Rest assured, you shall not perish. Just so, as the blood of the Don Quixote family flows through you, allow me to act as an arbiter as the head of the Feng Jian clan. I believe I am qualified. With that, Feng Jian extended his hand towards Corazon. A flicker of green light shimmering in but a breath's time. Trafalgar D. Water Law's injuries were fully healed splendid. Trafalgar D. Water Law, do refrain from such impulsiveness in the future, upon sensing the restoration of Trafalgar D. Water Law's aura. Sengoku also exhaled in relief. Feng Jian shot him a disapproving glance and curtly responded. Silence. Now you shall listen. This is a matter internal to the celestial dragons, so do not speak. Sengoku's expression soured. Woof woof, celestial dragons, is it a pity those old fools refuse to acknowledge our identity? The bloodline of the Don Quixote family? Heh. Recalling his childhood experiences, veins once again throbbed on Doflamingo's forehead. Doflamingo was right. I am no longer a celestial dragon. I am merely a midshipman of the Navy, Trafalgar D. Water Law. Rising to his feet, Trafalgar D. Water Law brushed the dust from his clothes, his countenance icy. Even so, you still enjoy the benefits that this bloodline affords, do you not? Doflamingo, do you truly believe that without this identity, you could have developed so steadily in the North Sea for all these years? Doflamingo fell silent. Yet Trafalgar D. Water Law continued. Doflamingo has benefited from this identity, but I have not. Seeing the cold smirk on Trafalgar D. Water Law's face, Feng Jian felt an overwhelming urge to slap both of them. Recalling his childhood demeanor, were it not for Doflamingo, he likely would not have survived to meet Sengoku. Very well. You haven't, but Doflamingo is still your brother, is he not? After your father's death, Doflamingo has been supporting you both. Now, as you two squabble, Doflamingo, retract Trafalgar D. Water Law's surname. Henceforth, he shall no longer be a member of the Don Quixote family. You have never had this brother, and from this day forward, may you both live in peace. What say you? By what right? What qualification does Doflamingo have to reclaim my surname? Trafalgar D. Water Law's eyes widened in anger, for in his eyes his father remained his father, simply by virtue of being your father's eldest son. He is your brother, and he raised you. Is that not sufficient? What right does he possess to be my brother? What right does he have to be a son? He personally killed his own father. Listening to Trafalgar D. Water Law's lengthy tirade, Feng Jian could only helplessly slap his forehead, exasperated as he glanced at Doflamingo. Has he always been this foolish? Can he not discern that I intend to spare his life? Has he always been this obstinate? Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief as he suddenly laughed. Woof, 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 woof. Trafalgar D. Water Law, so you say your brother has truly hurt your feelings? In that case, from today onward, you shall no longer be my brother, nor a member of the Don Quixote family. Since we departed Mariewa, we have already lost our status as celestial dragons. From that moment on, we have ceased to bear this surname. What? Do you believe this is the sole legacy left to you by father, and cannot part with it? Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, I did indeed care for you in your youth. So, Trafalgar D. Water Law, do you deny even this? Now, I exercise my rights as your brother and the head of the family to reclaim your surname. Then we shall be done with each other. Would you not grant me this small courtesy? Woof, 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 woof. How aptly one might say, no one understand a brother better than a brother. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Trafalgar D. Water Law immediately fell silent. Sengoku gazed at Trafalgar D. Water Law with concern. The Navy was well aware of Doflamingo's misdeeds. Thus he understood not only the wickedness of Doflamingo's actions, but also that without Doflamingo, Trafalgar D. Water Law would have perished long ago. For so many years, Sengoku has treated you like a son. Surely that merits him the title of father, does it not? I believe, if you possess even a shred of conscience, you ought to adopt his surname. Feng Jian's words became the final straw that broke the camel's back for Trafalgar D. Water Law. He lowered his head, a struggle evident upon his face, until finally he sighed deeply, his gaze resolute as he looked up at Doflamingo. Doflamingo. From this day forth, I relinquish the surname Don Quixote. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw shall simply be Trafalgar D. Water L. W. And no longer a member of the Don Quixote family, no longer a celestial dragon, no longer your brother. Rosinante, just Rosinante. Don Quixote Doflamingo's expression remained impassive, betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. Thus, let this matter rest. From this day forth, neither of you shall recognize the other. Kazama exhaled deeply. This unfortunate child was indeed difficult to manage. Sengoku, this time you owe me a favor. Sengoku remained silent. He understood that Kazama was not merely referring to sparing Rosinante's life, but was also stripping him entirely of his identity as a celestial dragon. The latent privileges once afforded by his status were now irrevocably severed. Henceforth, he could genuinely regard Rosinante as a son, allowing him to inherit his surname. He had gifted Rosinante a clean slate. And you, Flamingo, do not attempt to impose your thoughts upon me. I have no interest in the no mi Sengoku. Take this child with you when you leave. Your mission ends here, as he spoke. Kazama extended his hand, and an invisible force drew a treasure chest toward him. When the chest landed before the assembly, Kazama swiftly opened it, revealing a child adorned with a white spotted hat. Law. Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening in an instant. Law was someone he had high hopes for, destined to become his right-hand man. It seemed he had indeed consumed the no mi. This was a significant loss. The wielder of the no mi, Trafalgar Law, treated Rosinante as a son, and in a sense he could be considered your grandson, entrusted to you ditto, in regarding that no mi user. Bader, whom I cast into the Navy, ensure that Zephyr instructs him. Under no circumstances should he be taught by Garp. This is imperative. Upon witnessing Kazama's solemn demeanor, Sengoku paused, puzzled. Bader had entered the Navy's elite training camp under Zephyr's guidance, and they all held high hopes for the lad. He seemed to embody light, and moreover, he possessed a heart for justice. As for Garp, the hero of the Navy, his strength was beyond question. His hockey was perhaps the strongest across these seas. If he would instruct the boy, he would likely grow at an accelerated pace, wouldn't he? Just remember this. Do not allow Garp to teach him. IT is crucial. Kazama smiled on the surface. Yet internally he lamented the absurdity of Garp's existence. His biological son, Dragon, a revolutionary. His biological grandson, Luffy, a pirate. His adopted grandson, Ace, a pirate. And his two disciples, deserters. As Sengoku remarked, Bader was indeed a fine child, which is why he feared Garp would lead him astray. Well then, matters concerning the Navy are concluded. You may return to I wish to discuss certain issues with Doflamingo. After bidding farewell to the three, Kazama suddenly pondered. Wasn't the white bear from the mink tribe accompanying Law nearby? Perhaps he could bring him back and then pay a visit to Zoe to see if there were suitable candidates. Woof, 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 woof. Kazama Ruri, such a prominent figure seeking me out, truly leaves me flabbergasted. What is the matter? Kazama turned to Doflamingo, who at this moment did not yet resemble the exuberant young man he would become years later. Presently, Doflamingo was merely a youthful and handsome chap, his golden hair slicked back, wearing his ever-present sunglasses, donned in a red feather coat and a black shirt. He epitomized coolness. Doflamingo, to be candid, I hold you in high regard. Though your strength may leave much to be desired, your intellect is commendable. Hence, I have come to recruit you. Recruit? Woof, 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 woof. I suppose I have no room to refuse this offer. Astute, you are far more capable than your brother. I relish conversing with the astute. Let me outline my terms that I can restore your status as a celestial dragon, along with all the accompanying privileges. I require you to undertake 2 tasks, of which you may choose one. The first task is to serve as an overseer among the celestial dragons. I need you to employ various methods to restrict their actions. At the very least, they must not be allowed to act recklessly. Whether through deception or persuasion, anything will suffice. Should anyone defy your orders, you have my permission to eliminate them. This is a gradual endeavor. As long as no family faces extinction, you may proceed as you wish. The second task involves reorganizing the underworld. The world government intends to establish the 7 warlords of the sea to combat piracy alongside the navy. This authority rests with me that I can appoint you as one of the 7 warlords, and you may seek an island to develop. The world government will recognize your dominion over that island. Furthermore, I need you to stabilize the underground forces. Activities such as gambling and other similar enterprises may exist, but drugs must be strictly prohibited. Moreover, any assassination or nefarious activities must not harm ordinary citizens. For instance, you may capture pirates to sell as slaves or trade those involved in underground activities, but you must not interfere with civilians. Additionally, the pleasure district must not coerce ordinary people into entering. It must remain entirely voluntary. Well, I believe that covers it. If I think of anything else, I will let you know later. In summary, I require the underground forces to operate within established rules. Choose one of the 2 tasks. Woof, 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 woof. The power to eliminate those foolish fools is a dream come true for me. That IT seems to have delved into my past, Kazama Ruri. Yet I shall opt for the second path, to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and reform the dark world. Better to be a leader among the humble than a tail among the majestic, correct? Kazama raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, though this choice was also within his expectations. Leader among the humble? Meaning a chicken? Do not mind it, by the way. You do not intend to seize Dressrosa, do you? Woof, woof, woof. Dressrosa has always been the kingdom of the Don Quixote family. It was merely governed by the Riku family 800 years ago. Now that the rightful owner has returned, what is wrong with reclaiming what is rightfully theirs? Kazama opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Well, reclaiming is acceptable. However, I hope you do so openly and above board. Given the nature of that family, if you clearly declare your identity and express your intention to improve Dressrosa, should they doubt you, let them witness the results after a few years of your governance. They will naturally relinquish the throne to you. Therefore, do not resort to underhanded schemes. As a descendant of the 20 kings, transparent strategies are sufficient. With your identity as a guarantee, combined with the changes brought about by a few years in office, you will earn the people's support. Of course, if you cannot even accomplish this, then perhaps it is best to refrain from claiming their kingdom. Engaging in continuous schemes is rather disgraceful at that moment. A light rain began to fall from the sky, while in the distance, several islands appeared to be engulfed in torrential downpours. However, these raindrops did not touch Kazama, as a protective layer of natural energy enveloped him. On a distant island, a torrential downpour poured down. Holding a compass, Kazama gazed at a small house before him, inside which a young woman and a child of about 1 year were present. The child was running a high fever, and the woman was on the phone. What? There truly isn't any. Please check once more. The woman's face reflected desperation, but as the voice on the other end spoke, her expression gradually froze, and she hung up the phone. This small house was quite a distance from the town. The quickest way would be for her husband to drive back and take their daughter to the hospital, but they were currently unreachable. After ending the call, a determined look appeared on the woman's face. Donning a raincoat, she dashed into the heavy rain, clutching her daughter. Kazama perched atop a tall utility pole, observing the scene with a deep sigh. Women are inherently delicate, but when it comes to motherhood, they exhibit remarkable strength that I recall often writing about such scenes in my childhood essays, didn't I? Reflecting on a memory of that man clad in baby attire, perpetually sucking on a pacifier, Kazama hesitated momentarily. Forget it. Although you may not be particularly virtuous, this sentiment is genuine. Alas, I am truly compassionate, unable to bear witnessing the suffering of others. With that, he transformed into smoke and vanished. Sensing the memories brought forth by his doppelganger, Kazama smiled faintly, conjuring another doppelganger with a single hand gesture to search for the white bear. Then he turned to Doflamingo, smiling. Come, Doflamingo, allow me to show you something intriguing. What is this? Doflamingo inquired, gazing at the image of the orange-haired woman racing through the torrential rain with a child in her arms. Perplexed, oh, you remember your subordinate named Senior? Is this Senier's wife? Doflamingo furrowed his brow, and upon seeing Kazama nod, he inquired with a serious expression. Why has Senior never mentioned this? Do not ponder too much. Senior is truly loyal to you. The reason he has kept this from you is simply that you are too renowned that if he informed you, would you not feel compelled to check on her? Yet his wife harbors a deep aversion to pirates. Thus, until now, Lucian remains oblivious to the true identity of Sei, or who has merely stated to him that he is just a bank employee. Doflamingo's expression brightens slightly. Is this child Sei or offspring? What has happened to him? A severe cold, and unable to reach Sei, or she can only rush the child to the hospital at her current pace. By the time she arrives, the child may very well be lost. Where is she? Observing the grim countenance of Doflamingo, Kazama inquires with astonishment. Do you wish to assist her? Indeed, it appears you possess a modicum of conscience. I have not misjudged you. However, fret not, I have the ability to resurrect individuals. Thus you need not worry about the demise of this child. IT is rather inappropriate for Sei or to keep such secrets. Consider this a gift of introduction from me to you. Doflamingo gazes deeply at Kazama, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes. Resurrection, you say? Bark, bark, bark. Is this your way of soothing my heart, encouraging me to serve you diligently? Kazama Ruri, you exhibit considerable confidence in your own abilities. Bark, bark, bark. Kazama rolls his eyes at him. I once ventured to a realm known as Ninja World, where there exists no domineering presence, but rather a plethora of ninjas, relying solely on the fusion of physical and spiritual energy known as chakra. With the aid of chakra, ninjas can wield techniques based on water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, as well as illusions that manipulate the mind and various secret arts. In that world, I transcended the limitations of the ninja world. Upon my return to this realm, I discovered that I had similarly surpassed the confines of this ocean. Doflamingo, if you were to possess power akin to mine, would you truly be concerned about the revelation of your abilities? Moreover, I have conducted experiments upon my return. I cannot resurrect those who possess devil fruit powers. Thus, if you perish, it is indeed the end. Kazama floated upwards, patting Doflamingo's shoulder with an expression of pity. Bark, bark, bark. I recall that you have only been missing for a few years, no? 2 or 3 years. In merely 3 years, you have surpassed the limits of the ninja world? Truly a monster. Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. I have lived for decades in the ninja world, and many believed I would never return. Doflamingo gazes incredulously at Kazama, soon beginning to piece things together. Is that so? Bark, bark, bark. No wonder your demeanor is not that of a child. Yet, have you underestimated me? I have already awakened the abilities of the string fruit, and I have mastered the 3 types of haki. In this ocean, aside from the absolute pinnacle, who could possibly defeat me? Furthermore, I am still young. Within 10 years, I shall undoubtedly reach that level. Kazama smirks at Doflamingo. Quite the claim within 10 years. You presently stand as a top-tier contender, barely clinging to the level of a silver medalist, while the sun god is only 6 years old. By the time the sun god reaches 19, you will still be a mediocre silver medalist. From whence do you derive your confidence? Have you mastered the internal destruction of armed haki? Have you grasped the entwining of conqueror's haki? Simply having awakened the string fruit does not grant you the audacity to declare that no one but the pinnacle can vanquish you. Doflamingo, have you overestimated yourself? Doflamingo's expression darkens as memories of the Cake Island battle among powerful foes flood back. The man before him, from the moment of his appearance, had commanded the conqueror's haki, rapidly mastering the internal destruction of armed haki shortly thereafter. Absurd. With this thought, Doflamingo suddenly queries, how did you achieve that? You mean I didn't get drenched? I crafted a raincoat from natural energy. Observing Kazama's still immaculate attire, veins bulge on Doflamingo's forehead as he coldly strides beneath the eaves. I meant, how did you come to master the internal destruction of armed haki and conqueror's haki in such a short span of time? Oh, you refer to that. Do you recall my earlier mention of chakra? Whether it be haki or chakra, they are fundamentally mere forms of energy that in the ninja world when it comes to the meticulous control of chakra. I humbly assert I am second to none. Observing Kazama's subtly imposing demeanor, Doflamingo cannot help but chuckle. Bark, 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 a young master in his 40s? What of it? Are you envious that I can return from decades of existence, still appearing as a child? I can relive my life anew. Kazama casts a sidelong glance at Doflamingo, rendering him momentarily speechless. If we were to consider the ceiling of this ocean as a score of 100, attaining 90 would signify the apex. A score between 80 and 89 denotes a silver medalist, while 70 to 79 signifies an elite. Doflamingo, with your physical prowess, even having mastered the Conqueror's Haki and internal destruction of armed Haki, you would merely reach around 88, therefore, do not harbor excessive pride. By the way, do you know how mythical Zoan-type devil fruits come into existence? Doflamingo, is your line of reasoning rather disjointed? When I conversed with my great-aunt, she informed me that initially there were no mythical Zoan types on the ocean. Subsequently, some prodigious talents delved deep into the development of devil fruits, breaking through their limits, hence the emergence of mythical Zoan types. Perhaps the Azure Dragon fruit was merely a strong variant of a Zoan type initially. Perhaps the Phoenix fruit merely possessed healing abilities at its inception. Lacking formidable offensive capabilities, you must strive, elevate your Haki to its utmost limits, complemented by deep development of the devil fruit. Otherwise, you shall never witness the vistas at the pinnacle. I have heard you are nicknamed Anyacha. If you can elevate the string fruit to heights beyond its nature. Perhaps in the future, this fruit will be referred to as the Zoan type, human fruit, mythical Zoan, Anyacha form. You have 4 years remaining to AT the next World Conference. The 7 Warlords of the Sea will officially be established. In these 4 years, master your Haki and elevate your strength to that of a silver medalist. With your current proficiency in Haki, you can at best claim to merely know how to use it. Doflamingo gazes at the rain outside, his expression impassive. Yet, those familiar with him understand that his mood is far from pleasant. And indeed, he cannot refute Kazama's assertions proficiently master all 3 types of Haki, alongside awakening a devil fruit places him merely at an upper middle level among silver medalists. The quantity of armed Haki is intrinsically linked to one's physical capabilities. Even if he truly mastered both internal destruction and Conqueror's Haki, he would only reach the level of Marco. The disparity in physical prowess is the most challenging to bridge. Kazama battled Big Mom for 3 days and nights, yet her vitality had diminished only by 20%. Even in that state, she could continue fighting for over 10 days. Conversely, should it be Doflamingo, he could at most maintain full combat for slightly over 4 days, after which his Haki would falter. Even if he applied armed Haki, a single blow might not significantly affect Big Mom. Even with armed Haki, she could still strike him, causing him to cough up blood, such as the chasm created by physical prowess, as the Dark King Rayleigh once stated regarding armed Haki. Armed Haki is an invisible armor. Bark, bark, bark. Much like those great swordsmen that in the absence of physical capability, will one rely on devil fruit abilities to compensate for the disparity. Of course, skill can suffice as well. Once you have mastered internal destruction with armed Haki, you will possess the qualification to inflict damage upon the pinnacle. However, this holds true only if they do not employ Hakai this moment. A shadow of gloom crosses Kazama's gaze as memories of his conversation with Emu and the 5 elderly gentlemen resurface. If his perception had not faltered, Emu and the 5 elders appear set to retrace the path of the 20 kings from years past. Yet this time, they are of the Lunarian race. Besides, if it were Joy Boy from 800 years ago, it would be one thing. While he was indeed outrageous, he was not excessively so. At the very least, he sought to mediate disputes earnestly. However, the current sun god is certainly not Joy Boy. Entrusting the world to him is a thought that genuinely unsettles Kazama. Whether Joy Boy or the sun god, they are both more suited to be liberators rather than leaders. Tiske. Bark, bark, bark with your strength. Is there truly anything in this ocean that warrants your concern? Noticing Kazama's peculiar expression, Doflamingo grins wickedly. Alas, you are aware of Joy Boy, are you not? His fruit has likely already been consumed. If I am not mistaken, the original plan of the 5 elders and Emu aligns with your previous aspirations. They seek to annihilate the world government and the celestial dragons? You must be jesting. I have only just reclaimed my identity as a celestial dragon, and before I could even enjoy it, you tell me that Emu and the 5 elders intend to destroy the celestial dragons and the world government. At this moment, Even someone as resolute as Doflamingo feels somewhat bewildered. After 800 years, they are undoubtedly fatigued. Thus, it seems they genuinely harbored such intentions. However, do not fret. I shall stand forth to bear the burden. Remember in the original story, the 5 elders exhibited outrageous behavior following the sun god's departure. Initially, Kazama considered whether the world government sought to eliminate all threats, yet the absurdity only escalated to take action against Beigepank. Is this not akin to eagerly offering assistance to the sun god? Furthermore, the attitude towards Nefertali and the stance on Fishman Island over the past 2 centuries is utterly absurd. Now that the knowledge of Joy Boy's fruit being consumed is known, why not simply eliminate the current wielder of that power? Don't tell me you are unaware. Doflamingo's expression grew somewhat grim. Merely a group of failures from 8 centuries ago, without him and the clandestine support of the world government. They amount to nothing. If those failures wish to have him retrace Joy Boy's path, let them. In the end, they shall be ensnared. They chant incessantly of freedom, claiming that if the celestial dragons were overthrown, the kingdoms would cease to oppress the populace. If the world government fell, would the world truly embrace peace? After toppling the world government and the celestial dragons, would everything simply be resolved? And then what? The history of these seas tells me that when one ruling class is overthrown by another, the impact on the populace is minimal. However, when a ruling class is slaughtered by pirates, chaos ensues. Awaiting the emergence of yet another ruling class. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in tumultuous times. This vast ocean yearns for a peaceful transition. Joy Boy, do your companions, your successors, still not comprehend this truth even after 8 centuries? Have you learned nothing from history? The rain continued to fall as Lucian returned home, yet this time, the child was no longer present. Instead, there was. Almost time. Your underling is rushing home. It is time to head over. Oh, by the way, let me capture a couple of individuals. They will be of use later. With that, Kazama activated his sensing technique. Where was that pirate crew from earlier? What happened to them? Not a single one in sight. What is going on? As Sengoku returned to Marineford, he looked contentedly at Razanandi. Although this voyage did not fulfill the world government's mission, Kazama Ruri had clearly stated his indifference, leaving the Gorosei without recourse to challenge him. Moreover, this journey not only rescued Razanandi, but also netted a surgical fruit user and conveniently apprehended a pirate crew, a pirate with a bounty of millions. Yet to master Busashahaki would be perfectly suited for delivery to Mariewa. Given the generosity of those celestial dragons, a mere mention of the sacrifices incurred by the Navy could easily net someone a few billion berries. Ah, how delightful! Are you looking to capture a few pirates? By the time I opened the birdcage, the Navy had already apprehended them all. However, there aren't many good people on this island. Let us go. I will lead the way. With that, Doflamingo stepped into the torrential rain, with Kazama following behind. Shortly after, they arrived at the entrance of an apartment. The Habert Merriam Human Trafficking Group, the largest human trafficking base in the North Sea, selling nearly 10,000 people annually, while also possessing a massive protective umbrella. Royalty, officials, and nobles from various nations, and they even sold slaves to Sabaody, with some world government officials having been bribed. Some conscientious officials within the world government once considered eradicating this organization. But ultimately, they were thwarted by mounting pressure from various nations. Upon finishing his words, Doflamingo kicked open the door with a grim expression on Kazama's face. The sight within the apartment made Kazama's expression even more grim. Men and women, tattered and torn, their eyes glazed over, caged like livestock, shackled in chains. Some bore scars all over their bodies, while others have been left crippled. Those women of fair appearance fared even worse. Completely unclothed, their limbs bound by iron chains, their mouths restrained to prevent them from taking their own lives, unable to even close their lips. Long time no see, Gennard, a young man in a formal suit, sporting a golden pompadour and a monocle, approached with an air of deference, appearing nothing like a trafficker. It was none other than Doflamingo. I didn't expect you to come here. What, do you wish to acquire some slaves? I require 2 nefarious pirates, the sort who have committed countless crimes. Very well. Gennard bowed respectfully, then courteously led them to 2 cages, prepared to introduce the individuals within. These two are the captains of a pirate crew. Do not be deceived by their frail appearances. They are truly born villains, having slaughtered 16 merchant ships, razed 13 villages, bombarded 7 towns, and annihilated 2 cities since setting sail. That's enough introduction. Just those two will do. Ha! Doflamingo chuckled, genuinely fearing that Jannar would continue introducing them and Kazama would lose control. It wouldn't matter if he lost control, but he feared it would delay the rescue of Sei or S daughter. These 2 pirates shall be considered a gift from the Habert family to you, that I hope the 2 families can maintain good relations in the future. Maintain good relations? Rest assured, we shall, provided you can survive the wrath of this monster. I didn't expect you to hold back. I thought you would directly destroy that place. Floating in the air, Doflamingo observed Kazama's impassive demeanor, grinning wickedly. Wouldn't that be too merciful for them? According to your claims, they have many protective umbrellas behind them. Acting in a fit of rage to destroy that place would only allow those umbrellas to escape. Hearing this calm statement, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Doflamingo's forehead. Many nations in the North Sea are involved, along with some officials from the world government, and it even involves the celestial dragons. Their influence is not to be underestimated. Kazama cast a casual glance at Doflamingo, scoffing. Celestial dragons, you know well how foolish they are. Merely unwitting pawns being utilized. Their influence is not great. Is it larger than the world government, or greater than mine? Doflamingo, broaden your horizons a bit. With that, Kazama dialed a din mushy. Hello, elders, it's me. I intend to restore Doflamingo's celestial dragon status. I will arrange for him to return to the Holy Land at an opportune moment, and I'll need your assistance with this matter. Rest assured, no problem. With the dwindling talent among the celestial dragons, he is indeed a valuable asset. Good. Additionally, please investigate the Habert Merriam human trafficking group in the North Sea. Gather all information without alarming them. Yes, such filth has no place in these seas. The 2 moved swiftly, and soon they reached their destination. There they spotted Sei, or, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, desperately sprinting through the downpour toward home. Have you thought about how to articulate your words? If not, I don't mind assisting you. The Don Quixote pirates, undertaking a secret mission to rectify the underground dark forces of the world government. Thus, the members under his command must keep this confidential. Regarding your lady's situation, I extend my heartfelt condolences upon hearing this. Therefore, I have invited the divine Kazama Ruri to resurrect your daughter. You truly know how to win people over. Doflamingo's ability to inspire such loyalty among his subordinates is no accident. However, why is Rosinante still so stubborn after following him for so long? In that case, let us depart. You are not a bank employee. Who the hell are you? Why have you concealed your identity from me? Do you realize how many calls I made to the bank? Jimlet is dead. Where were you at that time? What more do you wish to deceive me with? Who are you truly? In the pouring rain, the 2 engaged in a heated argument, as Sei or looked helplessly at Lucian. Upon returning, he learned that his daughter had succumbed to a high fever due to the lack of timely medical attention. Observing the silent Sei, or Lucian's expression shifted from sorrow and anger to one of despair. But soon after, a surge of fury welled up within her. I hate you. Get away. Do not come seeking me. With that, Lucian turned and ran off into the distance, while Sei or reached out, standing dazed and bewildered, feeling as if his heart had suddenly become hollow. Madam, do not run just yet. I can help you resurrect your child. With those words, Lucian froze in place, slowly turning her head. Her eyes filled with a mix of hope and fear, trembling as she asked, is what you say true? Can you truly bring my child back to life? Master, Senior regained his senses, trembling as he uttered the words young master. Although he had never heard of the young master's ability to resurrect the dead, he still harbored a flicker of hope within his heart. Woof, 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 of course. The child beside me is indeed the divine being mentioned in the newspaper some time ago, the Holy Luli of the Kazama family. Upon learning about you and Senior, I specifically invited him here. Observing the eager gazes of Lucian and Senior, Kazama calmly stated, allow me to see the child first, bathed in warm light, with boiling hot water and a sofa. This was undeniably a cozy little nest. Yet at the very center of the living room lay a small coffin. Lucian trembled as she opened the coffin, and Senior attempted to assist her multiple times, only to be brusquely pushed aside. His eyes reflecting the fierce protectiveness of a lion guarding its cubs, they gazed upon the small figure within. Tears cascaded down the faces of both. Lucian knelt on the ground, one hand resting on the coffin while the other covered her mouth. Sorrowfully gazing at her child, too afraid to make a sound, as if fearing to awaken the slumbering infant. Senior turned his gaze towards Kazama. Though he made no sound, tears had already streamed down beneath his sunglasses. Kazama glanced at the child, then opened a spatial portal, extracting one of the pirates from earlier. Amidst the bewildered stares of the onlookers, Kazama placed his right hand over his eyes. A green light flickered, and he directly plucked out his own eyeball. After a brief moment of hesitation, he reinserted it. Don't look at me like that. This resurrection requires a special eye known as the reincarnation eye. Activating this ability demands the user's life force. I initially intended to implant my eye into this pirate to control him for resurrection, but he was simply too repulsive that if I had placed my eye in him, I feared it would scar me psychologically. Noting the confusion on their faces, Kazama clarified, the act of removing and reattaching one's own eyeball is rather disconcerting. Woof, 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 woof. If you're so disgusted, you can give it to me. I wouldn't mind. Kazama shot a glance at Doflamingo, his meaning unmistakable. What on earth are you thinking? Placing a hand on the coffee table, intricate seals appeared, and as the smoke cleared, a transparent glass jar emerged. Inside were two eyeballs, their pupils devoid of irises, instead swirling with purple ripples. Woof, 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 woof. Is this the reincarnation eye? Indeed, so I can offer you one, provided you are willing to remove your own eyeball. The reincarnation eye is abundant. As Kazama spoke, he opened the glass jar, and before his words concluded, Doflamingo decisively plucked out his own eyeball, blood gushing forth. Kazama was momentarily stunned. In a way. Doflamingo, you were that decisive? Your sunglasses are still intact despite having removed your eyeball. What kind of principle is this? The sunglasses must be your true essence. Very well. You're impressive. Come here, I'll help you with that. Doflamingo approached, lowering his head as Kazama implanted a reincarnation eye in his eye socket, employing his mastery to render it immediately functional. All right, place this one into that pirate's eye socket. Wrapping the eyeball in life energy, Kazama handed Doflamingo the other reincarnation eye. Doflamingo flashed a wicked smile before inserting the reincarnation eye into the other pirate's eye socket. Kazama's eyes gradually shifted, changing from black to red, then to purple, as concentric ripples emerged, swiftly transforming into the reincarnation eye. Kazama regarded the pirate, whose vacant face bore no semblance of life. He then clasped his hands together in front of his chest and raspy voice intoned. Outer path, reincarnation heaven. A massive, towering black figure resembling a king of the underworld erupted from behind the pirate, opening its gaping maw as a stream of azure light shot forth, enveloping the small infant. Through the perspective of the reincarnation eye, both Kazama and Doflamingo could clearly discern the soul contained within that a flicker of azure light enveloped Gimlet, and her chest gradually began to rise and fall. Through the perception of Kinbunchaku, a new aura arose within the room, while an old one dissipated. After executing the resurrection, the pirate collapsed weakly to the ground. The sleeping infant's chest exhibited slight movement, but it was nonetheless noticeable. Lucian, trembling, extended a finger to rest on Gimlet's neck, feeling the powerful rhythm of her heartbeat. She gently cradled Gimlet in her arms, silently weeping. This was undoubtedly a poignant scene. Yet one individual remained unconcerned, or rather, not as concerned. Doflamingo's lips curled into a subtle smile, a genuine expression at first. However, that smile quickly morphed into a wider grin as he turned to behold the pirate behind him, whose life force had completely vanished. Doflamingo approached the fallen pirate, placing his hand over the pirate's eyes, as countless fine threads sprouted from his fingertips, directly extracting the reincarnation eye from the pirate's eye. Subsequently, he removed his own eye and affixed the reincarnation eye into his own socket, feeling a wave of darkness envelop his right side. Ignoring the blood on his face and the pain in his right eye, he curiously inquired of Kazama, "Isn't this supposed to be plug and play? In response, Kazama cast him a bemused glance, as if regarding an imbecile. Of course not. What on earth are you thinking? Doflamingo recalled the moment Kazama had reinserted his own eyeball and suddenly understood. Is it that green light? Yes, that substance is a special chakra capable of healing injuries. As he spoke, Kazama extended his hand towards Doflamingo's right eye, and with a flash of green light, Doflamingo regained his vision. Remarkable power, he mused. Why can't I close it? Kazama opened his mouth, his own eyes now restored to black. Ah, you truly are something else. Here, take this. Inject it. Also, this contains the characteristics of the 3 major ocular techniques, including information about the reincarnation eye and Sharingan. And this one records methods for cultivating chakra, while this one contains various ninjutsu. TSK, Doflamingo, the reincarnation eye possesses the power of the 6 paths. If you cannot reach your peak with these abilities from the ninja world, then I will personally end your life. Doflamingo accepted the vial of potion and the 3 scrolls Kazama tossed to him. Laughing maniacally, woof, 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 woof. We are of the same kin, after all. Truly merciless, Lioli. But fear not, I shall not give you that opportunity. With that, Doflamingo plunged the syringe into his arm. Instantly, an indescribable agony surged from every corner of his body and soul, causing him to grit his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring forth as his entire body trembled slightly. Young master. Noticing the abnormality in their young master, Senior spoke with concern. I could see that moment. Lucian also regained her senses, holding Gimlet while casting a worried glance at Doflamingo. There is no power without a price. It's merely a bit of pain. Rest assured, he can endure it. Just a few seconds later, Doflamingo began to gradually acclimate to the torment, forcing a smile at Kazama. Woof, 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 woof. You wouldn't be seeking revenge, would you? Kazama, unwilling to engage further, rolled his eyes at Doflamingo. Minutes later, the pain receded like a tide, and at that moment, Doflamingo not only felt the power of his new eyes, but also experienced an unprecedented lightness in his body. How do you feel? Woof, 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 woof. Doflamingo surveyed the crowd, clenching his fists vigorously. I feel absolutely fantastic. Having fully comprehended his transformation, Doflamingo held one thought. If I cannot reach my peak with this newfound power, then it would be better for Kazama to end my life. Woof, 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 woof. This is truly a remarkable thing, Oh, you have more. My family needs it as well. Their strength is simply too feeble. Kazama rolled his eyes again. I do have more, but that is a gift left to me by my master. If you wish for it, trade me a devil fruit, and I can provide you with some lower-tier ones. As for enhancing strength, the world government possesses some excellent fruits, along with methods for cultivating the 3-color haki and various physical techniques that you'll need to figure out yourself. Good tea. Feel free to ask anything. Having completed his urgent business, Feng Jian slumped onto the sofa, with Doflamingo seated beside him, and Lucian, cradling a child, across from them. Senor was dutifully serving tea. Noticing Lucian's hesitance, Feng Jian set his teacup down and casually remarked, So, Feng Jian Lili Sheng, what exactly do you and Senor do for a living? After a moment's hesitation, Lucian summoned her courage to inquire. Unfamiliar with Doflamingo's name, she opted to refer to him as Young Master, akin to Senor. This choice stirred a mix of apprehension within Senor, who anxiously glanced at Doflamingo and Lucian, recalling that she despised pirates. Woof, woof, woof. Lucian, are you aware of the underground dark forces? Underground dark forces? Lucian responded, somewhat bewildered in her understanding. When one mentioned darkness, it should pertain to pirates, shouldn't it? Indeed, the underground dark forces engage in human trafficking, assassination, gambling, pleasure districts, usury, drug trafficking, arms trading, and other nefarious activities that Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the light, and his deep voice gave him the appearance of a quintessential villain. Speaking of which, in the West Sea, Doflamingo could also be considered a villain. Wouldn't you agree? No, Lucian stammered, swallowing hard. She was genuinely frightened, but quickly followed up with a tense inquiry. Does this relate to Senor's work? Senor's heart raced anew. Woof, woof, woof. Of course it does. Lucian, do you believe these underground dark forces can exist? They shouldn't. Such wicked entities akin to pirates should not exist in this world. Lucian's resolute tone pierced Señor's heart like a dagger to your right. I too believe they shouldn't. However, do you think such things could be completely eradicated? If the world government were to exert its full force, it should be possible, right? Noticing Lucian's wavering confidence, Doflamingo revealed his signature villainous smirk. Woof woof woof, Lucian, why do you think these dark forces exist upon this vast sea? Because every heart harbors darkness. This time, Gimlet has a high fever, but what if he had a congenital heart condition that required transplant? Would you be willing to spend your entire fortune to find a suitable heart to save your beloved child? Even if that heart came from an innocent person? Witnessing the turmoil on Lucian's face, Doflamingo chuckled with satisfaction. Woof woof woof, this is the fundamental reason for the existence of dark forces, human demand. Some need weapons without caring for their origins, willing to pay exorbitantly, hence the rise of arms dealers. Others seek profit without regard for legality or the destruction it may bring to countless lives, leading to the establishment of casinos and drug traffickers. Some can only survive through loans but cannot secure them legally, thus giving rise to usurers, while others will stop at nothing to eliminate someone, resulting in the formation of assassin organizations. Woof woof woof. As long as humanity retains selfish desires, dark forces shall never be extinguished, regardless of the world government's efforts. Therefore, the world government conceived a plan to regulate and control the dark forces. However, these matters are beyond the world government's capabilities. On one hand, they would face public scrutiny. On the other, the underground forces would never permit the world government to become the emperor of the underworld. Thus, I established the Don Quixote Pirates, gaining a notorious reputation with the world government assistance that we then engaged in black-on-black dealings with various dark forces. The ultimate goal is to become the emperor of the underground world, to regulate it at the very least, ensuring that these forces operate within certain rules to minimize harm to civilians. You may interpret the Don Quixote Pirates as a flag of the world government infiltrating the dark forces. All its members are officials of the world government, albeit with identities shrouded in secrecy. In other words, the world government cannot publicly extend any assistance to the Don Quixote Pirates, nor can they protect the families of its members. And your husband, Senor, is a member of the Don Quixote family. Due to the perilous nature of these affairs, should the underground forces discover this, the entire Don Quixote family would face an onslaught. Hence, Senor refrained from disclosing such truths to you. In concealing his identity and your existence, you and your child remain safest. Lucian turned her gaze towards Senor, her eyes filled with regret and sorrow. Bearing such a heavy burden, how immense must Senor's pressure be? During Gimlet's fever, he must have been out on a mission, engaging with those cold-blooded dark forces. How perilous that must have been! He hadn't returned for Gimlet's death. How agonizing it must have been for him. The memory of their argument in the rain, when Senor appeared as though he had lost his very soul, caused Lucian's heart to ache even more. Senor, on the other hand, appeared utterly dazed. Wasn't he the Don Quixote Pirates merely a pirate crew? Weren't those initial crimes committed by their own hands? How had it transformed into a fabricated narrative by the world government? Was the Don Quixote Pirates truly that grand? Surely he unwittingly joined a false Don Quixote Pirates. Yet, sensing Lucian's gaze upon him, Senor averted his eyes slightly, a mix of tears and laughter in his expression, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he bitterly confessed, I'm sorry, Lucian, I truly didn't want you and our child to be involved. Witnessing the two in a state of despair, Fengjian couldn't help but admire Doflamingo. Hey, you truly are a remarkable individual. Woof woof woof, then from now on, your family shall relocate to the family's residence, as long as this information remains confidential. The family will be able to protect you from the entire onslaught of underground forces. After a moment's hesitation, Lucian agreed, recognizing that her husband's dangerous endeavors should not distract him. Then, I shall trouble you, young master. Woof woof woof, we are family. There's no need for such formalities. With grievances set aside and the atmosphere lightened, the encounter yielded fruitful alliances with the formidable Doflamingo, one of the few pirates who relied on intellect for sustenance. Fengjian felt no concern that Doflamingo would act foolishly. Yet a lingering thought nagged at him. Why did he feel as though he had forgotten something? On Swallow Island, Feng Jin's doppelganger sat atop a small hill, gazing at the cave before him with a face full of despair. Why hasn't my main body arrived yet? Surely, he hasn't forgotten me. Damn! Nobility and royalty, do they not possess a sense of urgency? Just because I'm a doppelganger does not mean I cannot rebel. As he prepared to dissolve his existence and self-destruct, an exclamation of frustration escaped him that moment. A sharp pain coursed through his entire being, drawing the attention of the three nearby. It's nothing. I previously dispatched a doppelganger to locate someone, and upon its disappearance, it relays sensations and memories back to the main body. Why doppelganger just self-destructed? Causing a momentary sting. It's trivial. Are you really all right? Lucian inquired, her concern evident as she observed Feng Jin grimacing, yet attempting to feign a smile. It's fine now. The pain feedback from the doppelganger is fleeting. I simply haven't experienced it in a while, so it caught me off guard. Doflamingo's expression turned grave. I've encountered a doppelganger. Its presence is formidable. In the West Sea, is there anyone capable of forcing your doppelganger to self-destruct? Feng Jin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed and unsure of how to articulate the truth. In reality, he had forgotten about the matter, and the doppelganger had simply grown impatient, waiting too long, and self-destructed. Doflamingo's face darkened as he recalled the scroll Feng Jin had entrusted to him, suddenly wavering in his decision to learn the technique of creating doppelgangers. Well, since the matters here are resolved, I shall take my leave to find someone. Until we meet again, my friends. With that, Feng Jin opened a spatial portal and stepped through down on Swallow Island. Neighboring town, he pondered, is this really the place? How on earth has he survived without being sold? The West Sea, known as the strongest sea, was notorious for its chaos. As he walked through the woods, the wind seemed to clear his path automatically. Hello, is anyone there? No, is there a bear? Is there a white bear that can talk? If so, please come out. In a certain part of the woods, two children appeared to be bullying a white bear. Jean, did you hear that? It seems someone is looking for this bear. I heard. Honestly, how could anyone be searching for this creature? Hey, white bear, quickly hide. If the bad guys catch you, you will surely be sold as merchandise. Beepo, the polar bear of the fur tribe, wore a bewildered expression after mistakenly boarding the wrong boat and arriving here. Surely no one would recognize him. Jean, dressed in filthy clothes, although he and his companion had seemingly been bullying the white bear, had not completely crossed the line. TSK, bullying a little polar bear, I sent your family considered bad people. Nevertheless, there was still a trace of conscience left, who upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, Jean and Shachi, with vigilance, grasped their sticks and turned towards the source of the sound. Jean even held onto the white bear, ready to flee at any moment. This point, Beepo still wore an expression of utter confusion. Rest assured, I am not a bad person, nor am I a good one. I sensed the presence of a fur tribe while passing by. So, I came to inquire. Kazama smiled kindly, then turned to Beepo, the fur tribe of polar bears, right? If I recall correctly, the fur tribe resides in Zou, in the New World. How could such a small member of the fur tribe appear in the West Sea? Seeing that the newcomer was merely a child of similar size, Jean and Shachi breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became perplexed. Fur tribe? Zou, New World? What are those? The fur tribe is the race I belong to. Zou is where our tribe resides, and the New World lies in the latter part of the Grand Line. Beepo earnestly explained, causing Kazama to twitch at the corners of his mouth. You really are straightforward. Spilling your own information so readily? Private matters. Beepo blushed and lowered his head. What are you blushing for? Kazama hesitated, feeling a myriad of complaints stuck in his throat, but ultimately rubbed his temples in exasperation. You. Sigh, never mind. You still haven't answered my question, have you? Not receiving a reply, Kazama looked at Beepo in confusion. Well, but didn't you tell me not to casually share my information with others? Beepo shyly mumbled, keeping his head down. Puffed. Shachi and Jean couldn't hold back their laughter, bursting out. All right, you're impressive. I thought Razanani was invincible, but it turns out you're even braver. Toughened up. Is this amusing to you? And you, aren't you quite clever at this moment? 1 minute later, Shachi, Jean, and Beepo knelt in front of Kazama, lined up obediently. Seeing this, Kazama nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, mischievous children needed to be put in their place. Ahem. All right, you three, introduce yourselves one at a time. You don't just stare. Start from you. Kazama pointed to a boy with short orange hair, who wore a green hat with a red brim, aptly dubbed the Green Hat. I am Shachi, an orphan, as my parents perished in a tsunami. Thus, I am living in my uncle's house with Peijin, but my uncle has always treated us as tools for crime, so we escaped. I'm Peijin, and my parents died in the same tsunami as Shachi's. After staying at his uncle's house, I escaped with him. I'm Bippo. I live in Zo, and while out to sea with my brothers, I fell into the ocean and accidentally ended up here. Peijin, Shachi, Kazama. Under the gazes of the three, Bippo's face turned red again. Is there something you need? Nothing much. I just wanted to express my astonishment at your remarkable luck, surviving this far. Kazama gazed at Bippo with a complex expression, while Peijin and Shachi nodded in agreement. All right then, Bippo, why don't you come with me? I'll take you back home when I have the time. Coincidentally, I also wish to visit ZOU.AS for you too. Yuri coming with me. With that, Kazama began walking towards the edge of the forest. Upon his arrival, he had already noticed that this small island housed a single household, seemingly inhabited by just one person. TSK, a luxurious solo island. The two boys and the bear exchanged glances before ultimately following Kazama, fearing punishment. The island was small. Thus, they quickly arrived at a small wooden house. Outside were several cultivated plots of land, some growing grains, others vegetables. Moreover, many technologically advanced tools were placed in the yard. When Kazama had first arrived on the island, he had already surveyed the area thoroughly. He suspected that there might be unexpected treasures to be found here. Hello, is anyone home? Three little rascals? And a white bear? Hey kids, what brings you here? A burly, bearded man emerged, his graying beard suggesting he was of considerable age. Hello, so I happened to pass by, and while playing in the forest, I encountered this fur tribe member along with these two runaway children. They haven't eaten for quite a while. May I ask if you have any food here? I can pay. Runaway. The bearded man raised an eyebrow, then furrowed his brow, looking at Peijin and Shachi. Running away is not a good habit. Your parents must be worried sick. He motioned for them to enter, saying, "Come on in. I'll prepare some food for you." As he spoke, the man approached and opened the gate to the yard. Sir, their parents perished in the tsunami, and they're staying at one child's uncle's house. But he eyes a good person, pushing them into crime, which is why they ran away. Kazama patiently explained while carefully observing the courtyard. What? Such a thing happened? That's outrageous. Kids, if you have nowhere to go, stay with me. However, you'll need to help me clean and farm, and assist me when I'm working with my machinery. Don't worry with my machines. Your work won't be too burdensome. Thank you, sir. Peijin and Shachi exchanged glances and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to the bearded man. What kind of food is the most delicious? The answer. When you are hungry, everything is delicious. 2 portions of vegetables, 3 portions of meat, 2 bowls of soup, plus 1 serving of noodles for each. Under normal circumstances, this would be more than enough for 4 children and an elderly man. But here, in the world of One Piece, Peijin and Shachi, the duo, along with Bippo, devoured the food with a ferocity that could rival a tempest. Having gone days without a proper meal, Kazama realized at that moment that the portrayal of the Straw Hat crew eating in the anime was no exaggeration. The entire table of food was consumed in less than a minute. Hey, you three, slow down. There's more. No need to rush. Observing the duo's voracious appetite, the bearded man grew concerned. Do these kids eat this much every meal? Did I act too hastily? Kazama lowered his head, silently finishing his noodles, feeling too embarrassed to snatch food from them. Sir, I noticed many machines in the yard that I have never seen before. What are those for? You've got a keen eye. Those are my inventions, top-notch tools. With these machines, farming becomes much easier, and I'll let you see the results of my genius inventions. Wolf, shortly. As he spoke about his inventions, Uncle Wolf laughed heartily, patting Kazama on the shoulder with pride. Clearly delighted, and Kazama shared in the joy, he discovered that many of those machines were indeed agricultural conveniences. Sigh, a talent found for free. After the meal, Wolf enthusiastically led Kazama to the yard to showcase his creations. This is the seeder I invented. With this, you can sow a vast area in just one day. Moreover, it can till the soil, No matter how hard the ground is, it will be crushed under the steel plow. This machine is a harvester, capable not only of harvesting crops, but also automatically crushing the husks without harming the grains. This one is a corn dekernel machine. Simply toss the corn inside, and the kernels will come out from the left side while the corn cob exits from the right. In addition, I've also invented well drilling machines, water pumps, and other agricultural machinery. With these machines, people won't have to toil as hard anymore. I single-handedly sowed the entire land of this island. CGI, Peijin, Xiachi, and Beepo looked at Uncle Wolf with admiration. Even in Zou, the fur tribes require cultivation. Kazama could hardly believe that he would encounter such marvels in the world of pirates. This is truly astonishing. Uncle Wolf, is there anything else apart from these machines? Observing the children's eager and admiring gazes, Wolf's vanity was greatly satisfied. Of course there is. Come, allow me to show you my workshop. To Kazama's surprise, Wolf's workshop was not located near the cottage, but rather deep underground within the woods. Wolf explained that this was to prevent explosions from damaging the surrounding environment. Inside the workshop, Kazama discovered a plethora of intriguing items. Automatic sprinklers, robotic weeders, looms, and a series of peculiar contraptions. However, what captivated Kazama's attention was an object adorned with 2 wings. Excuse me, Uncle Wolf, what is that? Could it be that this old man has actually constructed an airplane? That is my invention. A flying machine. Nanny, a flying machine. May we take a look? Seeing the expectant expressions of the 3 children, Uncle Wolf scratched his head awkwardly. Let's save that for later. I haven't completed it yet. It won't fly far before crashing down. The children appeared somewhat disappointed, yet Kazama remained unfazed. If it could already ascend into the sky, how far could it be from complete success? Moreover, these inventions were solely the work of Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf, did you create all of these by yourself? Yes, I live alone on this island, and to pass the time, I tinker with inventions. Upon receiving this answer, Kazama let out a sigh of relief. Uncle, you are truly remarkable that if you can already fly, it surely won't be long before you achieve success if you can ascend into the skies. I suppose descending into the sea isn't far off either, Kazama jested. Descending to the sea. Well, I've already accomplished that. I've invented a submarine that allows you to venture beneath the waves. What kind of expression is that? Initially expecting to receive more adulation, Uncle Wolf was instead met with skeptical glances from the 4 children. That's right, for including Kazama this time. Isn't ascending and descending into the sea of similar difficulty? Uncle Wolf is close to flying, so we find it hard to believe he can go underwater, Pekan awkwardly remarked. Indeed, I've heard that the water is quite heavy, making it challenging for vessels to navigate the ocean depths. Exactly, I have heard that it passed through Fishman Island at a depth of 10,000 meters. Ships must be coated in a special film, and even the Navy resorts to this method. Following Pekan and Shaki, Beppo offered his reasoning as well. Kazama remained silent. His recollection. The only submarine that had appeared in the pirate world belonged to Law. Since you do not believe me, allow me to show you. Follow me. Guided by Wolf, they wound through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a cave, where a yellow submarine was docked. This submarine, crafted from precious metals, was remarkably sturdy, capable not only of submersion, but also of penetrating the ground to travel from sea to land. Come aboard. Let me show you what it's like. As Kazama entered the submarine, he suddenly realized that he had not seen an exit for it. This submarine has never been submerged since I built it, and it lacks an exit. Speaking of which, you're my first guests. So hold on tight. Once the submarine powered up, Uncle Wolf pulled the throttle all the way down. The submarine then surged forth like a wild stallion, careening through the underground, although the minor jolting had no impact on Kazama. For a brief moment, he questioned the definition of a submarine in this pirate world. You call this thing that barrels through the ground a submarine? Surely a drilling machine wouldn't be so impressive. The jostling soon subsided, and Uncle Wolf's voice, tinged with nostalgia, broke the silence. All right, children, take a look at the scenery beneath the sea. Through the porthole, the Peichi duo and Beppo beheld a sight they would remember for a lifetime. Sunlight filtered through the tranquil depths, resembling rays of light analyzed through a spectrum, casting a warm glow over various marine creatures that lazily showcased their forms. Diverse fish swam amongst coral, either in small groups or solitary, passing by starfish, gliding over jellyfish and darting into seagrass, only to vanish and suddenly reappear. Unique shells basked in the warm sunlight, their surfaces reflecting a dazzling array of colors. Additionally, there were corals in shades of black, white and red, each distinct, with red corals further categorized into deep red, rose, and peach hues. The vibrant corals, languid shells, leisurely fish, drifting jellyfish, and sunbathing starfish, all illuminated by the sunlight, painted a breathtaking tableau. The ocean, in its beauty, was intoxicating. It possessed a magical power that calmed the heart. Whether it was Peichi and his companion, Uncle Wolf, or Beppo and Kazama, all seemed to forget everything, gazing earnestly and serenely at the scene before them. Even their breaths grew lighter. The sea. Throughout history, this vast expanse has witnessed countless heroes. The Lunarians, the 20 Kings, Joy Boy, the Navy, the world government, pirates, the emperors of the sea, and underground forces. The sea has borne witness to the rise and fall of many, chronicling their stories without ever sharing a word. Throughout the ages, many have sought to conquer this ocean. Yet those individuals have long since vanished. While the sea remains steadfast, the ocean embraces all. It cannot be subdued by any. It exists there, always there, never absent. Only those who have truly witnessed the grandeur of nature can comprehend the reverence it commands. Even upon returning to the workshop, Peichi and Beppo maintained a tranquil demeanor, silently exiting the submarine, clearly still affected by the earlier experience. Kazama sat in the submarine's seat, observing Uncle Wolf as he prepared to close it, and pondered for a moment before asking, Uncle Wolf, many of the machines you created are for civilian use. Did you make them to serve the people of the sea? Of course. If that were not my intention, I would not have created them. Wolf reflected with some emotion that it was a source of pride that he had created these devices. Yet it was a lament that he lacked the means to introduce his creations to the ocean. He chuckled. Well, that is good. Since that is the case, let us collaborate. Wolf looked at Kazama, who bore a smile in astonishment, then burst into hearty laughter, patting Kazama on the shoulder. Kid, I appreciate your goodwill. Given your attire, which is made of fine materials, and your broad knowledge, your family must be quite well off. However, promoting these across the entire ocean is exceedingly difficult. Not just the ocean, even promoting within a single nation is a challenge. Even if your father were a king, it would still be difficult. After all, for farmers, the cost of these devices is far from affordable. After he had created these inventions, he had been brimming with confidence. Yet the nobles were utterly indifferent, as they could compel the common folk to labor. Though the commoners were tempted, they lacked the means to afford them, and their meager incomes, coupled with taxes and pirate raids, rendered them powerless. Although they possessed wealth, they preferred to work themselves and save what little they could, preparing for unforeseen calamities that might leave them unable to afford food. Kazama chuckled, unfazed. If my father being a king is insufficient, then what about being a celestial dragon? Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Kazama, and my full name is Kazama Lioli. Wolf was taken aback, as the face before him began to merge with the visage from the newspaper. Enveloped in a purplish glow, I am honored to meet you. Kazama Lioli. I was unaware of your identity, and I have inadvertently offended your esteemed self. I am truly deserving of death. However, in light of my unfinished research, I humbly beseech your mercy, allowing me to live for now. Once my research succeeds, I shall surely take my own life as an apology. With a resounding thud, Wolf succumbed to his knees, cold sweat streaming down his face. His mind incessantly replaying the grave transgressions against the celestial dragons. The memory of having patted this esteemed gentleman's shoulder more than once today filled Wolf's eyes with waves of despair. It is over. My dreams are shattered. My life is in ruins. Farewell to my flying machine. Farewell to my submarine. Farewell to my... Rise, came the voice of Kazakage. I have pardoned your transgressions. Kazakage, somewhat at a loss for words. Muse internally, is he truly so fearful of the celestial dragons? Look at how this elderly man has been reduced to such a state. Trembling, Wolf attempted to rise, but despite several attempts, he could not stand. Acting on the traditional virtue of honoring the elderly and cherishing the young, Kazakage instinctively reached out to assist the old man. However, the moment his hand extended, Wolf straightened up with remarkable speed. Such swiftness nearly took Kazakage by surprise, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Now, regarding our collaboration, in a swift motion, Wolf executed a deep 90-degree bow toward Kazakage. No, no, no. How could a humble individual like me ever be worthy of collaborating with someone as great as you? You may take any of my inventions without hesitation. It is an honor that you consider my work. Observing Wolf's demeanor, Kazakage couldn't help but harbor a suspicion. Could it be that a celestial dragon has visited here? Very well. I shall arrange for the world government to contact you as for your reward. Feel free to express any wishes. Do not refuse, for this is a divine blessing. Wolf opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, biting his lip before nervously uttering, I have a son named Buck, who has been a scourge since childhood. Approximately 22 years ago, he set sail to become a pirate. Kazakage furrowed his brow, his expression remaining impassive as he replied, You wish for me to grant him clemency. The mere furrowing of Kazakage's brow sent waves of fear through Wolf. No, no, you misunderstand. My son Buck, after failing to conquer the Grand Line, burned our hometown. Since then, I have severed all ties with him that I once contemplated executing him myself and taking my own life to atone for my sins. However, he consumed the dissolve fruit, becoming a man capable of disintegration, able to dissolve not only himself but also intangible things such as hearts. Once dissolved, a person is under his control. I am no match for him, and he continues his wicked deeds. Thus, I beseech you to execute him. This is a father's plea. As he spoke these final words, a sense of anguish permeated Wolf's tone, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Kazakage was momentarily taken aback. The dissolve fruit. Dissolution? Capable of dissolving hearts? Is this not a twisted version of the playful fruit? What a surprise! A double delight. All right, Wolf, please wait here. You should return to your humble abode for the time being. I shall return shortly. With that, Kazakage opened a portal, transporting himself directly above Minion Island. He summoned his steed, the Dark Dragon Horse, securing a compass upon it, Captain Jack Sparrow's exclusive compass, which points to the user's desired destination, before taking flight. With a swift twist of the reins, the Dark Dragon Horse surged forth at a staggering 100 mach, the wind howling past his ears. Yet, due to the unique design of the Dark Dragon Horse, the dragon head parted the wind, ensuring the rider remained undisturbed. With such velocity and the compass's guidance, within mere minutes, Suke, Kazakage gazed down at the pirate ship, his heart brimming with disdain. Over 20 years ago, these pirates ventured forth. After several years of failing to conquer the Grand Line, they had spent the last decade looting and pillaging in the North Sea. Truly disgusting. Kazakage discarded the compass, tossing it into the portal. Initially, he envied those who wielded personal spaces in their travels. However, after mastering summoning and sealing techniques in the Naruto world, he realized that with proper markings, summoning was all that was required. Ultimately, upon reaching Six Paths level, he collaborated with his master Orochimaru to create an independent space filled with Kazakage's treasures. Upon dispelling the summoning technique, the Dark Dragon Horse vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to its independent space. Kazakage then leaped onto the deck of the pirate ship, landing softly, his mastery over his own strength ensuring the deck bore no trace of damage. Who goes there? The pirate minions, seasoned in the ways of the Grand Line, remained vigilant, pointing their guns at Kazakage's head. Though their efforts were futile, is your captain named Buck, the man of dissolution? If so, summon him forth, quickly. Kazakage waved his hand impatiently. How dare a mere child act so brazenly? Let's see what this brat is made of first. If he turns out to be a stranger to the captain, off with his head. What a charming child. Such a pity to dispose of him. Perhaps I shall turn him into a pulp with my shield. Kazakage's presence attracted a group of pirates, the bravado evident in their words, yet not one dared to act, leaving Kazakage feeling somewhat bored. Who seeks me? A mere child. Speak, little one. What business do you have with me? A burly man, reeking of alcohol, approached, and from the awed gazes of the minions, it was clear he was the captain of this pirate ship. "Are you Buck, the man of dissolution who consumed the dissolved fruit?" "Indeed, that would be me." "If you are, spare me your blather." "You are indeed he." Kazakage had no patience for the pirate's threats, extending his left hand. He enveloped Buck in a swirling wind. Subsequently, Kazakage lifted Buck into the air, gazing down at the terrified and bewildered pirates, his eyes reflecting deep disdain. "Truly a bunch of trash." Yes, he spoke. Kazakage slowly raised his right hand, gripping it suddenly, summoning several water dragons from the depths of the sea, one after another crashing into the pirate ship. In mere seconds, the ocean regained its tranquility, leaving no trace of the pirate ship's existence. Pleased, Kazakage nodded. Much cleaning out, he then opened a portal, transporting Buck back to Uncle Wolf's courtyard down on Swallow Island. Wait, there's still someone else, upon noticing Kazakage's absence. The first to regain his composure was Beepo, who looked at Wolf with confusion, realizing he did not know Kazakage's name. Clearing his throat, Wolf stated he mentioned he had matters to attend to and would return shortly. Wolf intended to disclose Kazakage, but reconsidered. These children were unaware of the esteemed title of Kazakage Lioli. What if he wished to keep his identity concealed from them? It would be a grave offense to reveal such information without permission. Grateful for his restraint, Wolf felt a mix of relief and puzzlement. Did that esteemed individual leave to capture Buck? And he said he would return shortly. Does he know where Buck is? However, despite these lingering questions, Wolf was unconcerned until the true identity of that esteemed individual left him feeling increasingly uneasy. Alas, I hope that esteemed individual forgets about me. Yet, matters seldom unfold as one desires. Before long, a familiar voice echoed from outside the small house. "Wolf, come here and see if this is your son." Wolf stepped into the courtyard, accompanied by two others and a bear. Upon seeing the familiar face, Wolf's fists clenched tightly. With a complex expression, he gazed at the burly figure, bitterness lacing his words. "Buck, my dear son, all these years, I have kept track of your whereabouts, and I deeply regret not killing you when you chose to set sail." Observing the scene unfold, Kazakage quietly lifted some of the restrictions placed on Buck. "Humph. Wolf, I never imagined you, this old fool, would conspire with outsiders to capture me. What a splendid father you are. So, do you intend to slay your own son?" The old man laughed heartily. That Wolf's expression grew complex as he reminisced about the past. In his youth, had anyone told him that one could not teach a child properly, he would have scoffed at the notion. Until he experienced the tumultuous journey of raising Buck. At the age of 4, Buck would snatch treats from other children. At 5, he frequently found himself confronted by irate parents for pilfering pocket money. By 7, he had set fire to a neighbor's house out of spite after being reprimanded. At 11, he often sneaked out to steal money and goods. And by 15, he nearly killed a child who refused to offer him tribute. When Buck insisted on joining him on his voyage, fearing his son would cause further trouble, Wolf found himself utterly powerless to restrain him, much like the way he had failed to rein his own unruly spirit as a child. After his failed challenge against the Grand Line, he even set fire to his own family home to end Buck's childhood. To prevent him from causing mischief, Wolf would keep him close at hand, always watching over him. Yet inevitably, there would be moments of distraction, and the boy would vanish. Wolf employed every method imaginable: discipline, physical intervention, and various forms of instruction, but none proved effective. Alas, Buck, that I am your father, having witnessed your growth from infancy. And it is precisely for this reason that I cannot abandon you. Buck, we are human beings, endowed with conscience. We are not the lawless pirates who only seek their own pleasure. Buck, I cannot ascertain whether this is your inherent nature or a failure in my upbringing. However, these considerations have become moot. A grave error has been committed, and as a father, all I can do is strive to halt your descent. Subsequently, I shall spend the remainder of my life atoning for the sins you have committed. Do you presume to know who you are? A father? I am merely someone who happened to be your son. You incessantly preach about the importance of conscience and moral rectitude, which is utterly laughable. This vast ocean does not accommodate such notions. The law of the sea is one of survival of the fittest. I am stronger than them. Thus I am entitled to dispose of them as I please, seizing their wealth, provisions, and even their wives and daughters. Wolf, the reason I find myself in this predicament today is solely because the individual you have chosen is stronger than I. However, I am not at fault. If I were stronger than him, he would have long since descended into hell. The strong deserve everything, while the weak are only fit to cling to life. Such is the rule of this ocean. The celestial dragons are powerful, thus they can act with impunity. The common folk are weak, hence they are destined to be oppressed by the nobility. Gazing upon his son's fearsome visage, Wolf's eyes filled with sorrow as he opened his mouth, ultimately releasing only a profound sigh. Ah, how adept you are at crafting excuses. The admirals and fleet admirals are the pinnacle of the sea, yet they do not act with abandon. The world government and its navy, along with CP, far exceed your strength, yet they do not engage in lawlessness. The Revolutionary Army, too, does not indulge in tyrannical behavior. Indeed, there exist circumstances as you describe upon the sea, but that does not render your perspective correct. The ocean is rife with complexities. Some prey upon the weak, some provide refuge, some strive for balance, and others endeavor to liberate. The SEIT is so intricate that you, who have never even ventured into the Grand Line, are hardly qualified to assert that this ocean is as you claim. You are unworthy, as am I. Nevertheless, I must confess, I find your theory rather intriguing. Kaze spoke expressionlessly, shrugging indifferently, for your assertions have illuminated the fact that when confronting you, I need not concern myself with principles, ideals, conscience, balance, or consequences, as long as I'm stronger than you. That is sufficient. With that, Kaze turned to Wolf. Shall it be you or I? A flicker of struggle crossed Wolf's eyes, and he sighed softly. I shall take the lead. With that, Wolf turned towards the small cabin, his posture no longer upright, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling a box, from which he produced an antique revolver. Judging by the oiled grip, the weapon had been well maintained. Buck, do you remember this? It was your birthday gift from me when you came of age that time. You repented to me, stating that you had recognized your errors. You vowed never to bully anyone again. Seeing you weep so profusely, I believed you. You claimed to have encountered pirates and realized how absurd your former self had been. And I believed you. You declared your intention to join the Navy, to atone for your past misdeeds, and I still believed you. Then, you told me you desired a gun, a weapon. You wished to use it to combat pirates. And when you achieved greatness, it would witness your transformation. I forged this gun for you, personally sending you off from Swallow Island to enlist at that night, I wept by your mother's grave. Yet, who could have foreseen that the very next day, I would receive news of you using that gun to take a life? Tears streaming down his face, Wolf gazed at Buck, slowly raising his right hand that clutched the gun. With a deliberate and resolute motion, Buck, I am sorry. The gunshot rang out, and Buck collapsed helplessly to the ground. Kaze covertly activated his abilities, seizing Buck's soul before it could dissipate and casting it into his own space. Filled with a myriad of fruits, gazing at Buck's lifeless body, Wolf alternated between laughter and tears, as if driven mad. After a while, he gradually quieted, though his hand gripping the gun trembled intermittently. Reflect upon your words. Wolf, you still need to atone for your son. Sometimes, death is not the hardest fate. The true challenge lies in enduring life while burdened with pain. A talking polar bear, a white bear who has consumed the human fruit, a member of the fur tribe. On the sunny, the fishmen looked at Beepo with curiosity, chattering excitedly. That's right, I am from Zo of the polar bear fur tribe, and my name is Beepo. Observing Beepo's bashful demeanor, Kaze suddenly pondered a serious question. Does the pirate world even have polar regions? Ha! Since we are aboard this ship, we are all friends now. Beepo, just relax here and travel with us for the time being. Kaze will make time to take you back. Perhaps due to their shared status as rare races, the fishmen, including Tiger, took quite a liking to Beepo. The human fruit, TSK. Hey, little white, would you like to eat a human fruit as well? Meow. Kaze cradled little white in his left arm while playfully scratching its chin with his right hand. If little white were to consume the human fruit, would it turn to a girl? That is undoubtedly the case. it would surely transform into a form akin to Beepo. Suddenly, Kaze felt a jolt in his heart, and his smile vanished in an instant as he locked eyes with Little White. Recalling a certain raccoon that had consumed the common folk fruit. No, a reindeer. The beautiful fantasy ended before it even began. The cruelest fate in the world is this Kaze's imagined Little White consuming the human fruit. White fur. Ears, fair skin, stunning beauty, ample bosom, slender waist, with a restless little tail behind. Rationality reminded Kaze that what he desired was white hair, at most accompanied by the fact that it should not be covered in fur. Not a fur tribe member. Kaze Ryusei, did I say something inappropriate? Seeing Kaze's expressionless face, yet fixated gaze, Aladdin felt an inexplicable chill. Aladdin, among all the fishmen present, I have always regarded you as the most intelligent. Therefore, tell me, is there a possibility of the existence of a human fruit, mythical Zoan, female form upon the sea? A fox girl or a bunny girl would not be out of the question. Well, we have both fox girls and bunny girls on Zo. And as for females, Zo has those too. Observing the somewhat stagnant atmosphere between the two, Beepo timidly spoke, only to receive Kaze's death glare in return. Haha, Beepo, what Kaze meant by female, bunny girls, and fox girls is not what you think. Tiger vigorously ruffled Beepo's head, causing the latter to blush once again, and then Tiger gazed at Kaze in admiration. Wow. So this is what a celestial dragon is like. He is only 9 years old, right? What a playful character. TSK. No wonder he is a descendant of celestial dragons, whether those fruits exist or not. I am unsure. However, mermaids do exist, you know. Moreover, you have visited Fishman Island. The mermaids of the Fishman tribe are all exceptionally beautiful. Haha. Kaze rolled his eyes and smiled expressionlessly. Tiger, do you know? Right now. You resemble a creepy uncle, luring minors down the path of crime. The deck fell silent for a moment, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha! Tiger, old man. Creepy uncle? Ah! By the way, Kaze Ryusei's metaphor is indeed vivid. Just now, the way Tiger looked was utterly ridiculous. Indeed, especially with Tiger's beard. Brother, even if you were reluctant to shave, at least trim it a bit. Tiger, somewhat embarrassed, gently stroked his beard, which had grown nearly as long as his face. What is the matter? Do you want to be a pretty boy? Sometimes the joys and sorrows of humans and fishmen do not align. Kaze merely found their clamor distracting. Gathering his courage, Kaze once again faced Beepo, from Zo. Is there anyone with a human body but retaining only a few animal traits, such as ears and tails, characteristic of the fur tribe? Observing Kaze's serious demeanor, Beepo, bewildered, responded, Are the residents of Zo like that? Has he, Kaze Ryusei, not come down yet? Aladdin gazed at Jinbei with concern and inquired, Alas, Lord Kazama remains atop the observation deck, cradling the small white creature while gazing out at the sea, neglecting the meal we sent him. I failed to comprehend. Could this event have struck such a profound blow to him? He is but a child. Perhaps it is due to having encountered similar abilities or races during his childhood in other celestial dragon households. It is possible that Kazama forged a friendship with her. Tiger also felt a twinge of concern. During his last visit to deliver food, the small white creature had regarded him with pleading eyes. Fixated on both him and the provisions he had brought, Tiger was not worried about Kazama's resilience. His sole concern lay with the small white creature. Is it because of me that Kazama Ruri refuses to come down and eat? I apologize. The Sun Pirates referred to Kazama in 3 distinct manners. The first being a straightforward Kazama, used solely by Tiger. The second, Lord Kazama, exclusively employed by Jinbei. And the third, Kazama Ruri, which was used by all the fishmen except the aforementioned 2. In a spirit of conformity, Beepo also adopted the title Kazama Ruri, albeit without understanding the significance of the honorific. Aladdin, prepare a selection of fish for me, various kinds, snapper, whale shark, and of course, the third type needs no further mention. Grilled, a shiver coursed through Aladdin as he recognized that only 3 fishmen were present. Tiger, the snapper fishman, Jinbei, the whale shark fishman, and the third type was all too evident. Very well, rest assured, I shall have it ready for you promptly. With that, Aladdin prepared to summon others to cook, not daring to mention his role as a medic. Oh, and do prepare a portion for the small white creature as well. After this, Kazama turned his attention away from Aladdin and focused on Tiger, Jinbei, and Bepo, who stood as straight as elementary school students. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. That clever captain of the ship? I recall when I first returned, you mentioned we were nearing Gaia Island. Yet, the more I observe, the more it seems we have strayed far from our course. You have nearly veered off towards Fishman Island, have you not? The chaotic magnetic fields of the Grand Line necessitate a log pose to navigate smoothly through the 7 routes. Yet you have diverged into an entirely different path. If this continues, we shall reach Twin Cape before ever arriving at Gaia. How on earth did you manage this? Jinbei and Tiger exchanged glances. And under Tiger's piercing gaze, Jinbei resolved to voluntarily step forward for the sake of his elder brother. Well, shortly after the Sunny was constructed and we set sail, we encountered a tempest. Kazama looked at Jinbei with astonishment, suddenly perceiving a transformation in the seemingly earnest fishman before him. Jinbei, you cannot be suggesting that your entire crew of fishmen is afraid of storms. Of course not. Rather, to expedite our escape from the storm and to hone our strength, we intended to push the ship through the water. Jinbei scratched his head awkwardly. That reasoning is somewhat acceptable. And then what transpired? We became so caught up in our efforts that we overlooked the log pose, Jinbei confessed candidly. But after escaping the storm, did you not consider checking the log pose? When we entered the water, we brought the log pose with us, but perhaps it could not withstand the raging waves, and it broke. The spare log pose aboard was unable to store sufficient magnetic force, resulting in its erratic readings. Sensing Kazama's impending question, Jinbei hurriedly added, "We have been adrift in these waters for several days, now 2 weeks." Kazama exclaimed, "Impressive." "Ah, by the way, Kazama, you seem particularly invested in Gaia Island. I have never seen you so engaged with any other island. What is so peculiar about this one?" Kazama cast a glance at Tiger before elucidating. "Above Gaia Island lies the Sky Island that I see," Tiger replied. "Enlightened, do not worry, Kazama. It is perfectly fine. We shall certainly set out to explore the fabled Sky Island. When traveling, one must explore every corner. Indeed, you make a valid point. After all, it will not be fleeing anytime soon. Let us proceed. By the way, Tiger, I have something to inform you regarding the world government's intention to establish the Shichibukai." Tiger, Jinbei, and Aladdin, who had just brought over 3 grilled fish, all frowned in contemplation of the implications this would entail. Yes, it was initially slated for announcement at this year's World Conference, but I declined. I intend to postpone it until the next conference as I need to consider the candidates. So, you plan to have the captain become one of the Shichibukai? Aladdin pondered aloud. Kazama nodded. Indeed, I trust Tiger's character implicitly. Furthermore, I intend to assign the Shichibukai the responsibility of safeguarding the first half of the Grand Line, with each one overseeing a specific route, aiding the Marines in cleansing the seas of pirates. In return, they may select an island to serve as their base, granting them governance and the ability to levy taxes. Hence, I require time to identify suitable individuals for the roles that Fishman Island wishes to return to the surface. Does it not? This is an opportunity. I can promise the fishmen a position as a Shichibukai, provided they possess the requisite capabilities and character. So, Tiger, do you wish to take on this role? Tiger glanced at Jinbei, then at Aladdin, and with a carefree smile replied, "Kazama, returning to the surface is indeed the dream of Fishman Island. Do you believe I would refuse? This favor will be remembered by the Sun Pirates." "Haha, then you must hasten to enhance your strength. Unless one is at the pinnacle, failure is not an option for the Shichibukai." Kazama smiled faintly, and then, as if the mood shifted, his expression grew impassive. Although they had drifted at sea for nearly a month, they had successfully repelled 3 or 4 waves of pirates seeking to defeat them for fame. Upon noticing the significant change in Tiger's team's location, even the editor-in-chief of the world government's newspaper began to suspect that some errant subordinate had provided false information. Although nearly a month had passed without sight of land, Kazama had transformed into someone entirely different. Sitting atop the observation deck, gazing at the distant islands, Kazama felt a profound tranquility envelop him. "Hey, Kazama, shall we go ashore together shortly?" In response to Tiger's enthusiastic invitation, Kazama, unusually, did not display joy or excitement. He merely shook his head impassively. What is the matter? Normally, after a few days at sea, you would be unable to contain your excitement upon seeing land. Why are you so calm this time? Have you experienced some form of shock? You would not understand, Kazama said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Tiger before turning his attention to the distant sky. For me, this is a transformation of the heart. As time passed, the sky gradually shifted from azure to crimson, the sea reflecting the vibrant hues of the sunset, dazzling and enchanting. Few possessed the patience to witness such a transformation, and Kazama was fortunate to be among them. Sensing a faint presence returning, Kazama could not help but cast a glance downward. A short-haired child with a smile, clad in suspenders. Yet, the smile seemed unsettlingly off. Kazama squinted, as distant memories suddenly surged within him. Keela? Has Keela made her appearance at this juncture? After a brief moment of contemplation, Kazama resolutely dismissed the thought. Damn, is this something I should be troubled about? I did not even exist in the original work. As long as the timeline of the sun god remains intact, all shall be well. Following the others to the deck, Keela stood stiffly, smiling awkwardly. What is the situation with this child? Kazama inquired of Tiger as he leaped down from the deck. She is a slave who escaped from Mary Geos, later captured by pirates, and spent some time aboard their ship. After being rescued by the island's residents, she has remained here. The islanders have entrusted us with her safe return to her homeland. Observing the motionless, hesitant Keela, Kazama frowned. And where is her homeland? Fur's Hat Island. Kazama nodded and then looked at Keela, whose dirty appearance made her resemble a boy. What is your name? I am Keela. This is quite unsettling. Something is amiss. Even while answering questions, Keela maintained a sickly smile. Why does this child always seem to smile? I do not know, but it is truly disconcerting. Indeed, that smile is exceedingly eerie. The fishermen began to murmur among themselves. Yet Kelra's face remained fixed in that peculiar grin. Hey, little brat, what are you laughing at? Do you find us amusing? The expressions of the fishermen darkened. Aaron furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at Kelra. Since the arrival of Kazuma among the fishmen, their attitude towards humans had improved significantly. Kazuma had conquered them with his undeniable strength and offered them a glimmer of hope. However, hatred is not so easily extinguished. Aaron's words evidently stirred some unpleasant memories among the fishmen. Upon hearing him, Kelra instinctively turned her gaze towards Aaron, yet her face continued to wear that unsettling smile. Aaron's anger flared immediately. You insolent human brat. Are you mocking me? What an infuriating little wretch. With that, Aaron clenched his fist and swung it toward her. Kazuma, frowning, fixed his gaze on Kelra, and as Aaron's attack approached, she stood there, seemingly frozen, showing no intention to evade. Though her eyes were filled with terror, her face stubbornly retained that smile. Just as Aaron's fist was about to collide with Kelra's face, Kazuma swiftly grasped Aaron's wrist and turned to regard him with an expressionless stare. Kazuma sensed that Aaron had held back his strength, and thus, he refrained from taking further action. Aaron's gaze softened slightly at Kazuma's presence, and he retracted his fist, only to be met again with Kelra's smiling visage. You insolent human brat, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare strike you? Whom do you think that smile is for? Do you regard us as those repugnant celestial dragons? We are not like those loathsome humans. And you are no longer a slave. Remember this well, you wretched human brat. This time, Kazuma did not intervene. Kelra's reaction was evidently a remnant of past trauma. He was at a loss for how to address such a situation. But he knew that she could not continue to smile this way. Among the fishmen, Aaron had always been the most diligent during training. After this period of exertion, his strength had grown considerably, and he had gained a certain control over his own power. The punch looked formidable, yet when it struck Kelra's face, it merely knocked her to the ground, causing a few drops of blood to spill from her nose onto the deck. Mr. Aaron, please don't do this. She is just a child. Little 8 exerted himself to restrain Aaron, preventing him from committing any irrational acts. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Kazuma furrowed his brow, casting a grave look at Kelra. He had noticed her body tremble slightly when Aaron had lost his temper. As Kazuma regarded her, he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Kelra suddenly knelt on the ground with a soft thud. Withdrawing a handkerchief from her pocket and vigorously wiping the blood from the deck, The handkerchief pressed against the wood emitted a creaking sound. That I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I will work. That I want to allow myself to rest. I will keep cleaning. So please don't hit me. That I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. An immediate silence fell upon the deck, and Aaron ceased his struggles. The fishermen wore somber expressions, recalling some distressing memories. That Jinbei's expression was complex as he approached Kelra, slowly kneeling down to inquire, "What are you doing?" However, his words went unanswered. Kelra merely continued to mechanically repeat, "I'm sorry," while maintaining that unsettling smile. "Hey, you're bleeding. I'm sorry. It's nothing, and no matter what happens, I won't cry. I will work hard. So please don't kill me." A child, with fear evident in her eyes, knelt on the ground, mechanically cleaning the deck while her blood flowed. Though terror filled her gaze, she dared not weep, forcing herself to maintain a smile. Ignoring the blood trickling from her nose, this scene pierced the hearts of all present. The fishmen on the deck, most of whom had once been slaves, understood all too well what this child had endured. "Hey, stop wiping that. Are you afraid of us?" Jinbei attempted to extend a hand to help the girl up, but as he reached out, she began to tremble uncontrollably from fear. Jinbei opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his hand in defeat. "Yes, but I wanted to see my mother, so I gathered my courage and came up. That if I stop working, you will kill me, right? I will become useful, truly. I will clean. I eat very little, and I don't need rest, so please don't kill me." Aaron remained silent, his eyes brimming with rage, while Jinbei's expression turned mournful. The other fishmen furrowed their brows, their faces shadowed with sorrow. Kazuma said nothing, cradling Little White as he lay down on a deck chair, staring blankly at the sky. Aladdin looked at the young girl with a complex expression. The rules of survival for slaves had already taken root in her. As a fellow slave, she had learned that if she cried, she would be punished, and if she paused in her work, she would meet the same fate. Living in constant fear, she was perpetually anxious that the next victim could be herself. And she could not dare to open her heart to anyone. Meow. Little White sniffed and then wriggled out of Kazuma's embrace, jumping onto the deck and walking over to Kelra, tilting her head as she gazed up at the strange girl who, despite her fear, forced a smile. That Kelra's body trembled slightly. She continued to wipe the deck while moving away to avoid contact with Little White, yet she did not dare to stop, her hands shaking slightly under the dual pressure. The deck was enveloped in a heavy silence. "Captain, Brother Tiger." Tiger emerged from the cabin with a serious expression, striding directly towards Kelra, the fishmen parting to make way for him. Looking down at Kelra, who was scrubbing the floor, Tiger's expression darkened. "Take this little brat to my room." Kelra stood in the corner, smiling at Tiger, who, at that moment, was expressionless as he placed a branding iron over the flames. Kelra's body trembled with fear, but she dared not show it. After a moment, the iron glowed red, and Tiger turned to Kelra with an impassive expression. "Come here." Kelra's body stiffened instantly, and with her smile, she walked rigidly to his side. Tiger pulled her close, lifting her shirt to reveal the familiar yet foreign mark of the evil empire, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pressed the glowing iron against Kelra's back. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the ship, prompting the fishmen to rush into Tiger's room, only to find him expressionless, holding the glowing branding iron, while on the ground lay a child who had fainted from the excruciating pain. Though the act of stopping the bleeding was somewhat brutal, as long as that brand existed, the memories would be impossible to forget. Kazuma stepped forth from the crowd, placing his hand over Kelra's bloodied flesh. With the flicker of a green light, her grievous wounds healed, leaving no trace of scar. Previously, there had existed a brand known as the Hoof of the Celestial Dragon. I fainted. I'm sorry, but I want to cry. So please don't kill me. No matter what you do to me, I want to see or why. As she suddenly sat up, her face still adorned with that smile, Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief, his clenched fists and the veins bulging on his forehead betraying his fury. "What is the harm in crying? Don't conflate us with those celestial dragons. You are no longer a slave. If you wish to cry, then cry. Why must you endure it?" Kelra remained unchanged, yet compared to before, there seemed to be a hint of confusion, or perhaps bewilderment, on her face. "Take a good look." Tiger frowned, his countenance stern as he drew a pistol before Kelra. Then, in her presence, he hurled it forcefully into the sea. Casting one last glance at her, he turned and walked away. We will not harm anyone. Set sail, lads. We must ensure this child returns to her homeland. Keela stood there, transfixed by the scene before her. Tears unconsciously welling in her eyes. The corners of her mouth, which had initially curved upwards, gradually softened and then turned downwards. Wow, she cried, for tears serve as a self-protective mechanism for humanity. When emotions are suppressed to a certain extent, they necessitate release, a catharsis. The pain that cannot be expressed accumulates, capable of overwhelming a person. Her sobs were loud, yet upon hearing them, both the fishmen and Kazama could not help but smile. Even Aaron managed a grin. Let her cry. Let her weep heartily. Let all the grievances, pain, resentment, fear, and trepidation accumulated over the years pour forth. The past is the past, and the future is the future. With this outpouring of tears, let her bid farewell to what once was. When she awakens tomorrow, may she embrace her new life with a fresh perspective. Some cherish the dawn, while others prefer the dusk. Kazama, however, is different. He adores all the beautiful things in the world, such as the fiery clouds at sunset. They ignite the entire sky, setting the sea ablaze, yet they do not exude an oppressive heat. The crimson sun, hanging at the horizon, bestows warmth, while the evening breeze offers refreshing coolness. Kazama took out his sketchpad, eager to capture the splendid scenery before him. But the evening clouds danced whimsically across the sky, stretching their forms freely. At times, they soared like a mighty dragon. At others, they spread their wings like a phoenix. And at times, they resembled the ribbons of celestial maidens. Kazama, holding his brush, was entranced by the beauty surrounding him, ultimately letting out a deep sigh, feeling the longing, yet lacking the capability to translate it onto the canvas. Never mind, for I have etched it in my heart. With this thought, Kazama's spirits lifted, and he set aside the sketchpad, sitting cross-legged on the observation deck to enjoy the view, accompanied by the little white creature beside him. In that moment, the harmony between the two was palpable. Kazama and I. It's time to eat. Hearing this voice, tinged with joy and a hint of trepidation, Kazama smiled gently. All right, coming, meow. Keela had cried for quite a long time this afternoon. Perhaps over an hour, with no one daring to disturb her. However, when she finally emerged from her room, she was a transformed person. Just in time to prepare dinner, Keela felt compelled to assist the fishmen. After taking a shower on the ship, Tiger borrowed a few outfits from Kazama, claiming he wanted to lend them to Keela. Considering her physique, only Kazama's clothes would fit. Generously, Kazama offered her several sets. After all, as a celestial dragon, clothing was not something he had particularly prepared, yet a boss had nonetheless arranged for several hundred tailored outfits. Indeed, hundreds. The grand dining table on the deck was now laden with an abundance of food. After departing from Fishman Island, Kazama entrusted a sum of money to Little Eight, instructing him to visit the finest local restaurants at each stop and procure their recipes. Simultaneously, during Kazama's return to the Holy Land, he had also requested a compilation of recipes from there. Thus, it could be said that Little Eight's culinary skills were now outstanding. Oh, it smells so good. Little Eight's cooking has improved remarkably. I was just out enjoying the view and didn't even catch a whiff of the aroma. Alas, it seems I've been a bit too lax that a punishment is in order. By the way, Kazamadano, didn't you mention wanting to paint the sunset? Haven't you finished yet? Jinbei recalled that Kazama had gone up to the observation deck with his sketchpad to capture the evening glow after leaving Tiger's room. Having spent so much time, he must have completed it by now, right? Ahem. Jinbei, you must understand that some beautiful sights can only remain in the heart if they are captured on canvas. They may lose their charm. Kazama said earnestly, completely unfazed by Tiger's disdainful glare nearby. Why is that? Jinbei scratched his head, appearing earnestly curious. Well, it's because people's emotions differ. Sometimes, when you're in a good mood, a flower seems exceptionally beautiful. Other times, when you're feeling down, it may not appear so lovely. Yet at the core, the flower remains unchanged. Then, Kazamadano, how did you feel when you watched the sunset? Absolutely wonderful in that case. Why not capture the sunset on your canvas? Kazama! Bang! Jinbei was sent flying once more. Aladdin sighed and shook his head. Why does Jinbei never learn? Soup's ready. Keela approached briskly, carrying a large pot of steaming soup, her face radiating genuine joy. This smile was heartfelt, no longer the mechanical and rigid grin from before. This is the last dish, everyone. We can start eating once everyone is here. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Keela said with a smile. Well, if that's the case. Keela, you should stop bustling about and come eat. You can sit next to Kazama. Keela instinctively glanced at Kazama, her body suddenly stiffening, her eyes revealing a hint of trepidation. Indeed, fear. Earlier, while helping with the cooking, Little Eight and the others had informed Keela of Kazama's identity. Although they assured her that Kazama was a rare and admirable celestial dragon, the deep-seated fear instilled by the celestial dragons was not easily dispelled. Noticing her reaction, Kazama raised an eyebrow and playfully remarked, "Oh, who is this lovely young lady? May I ask how old you are this year? Have you found a partner? Just moments ago, she had called him brother. But now, upon learning of his identity, she appeared so different. It seemed that, ultimately, Kazama's affection was misplaced, and she regarded him as one of those malevolent celestial dragons, completely disregarding his past assistance in aiding the escape of slaves from Mariowa. Oh well, I understand. The prejudices in one's heart seldom change, and your demeanor reflects poorly on me." Keela, who had practically grown up as a slave in the Holy Land, had never encountered such a scene. Staring at Kazama, who wore an expression akin to a jilted lover, she was left utterly bewildered. Her mind raced with 3 questions. What is he doing? What should I do? Why does he seem so unhinged? Tiger and Aladdin felt as if they had been pricked with needles, goosebumps rising all over. Tiger glared at Kazama. "Hey, Kazama, act normally. Keela is still just a child. You're scaring her." Kazama was taken aback, turning to Keela and noticing her dazed expression. He quickly realized his error, sheepishly scratching his head. My apologies. I couldn't help myself. My mind wandered, I'm sorry." Then, turning to Keela, he reassured her, "You need not fear. I harbor no ill intentions, nor will I bully you. There are 19 families of celestial dragons, and ours is nearly a singular lineage. We have never owned slaves. When Tiger caused a ruckus in the Holy Land, it was I who ordered your release and halted the Navy's pursuit. The subsequent amnesty for those who escaped was also my command. Therefore, truly, you need not fear me. Come, sit with us. Look at this table filled with fishmen. Initially, they were just as distrustful of me as you are. But time revealed the truth." Saying this, Kazama did not wait for Keela to respond, pulling her down to sit beside him. Noticing Keela's body remained tense, he couldn't help but pout in resignation. "Could you do me a favor and look after Little White? I'll be joining everyone for drinks shortly, so I would greatly appreciate your help, Dada." "Sure." Keela responded almost reflexively, leading Kazama to suspect she hadn't fully grasped what he had just said. "Thank you for taking care of Little White." With that, Kazama turned to give Little White a pointed look, and the little creature, understanding perfectly, promptly snuggled into Keela's arms. "Meow, Dada," startled by the sudden addition of an unfamiliar entity in her embrace. Keela instinctively looked down and found herself locking eyes with Little White's gem-like heterochromatic gaze. Observing Keela playing with Little White, Kazama couldn't help but muse. Indeed, Little White's charm transcends gender. Before long, Little Eight and the others arrived, and Aladdin called out to the fishmen training in the sea. Sitting around the same table, Tiger surveyed his crew, as well as Kazama and Keela, pausing his gaze on Keela for a moment. "Everyone, today our sun pirates have gained a new friend, Keela." "Keela is..." Tiger stared in bewilderment at Keela, who had suddenly risen to her feet, feeling a mix of amusement and sympathy. Kazama stood up and approached Keela from behind, gently pressing her shoulders down to guide her back in her seat. "There's no need to stand up. Sit tight and patiently await the meal." Keela, feeling somewhat flustered yet warmed by the gesture, sensed that everything around her was affirming. It was truly over. In summary, this was the situation. Keela had once escaped from Mary Geos, but now, all that was behind her. Our journey at this stage was to return Keela to her homeland. And during this time, everyone must take good care of her. Cheers. The oak cups brimmed with chilled beer, and the table was laden with grilled meats that on this summer evening, a glass of icy beer seemed to dispel all heat. Complemented by the evening breeze as one took a hearty gulp, epitomizing sheer delight. "Ha ha. Keela, don't hold back. Eat whatever you desire." Little Eight has become quite the chef. Indeed, indeed. Keela, if you ever crave something, just let me know. I can whip up a variety of dishes. Haha. Keela, you must try the secret grilled meat from Fishman Island. It's the favorite of Kazama Ruri. Kazama filled another glass with cold beer and clinked it against Keela's juice. Your mark was erased by Tager himself, and your wounds were healed by my own hands, so do not worry. There are few on this vast sea who would dare to harm you knowing our connection. Go and enjoy the life you deserve. Keela, do not dwell on the past. There are countless beautiful things to pursue upon the sea. With that, Kazama downed his drink. Haha, how amusing. Then I shall join you. Tager poured himself a glass and turned to Keela, saying, I've told you before, we shall not harm anyone, and I promise to return you to your homeland. This is the vow of a man. Rest assured, I will fulfill it. Thus you are free, Keela. In the days to come, be joyful. With that, he downed his drink in one go. Keela, if you want something to eat, just come to me. If you wish to learn how to fight, I can teach you, Jinbei offered. The past is behind you, Keela. Cherish the present and live each day to the fullest, Aladdin added. Keela, you are truly adorable, Pedro said, and the sea is vast. Every individual can find their place within it. One by one, the fishmen offered their blessings to Keela. For having braved the rain, they wished to shelter others. Arlong scoffed disdainfully, reluctantly raising his glass. I hope you do not grow up to be like those humans. St. Charlos, I have specially selected this pirate slave for you. He boasts a bounty exceeding 90 million and possesses incredible strength, said Tizolo respectfully. Quite good. I recall you are one of Kazama's subordinates. It seems Kazama, despite his brutish demeanor, still considers me a friend, thinking of me even with such fine offerings. Looking at the muscular man before him, towering over 2.5 meters, St. Charlos nodded in satisfaction, causing his snot to sway dangerously close to Tizolo's face. Very well. I shall not keep you from your efforts to go down and collect the bounty. You there, hand him 500 million berries. He chuckled. Hee. A slave? A strong slave? Do they really believe they can surpass me by capturing pirate slaves? I refuse to believe any slave could compare to mine. Hee. Observing the foolish grin of Charlos, Tizolo couldn't help but smile in return. Thank you for your generosity, St. Charlos. Additionally, there's another matter I hope to gain your and the other gentleman's approval for, which is also the wish of the young master to know. What is it? Please do tell that it is thus, St. Charlos. Both the young master and I believe that as the great progenitors, the celestial dragons are the most esteemed beings in this world. Only the great celestial dragons possess the divine right to enslave others. This is the power of the gods. Yet, now in the lower realms, some base individuals dare to usurp the divine authority. These despicable beings, under the orders of the world government, have the audacity to enslave. How dare they, those lowly creatures, presume to have the same privileges as the great celestial dragons? What did you say? Charlos's eyes widened in fury and disbelief. He instinctively glanced at his butler, an elderly man clad in a black suit with white hair and a goatee. Indeed, young master, Tizolo speaks the truth. There are indeed many in the lower realms imitating the great celestial dragons in their enslavement practices. Despicable! How dare those lowly beings? By what right do they enslave? This is a privilege exclusive to us. They all deserve death. Notify the Navy. I want them exterminated. All those in the lower realms who engage in enslavement must be wiped out. Watching Charlos seethe with rage, Tizolo mused to himself, how naive. Truly, the young master was right. With this group of simpletons, one need only flatter them. Invest too much thought is a sheer waste of life. St. Charlos, please temper your fury. If it were merely that, those individuals could never be eradicated. Hence, my young master has a proposal. What is it? Tizolo smiled slightly. Prohibit the slave trade across this sea. Aside from the world government, the Navy, and impel down, no one shall engage in the buying or selling of slaves. Anyone who dares to do so shall meet their doom. Tizolo's tone turned cold. He was among the foremost in his hatred for slave traders. World government, Navy, impelled down. What is impelled down? Upon hearing Charlos's inquiry, Tizolo instantly adopted a humble countenance. In response to St. Charlos, impelled down is the prison for pirates. Neither ordinary humans nor the common races are worthy to be slaves to the great celestial dragons. Yet, pirates are indeed strong. Therefore, the young master believes we can allow the navy and impel down to provide pirate slaves to the great celestial dragons. Only those with high bounties are deserving of the great status of the celestial dragons. Simultaneously, to showcase the benevolence of the world's nobility, the young master has decided to establish a pirate auction house in Sabaody, permitting the base populace of the lower realms to participate in the bidding. This way, the lower realms rabble will understand that their ability to possess slaves is entirely due to the grace of the great celestial dragons. Charlos nodded in satisfaction, proudly proclaiming, "You are correct. How dare those common rabble presume to match our status? Pirates are indeed more useful, resilient, and robust. Excellent that Kazama's approach is commendable." Then, regarding my young master's proposal, observing Charlos in good spirits, Tizolo cautiously reminded him that I agree. "And I will speak of this to my fellow kin. Enslavement is the privilege of the celestial dragons. How dare mere lower realm rabble presume to possess the same rights as us? Let it be so." Hearing this, Tizolo was overjoyed. "Yes, Saint Charlos, I shall not disturb you further." As he walked away from the Holy Land, Tizolo secretly pondered the tasks ahead. The slave issue had been resolved. But there were still direct islands, convenience machinery, high-end service industries, factories, schools, and hospitals to contend with. Truly a headache. However, thinking of the figure whom he imagined was likely preparing a meal in anticipation of his return, Tizolo was instantly invigorated, below the red line. Sengoku paced anxiously, his face marked with tension and unease. Upon seeing Tizolo approach, he hurriedly inquired, "How did it go? Was the matter resolved?" "Ah, it has been resolved. Saint Charlos has agreed and promised to relay the young master's thoughts to their celestial dragons. During this time, ensure your intelligence department operates at full capacity and collaborates with the CP department to gather information on those human traffickers. After this year's World Conference, let us surprise them." "Understood that I will mobilize the Navy. Should you require assistance from the Navy, do not hesitate to ask." Tizolo nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, that if there is truly a need for your assistance, I shall not hold back." Sabaody, Area 1, known as a notorious lawless zone within Sabaody. It has long been renowned for its chaos. Yet amidst this turmoil, there existed a sufficiently tranquil area, the former site of a job placement agency. Months ago, a man with deep green hair arrived here, conquering the place with absolute strength and authority. Thus becoming its new master, he subsequently ordered an overhaul of the job placement agency, at the very least. The doors shall remain closed for the next few months. During this time, there have been those unscrupulous individuals who believe that the slave auction house had acquired a new master and would undoubtedly incite turmoil. Thus, they sought to partake in the spoils or gather intelligence. However, those who dared to cause trouble or probe were invariably met with swift retribution, finding themselves with broken limbs, unceremoniously discarded upon the streets. When a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion was cast aside in such a manner, no faction dared to send emissaries thereafter, whether it was lowly lackeys or those of considerable means. Their fate was the same. They entered without a whisper and were subsequently ejected with broken bones. The absurdity was palpable. Enter. Pushing open the heavy, intricately carved mahogany door, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, stepped inside. His beady eyes darted about, and the 3 tufts of whiskers on his chin did little to instill confidence in his character. This was the former proprietor of the employment agency. Now, a slave auction house. Kudoragarsi, Lord Tizolo, you have returned. I trust the negotiations have borne fruit. Tizolo set down the documents in his hand, casting a nonchalant glance at Garci, his fingers lightly tapping on the mahogany table before him. The negotiations with the Celestial Dragons have reached a satisfactory conclusion, and the Navy is on board as well. That as for the opinions of Impel Down, they hold no significance. In other words, the matter had been firmly settled. Following the World Conference today, both the Navy and CP would simultaneously mobilize to eradicate all slave traders from these waters. Henceforth, this would be the sole location permitted for the trade of slaves. Garci's cold sweat broke forth, and the obsequious expression he wore faltered, his eyes wide with shock and gravity. Months prior, this very man had taken his seat behind that desk through sheer strength. And when Garci had sought to leverage his connections to make him pay, officials of the world government had hastily hung up at the mere mention of his name. Point one official, who had long been on the receiving end of his bribes, had kindly warned him. The man known as Taizolo was once a slave of Mariewa, later claimed by the young Saint Lioli. Nearly a year ago, the saint personally revoked his status as a slave. Moreover, the head steward of the Kazama clan had issued a proclamation. Taizolo was in service to Saint Lioli. With such a declaration, no one dared to stand against him, not even those celestial dragons who had previously enjoyed visiting his auction house. Garci had ascended to his current position not through power, but through cunning. Though malevolent, he was certainly not foolish. After the phone calls concluded, he had prepared himself to serve as Taizolo's subordinate. Yet upon hearing that the auction house would exclusively handle pirates, he was taken aback. When Taizolo mentioned collaborating with the Navy to penetrate Impel Down, he nearly rolled his eyes at the thought of their incompetence. Did they not know the nature of the Navy? Even if one could enforce the Celestial Dragon's orders to compel the Navy to act as guardians for the slave auction house in times of trouble, they would undoubtedly turn a blind eye. Just avoiding interference would be a stroke of luck. But now, with the Navy's agreement, it was evident that such matters could not simply be resolved through sheer authority. Garci's eyes sparkled with realization, and he soon broke into a smile, reverting to his previous obsequious demeanor. "I understand perfectly, boss. Please grant me a day's time. After one day, I shall ensure that the pirate auction house is entirely cleansed." With that, Garci bowed respectfully and exited the office, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Taizolo gazed at Garci's retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. "Garci, I hope you do not disappoint me." He then lowered his head, returning to the tedious paperwork at hand. "Did I not mention that I prefer not to be disturbed while working?" Upon hearing a loud clatter, Taizolo instinctively frowned, receiving no response that a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes as he slowly raised his head. "What brings you here?" "Hee, I noticed you've been working tirelessly, so I thought to bring you some tea." "Yet it seems my presence is unwelcome," Stella remarked, setting the tea down and playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "How could that be? I merely thought you were someone else. The task entrusted to me by the young master is substantial, and I must diligently attend to these matters. Otherwise, I fear the young master would not be lenient with me." Taizolo jested, though the fatigue lurking in his eyes was impossible to conceal, prompting a pang of sympathy in Stella's heart. After Taizolo took a sip of tea, she quietly approached him from behind, gently massaging his temples to alleviate his weariness. Feeling the tender care of his beloved, Taizolo closed his eyes in contentment. "Truly, you needn't exert yourself so much. After all these years, a few more won't make a difference." Did not the young master say this is a long-term endeavor, one that need not be rushed? Listening to Stella's earnest voice, Taizolo couldn't help but chuckle. This task differs from the one concerning the Holy Land. The latter was spoken of as your dowry. The current one is a new assignment bestowed upon me by the young master. A new assignment. Indeed, the world government oversees numerous direct islands. Some serve as bases for the Navy and CP, while others are designated for research and experimentation. Yet, many remain unoccupied. The young master has tasked me with developing these islands, while simultaneously fostering commerce to establish trade relations with the majority of nations across the seas, thereby impacting their economies. Additionally, I am to oversee the renovation of the former employment agency in Sabaody, which was a hub for human trafficking. That aspect is nearly complete. The remaining tasks are more pressing. Stella felt a twinge of concern. From Taizolo's words, she could easily imagine the magnitude of the challenge ahead. Why must the young master engage in such extensive commercial activities as a celestial dragon? He should lack for nothing, should he not? I shared that initial curiosity, yet when the young master spoke of developing education, healthcare, and civilian machinery, and tasked me with collaborating with Tom on the maritime train project, while providing me with Wolf, an inventor, I began to grasp the young master's vision that in these seas, wealth is concentrated in the hands of a select few. This is a reality unlikely to change for many years. Nobility and royalty constitute the core of the affluent. While leveraging the privileges of the celestial dragons and the world government, factories can be established upon the seas, offering wages to elevate the populace's income. Subsequently, products such as maritime trains, weaponry, and pharmaceuticals, can be sold to these nations or the nobility to generate revenue. With that income, the young master intends to invest in free education and healthcare to enhance the living standards of the people. I believe that encapsulates the young master's philosophy. Thus, his business strategy is straightforward yet effective. Earn money, spend money. The profits must come from the wealthy, the nations, and the expenditures directed towards the common folk. Such endeavors are ones I am more than willing to undertake. Moreover, the young master has granted me absolute authority. Failing to execute this task would be a betrayal of his trust. Stella pondered for a moment, then remarked with some awe, "The young master is truly remarkable. Just this undertaking alone, once accomplished, could yield immense benefits for the common people that I cannot fathom the extent of ideas that reside within his mind." Well, I can surmise a little. Seeing the astonished look in Stella's eyes, Taizolo sheepishly smiled. After receiving the young master's assignment, I was granted the authority to liaise directly with the Gorosei. Thus, I have been privy to many matters previously beyond my reach. Centuries ago, a man named Joy Boy, alongside the 20 kings of that era, overthrew the reign of the former celestial gods. However, due to diverging opinions, war erupted, ultimately culminating in Joy Boy's defeat. Yet before his departure, he proclaimed that he would return in 800 years, which is now. Joy Boy's devil fruit has been seized by unidentified individuals, likely his successors. The young master must be seeking an opportunity to eliminate these failures in one fell swoop. However, before that, he intends to restore order to these seas. Whether through commerce, the Shichibukai, visits to Fishman Island, or the envisioned Revolutionary Army, all are fundamentally aligned with this objective. The young master seeks to re-establish trust in the world government within the hearts of the populace, while ensuring those past failures are thoroughly disgraced, relegated to the annals of history as mere refuse, triumphing over them in every conceivable sense. Moreover, the young master has never concealed his intentions upon hearing those words. Stella's eyes flickered with a hint of concern. But if that's the case, won't the thoughts of the young master be guessed by those individuals? And what of it? What can they do with that knowledge? Taizolo scoffed with a dismissive smile. From both a moral and a positional standpoint, the young master's actions are entirely justified. Should anyone dare to obstruct him, that individual, along with their organization, will inevitably lose the trust of the people. Pirates may disregard such matters, yet those who wish to overthrow the world government must heed them. This is a bold and righteous strategy. Neptune, remember the pact between Fishman Island and Joy Boy. The day of reckoning is fast approaching, and the dawn of hope has already begun to grace Fishman Island. Do not falter at this critical juncture. A figure cloaked in a large hooded cape spoke, their tone laced with warning and admonition that Fishman Island shall not forget the agreement made with Joy Boy. For 8 centuries, it has upheld its promise. Now, as the appointed day draws near, will Fishman Island truly witness the arrival of light? Neptune remarked gravely from across the long table. Indeed, once Joy Boy returns, the war that began 8 centuries ago will resume. The traitors from that time are destined to pay the price. Neptune, do not harbor delusions. I can see that Wind may indeed be a commendable celestial dragon, but would he willingly forsake the power that comes with it? And what of his kin? Consider the suffering that the world government and the celestial dragons have inflicted upon our people. Once they are held accountable, we will fulfill our promises, and Fishman Island shall once again rise to the surface. That I hope you do not act foolishly. Neptune. With that, the mysterious figure departed from Dragon Palace before Neptune could respond. Princess Odoheim entered, her expression complex. In this era, Fishman Island has truly glimpsed light and hope. However, this light does not emanate from Joy Boy. Neptune, must we genuinely adhere to the pact? Can Joy Boy and his allies truly succeed? Neptune gazed at the vacant chair across the long table, his mind flooded with memories of the trials faced by his people over the years, and the words of the celestial dragon who had visited Fishman Island echoed incessantly in his mind. Perhaps the words of Wind were not unfounded. In the past, we have always placed our hopes upon others, neglecting our own potential. Whether it be Joy Boy or the celestial dragons, I believe both possess the capability to restore Fishman Island to the surface. But what then? The nations above, even among humans, are rife with conflict. Without sufficient strength, even if Fishman Island were to return to the surface, it would only encounter further suffering, as Wind stated. If we cannot protect ourselves at a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, how could we possibly do so on land? While Neptune and Princess Odoheim fretted over the future of Fishman Island beneath the ocean, on the surface, Wind was equally concerned about the global situation. Sigh, the World Conference, is it already upon us? Have I misremembered the timing? Shouldn't the World Conference afford Fishman Island a seat? Placing his newspaper down, Wind found himself unusually vexed. He reclined fully on his lounge chair, covering his face with the paper, but mere minutes later, he grew restless and tossed the paper aside, only to be startled by an unexpected face before him. Whoa, you nearly scared me to death. Kella, what brings you here? Kella had merely been curious about Wind, who lay with the newspaper covering his face. As she leaned in for a closer look, Wind abruptly sat up, nearly colliding with her. I wanted to ask how one might become stronger. Stronger? Wind replied, astonished by Kella's bashful demeanor. If memory serves, Jinbei is teaching you Fishman karate, isn't he? Asking me about strength seems a futile endeavor. You do realize that I'm rather exceptional, don't you? Well, I've grasped the basics of Fishman karate, and previously Jinbei mentioned that aboard this ship, you, Wind, are the strongest, but you appear to be around my age, so I thought I would seek your counsel. Observing Kella's shy expression, Wind contemplated for a moment before activating his observation haki. Discovering a group of fishmen hiding behind the door, eavesdropping, do they not know I possess observation haki? Sigh. This predicament involves Jinbei, Aladdin, Arlong, Shachi, and a few others. If you wish to hear, then come forth. I can utilize observation haki. Did you not know this? And as for Tiger and the others, their lack of wit is forgivable, but why are you joining in this nonsense? Behind the door, the fishmen exchanged awkward glances before simultaneously chuckling nervously, with Tiger stepping forward first, followed closely by the others. Aha! Ha! Wind, enjoying the sun, are we? Ha! The weather today is quite pleasant. Wind silently rolled his eyes, bemused by the unexpected gathering of fishmen. Surely you are aware that I can use observation haki. The fishmen shared an awkward laugh, remaining silent, while Jinbei scratched his head. Primarily, no one anticipated that Lord Wind would maintain his observation haki continuously. Wind cast a deep glance at Jinbei, sighed, and remarked, "Then please ensure that next time, you send someone with superior acting skills." Kella occasionally glances back at me. Do you genuinely believe I cannot perceive that? What sort of reasoning is this, to have Kella inquire on my behalf? Do you truly think I wouldn't notice? To be frank, Wind felt somewhat stifled as he reflected on his conduct since boarding the ship. What had he done wrong to make the fishmen think he was oblivious to the presence behind him? Haha, do not take offense, Wind. The truth is, while training Kella today, she inquired about who is the strongest on the ship. And naturally, it is you. Kella then wondered how someone so young could be so strong, and we were all curious. Hence we prompted Kella to ask. Wind surveyed the eager faces of the fishmen, a playful smirk forming on his lips. Desire to know the secret? Yes. The fishmen, along with Beppo and Kella, nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. Very well. Listen closely, for I shall only say this once. The training regimen to reach the pinnacle requires unwavering commitment. If you persist, within 3 years, you shall become formidable warriors, the path to the pinnacle. The fishmen momentarily stood still, then their eyes ignited with fervor. Having spent considerable time with Wind, they understood the significance of the pinnacle. That represents the might of a marine admiral and the strength of a pirate king. The fishmen instinctively organized themselves into rows, solemnly regarding Wind, with the sound of swallowed saliva echoing in the atmosphere. Observing the faces before him, whether grave, tense, or fervent, Wind calmly stated, I trust you all comprehend what such a training method entails. So, keep it to yourselves and do not disseminate this information. Rest assured, if anyone dares to leak it, I will personally deal with them. Lord Wind, have no worries. We would never engage in such treachery. Please be assured, those who dare to divulge it shall become our common adversaries. As Wind surveyed the fishmen's earnest declarations, His expression softened slightly. Then heed my words. Each day, perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers. No matter how exhausting it may be, you must complete it. Rain or shine. Moreover, ensure your meals are timely and nutritionally balanced. Wind spoke earnestly, but an eerie silence enveloped the deck. Wind, you jest, right? Tiger appeared bewildered. Such a training regimen could hardly be expected to challenge the fishmen. Could it? You all initiated this jest with me, but you truly believe 3 years of training will lead to the pinnacle? Do you think you're the sun god, and you genuinely buy into this? 3 years. What are you even thinking? Just focus on your training. Wind rolled his eyes, exasperated. But Wind, did you not reach the pinnacle at your age? Wind shot Tiger a sidelong glance, beckoned with his hand, and a fishman's dagger flew into Wind's grasp. With the dagger poised, Wind pierced it into his own arm, yet it failed to penetrate. Witnessing the dagger resting harmlessly against Wind's forearm, the fishmen fell silent once more, their expressions filled with astonishment. See, this is talent. Not compare yourselves to me. During my battle with Big Mom, I comprehended both armament and observation hockey, enabling me to wield various techniques of armament. How many of you have managed to master internal destruction after all this training? The fishmen fell into a profound silence, clearly struck by the revelation. That Lord Kazama, the sun god. Jinbei's brow furrowed as he keenly grasped the crux of Kazama's words. According to Kazama, this sun god could very likely reach his zenith within 3 years. Such a terrifying talent. The inheritor of the Joy Boy fruit, the grandson of Garp, the son of the revolutionary dragon, that if I am not mistaken, he is most probably the prophesied Joy Boy returning. And by the way, Joy Boy is the very one who once promised to return to Fishman Island but failed to do so. The stone in the sea forest bears his apology to that generation of fishmen. He also vowed that in this era, 800 years later, he would return and lead Fishman Island back to the surface. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Mink tribe from Zou, Beppo's homeland, had made a pact with Joy Boy, likely to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons upon his return to Zou. And by the way, this information is particularly confidential, so do not spread it around. Once again, the fishmen found themselves enveloped in silence. Goodness, they had intended to inquire about how the Saint of Glass had become so formidable, but they had not anticipated uncovering such a significant secret. Under the overwhelming weight of this information, the individuals on the deck appeared somewhat dazed. Must Fishman Island rely solely on the charity of others to reclaim its place on the surface? Can they not return to land on their own merit? Joy Boy? Relying on others will not allow the fishmen to establish a foothold on land. I shall go train. Arlong, with a stern expression, turned and strode away. Subsequently, the other fishmen followed his lead, returning to the sea to cultivate. Along with them were Keela and Beppo. Though they were unaware of Joy Boy, they understood that often one must rely on oneself. Tager, hold on a moment. After most of the fishmen, along with Keela and Beppo, had departed, Kazama suddenly called out to Tager. What is it, Kazama? The World Conference is set to commence in a month, and I must return to the Holy Land to attend to some matters. Here is my transponder snail. The Sky Island is positioned above Gaia Island. Once you arrive at Gaia Island, remember to contact me, and I will take you to explore the Sky Island, taking the transponder snail. A hint of reluctance flickered in Tager's eyes. If it were merely a matter of returning for some business, Kazama would have simply informed him of his brief departure. However, now it seemed that he genuinely intended to leave. Are you in such a hurry? In just a few days, we could have sent Keela back home. Does it really matter if we wait a few more days? Mainly, I'm feeling a bit bored. Moreover, Tager, had you not consistently damaged that eternal pointer, we could have returned Keela a month ago, couldn't we? Isn't it because everyone is reluctant to let Keela go back so soon? Tager sheepishly scratched his head. So be it. Tager, strive diligently in your training. I can persuade the world government to grant you amnesty. To have a world government and Morgans publicize your gallant deeds upon the seas, fostering a deeper understanding of fishmen among humanity. I can also help Fishman Island find a suitable island on which to reside. However, you must possess the strength to protect Fishman Island. These are the limits of what I can do for you. If you do not work hard yourselves, even if you return to the surface, your fate will only be annihilation. So, train diligently. After opening the spatial gate to the Holy Land, Kazama prepared to step through, but suddenly recalled something and produced a devil fruit. Oh, right, give this tequila. Is a gift from me that I shall take my leave now. The world government convened a world conference every 4 years, inviting the 50 most powerful nations among its members to participate. 50 kings engage in a week-long discussion to collectively determine the direction of the world. Generally, the proposals decided upon at the World Conference are faithfully executed by the world government. The upcoming World Conference is set to commence in 1 month. And now is the time for the world government to notify the kings to set out. In contrast to previous conferences, the most significant change this time is the inclusion of Fishman Island. Deep beneath the ocean, 10,000 meters down, Princess Odoheim continued her usual speeches on the streets, advocating for peaceful coexistence between humans and fishmen. Yet few residents seemed willing to heed her call. The depths of 10,000 meters brought more than mere isolation. The lack of information made it exceedingly difficult for the fishmen to receive news from the outside world, although they were aware that the world government had pardoned their former enslaved companions. This did not enable them to accept the existence of humans, the animosity between the two races. Rather, the discord between the fishmen and humanity was not easily resolved, as Princess Odoheim fervently delivered her speech. She suddenly turned her head sharply in one direction, having sensed a profound sorrow that pierced the soul, accompanied by an earnest yearning in that direction. A grand ship adorned with the world government's flag was slowly making its way toward Fishman Island. At the entrance to Fishman Island, the soldiers on duty stood resolutely at their posts. According to their King Neptune's orders, they were to remain vigilant at all times. Should they detect any unidentified pirate ships approaching or departing without inspection, they were to report immediately, if necessary. They could even breach the ship's coding. However, upon gazing at the unknown colossal vessel before them, the soldiers momentarily faltered, for this ship had not reported to Ryugu Palace. Nevertheless, they recognized the immense emblem of the world government emblazoned on the sails. Clenching their harpoons, the soldier engaged in a brief yet intense internal struggle before resolutely picking up the megaphone and proclaiming, "Vessel ahead. You have entered the territorial waters of Fishman Island. Please state your intentions and halt the ship while awaiting entry permission. Please state your intentions and halt the ship while awaiting entry permission. Please state your intentions and halt the ship while awaiting entry permission." After repeating himself thrice, the soldier trembled as he lowered the megaphone, his gaze fixed gravely upon the imposing ship, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. As a soldier of Fishman Island, he understood that it was highly likely that officials from the world government were aboard. Should this situation be mishandled, the consequences would be dire. "Hey you! Quickly notify King Neptune that a ship from the world government is approaching." Then, to the soldier's astonishment, the massive ship truly came to a halt. Moments later, a man dressed in deep green and pristine white stepped out from the vessel, scanning the area with an expressionless gaze. Upon spotting Princess Odoheim, he paused for a moment before respectfully bowing. "I'm Taisalo, Minister of Commerce of the World Government, here on the orders of the World Government to invite Fishman Island to participate in the World Conference. Simultaneously, I am here to escort some residents of Fishman Island back home." As he spoke, Taisolo clapped his hands, and a dozen merfolk clad in clean garments, along with 30 to 40 fishmen who had undergone training, appeared on the deck. They gazed in awe at their longed-for homeland, momentarily stunned before bursting into tears. Our young master, the Saint of Glass, expended a considerable fortune to retrieve them from the hands of other celestial dragons, personally freeing them from their enslavement. Furthermore, the young master has commanded that they be returned home. Considerable fortune refers to the 50 pirates with bounties ranging from millions to tens of millions that Kazama had the Navy deliver. Taisolo's voice was not loud, and amidst the cries of the fishmen, it even seemed somewhat muted, yet no one dared to ignore it. Witnessing the anguish of their kin, Princess Odoheim covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. However, it was not long before she resolutely wiped away her tears with her sleeve, her expression firm. "Allow them to enter." Inform King Neptune to welcome the world government envoy into Yugu Palace and to prepare for the return of our people. Ah, yes. The nearby soldier was momentarily taken aback. Princess Odoheim, when did you arrive? At Mariewa, the residence of the Kazama Clan. Observing the fierce battle among the three on the arena, Kazama felt a deep sense of satisfaction. During this period, Lucci had made the most remarkable progress, followed by Kaku. With Bruno trailing behind in a 2-on-1 match, Kaku and Bruno were pitted against Lucci, with Kaku taking the offensive and Bruno providing support. Through rigorous training, all three had mastered armament hockey. Moreover, as they hailed from the same background, their combat styles perfectly embodied the characteristics of CP, inflicting maximum damage with minimal force. Kazama couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Tsk. Have they been training like this all year? No wonder they have advanced so much compared to Tager's group. However, he couldn't help but wonder if he should be concerned about the possibility of them breaking an arm or a leg. In response to the young master's words, given their current strength, I am confident I can separate them before they inflict any harm. Thus, I have instructed their training to focus on the intent to kill, which is why their progress has been so swift. A boss answered with utmost respect. Well, you make a valid point. They're still quite far from your level. After all, they're still young. You are correct. Kazama nodded, taking a sip from his teacup, only to grimace slightly. The tea had grown somewhat cold. Turning his gaze, he noticed an unfamiliar maid beside him, who appeared to be in her 20s and was rather attractive. Upon hearing Kazama's words and observing his frown directed at her, the maid broke into a cold sweat and promptly knelt before him, exclaiming, I sincerely apologize, Saint Lily, it was my fault for not maintaining the proper temperature, resulting in your tea being cold, that I deserve the gravest punishment. Please grant me another chance, and I assure you I shall never commit such an error again. Watching the maid tremble in fear, Kazama felt a twinge of discomfort initially, but he had since grown accustomed to it. He waved his hand dismissively. No matter, it is no longer your concern. You may leave. Thank you for your mercy. The maid stammered, bowing respectfully before rising and retreating with her head bowed. As for the grave disrespect of turning her back on a celestial dragon, she would never dare commit such an act. Ah, boss, do these maids, male servants, and guards receive a salary? Yes, young master. Aside from the slaves that are sent here, the servants of the Holy Land receive wages provided by the world government. What about holidays? There are none. Then let us grant our household servants and guards 2 days off each week, with their salaries remaining unchanged. Understood. Pouring himself another cup of tea, Kazama sighed deeply. Alas, without Stella, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. When she was by my side, my tea was always warm, no matter when I drank it. If you're feeling unsettled, you may summon Stella back. I believe neither Stella nor Tazolo would refuse. What would that achieve? I shall find myself another maid. Kazama pressed his temples in frustration. Once he concluded his current affairs, he intended to set sail with a boss and Lucci. This maid, in some respects, also served as Kazama's secretary. Wait, secretary! The image of a black-stockinged, alluring woman suddenly invaded Kazama's thoughts that, a boss. I recall there is someone named Khalifa in CP9. She's quite talented, I believe. She is a contemporary of Lucci and the others. Please look into it and see if she can be transferred here. And also, please have the world government investigate the superhuman type, Suke no Mi, and send it to me. Inform the Navy and the Sea Emperor that I am willing to exchange for the fruit if they have it. Kazama stretched languidly. He had only a few vague memories of the various extravagant superhuman fruits, but the Suke no Mi was particularly memorable, a fruit that could transform a plump individual into a stunning beauty. How absurd, even more so than cosmetic surgery. What then? What happened if a beauty were to consume the Suke no Mi? Kazama found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. Meanwhile, aside from Fishman Island, the other 49 nations across the seas received a notification from the world government, instructing them to attend the World Conference scheduled for 1 month hence. The Navy and CP also began extensive operations, as they concentrated their efforts on ensuring the safety of the kings attending the conference and facilitating its smooth progression. Thus, this period typically marked a time of revelry for the scum of the seas. With limited naval forces, they were utterly incapable of managing them for over a month. Pirates, underground factions and mafia organizations would commence their long-awaited festivities. This time, it was highly likely that it would be their last revelry of their careers. The Navy's intelligence departments, CP-1 to CP-9, were mobilized to gather information without alarming them across the four seas. The Grand Line and the New World, a vast and ancient entity that had stood for 800 years, though now somewhat decayed, its power remained unmatched by other factions, with the world government's full operation. Intelligence reports flowed into Mariehua and Marineford. Report. News from the North Sea. We have obtained the high-ranking list of the Harriet Merrim human trafficking syndicate. Evidence of their crimes has been secured. Report. Human trafficking activities have been discovered in the flower country of the West Sea, and an investigation is underway. Report. The Dumbledore pirates from the Grand Line have participated in human trafficking, requesting relevant permissions. Report. Evidence suggests involvement from the royal nobles of 5 northern sea nations in covering up human trafficking, requesting the dispatch of high-level agents for investigation. In a vast office, a figure clad in a mask and white robe sat behind a desk, casually crossing his legs. He constantly rubbed a metallic ring on his left hand with his right. Speaking in a voice devoid of emotion, approved their requests, informed them that this mission is a direct order from Saint Leoli, and the 5 elders place great importance on it. This is a divine mandate. They must fulfill the mission, even at the cost of their lives. Marineford, Steelbone Kong, Black Arm Zifa, the Warlord of the Sea, Iron Fist Garp, and the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Crane, along with the 3 formidable Vice-Admirals, glowered at the incessant stream of intelligence reports from the Navy's Intelligence Department. Everyone, after this mission, I shall resign. For 800 years, the Navy has failed to achieve true justice. The justice of the Navy has always been shackled. But now, those shackles have begun to loosen. Therefore, I implore you all to endure a little longer. After the World Conference, please uphold your own sense of justice. The evening in the Holy Land was stunning, perhaps even breathtaking. Perched thousands of meters above sea level, the view from this vantage point offered a magnificent panorama of the sky, painted with the colors of sunset, as the sun dipped low. Kazama prepared to fish for a certain species known as charlrose. How fast is this vehicle? Indeed, a vehicle crafted by the world government's Department of Science and Technology. This black technology boasted an acceleration of 0 to 100 kilometers h in 1 seconds, with a maximum speed of 300 kilometers h. It was equipped with a supreme safety system exclusive to the celestial dragons. Even if a celestial dragon were to fall from the Holy Land, they would emerge unscathed, designed by the world's top engineers. The vehicle's exterior embodied a stunning blend of technological beauty, with its sleek steel lines and silver-gray shell exuding an air of understated luxury. Adorned with a mechanical silver dragon emblem symbolizing the celestial dragon's esteemed identity. Most importantly, this marvel was a convertible. Such technology was beyond Kazama's comprehension. Though 300 kilometers h could be surpassed, that speed was what you had commanded to be limited during production, and the World Government Science Department complied with your orders. After conveying the world government's goodwill to the Neptune couple on Fishman Island, Tizolo had inquired if they wished to accompany him back to the Holy Land, to which they replied they needed to prepare. So he returned alone in addition to the vehicle, the speedboat, jet ski, hot air balloon, and luxury yacht you requested have all been completed. Here are the design blueprints they provided. If you find them satisfactory, they can be ready in no more than 2 days. Taking the blueprints handed to him by Tizolo, Kazama examined them. Both the speedboat and luxury yacht, as well as the hot air balloon, featured designs inspired by dragons. Very well, let us proceed with these designs. After the World Conference, many nations should place orders with you, and send a gift to the Nefertari family, stating that it is from me. Seize this opportunity during this time. The nations attending the World Conference either possess wise rulers or are wealthy wastrels. In either case, there are business opportunities to be had, so be sure to visit them as they arrive. With that, Kazama handed the blueprints back to Tizolo, donned his sunglasses, and lit a cigar before stepping into the sports car, igniting the engine. Understood. Observing the respectful Tizolo, Kazama pinched the cigar between his fingers. All right, this is no longer your concern that if I successfully catch a fish, you will be responsible for liaising with them. I am not versed in commercial matters, so pay close attention. You shall stay in the Holy Land during this time. Now, you may leave." Then he engaged the gear, pulled the handbrake, pressed the accelerator, and off he went. With the roar of the engine, the sports car shot forward like an arrow. Something feels amiss. Kazama recalled wanting to turn on a music player, a small screen. But he suddenly realized he did not know how to operate it. Ahem. "Greetings, esteemed Saint Leoli. Might I inquire how I may be of service to you? Please, provide me with some exhilarating music." "Very well. I am now playing Natural by the legendary band Beyond." As the electrifying melodies filled the air, Feng Jian nodded in satisfaction, affirming that this was indeed the right vibe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Charles rode leisurely on his pirate slave, relishing his stroll through the sacred grounds. Ever since he discovered that Feng Jian frequently walked at this hour, he too adopted the habit. Though he often faced beatings, Charles believed that his friendship with Feng Jian was truly remarkable. Just look at it. Didn't Feng Jian simply have someone deliver his pirate slave to him? After the times Feng Jian had beaten himself, that was merely a consequence of his own actions. To think of using ordinary people as slaves? Such a disgrace to the world of nobility. Feng Jian was correct. As a member of the world aristocracy, the illustrious celestial dragon, it was indeed shameful to enslave those frail commoners, especially with so many of them roaming the seas. "Ah, Muse Garud, good afternoon." From a distance, Charles spotted a fellow celestial dragon and waved enthusiastically to, "Oh, it's you, Charles, my friend. Come, take a look at my slave. This is a rare member of the snake people, and I paid quite a fortune for him." Upon mentioning his slave, Muse Garud appeared exceedingly proud, covering his mouth with one hand as he chuckled with delight. "Huh, is this your slave?" "Muse Garud, how utterly embarrassing." Charles glanced at the long-armed creature, carrying Muse Garud. His eyes filled with disdain. "Charles, are you envious of me?" Observing Muse Garud's discontent, Charles burst into laughter, straightening his back with pride as he proclaimed, "Why would I envy you? Behold my slave, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million, which I acquired for 100 million. He has killed hundreds of Navy personnel, sunk 2 warships, and massacred entire towns. Moreover, he possesses immense strength and a robust physique. See, he can withstand blows from his stick without a care." As he spoke, Charles took the stick from one of his guards and struck the pirate several times, clearly demonstrating that the pirate felt not a thing. What of your long-armed creature? It is still an ordinary being, and there is an abundance of such individuals upon the seas. Using them as our slaves, Muse Garud. Do you not feel ashamed? Witnessing the overflowing sense of superiority radiating from Charles, Muse Garud felt his temper flare, and he drew his pistol, swiftly ending the life of the long-armed creature. Charles, do not revel too much. What is a pirate with a bounty of 10 million? I shall summon a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. I demand one with a bounty of 1 billion. Seeing Muse Garud's furious demeanor, Charles could not help but display a foolish grin, then gleefully remarked, "If you do not wish to become a disgrace among the celestial dragons, by all means go ahead." What do you mean by that? Muse Garud, though not particularly clever, was not foolish either. Upon hearing those words, he instinctively sensed an underlying implication. Charles patiently explained to his kin, most pirates with bounties over 1 billion possess a power known as haki. Once they wield this power, they become impervious to slave collars and firearms. I certainly do not wish to be attacked by my own slave while out for a stroll. Charles. Are you afraid? So, you're a coward after all. What kind of look is that? As the laughter continued, Muse Garud found it increasingly difficult to maintain his mirth, for he noticed Charles was once again regarding him with that condescending gaze. Muse Garud, what status do those slaves hold? And what status do you and I possess? Are they worthy of comparison to us? If they truly offend us, what does it matter if they are executed afterward? We are still the ones who have been affronted. I do not care for the lives of pirates. I only care about whether I have been disrespected. Perhaps those pirates, upon facing execution, will still feel great, for they dare to offend the illustrious world aristocracy. Muse Garud's expression darkened considerably. Do not revel too much. Charles, I shall undoubtedly find a slave who is more valuable than yours, one who has not yet mastered that so-called haki. Oh, then you must strive diligently. for it may not be long before I possess a pirate slave with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Furthermore, I shall be the first celestial dragon in Mariawa to own a slave who has mastered hockey. Charles sat cross-legged, shaking his head in glee, pride evident as snot nearly flew onto his nearby guard. What do you mean by that? Charles glanced disdainfully at Muse Garud, then triumphantly stated, Do you know Vegapunk? The renowned inventor of the world government, Feng Jian, has commissioned Vegapunk to develop a slave collar that can suppress hockey. However, research requires funds, so I personally sponsored Feng Jian with 5 billion berries, which he will pass on to Vegapunk. I shall be the first celestial dragon in Mariawa to possess a hockey slave. Hockey slave, hockey slave, farewell. Until we meet again, Muse Garud. With that, Charles departed, leaving Muse Garud with a scowling visage as he walked the sacred path. Charles envisioned a future where he alone possessed 1 billion pirate slaves, fantasizing about their expectant expressions, laughter bubbling forth. Suddenly, a white blur zipped past him. The wind generated tousling Charles's meticulously styled hair. Charles turned, bewildered, only to find nothing there. He then looked at his guard. What was that just passed by? In response to Charles's inquiry, it was revealed that it was Feng Jian, the Saint Lioli. Driving by a vehicle, before he could finish his sentence, the white blur surged past him again. This time, at a slower speed, a silver convertible sports car skidded to a halt several hundred meters ahead of Charles, executing a stylish drift before barreling toward him. The guards instinctively shielded Charles, their expressions filled with terror as the speeding car approached. With a screech of tires, the silver convertible gradually came to a stop just a meter away from Charles. Feng Jian grinned, one hand resting on the car door, while the other lowered his cigar, his hand returning to the steering wheel. Long time no see, Charles. Charles glanced at the ostentatious silver-gray sports car before him, then at his pirate slave, and felt suddenly disenchanted with the notion of ownership. As time passed, the kings of various nations began to arrive. Concurrently, a piece of news spread across the globe. King Neptune of Fishman Island would be attending the World Conference with his wife. A full page was dedicated to detailing the customs and culture of Fishman Island, with scenic photographs of Mermaid Beach enticing the beasts of the sea, who instantly revered Fishman Island as a sacred place. Upon reading the article about Queen Odoheim, the people of the sea expressed their respect for this devoted queen, who had tirelessly dedicated herself to Fishman Island for many years. Then came the princes of Fishman Island. The first prince was briefly mentioned. The second prince was likewise noted. The third prince was passed over. The mermaid princess. Just as readers instinctively shifted their gaze, it returned almost immediately, for in comparison to her 3 oddly shaped brothers, this 4-year-old mermaid princess was simply too adorable. With flowing pink curls adorned with a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory, shell-shaped earrings, sparkling blue eyes, a lovely visage, and a beautifully patterned pink tail, her shy expression captured the hearts of almost everyone in the seas. Young and old alike. How kawaii. Indeed, I heard she is only 4 years old. Once she grows up, she will undoubtedly become the most beautiful woman in the world. Certainly. 4 years old. How fortuitous. My son is also for this year. Never mind, he is not worthy. How enviable it is for King Neptune of Fishman Island to have such a charming daughter. Brother, where are you going? Out to sea. To Fishman Island, in search of a mermaid to share my life with. I am fully prepared to embrace a life of devotion, even willing to offer my own resources. The news of Fishman Island participation in the upcoming World Conference spread like wildfire across the seas, fueled by the fervor of the world government. The long-standing misunderstandings between humans and fishmen have bred conflict. But now, with the publication of a report, humanity's interest in Fishman Island has surged dramatically. Keela's homeland, Forshat Island. After returning Keela to her hometown, the slight glimmer of fear in the eyes of the local residents left Tej and his companions feeling somewhat dejected. They were about to depart when the residents hesitated, calling out to them. After several days of interaction, the fishmen had forged a bond with the islanders, who had fully embraced them one day, while Tej and his companions were enjoying drinks at a tavern with friends from the island. A young man suddenly burst through the door. Tej, look, this is today's newspaper from the world government. Fishman Island is to participate in the World Conference. It even includes an introduction to Fishman Island and its royal family. Is this true? With eager anticipation in his eyes, the young man handed over the newspaper to Tej, who began to read it, while others in the tavern followed suit, intrigued by the contents that typically went unnoticed by patrons. Indeed, the descriptions of Fishman Island are accurate. The portrayal of the royal family is also true, and the depiction of Mermaid Beach is as it is in reality. Lifting his gaze from the paper, Tej was startled by the multitude of glowing green eyes staring back at him, yet he proceeded to address their inquiries. Yada, Tej, I have never asked anything of you in my life. I only request that you introduce me to a mermaid. Brother, don't go looking for connections recklessly. Tej retorted that I could marry in, Jinbi. I recall you mentioning knowing many mermaids from Fishman Island. Aladdin, might I have a moment of your time? Yes, I believe Arlong has a sister who is in her prime. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the tavern, as both humans and fishmen regarded the young man with admiration. Everyone knew Arlong's notorious temper. Had he been present to hear such a statement, it likely would have led to a deep philosophical discussion with the brother. Indeed, Arlong had a sister, and she was undeniably beautiful. Upon hearing Jinbi's words, the tavern erupted in laughter and lively discussions about Fishman Island. Tej watched this scene with a complex expression, glancing at the newspaper in his hand, which bore a photograph of a mermaid on the beach, realizing how such imagery could spark immense interest in Fishman Island. One could only marvel at the nature of humanity. The world government as newspaper? How intriguing! A whole page dedicated to Fishman Island. Such attention indicates its significance. After all, it is one of the fabled ancient weapons. Any emphasis placed upon it is justified. Fishman Island's participation in the World Conference. This ocean is becoming increasingly fascinating. Joy Boy, will you not make your move? Or how will you choose to act? It is only natural for Fishman Island to strive for a return to the surface. What right do you have to obstruct them? How dare you interfere? The absolution of Fishman's sins, the liberation of slaves, the promotion of Fisher Tiger and his deeds, all of this has led to this moment. Should he take action, how will you respond? Let me stoke the flames of this world. Bring forth an urgent edition of the newspaper dedicated to Fishman Island. In a remote part of the New World, after much contemplation, Doflamingo ultimately decided against seizing power. The times have changed. Once a discarded celestial dragon, he now stands as one. He chose an island not far from the entrance of the New World, situated outside the influence of the three sea emperors, yet close enough to feel their presence. Doflamingo expelled the pirates who had previously claimed the island, establishing his own rule and proclaiming the founding of a nation. Leveraging his formidable power and lack of expansionist ambitions, while engaging in arms trading with various factions. Thus, he quickly secured his position and began to develop his strength. Fishman Island, the Sea King. How typical of you. Kazama Ruri. Now that you are aware of the Sea King's whereabouts, why keep these fishmen around? Or do you plan to harness the power of the Sea King to cleanse the filth? Truly a despicable character. Amidst the power struggles, one might ponder. What are your thoughts on little Ruri's arrangements for Fishman Island? Their willingness to attend signifies a positive shift. It indicates that Fishman Island's resolve may be wavering. Initially, they disregarded us entirely, but after joining the world government 2 centuries ago, their agreement to participate in the World Conference this year marks a significant development. Agreed. However, we must remain vigilant. Their consent to join the conference does not necessarily imply allegiance. This may merely be a strategic decision for national interests. Indeed. Despite this, we must tread carefully. After all, the Sea King resides within Fishman Island. If the prophecy holds true, the current mermaid princess should be the one destined for greatness. Should we seize control of the Sea King? Avoid unnecessary actions. Little Ruri is certainly aware of this. His reluctance to act speaks volumes. Rather than resorting to force, it is wiser to allow Fishman Island to realize that aligning with the world government is the correct path. Agreed that in that case, let CP0 provide continuous protection for the fishmen from the moment they set foot on land. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the Holy Land's guardians to prevent any celestial dragon from causing trouble for the fishmen. Under little Ruri's influence, the celestial dragons have become considerably restrained. Any attempts by those failures to sow discord between Fishman Island and the world government would best be thwarted by celestial dragon intervention. We must learn from the lesson of homing. There may even be traitors among the celestial dragons. Thus, we should restrict their access to the residences of the kings, investigating anyone who dares to raise their head. Agreed that in another corner of the Grand Line, the prospect of Fishman Island's participation in the World Conference incites fury. These fishmen, do they intend to betray their commitments? Not necessarily. They may not despise humans, but certainly harbor animosity towards the celestial dragons. Their decision may merely be a pursuit of national interests. Agreed. The deep-seated enmity between Fishman Island and the celestial dragons cannot be easily erased. Just because they are participating in the World Conference now does not guarantee their allegiance when war breaks out. So they may very well become our adversaries. Fishman Island's desire to return to the surface means that whoever can facilitate this will earn their allegiance. Should the balance of power between us and the world government remain close, they will undoubtedly side with us. If that is the case, then perhaps we should deploy our agents to provoke the celestial dragons into capturing Fishmen, intensifying their conflict. Avoid unnecessary actions. Infiltrating the Holy Land is exceedingly difficult. If you can conceive of such a scheme, surely the elders can as well. Let us set that aside. He is already 7 years old and will set sail in 10 years. We must carefully plan his journey. As the changes in the ocean are becoming increasingly tumultuous, we must ensure Joy Boy's return. Wow, father, she is so adorable. Will she accompany her father to the Holy Land? In that case, I must befriend her. Haha, Vivi and the Mermaid Princess are both delightful. You two will surely become friends. When the time comes, I will take you to visit King Neptune. Thank you, father, gazing towards the direction of the Holy Land. Cobra's heart was heavy with complexity. The Heavenly King, Sea King, Underworld King, Joy Boy, the upheavals of 8 centuries are beginning to unveil themselves, and the world government has already made its move. Where will Alabasta head? What fate awaits the world? 2 weeks before the World Conference officially commences, the royal family of Fishman Island, welcomed by the world government, arrives at the Sabeti archipelago. Nobles, commoners, and wealthy merchants from across the globe flock to the docks to greet the Mermaid Princess from Fishman Island. Indeed, it is the Mermaid Princess, as the crowds on either side shout the name Shirahoshi. If not for the presence of Queen Otoheim, it is likely that Shirahoshi would have shed tears. However, witnessing her timid and endearing demeanor only spurred the crowd's enthusiasm further. The introverted, shy, and demure young girl, known as the nation's daughter, finds herself caught in the flow of time. As the author immerses in a video game, they inadvertently realize that the update deadline is fast approaching. It is only at such moments that people recall the pressing matters they have yet to attend to. Just like now, with the World Conference looming tomorrow, Kazama suddenly remembers that he has forgotten to meet with his friends from Fishman Island. What if they are bullied in my absence? What if those of our kin concoct some mischief? And what if that fool Charlos crashes into the attending kings? It would be disastrous, even to harm the flora and fauna. Troubled by thoughts of the nation's well-being, Kazama suddenly feels that his time spent fishing is a sheer waste of life. Alas, Abbas, I feel I have grown complacent. I have fallen from grace. I have failed the ancestors of the Kazama Clan. Abbas, upon hearing this, is taken aback. To disrespect the ancestors is no jest. With the power of the Kazama Clan and the support of the ancestral princess, what could you have possibly done to incur such disappointment? Suddenly, Abbas contemplates the dreadful possibility, one so terrifying that it leaves him momentarily parched. Master, you haven't offended the ancestral princess, have you? HM? Ancestral princess? A flicker of confusion appears in Kazama's eyes. Who is that? Is there such a figure among the celestial dragons? An ancestral princess? Why not an ancestral emperor? Wait a moment. Kazama suddenly recalls something and instinctively widens his eyes, gazing at Abbas. You mean the ancestral princess is actually our great-grandmother? Aside from that, I cannot fathom any other action that could lead you to feel remorse towards the ancestors of the Kazama clan. Master, please heed my counsel. This is truly inadvisable if you seek a woman. There are countless options across the sea, from ages 8 to 80, but an 800-year-old is entirely out of the question. Abbas bows deeply, earnestly imploring, not daring to meet Kazama's gaze, embodying the role of a loyal advisor. Kazama glances at his fishing rod, then at the bend boss, and his expression suddenly becomes quite animated. "Oh, boss, how have I never noticed your wild imagination before? Alas, you have watched me grow since childhood and are considered my elder. I never expected this from you. Enough of that. Raise your head." Hearing his master's voice tremble with heartache, Abbas feels a pang of bitterness. "Master, this truly cannot stand." He slowly straightens to face Kazama, only to be met with a looming fist. "I'll be damned if I let you off lightly. What nonsense fills your head? I was talking about fishing. Do you understand? I've been fishing for an entire month, a whole month. Do you have any idea what I endured during that time? Just because I mentioned if I can't catch anything before the World Conference, I won't do anything else. You didn't even bother to dissuade me. Why must you be so straightforward? What time is it now? The World Conference, I still have so many important matters to attend to. Is fishing now a waste of life? Is it disrespectful to the ancestors of the Kazama Clan? Abbas, the chief steward of the Kazama Clan, trained personally by Kazama's grandfather, is a formidable force upon the seas. Having grown up alongside Kazama's father, he was entrusted with Kazama's care, leading to an awkward situation. Due to his position, many matters Abbas must only speculate upon, fearing to inquire directly, often resulting in humorous misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Karifa, who enters with tea, is somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Upon entering, I see the master striking Abbas. Should I leave? Or pretend I didn't see? Surely the master wouldn't silence me, right? No, the master is too kind for that. But what of Abbas? He seems so stern. Why is he being struck by the master? Why does the master appear so embarrassed and furious? Oh dear, I am dying to know. Noticing someone approach and then halt, Kazama turns to glance. From the look in Karifa's eyes, he understands that this girl has already concocted an entire 54-episode family drama in her mind. Enough standing there. Bring the tea over. Karifa, age 13, is a CP candidate groomed by the world government and the only female CP9 in 800 years, possessing remarkable temperament, willpower, and talent. This is Abbas's assessment, yet Kazama now questions whether a true agent can also be so nosy. "Ah, here is the tea you requested." Kazama sits down, lifts the cup, gazing into the red tea, and takes a sip, falling into silence. Do you have any cold water to brew with the tea? Ahem, Karifa. Kazama attempts to speak softly and calmly to the golden-haired girl. "From now on, you shall train alongside Lucci and the others that S the only female in CP9. I believe you will rise to the pinnacle of the seas. Just like Big Mom. Best of luck." "I have faith in you." His words move Karifa deeply. "Oh, master, I shall strive to train diligently and become the pinnacle of the seas." "Yes, do your best." "Oh, by the way, Abbas, have you located the bubble fruit prepared for Karifa?" Abbas is momentarily stunned. Isn't the fruit intended for Karifa the slime fruit? However, seeing the master's smiling face, he wisely refrains from arguing. "I have already informed the world government. News should arrive soon. When it does, I will personally deliver the bubble fruit to Karifa." Seeing Abbas so competent, Kazama feels a sense of relief. "Look at this. Let Jinbi see. Let that honest fish witness what it means to understand human affairs. Well done. Now, Karifa, go find Lucci and the others. Tasks like serving tea are a complete waste of your talent. I believe there are greater stages awaiting you." "Yes, master." Watching Karifa leave with renewed vigor, Kazama cannot help but reflect. Thanks to your unwavering efforts, we can enjoy peaceful times. Abbas, go check on the kings of various nations. That I hear Neptune has brought his daughter, an exceptionally adorable fish girl. I am quite curious. Princess Odoheim is not as tall as I am, and Neptune is so large. How did they come together? And how did she give birth to such a large child? Truly, a remarkable constitution. During the World Conference, the kings from various nations typically gather around the periphery of the Holy Land. The celestial dragons may visit their quarters, but they are not permitted to enter the central sanctum unless granted permission. Vivi, big sister, there are so many people here. Let us go play somewhere less crowded. At this moment, a gigantic girl, standing over 3 meters tall, attempts to conceal herself behind a diminutive figure of around 1.4 meters, creating a comical scene. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the affection other royals hold for Shirahoshi. In recent days, Neptune has received numerous marriage proposals from other nations, all of which he has declined due to Shirahoshi's tender age. Haha, King Neptune, there is no need for distress. Shirahoshi's popularity is a boon for Fishman Island. King Riku approaches with Violet and Rebecca, a wise ruler of the New World. He is a close friend of Cobra and harbors great interest in Fishman Island. It is King Riku. It is an honor to meet you. Not at all. My admiration for Fishman Island has long been profound. Perhaps we could explore avenues for cooperation. Subsequently, the three kings engage in discussions about national affairs. While the three young girls, accompanied by their guards, begin to frolic together. Neptune, it's been ages. You arrive at the Holy Land and don't seek me out. Such neglect saddens me. Amidst the sound of a door creaking open, laughter erupts, along with a cheerful voice that reaches the ears of the royals. The royals look up to see a young man clad in a luxurious white robe, his face familiar to all present. The illustrious Saint Lioli. As nobles, they are no different from commoners before the celestial dragons, and must still kneel. Kazama, however, disapproves of this, and, as they kneel, he uses natural energy to support them, casually waving his hand. No need for such formality. I have no business with you this time. Please carry on with your affairs. Subsequently, Kazama turned his gaze towards Neptune, then glanced at the figures beside him. Cobra, King Riku, a petite blue-haired girl, a large red-haired little girl, and a small red-haired girl. What was the meaning of this? How did these three end up together? And what are these three little girls? How did they come to be in each other's company? Though his mind was a whirlwind of confusion, Kazama maintained a facade of calmness and benevolence, smiling gently. Neptune, how have you fared during your days in the Holy Land? With Mr. Abbas's assistance, we have been quite well. I appreciate your concern. Observing Neptune's composed demeanor, Kazama felt a measure of surprise, followed by reassurance. The presence of a steward like Abbas was indeed comforting. That's good to hear. Kazama nodded with a smile before turning his attention to Cobra. I never expected to encounter you here. I had intended to personally visit Alabasta after some time. You're too kind. If you wish to see me, you only needed to say so, Cobra replied with a demeanor of respect. Kazama felt a flicker of astonishment at Cobra's attitude, yet he chose not to reveal no need for such formality. You three are commendable kings, mindful of your citizens that it would be beneficial for you to converse more during these days. Additionally, Kazama addressed the three little girls, setting aside their celestial dragon identities. These three would, by lineage, be considered my younger sisters, would they not? If I recall correctly, this is their first visit to the Holy Land. I would like to show them around. The guards may accompany us, if that is acceptable. The three kings exchanged glances, yet none voiced a refusal. They trusted Kazama's character, knowing that as kings, they had access to unique sources of information. Furthermore, they sensed that Kazama genuinely seemed to cherish these three children. Seated in Kazama's four-seater sports car, the three little girls appeared somewhat shy, their large eyes brimming with curiosity, particularly the blue-haired one. This was due to Kazama having magically reduced her to the same size as the other two. Otherwise, she would not have fit inside at all. Noticing their discomfort, Kazama chuckled reassuringly. There's no need to be overly tense. In some respects, you may all call me brother. The Nefertari family had once fought alongside Kazama's clan, while they had been adversaries of Fishman Island. Even the Riku family had formerly been followers of Don Quixote. Thus, his statement held a measure of truth. The World Conference was set to last for 7 days, during which 50 kings would convene to discuss the future of the world. Within this session, the world government presented 3 proposals. 1. World Trade Agreement, 2. World Law, 3. Warlords of the Sea. Firstly, regarding the World Trade Agreement, this proposal was to be deliberated by the kings without the involvement of the world government. Subsequently, to be enacted across all member states, essentially aimed at enhancing trade between nations. However, this would entail a substantial workload, requiring adjustments based on practical circumstances. Therefore, the conference would initially draft a proposal and later refine it. Next was the world law. This legislation was crucial, intended to govern relations among all member states of the world government. Kazama and the world government thus submitted several suggestions regarding the world law. 1. Member states must refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs, respect sovereignty and territorial integrity, avoid aggression, engage in mutual benefit, and coexist peacefully. Point 2. The world government and member states will monitor each other. Member states may offer feedback regarding the world government's actions, which retains the right to investigate and legally address any violations of the world law by member states. Point 3. Member states shall not initiate wars without just cause. A declaration of war must be accepted by the opposing party before hostilities commence, and the use of biochemical weapons such as gas, viruses, etc., and the abuse or massacre of civilians are strictly prohibited. Lastly, regarding the proposal for the warlords of the sea, Kazama pondered for quite some time before deciding to present this proposal at the current World Conference and began gathering potential candidates. Within an hour, both the World Trade Agreement and the World Law were approved, leaving only discussions to refine the details. Initially, during the first day's conclusion, the kings, in conjunction with the world government's input, delineated the responsibilities and powers of the warlords of the sea. From the second day onward, discussions commenced regarding the World Trade Agreement and World Law, with deliberations spanning an entire morning and afternoon. The former was relatively amicable, while the latter proved contentious. The kings were not all fools. They understood the necessity of a legal framework to regulate interstate relations and recognized that only the world government possessed the authority to enforce such a law. Thus, they accepted the world law, yet they contested the 3 suggestions put forth by the world government. The first and second articles were unanimously approved. After all, as kings, none wished to be disrupted in their peaceful governance by neighboring nations. However, contention arose regarding the third article. The Kingdom of Flower expressed opposition, asserting that while restricting the use of biochemical weapons and the massacre of civilians was agreeable, the stipulation that war could only commence upon acceptance of a declaration by the enemy nation was unacceptable to them. The Kingdom of Protonus echoed this sentiment, questioning how they could safeguard their dignity if smaller nations insulted them yet refused to accept a declaration of war. Alabasta supported the proposed law, arguing that without the ability to use force, would larger nations not be able to impose sanctions on smaller ones? War was merely a last resort, an excessively brutal method. The world government may restrict our initiation of war, but it does not limit our capacity to sanction other nations by alternative means. The Kingdom of Goa concurred, noting that the rise of piracy rendered the seas perilous, and citizens lived in constant fear of pirate incursions. Matters of war should be avoided whenever possible. Fishman Island agreed, acknowledging the concerns raised by Flower Kingdom and Protenews. In light of these concerns, the discussion turned towards amending the law to address the specific anxieties expressed. Dressrosa supported this approach, asserting that the world law was still an unfinished draft, necessitating collective deliberation. The 3 proposals from the world government were all aimed at ensuring peace at sea. Thus, if fears of unforeseen circumstances arose, they could simply add provisions to address them. The Kingdom of Elugia proposed that each nation document their desired amendments to the law to be discussed one by one. This legislation was to apply to over 200 member nations, so every oversight could lead to severe repercussions. Thus, utmost caution was required. The essence of a conference is merely a gathering of representatives from various interest groups, employing every available means to secure their advantages at the negotiating table. Regardless, the pursuit of their interests hinges on their possessing sufficient strength. Fishman Island participated in this World Conference and voiced many opinions regarding global affairs. Yet throughout the proceedings, Fishman Island never indicated a desire to relocate to the surface. Neptune finally came to realize that the return of Fishman Island to the surface world fundamentally relied on the island's own efforts. However, this was of little concern to Kazama, who was currently reclining on a sunlit lounge chair at his doorstep. Engrossed in an ancient tome, while the 3 little girls played bumper cars in the yard, as for Lucci and the others, they had been taken out for rigorous training by a boss, who stated, "Since the young master has decided to embark on a journey after the World Conference, it is imperative that his attendants do not appear weak. Brother Kazama, what are you reading?" "I'm reading a storybook." A clear voice chimed beside him, and feeling the gentle sway of a lounge chair, Kazama did not need to look up to know it was the 3 little girls. "Wow, how old is Brother Kazama? Still reading storybooks? Surely no one of your age still reads those." "Oh no, my fists are hardening." Kazama smiled as he lifted his head to gaze at Vivi, suddenly perplexed. Where did this little girl learn such things? I recall she was a well-behaved child when she first arrived. Why has she become more mischievous these days? How is Cobra educating his daughter? Haha, Vivi, Haven T, I taught you to be polite. Maintaining his smile, Kazama placed a hand on the little girl's head. Satisfied, he tousled her blue hair into a chaotic mess, eliciting an expression of discontent from her. It's all right. You should spend more time learning from Rebecca and Shirahoshi. Look how well-behaved they are. The two little girls with pink hair, who had been called out, felt a tinge of embarrassment, suddenly experiencing a sense of betraying their revolutionary comrades. Allow me to inform you, dear ones, that the tales I peruse are not mere stories. They encapsulate the narrative of a monumental fruit. Amidst the mysterious gazes of the three little girls, Kazama offered a cryptic smile. Do you know of angels? Are you aware of their origins? This vast ocean is rife with legends concerning angels. However, to truly understand their genesis, one must commence with a long-extinct nation, known as Jerusalem, and its central figure, named Micah. As a gentle voice resonated, a long-buried tale resurfaced before the world. In the year 108 of the Sea Round, Jerusalem stood as a beacon of ideals, heralding compassion, equality, and benevolence. Its splendor perpetually attracted those dwelling upon the sea. Consequently, this nation was perpetually filled with laughter and joy. Its advantageous geographical position afforded it not only numerous splendid harbors, but also vast plains and fertile rivers conducive to agriculture. Flourishing commerce and agriculture, coupled with the stability brought forth by a vibrant handicraft industry, led its people to pursue spiritual fulfillment, thus giving rise to a flourishing artistic movement. This was a beautiful and bountiful land. Remarkable from any perspective, it ought to have endured as a resplendent pearl upon the sea. Hence, it naturally became the target of envy. The once fertile land was now overrun with weeds, the towering walls lay in disrepair, and the charter surrounding the city silently bore witness to the horrors of war. Micah, the army of the Assyrian kingdom, is set to launch a full-scale assault tonight. According to intelligence, they will deploy 150,000 troops, along with several formidable power users. Do you think we can hold our ground? On the lofty city walls, Gabriel gazed at the distant, ominous throng, his expression tinged with concern. Given the current situation, it seems we shall not withstand their onslaught. When the city falls, you must surrender with the civilians inside. I have gathered intelligence on the Assyrian kingdom. Their sole intent is conquest, to incorporate this nation into their realm, and they do not wish to cause excessive destruction. For the cities they have taken, they have managed their troops well, treating the civilians with respect. Gabriel looked somewhat bewildered at the tall, handsome young man beside him, with golden hair. Micah, the kingdom's most outstanding youth, an animal-type light-wing power user, he hailed from a humble background, displaying exceptional intelligence from a young age. He entered the prestigious Vienna Academy of Fine Arts with top honors and graduated with the same distinction, yet chose to enlist in the military. Gabriel found it hard to believe that the words he had just heard had indeed come from the lips of this warm, sun-like youth. Micah, I must have misheard you. Are you jesting? No, Gabriel, I am not jesting, Micah replied casually, then turned to the city's chief magistrate, his golden eyes filled with gravity. I am the highest commander of this city, and the total number of soldiers here barely amounts to 10,000, with only myself among them being a true powerhouse. Unless we enlist the help of the city's residents in defending it, we cannot hold out. Even with their assistance, we might only prolong our resistance by a few days. The neighboring cities were besieged yesterday, and we will not receive reinforcements. Gabriel offered a bitter smile. These were thoughts he had considered as well, yet he could not help but feel a sense of unwillingness. In that case, Micah, observing Gabriel's hesitation, Micah gently shook his head. I am a soldier of this nation. When my country is under attack, my duty as a soldier is to fight to the death before its fall. But the civilians are different. After uttering these words, Micah returned to the military camp. Gabriel opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. The following day, the Assyrian king Abraham is personally leading his forces alongside Prince Isaac. He truly holds us in high regard. Gazing at the dark mass of the Assyrian army below, Micah's tone bore a hint of pride. That young man Micah, the one barely in his 20s, who has nearly unlocked the fruit's potential. Lowering his binoculars, King Abraham of Assyria asked gravely. Indeed, your majesty, he is Micah, the renowned genius. Such talent would be a grave loss should he perish here. Bring me the trumpet. I shall personally persuade him to surrender. Micah, I am King Abraham of Assyria. It would be a tragedy for such talent to perish here. Join me. Once I conquer this land, I can appoint you as the military commander of this city. You wish to appoint me as the military commander of this city. What does the Assyrian king take me for? Micah, smiling wryly, took the trumpet, his tone gentle yet resolute. I regret to inform you, your majesty, that I am a soldier of Jerusalem, and it is my duty to defend my homeland with my life. Thus, I must decline your generous offer. If you truly wish for me to become the military commander of this city, perhaps you might consider posthumous honors. However, as long as I draw breath, surrender is not an option. Upon hearing Micah's words, he tossed aside the trumpet, and King Abraham expressed a twinge of regret. Alas, what a pity. If that is your wish, let him fulfill it. Let him die for his country. All troops, advance, with a single command. King Abraham's form gradually transformed into a colossal serpent obscuring the sky, while his son Isaac stood to his left. Engulfed in searing flames, to his right stood General Moses, wielding a thorny whip. Opposing them was Micah, with white wings and a sword in hand, poised for battle. The conflict between the four raged for 2 days and nights. Finally reaching a conclusion by noon on the third day, Micah's wings bore countless wounds as he sat on the ground, holding a broken sword, weakly uttering, "I've lost. How utterly predictable. King Abraham, will you not kill me?" In contrast to Micah, the state of King Abraham and his companions was markedly better. "Fear not, Micah. I have heard of your prowess. You are an exceptional commander. Yet, why did you not rally the city's populace to defend it? This city is the largest in Jerusalem, filled with many capable civilians. With your esteemed reputation, you could have called upon them to assist in the defense." Upon witnessing the smile on King Abraham's face, Micah was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Let me guess. Your reason for this is that our previous benevolent actions have made you reluctant to involve the civilians in warfare. Am I correct?" King Abraham smiled faintly, and the smile morphed into a more sinister and terrifying expression. "Allow the elder to impart one final lesson. Never trust your enemies too easily. So behold. Issue the command. Enter the city. Today there are no restrictions. Young ones, unleash your desires." The soldiers cheered, brandishing their weapons as they charged into the city like wolves among sheep. Micah's head buzzed, instinctively yearning to grasp a weapon and fight. Yet he found himself devoid of the strength to lift a weapon. If it must be so, then so be it. A fierce glint flashed in Micah's eyes as he slowly closed them. When he reopened them, his golden gaze seemed to ignite with fervor. His breath surged wildly, his strength rapidly restoring and soon surpassing his former peak, while his blood-stained white wings began to radiate with golden light. Yet simultaneously, the clarity in his eyes began to wane, replaced by a growing madness as he emitted a feral growl akin to that of a beast. Hiss! This sudden transformation drew the attention of the Assyrian army. Soldiers mid-charge halted in their tracks, their disciplined training prompting them to raise shields and draw bows, encircling Micah. Observing the alternating clarity and madness in Micah's eyes, Isaac scoffed derisively, attempting to forcibly break through that threshold. "Do you aspire to ascend to divinity? Surely, this fool does not believe we are merely idle spectators. In the midst of battle, how could one transcend without succumbing to that overwhelming madness? Great inferno." Moses also sneered, directing his hand to the seated Micah. "Thorny prison, bind." The tightening thorns, coupled with the searing flames, relentlessly tormented Micah's sanity. Yet in response, his aura surged dramatically, his wings transforming entirely into gold, enveloped in golden flames. However, the clarity in his gaze was now utterly absent. Roar! A feral roar erupted from Michael's throat. He then discarded the broken sword in his hand and, like a beast, plunged into the ranks of the Assyrian army. Using his hands, elbows, legs, knees, fists, and even his mouth to engage in a frenzied slaughter, what a reckless pursuit of death. The awakening of the Zoan type must contend with that will. Awakening in battle. Do they truly think we do not exist? Is this all they have? Moses has already failed, reduced to madness. Lead him to the city, he will exhaust himself in due time. Isaac remarked disdainfully. Subsequently, Moses, guiding the deranged Michael into the city, hastily retreated to in this state. Although Michael was driven solely by the instinct of a beast, his power had transcended their level entirely. Isaac, wishing for the irrational Michael to massacre the citizens he was meant to protect, did not foresee that such actions would lead Michael to regain his sanity. He then successfully developed the light-wing human form of the devil fruit to an unprecedented height. 12 golden wings adorned his back. Wielding a holy sword forged from sacred flames, clad in armor of radiant fire, that moment, Michael hovered in the sky, resembling a golden sun. With a mere swing of the holy sword, 150,000 soldiers were incinerated to ashes by the sacred flames. Thus, the light-winged human form of the devil fruit acquired a new name, Zoan human fruit mythical beast type seraphim form. Later, upon Michael's demise, his will was entrusted to the fruit. Future bearers, if of kind heart, would earn his recognition and become the new generation of angels. Each new generation of angels, in accordance with his modus operandi, often bore their own titles. For instance, a scholar was dubbed the intelligent angel, while another, whose family was slaughtered by pirates and who was forever chasing them across the seas, earned the title fallen angel. Regardless of their titles, all angels possessed benevolent hearts. Before each generation of angels met their end, they would transfer their will into the fruit, seeking the next worthy candidate to become an angel. Over the course of centuries, legends of angels began to circulate across these seas. 3 little girls gazed at Kazama with sparkling eyes. So, is it possible for us to become the new generation of angels? Observing the eager expressions of the 3 girls, Kazama hesitated, reluctant to extinguish their hopes. After all, children ought to have some anticipation for the future. Thus, Kazama pondered before responding with a gentle smile. Well, perhaps yes, perhaps no. Who can say? Closing the book, Kazama recalled the image of a child his own age. Bardell, will you be the new generation of angels? Not far off, Violet, Icolum, and others watched Kazama recline in a chair, narrating tales to the 3 little girls. This serene scene stirred a sense of nostalgia within them. Liuli Sheng truly is a remarkable celestial dragon. Today marks the final day of the World Conference, does it not? Indeed, young Master So. This afternoon, the kings will return? Yes, after dining at the Holy Land at noon, the kings will return to their respective nations. Have Lucci and the others made arrangements? Yes, they will embark on their missions. Has the death penalty for human traffickers been included in the world laws? Yes, it was passed a few days ago. Sigh, Kazama sighed heavily, a tinge of melancholy in his tone. Why days of hardship are about to begin to, in that case. Let us proceed with the original plan. Understood, young master. Abbas responded with utmost respect, though hesitantly added. Young master, given the magnitude of this operation, I worry there may be unforeseen complications. What complications? Kazama replied nonchalantly. In these seas, there are only so many with strength, who in their right mind would seek trouble with the world government and the navy under such circumstances. The Revolutionary Army would not interfere with the elimination of human traffickers, for the emperors of a new world. While their strength is limited, they could potentially cause minor inconveniences for this operation. Your intent, young master, seems to be to cleanse these seas with absolute power. While minor inconveniences may not affect the overall situation, they could still yield adverse outcomes. To cleanse the seas with absolute power is a different scenario than encountering minor troubles. The former signifies dominance, while the latter indicates a diminishment of control. Troubles. Inform Kong to disregard the pirates of the New World. Leave that trash to me. Now, bring me the snail to contact Big Mom. Abbas promptly produced a snail from his pocket and dialed the number. Upon witnessing this, Kazama raised an eyebrow, subsequently smiling appreciatively. Having a loyal, capable subordinate was indeed a pleasure. Mum, how unexpected that you would reach out to me. What? Is the world government planning to make some deal with the pirates? As Big Mom's voice echoed, Kazama smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, a deal with you? Big Mom, I fear I must disappoint you this time. On Cake Island, upon hearing this voice, Big Mom's expression darkened. If there was anyone she least wished to encounter, it was undoubtedly Kazama in this sea, regardless of who it might be. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. For instance, when threatened, Kaido could retaliate from Onigashima. Whitebeard could rely on his sons. The Revolutionary Army could draw upon Dragon's forces. But Kazama could brazenly threaten her using Cake Island. Yet, she had no means to counter. She couldn't possibly be foolish enough to attack Mariewa. Could she? Mumyamumum, I didn't expect it to be you. God Kazama, Lily shunged. So, what business do you have in contacting me, esteemed celestial dragon? Oh, nothing of great import. In about a week, perhaps 4 or 5 days, the world government will undertake an action that does not target pirates. Therefore, refrain from making unnecessary moves. And that will be all. Big Mom's mind raced. The implications of his words were overwhelmingly significant. The world government's major action did not target pirates, yet sought to prevent any disruption from them. Mumyamumum, the world government? What does that have to do with me? My only concern is Cake Island. Besides, does it not sound rather dubious for the world government to enlist pirates? Upon hearing Big Mom's response, Kazama raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh. Big Mom, surely you don't intend to bargain with me for some benefits. You can't be serious. After our last encounter, did you truly believe you could contend with me? Bargaining. Do you even possess the right? Listen well, Big Mom. I am not negotiating nor trading. I am merely notifying you to refrain from any unnecessary actions. Or else you know the consequences. That will be all. As the snail lowered its head, the call was definitively terminated. Big Mom, with her head bowed, wore a grim expression, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. That wretched little brat. How dare he? What does he think of pirates? What does he think of the emperors of the sea? A terrifying aura, fueled by Big Mom's rage, engulfed Cake Island, casting a suffocating atmosphere over it. Her children, anxiously gazing towards the palace, were filled with unease. After a long pause, a sharp, defiant voice emerged. Within a week? No, within 2 weeks, Totland will undergo a comprehensive retraction, aside from necessary patrols and trade. Do not engage in any unnecessary activities. Mariewa. Sigh, Big Mom. This one seems relatively obedient. As for the other two, Abbas, how many emperors of the sea are there now? 3 there, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Kaido of the Beasts. I see. Kazama nodded thoughtfully. By the way, when did that fruit user become one of the 4 emperors? Never mind. It isn't important. Just 3, is it? It seems I will need to pay the other 2 a personal visit. Kazama reflected, realizing that his days of playing house with the fishmen had come to an end. Tiger, Jinbe, Neptune, Odoheim, Shirahoshi, and the Sea Kings. TSK, I hope you all appreciate the time I've spent with you and do not position the Sea Kings against me in the future. While Kazama harbored no fear of those large Sea Kings, he acknowledged their destructive potential. In many respects, the Sea Kings were the most terrifying. Should they run amok and command the thousands of meters long Sea Kings to indiscriminately destroy islands? It would be catastrophic. The optimal solution to such overwhelming destruction would be to eliminate the source. However, Kazama feared that such actions might incite a revolt among the Sea Kings, leaving him no choice but to continue playing along. Young master, such trivial matters can be handled by me. Observing the serious demeanor of the old butler, Feng Jian could not help but feel intrigued. He was well aware that Abbas possessed peak strength. However, the extent of that strength remained elusive to him. Abbas, in terms of power, how do you compare to the likes of the Marine Emperor, Carp of the Warring States, and Gold Lion Roger? In terms of strength, I stand on par with Carp of the Warring States, Gold Lion, and the peak Whitebeard Roger. Although there are distinctions in strength, battles lasting days and nights seldom yield a clear victor. Big Mom and Kaido have not clashed in the past. Judging by how they were suppressed by Whitebeard, they likely fall short of us by a margin. However, Whitebeard's crew relies solely on him, and given his numerous injuries, his condition has certainly declined from his prime. Feng Jian gleaned the essence of this discourse, that if we consider peak strength to be a score of 90, one might say that during their prime, they hovered around 97, while Big Mom and Kaido would be around 94. And Whitebeard, due to his injuries, would have slipped to 96, yet still surpassing the latter two. Tiske. During the summit, Whitebeard must have dipped to around 92 or 93. After all, he was lightly wounded by an admiral in such a short span. How terrifying! Feng Jin mimicked the tone of Kizaru with a dismissive smirk. Nonetheless, leave this matter to me. As it stands, that intimidation factor is insufficient. With that, Feng Jin casually opened a spatial door and found himself hovering above Topland. Retrieving a compass. Let me see. A Whitebeard, here I come. A cerulean meteor streaked across the sky. The Whitebeard pirates, rulers of the New World, boasted not only 16 divisions, but also over 40 affiliated pirate crews. Their captain, Edward Newgate, was hailed as the world's strongest man, alongside the likes of Gold Lion Shiki and Red Count Ludfield, forming the triumvirate of legendary pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Gulalala. Captain Whitebeard boisterously downed a large bowl of alcohol. Standing an imposing height of 666 centimeters, his drinking vessel was custom-made, large enough to hold an average-sized person. Really, old man, you ought to drink less. It's not good for your health, seeing his beloved son Marco once again nagging him to cut back on his drinking. Whitebeard chuckled nonchalantly, feeling warmth in his heart. Gulalala. Marco, we are pirates. A pirate should live freely, drinking as they please and reveling as they wish. That is the essence of being a pirate, but old man, you should still care for your health. Marco retorted, dissatisfied. Due to his extensive battles in youth, Whitebeard's health was far from optimal, necessitating proper care. Fear not, those minor injuries are inconsequential. After all, I am Whitebeard. Suddenly, Whitebeard's jovial demeanor faded as he furrowed his brow. Gazing intently at the distant sky, a formidable aura approached with great speed. Marco followed Whitebeard's gaze, but saw nothing. Just as he was about to inquire, a cerulean point of light appeared on the horizon. Rapidly closing in, before anyone could react, it landed on the deck of the Moby Dick. As the blue light dissipated, a figure emerged. But oh, hosting a banquet, are we? Tsk, it seems I've arrived just in time, considering I haven't eaten yet. Without reservation, Feng Jin found a spot to sit, completely disregarding the crew around him, consuming meat and drinking heartily. Not bad at all, Whitebeard. Your ship's chef is quite skilled, and this wine is delightful. You seem to be living quite well here. Whitebeard's sons looked on, a mix of shock and anger at the figure before them. They were well aware of the events surrounding the battle at Totland and recognized this person, Shun Feng Jian Liu Sheng. Faced with a celestial dragon's formidable presence, the crew reacted in various ways. However, this individual not only feasted on their food and drank their wine without a care, but also audaciously clinked cups with their father. Come, Whitebeard, is it? This wine is excellent. Cheers. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and lifted his colossal cup to clink with Feng Jin's smaller one, both downing their drinks in unison. Ah, refreshing. Gulalala, little rascal, I never expected you to possess such a style. Can you truly be considered a celestial dragon? Celestial dragon. Ha! As long as one is a descendant of the 20 kings, one is a celestial dragon. What a celestial dragon should be like is of no concern to me. Feng Jin shrugged indifferently. This is my first time being a celestial dragon. How would I know what a proper one is like? Gulalala, you truly are to my liking, little rascal. What is so great about being a celestial dragon? How about becoming my son? The sons of Whitebeard gasped in astonishment, then looked at their father with admiration. Was this the grandeur of their father? If a celestial dragon could become his son, how splendid that would be. As for Feng Jin, he regarded Whitebeard with a complex gaze, utterly baffled as to why someone would pose such a question. Was there truly anyone foolish enough to abandon their status as a celestial dragon to become Whitebeard's son? Sigh, I had just mustered some interest to come here. Alas, Whitebeard, why must you shatter the enthusiasm I had so painstakingly gathered to take me as your son? Do you think you are worthy? Slowly lowering his wine cup. Feng Jin's smile faded, replaced by a countenance of indifference. Bastard! Impudent! How dare you insult our father? You shall pay for this. Whitebeard's sons shouted in outrage, brandishing their weapons, eager to teach this insolent fool a lesson. Feng Jin, however, remained unfazed, even finding it amusing. His purple-black conqueror's hockey surged forth, wreaking varying degrees of havoc across the deck, shattering crates and tables. The weaker crew members immediately fell unconscious. Only those of captain level could maintain consciousness beneath this overwhelming pressure. Amid their unwilling gazes, a mocking voice resonated. A bunch of weaklings protected by Whitebeard. Without him, what are you worth? Who gave you the right to interject while adults are speaking? Feeling the immense force of the Conqueror's haki, Whitebeard squinted, his eyes flashing red as he unleashed his own formidable aura, instantly dominating the scene. Gulalala, while I have high hopes for you, that does not grant you the right to insult my family. It seems I must take it upon myself to teach you what reverence truly means. With that, Whitebeard wielded his Naginata, Song Yun Xie, imbued with armament haki and his own powers, and struck down towards Fengjian. Fengjian could not help but scoff, raising his own blade to parry with a single hand. That all? Just armament and Conqueror's haki. Who can't do that? The massive Naginata clashed with Fengjian's small blade, and under their deliberate control, the resulting force shot skyward, creating a vast void in the clouds. Then, both Fengjian and Whitebeard reigned in their auras. Gulalala, you little rascal, you truly are a monster. Ha! Whitebeard, you are rather disappointing. Fengjian replied coldly. Since you've taken it upon yourself to teach me, now it is my turn to educate you in the ways of your parents. In an instant, Fengjian's tone grew chillingly cold, his eyes swirling like waves. Pointing his right index finger skyward, he calmly uttered 4 words. Heavenly obstruction meteor. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, ready to respond, but suddenly turned serious, gazing at the sky. There, a 10-kilometer-wide meteor was plummeting towards the Moby Dick at breakneck speed. What is this? Marco's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Gulaha! This power is truly terrifying, exclaimed a rare non-captain-level rotund pirate, sweat trickling down his brow. Though they had seen information regarding it, only by facing it did they truly grasp the oppressive nature of such a massive meteor. Whitebeard's expression turned grave as he stood, moving towards the deck. Positioning himself in front of his sons, he gazed up at the descending meteor, veins bulging on his forehead, raising his right fist above his head in a signature charging stance. What a joke. I am Whitebeard. Upon concluding his statement, he struck the air with his radiant right fist, creating fissures in the atmosphere itself. With one punch, the meteor exhibited extensive cracks. With 2 punches, the meteor shattered. With 3 punches, the meteorite fragments were reduced to dust. Clap! Clap! The untimely applause rang out as Kazama, standing aside, clapped in appreciation. Observing the astonished expression on Baituan's face, he slowly remarked, "Quite impressive indeed." Now, let us move on to the second one. In the sky, yet another meteor, measuring 10 kilometers in diameter, appeared. The third one, the fourth one, and then for the weight, Baihuzi's countenance darkened, his expression grim. Unlike the previous strike he had delivered alongside Kazama, every blow aimed at destroying the meteor was executed with maximum force. If this continued, he would exhaust himself within a day. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Kazama seemed taken aback, appearing to have gotten a bit carried away. Yet he dismissed it, as the objective of intimidation had been achieved more effectively. It's nothing much. That I merely wish to inform you that once the World Conference concludes and the kings are sent back, the world government intends to undertake a significant endeavor. Therefore, I urge you not to engage in any extraneous activities. I have already communicated with Big Mom, and regarding Kaido, I do not wish to run around anymore. So, I leave him in your hands. During this period, whether it be pirates under the Whitebeard pirates or the Beast pirates causing trouble, I shall attribute all to the Whitebeard pirates. As he spoke, Kazama suddenly revealed a benevolent smile. Baihuzi, I trust you wouldn't want me to execute your sons in your presence, would you? Young master, you can rely on me. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. I can share the burden. Gazing at Kazama, who lay languidly on a recliner, Abbas wore a complicated expression. Abbas, it is not that I distrust you, but I need to demonstrate my strength to this vast ocean. The deterrence I exhibited during my confrontation with Big Mom was far from sufficient for the peak powers. Hence, I must exhibit a stronger force. Only then can I minimize future troubles. Besides, do you truly think I enjoy being involved in every matter? I have a rather lazy disposition, and I will still require your assistance moving forward. The sun gradually traversed the sky, unwittingly reaching its zenith, casting scorching rays that prompted Kazama to instinctively shield his eyes. Mumbling absently, "This sea is plagued with filth. It is high time for a thorough cleansing. In the Marine Headquarters conference room, Fleet Admiral Kong sat at the head of the table, with Zephyr, Sengoku, Carp, the three vice admirals. An elite rear admirals gathered below him. Behind them stood numerous renowned commodores, representing the very essence of the Marine Headquarters. Clad in justice cloaks, these individuals exuded an eerie silence. Some silently puffed on cigars, while others closed their eyes in contemplation, with not a single voice raised. Only Fleet Admiral Kong gently tapped the table with his index finger, with a transponder snail resting before him. Brew brew. Brew brew. Hello, this is Kong. Understood. After placing the transponder snail down, Fleet Admiral Kong lightly rapped the table, prompting the gathered Marines to slowly open their eyes. Gentlemen, we have received news from Yawahara that the World Conference has concluded. Next, the world government will collaborate with Morgans to announce the world laws to this sea. Then, it shall be time for us to take action. According to the directives of Saint Leoli, the Marines will address the wicked, while CP will handle the nobles. Once the kings are returned, it will be our moment to strike. Gentlemen, the justice of the Marines has long been restricted in this sea. Your presence here today signifies your considerable strength and sense of justice. Otherwise, you would not have chosen to become Marines. Now, the time has come to put your sense of justice into practice. With those words, Fleet Admiral Kong's gaze became resolute, and the Marine's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Carp, you will oversee the East Blue the onset of our operations. Ensure the capture of all wicked individuals involved in human trafficking in the East Blue. Should there be any resistance, execute them on the spot. The East Blue? Ha ha! Rest assured, Fleet Admiral, it shall become a symbol of peace. Kong nodded and continued with the arrangements. Borsellino, your Pika Pika Nomi grants you the swiftest mobility. You will be responsible for the Paradise and sobriety. Arrest all related forces, excluding the pirate trading grounds. Any resistance shall be met with immediate execution. Leave it to me. I will bring those scoundrels back. Kong nodded. Akainu, you will oversee the West Blue. Prioritize apprehension and execute any who resist on the spot. Humph. Those scoundrels deserve death. Kazan, I entrust the North Blue to you. It harbors the largest human trafficking syndicates, so ensure their safety. The most arduous task. Understood, Fleet Admiral. Tsuru, the South Blue is entrusted to you. Tsuru nodded gently. Finally, Kong directed his gaze toward Sengoku, his expression grave. Sengoku, the new world is in your hands. Saint Leoli has informed me that the Emperors of the Sea will not interfere with this operation. However, exercise caution, as the New World is not solely comprised of the Emperors of the Sea. Sengoku nodded slowly, yet firmly. Well then, this operation is now arranged. Once you each take your positions, await orders to commence action. Remember that led you to join the Marines, and do not let your sense of justice be sullied. At noon, following the conclusion of the World Conference, newspapers reporting on the proceedings spread across the sea simultaneously as the kings gathered for a feast. This was an unprecedented occurrence in decades. The last time such a grand display was witnessed was during the execution of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. In the preceding decades, there had been no precedent for newspapers being scattered across the sea. The last time was to publicize Fisher Tiger, and prior to that, it was Kazama's confrontation with Big M.O.M. In less than a year, the world government's significant actions had left the entire world feeling somewhat unsettled. As people picked up the newspapers to read the reports, even the most oblivious individuals began to realize this sea seemed poised for transformation. Dragon, this is the report from the world government. With the world laws being issued and the government exerting such forceful promotion, there is bound to be significant action. What should we do? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, gazed expressionlessly at the newspaper. To be candid, the current global situation had exceeded his expectations. Firstly, the CP had been relentlessly pursuing the Revolutionary Army since its inception. However, following Fisher Tiger's liberation of slaves, the world government seemed to have undergone a transformation. Not only had they significantly relaxed their pursuit of the Revolutionary Army, but they had even released some captured comrades. Now, the government had introduced such a beneficial to the nation and people law, which left Dragon feeling rather perplexed. The five elders? Don't be ridiculous. They have always been focused on maintaining balance. How could they possibly engage in such actions? The kings? They would relish the chance to execute any captured revolutionaries. The image of a figure cloaked in a purplish aura surfaced in Dragon's mind. Could it be you? But as a celestial dragon, why would you do this? Is it to perpetuate the world government's rule? Dragon's expression grew complex. He did not fear the oppression of the world government and the kings over the common people. He believed he could save the world. However, when the kings were united for their nations, and the world government began to actively assert its influence once more, how would the revolutionary army position itself? Dragon, dragon. The call from his subordinate snapped him back to reality. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "Let us observe the situation that if the world government's significant actions are in faithful execution of the world laws, do not become an obstacle in their path, in the new world." Woof, woof, woof. Kazama Lioli, are you truly doing this to maintain the rule of the celestial dragons and the world government? Woof, woof, woof. What a tiresome act of kindness, Kazama. However, I am genuinely curious. How will those remnants from 800 years ago respond? Woof, woof, woof. Equality among all races. Is that the proposal put forth by Neptune, king of Fishman Island, and supported by nations like Dressrosa and Alabasta? Woof, woof, woof. Equality among all. When you see this proposal, when you behold Fishman Island, do you not feel a twinge of thought? Woof, woof, woof. Open and aboveboard. You are correct. Relying on strength, a straightforward approach is indeed the way to go. Conspiracies and deceptions ultimately cannot hold their ground. Across the sea, people engaged in fervent discussions regarding the newly instituted world laws, with some rejoicing while others lamented. This is the recently enacted law by the world government, which states equality among all races. What are your thoughts? Equality among all races. Just a ruse for the common folk. Do they dare abolish the privileges of the celestial dragons? The reasoning is sound, yet I fear that the myriad races may harbor thoughts that ought not to arise. Years of animosity are not so easily dispelled. Are the myriad races truly equal? If so, can we then manifest ourselves openly upon the seas? Do you truly believe the words of the world government? Are you that naive? Had it not been for those traitors, my kin would have rightfully emerged upon the oceans 8 centuries ago. Yet prior to their betrayal, did Joy Boy not fail to fulfill his promise to the most industrious Fishman Island? What do you mean by that? Do you intend to forsake the covenant of our ancestors to become a traitor and align yourself with those who have betrayed us? Enough. The notion of equality among the myriad races. This is not mere rhetoric. Let us witness how the vast ocean unfolds on the other side. At the CP headquarters, a figure adorned with a white, ghostly mask and dressed in a white suit addressed the assembled heads of various CP departments with a calm demeanor. Gentlemen, I shall not elaborate further. I can now inform you of a matter. According to the will of the deities, from this day forth, the glazed saint shall be the most esteemed entity among all gods, and all shall be governed by his will. The deities have decreed their intent, and as servants of the divine, our duty is to see their will executed to the fullest extent. After the kings concluded their luncheon, accompanied by their families, they arrived at the harbor. Almost all the kings paused momentarily, for among the escorting navy, they recognized many familiar faces from the vastness of the ocean. The 3 monstrous vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters. The 2 admirals, the grand strategists of the Navy headquarters, the naval heroes, and numerous renowned rear admirals and commodores. Quite splendid. It seems the world government has indeed done well in dispatching formidable escorts for us. Upon hearing King Valpo of the Magnet Kingdom's words, the other kings secretly scoffed. Valpo, truly a disgrace to his father's legacy. The medical superpower his father built over a lifetime seems poised to crumble under his reign. No wonder he staunchly supports the prohibition of inter-country warfare. Subsequently, the kings exchanged knowing glances, sensing an unusual atmosphere. This ocean is vast, so much so that customs and cultures vary widely across its expanse. Yet, it is also small enough that significant events quickly ripple throughout its waters. When the configuration of the King's Guards became known to the myriad forces upon the sea, speculation regarding the world government's intentions began to circulate. The ocean is never devoid of clever minds, particularly among those who engage in nefarious activities. Though wicked, they are far from foolish, and recalling the enactment of the world law, they easily surmised the likely objectives of the world government's venture to consolidate power, halt all transactions under their command, and wait for the Navy to depart before proceeding. In this era of great piracy, the chaos is so rampant that they cannot afford to invest too much energy into this sea. Otherwise, the allied nations would never consent. This approach is not singular to one underground faction, be it in gambling, drugs, arms trading, information brokering, or usury. The underground forces across the ocean fell silent, apart from the pirates. The seas momentarily descended into an unexpected peace. Except for a few kings, the remaining 50 maintained grave expressions, for the leaders of the underground factions are no fools, nations qualified to partake in the World Conference. They, too, possess acumen. However, unlike the underground factions, they observe the Navy with cautious anticipation, pondering how far the world government might go. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation brewed within them. Should the world law be enforced in its entirety, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, for this ocean is fraught with corruption. Although they understood that the world government would not act recklessly, they had heard that this operation was at the behest of the glazed saint, which instinctively filled them with concern. Time marches on, indifferent to the fates of the virtuous or the wicked. It remains the most impartial force, unaffected by any individual's will, relentlessly progressing forward, amidst the mixed emotions of anxiety and expectation across the sea. All 50 kings returned to their respective realms. Team Geos, at the edge of the red Earth continent. Kazuma sat at the precipice, his legs dangling, intently observing the sea of clouds before him, while Abbas stood by his side. Very well, I understand. After receiving a report, Abbas turned respectfully and bowed. Young master, the Navy and CP are all in position, and the kings have returned to their nations. Is that so? Kazuma continued to gaze expressionlessly at the sea of clouds below the red Earth, deep in thought. At this height, how did Taiga manage to ascend? Having established their positions, it was time to act. Abbas nodded, turning to the transponder snail. Commence the operation. In the office of Admiral Marineford, the current fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, hung up the transponder snail and, alongside a CP agent adorned with a ghostly mask, each retrieved a specially designed transponder snail. Operation begins. In the West Sea, Sakazuki donned a naval cap, a cigar clenched between his teeth, expressionless as he ended a call, surveying the island that had been covertly surrounded by the Navy for several days. Is this the criminal stronghold? Indeed, according to our investigations, this island serves as their headquarters, housing the upper echelons of the human trafficking syndicate. Upon hearing his aide's report, Sakazuki nodded, his arms transforming into magma in an instant. Meteor volcano. A torrential downpour of magma descended from the heavens, akin to a cataclysm. Colossal magma orbs plummeted toward the island. A glimmer of crimson flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Once you land on the island, execute all criminals without exception. These scum do not deserve the judgment of Judicial Island. On Minion Island in the North Sea, this aura is truly terrifying, remarked Akiji, his tone complex as he sensed the feedback through his observation hockey from a modest dwelling on the island. Admiral, this island serves as the largest human trafficking base for the Merim family. Apart from the traffickers, there are also numerous ordinary people and many pirates imprisoned here. What should we do? Allow me. Akiji replied, rising to remove his tattered outer robe, revealing a pristine naval uniform beneath. He donned the admiral's cloak and stepped outside, placing his hands on the ground, closing his eyes to channel his full power. Ice Age. In the Sabeti archipelago, Zephyr set down the transponder snail, gazing at the assembled Navy personnel before him, their eyes brimming with fervor and determination. Sabeti, a place shrouded in profound darkness, now found itself within the Navy's jurisdiction. Let us proceed to Area 1. Previously, Tizolo had destroyed several overt slave trading establishments in Area 1. However, this did not imply that no traffickers remained. The abduction of children for thievery, men for labor, women for prostitution, or the use of usury to strip individuals of their freedom, and even that of their families, was not uncommon in the lawless regions of Saboti, in the New World, on Onigashima. Kaido raised his gargantuan sake jug to his lips, his flushed complexion betraying his inebriation. Ororo. That fellow Sengoku has brought the Navy to the New World. Have Linlin and Whitebeard not reacted at all? Ororo. It's truly disgraceful. How can the Navy swagger about in the territory of pirates? Relay my orders, let brew 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 brew. Kaido paused, somewhat surprised as he picked up the transponder snail. Ororo. Whitebeard, what brings you to contact me? Could it be that you wish to surrender or join the Beast Pirates? I wouldn't mind offering you a prominent position on my crew. The transponder snail vividly conveyed Whitebeard's imposing demeanor. His expression darkened. Kaido, if you're seeking death, I wouldn't hesitate to assist you. Furthermore, during this operation by the world government, the Beast Pirates should refrain from unnecessary actions. Ororo. Whitebeard, you truly have grown old to be frightened by a mere child. What on earth transpired that day? Even if you were to be defeated by that brat, it wouldn't warrant such fear, would it? Kaido showed no restraint in his curiosity. The entire ocean was aware of the news that had recently unfolded, wherein the celestial dragon, who had been deemed a deity by the world government, sought out Whitebeard. Yet the details of their encounter remained shrouded in mystery, with the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates maintaining a resolute silence. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Whitebeard's expression darkened further. If he had suffered defeat, it would hardly warrant such humiliation. You need not concern yourself with the particulars. Remember this. Do not overstep your bounds, or we shall be thrust into war. With that, the transponder snail connection was severed, leaving Kaido with a steely gaze, his eyes shimmering with intensity. As an old acquaintance of many years, he fancied himself somewhat acquainted with Whitebeard. Was he being threatened? Was it by his sons? Oh, how disgraceful is Whitebeard to be ensnared by such ludicrous things, truly a source of shame. With that thought, Kaido began to drink heavily. Meanwhile, a lackey of the Beast Pirates cautiously inquired, Captain, what are your orders? Do you wish to engage in battle with the Whitebeard pirates? Oh, how tedious. What if we were to show him some courtesy, given that he is a veteran of the seas? Oh, how boring. Who could possibly kill me? In the North Blue, within a certain royal palace, the king exclaimed, the Marines have attacked the Merim family, besieging all our outposts simultaneously, led by Admiral Akiji, one of the so-called three monsters of the Marine headquarters. It seems the world government is genuinely committed to enforcing the world law. Will we be affected? Fear not, for we are a member state of the world government, and I am the king of this nation. Who dares to lay a hand on me in the North Blue? This king was so arrogant that even as Rob Lucci and his team, clad in the classic white suits of CP, swaggered towards the palace, he remained oblivious. Who dares to touch you? Plenty do. King Kidison, you are guilty of slave trading according to the world law, and the evidence is irrefutable by decree of the world government. You are hereby arrested. Should you resist, you shall be executed on the spot. Rob Lucci's chilling tone seemed to lower the temperature in the room. You bastard. I am the king. I am the king of a member state of the world government. By what right do you dare arrest me? King Kidison retorted in fury. Simply by the world law passed at the World Conference. But the celestial dragons also engage in slavery. Why do you not act against them? Lucci regarded the king with pity, his tone laced with mockery. Simply because you are not a celestial dragon. With that, Lucci resumed his cold demeanor and turned to leave to offend a celestial dragon and violate the world law. Take him away. He shall be tried at Judicial Island and subsequently executed. This month was heralded as one of the most tranquil periods the seas had seen in decades. During this time, the world government showcased its unparalleled might. The Marines and CP sprang into action, cleansing the seas of human traffickers. With several peak-level powerhouses leading the charge, they faced almost no resistance, effortlessly eradicating the scourge of traffickers from the ocean. Meanwhile, the emperors of the New World remained eerily calm, and ordinary pirates lacked the audacity to provoke the Marines. In contrast, Akainu, while on a mission in the West Blue, accidentally encountered a band of pirates, annihilating them entirely. Subsequently, the Marines and CP returned home, laden with spoils. East Blue, 976 traffickers eliminated, 4542 captured, 18 noble families apprehended, 2 pirate crews captured, 1 eliminated. West Blue, 5,063 traffickers eliminated, 128 captured, 39 noble families apprehended. 4 royal families apprehended. 13 pirate crews eliminated. 0 captured. North Blue. 10,798 traffickers eliminated. 8739 captured. 64 noble families apprehended. 12 royal families apprehended. 5 pirate crews eliminated. 7 captured. South Blue. Paradise. Grand Line. Over 50,000 in total. Young Master. How shall we handle these individuals? Shall we send them all to Judicial Island? Kazama pressed his temples in distress. Send them to Judicial Island? Abbas, do you have a grudge against those old men? With so many people, won't that wear them out? Sigh, truly. None of them are easy to manage. Can't they take a leaf out of Akainu's book? I didn't ask CP to supervise. Why are they so earnest? Just leave a few high-ranking ones behind. With so many criminals, even feeding them will cost a fortune. Why keep these people alive? They will only consume our resources. Abbas listened attentively, bowing respectfully, perfectly embodying what it meant to be loyal. In that case, young master, shall I eliminate them all? Kazama rolled his eyes silently. Abbas, have you ever heard the saying? Waste is merely misplaced resources. And that Valpo, the kingdom of maging, wasn't it once a renowned medical power? I heard there were many excellent doctors, but weren't they driven away by Valpo? Indeed, young master. The last 2 kings of the kingdom of maging worked diligently to elevate it into a famed medical nation on the seas. However, upon Valpo's ascension, he gathered all the talented doctors to serve only him. Subsequently, he expelled many of them, most of whom were taken in by Taizolo, who claimed he needed them to establish a medical system on the subordinate islands. Though Abbas rarely left the Holy Land, when it came to knowledge of the powers in the seas, he was far more knowledgeable than Kazama. Splendid. A capable subordinate is indeed a treasure. Hearing Abbas' words, Kazama nodded in approval. Having an intelligent and capable aide would alleviate many of my troubles. Thus, to enhance medical standards, we need a deeper understanding of the human body, don't we? New types of medicines need to be experimented with. Right? The world government also requires individuals to facilitate this, doesn't it? In that case, let us distribute some of those underlings and small fry to the Marines, some to Taizolo, and keep the rest for the world government. It is a form of resource recycling that, as the individuals dispatched on missions returned, the entire ocean became aware of the great achievements of the world government, leading many to exclaim that the world government had finally begun to exert its positive influence. Subsequently, the world government announced the results of this operation to the seas. Daily newspapers reported the verdicts from Judicial Island, with countless individuals sentenced to death. The common folk cheered jubilantly, while the nobles were filled with trepidation. Yet, regardless of the situation, they were increasingly concerned about one matter. How would the nobles and royals be dealt with? As days turned into weeks, the number of those awaiting trial dwindled. Finally, the day arrived when Judicial Island initiated a live broadcast to the world. King Kidison, King John, King Gaul, you have allowed your noble subordinates to oppress the common people and engage in human trafficking. Given the severity of your actions, I now pronounce your sentences. Death by execution. In accordance with world law, the disheveled King Kidison, eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth was bound by a rope, and his jaw dislocated by Lucci. Thus he could only glare with reddened, resentful eyes at the enforcers, emitting muffled sounds of protest. Subsequently, the nobles were expressionlessly escorted outside Judicial Island. Here, a massive execution platform awaited. The nobles and kings were sent to the gallows, a scene broadcasted across the globe, contrasting sharply with the somber faces of the nobles. While the common people erupted in thunderous cheers. New World, Umbrella Kingdom. This was a non-member state of the world government, where the king and nobles lived in extravagant excess. Aside from collecting taxes, they paid no heed to the plight of their citizens. Situated at the intersection of the territories of 3 sea emperors, no pirates from the New World dared to stake their claim here. Yet it was inevitable that they would suffer from occasional raids. This situation persisted until 2 months ago, when Don Quixote da Flamingo, captain of the Don Quixote pirates, arrived in this kingdom on his first day in the kingdom. The numb populace neither fled nor hid. They merely calmly stashed away their food and a portion of women for themselves, going about their own business. Their astonishment. This pirate crew did not torment them. Instead, they provided food and medicine, expressing their intent to protect them, to be their king, and to ensure they led good lives. Subsequently, Doflamingo stormed the royal palace and dispatched his men to apprehend the nobles. He then gathered the citizens of this small nation and executed the king and nobles before their eyes. Following this, Doflamingo distributed food and clothing, appointing his subordinates to govern the kingdom and hiring the citizens to work for him. Not only is the food abundant, but there is also monetary compensation, along with free healthcare and education for the citizens. At this moment, a glimmer of hope surged anew within the hearts of the populace. When the Don Quixote family took residence in this nation, despite the arrival of numerous pirate crews, they were not subjected to further plundering. When those who sought to pillage were executed by Doflamingo and his men, the citizens began to harbor a flicker of hope for him. Moreover, after Doflamingo himself executed a so-called high-ranking official who had oppressed the citizens for decades, accompanied by a highly provocative speech, he completely won the trust of the people, ascending as the new king of this land. Meanwhile, within the Umbrella Palace, the high-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family gathered to witness the live execution of the king and the nobility. Well, Doflamingo, do you really think that dealing with the nobles and kings of the allied nations in such a manner won't incite discontent among them? Bark, 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 Torbol. Think critically. Implementing the proposals passed by the kings of the World Conference is the duty of the world government. They are executing the decrees of the 50 kings with utmost seriousness. What grounds do the allied nations have to complain? What justification do they possess? Moreover, the international law consists merely of suggestions from the world government. The actual approval rests with the 50 kings that, if any kingdom dares to lodge a complaint against the world government, what then for the 50 kings? Bark, 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 Torbol. This is an indisputable strategy. The entire sea is aware that the world government seeks to establish authority. Those kings are merely examples. Yet the entire sea cannot accuse the world government. I see now, Doflamingo. Is this the reason you relinquished Dressrosa? A young man with sunglasses, his face smeared with steak, remarked. Indeed, it was Virgo. After Corazon returned to the Marine headquarters, he could no longer remain. Naturally, with Doflamingo having reclaimed his celestial dragon status, there was no need for Virgo to stay any longer. That's right, Virgo. If it were Dressrosa. Regardless of the circumstances, some would still support the Riku royal family. Deception ultimately carries risks. And here, in a kingdom that has already lost the trust of its citizens, as long as I can cultivate this place, I will undoubtedly become the revered deity of this nation. Brew, 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 hello? Who is it? Upon hearing this languid voice, Tej paused, glancing up at the blazing sun before looking back at the phone bug in his hand, which remained unblinking. Ahem. Kazama, it's me, Tej. We've arrived at Gaia Island. Will you be joining us? Understood. I'll see you after I wake up. Following this, a steady rhythm of breathing resonated from the other end. Tej, speechless, hung up the phone and turned to his subordinates. Ahem. As you just heard from Kazama, let us take a stroll on the island. That castle seems quite fitting for us to visit. This was also the reason Tej had not ventured forth yet. Otherwise, he would have discovered that the castle was merely a wooden structure. Several hours later, Kazama drowsily opened his eyes, leaned back against the pillow, and closed them again for a few more minutes. Ah, I am fully revitalized. Abbas, bring me some wine. I demand 3 large bowls and another 20 or 30 pounds of fine Sea King grilled meat. A minute later, an exquisite dining cart was pushed in by Abbas. A 3-tiered cart laden with grilled meats and an array of exquisite dipping sauces, equipped with a special heating system to maintain the food's temperature. Abbas entered with an expressionless demeanor, already accustomed to his young master's peculiarities upon waking. Behind him were 5 maidens. One effortlessly set a small table in front of Kazama, placing 3 plates, and, as Kazama finished each one, a new plate would be set down, alongside this maiden. 4 others pushed the dining cart. 2 were responsible for slicing fruits and arranging fruit platters, while the other 2 poured wine. The fruits had to be melons or crisp, sweet apples, freshly cut. If any piece remained uneaten within half a minute, the entire platter would be replaced. The wine had to be fruit wine, as the young master favored it for his first meal after waking. Thus, They began uncorking bottles from noon onward to ensure the flavor remained optimal. Should any of these wines miss the ideal consumption window, they would be exchanged. Additionally, since Kazama preferred sun-dried bedding, the covers he used were freshly washed and sun-dried, and after he rose at noon, the maids would take the bedding for washing, returning in the evening with new, sun-dried linens. All of these maidens were between 16 and 28 years old, each possessing remarkable beauty and physique. The Kazama family maintained 100 such maidens, rotating them every 3 years. The life of a celestial dragon is indeed mundane and monotonous. After finishing the grilled meat, Kazama waved his hand, dismissing the maidens with a bow. "Abbas, stay a moment." Upon receiving the command, Abbas turned and bowed, adopting a posture of readiness. "Tej contacted me, stating they have arrived at Sky Island, that I shall go and take a look. Be vigilant regarding the devil fruit matter, and inquire about my ship at Vegapunk's. Oh, and make sure to take good care of Vegapunk. He is a treasure beyond compare, worth more than any of the sea emperors. Inform the world government officials that whatever requests he makes, as long as they are reasonable, must be fulfilled. Should they find anything excessive, report it to you. If you deem it reasonable, satisfy him regardless. If you also find it excessive, then inform me. Furthermore, do not let him remain cooped up in a laboratory all day. Allow him to venture out for leisure. When he travels, arrange for a few CP0 agents as bodyguards, and assign one of the elite from the world government to serve as his personal protector. That will suffice. Be attentive." Upon concluding, Kazama threw off the covers, donned a coat, adorned himself with prayer beads, and departed from Mariawa, Gaia Island. "This is my story. Thus I must find the land of gold to absolve the shame upon my ancestors and the Mont Blanc family." A stout man with a diamond-shaped face and chestnut hair declared resolutely. Unexpectedly, his newly acquainted fisherman friends exchanged glances and burst into laughter, which irked him, as he believed his new companions should not behave in such a manner. "Hey, what does this mean, you bunch of rascals?" "Ha ha. Killiket, we are not mocking you. Your ancestor was indeed truthful. He did not lie. Shandora truly exists. However, you are searching in the wrong direction, even if you dive to your death. You will not find Shandora." Upon hearing this, Killiket was struck dumb, not paying heed to Tej's claims of him being misguided. He was solely focused on the implication of Tej's words. They knew where Shandora was. In that moment, a twinge of fear gripped Killiket. He swallowed hard and trembled as he inquired, "Tej, is it true? You truly know where Shandora is?" Killiket, the information regarding Shandora was relayed to us by an extraordinary individual. With a stature he would not deceive you. As soon as the words fell, a pitch-black, pixelated portal opened abruptly. Following this, a slightly frivolous voice emerged. "Oh, you guys are all here? Jinbei, long time no see. You've put on weight." Killiket stared in bewilderment at the person bantering with the fishmen, that if he was not mistaken, this individual seemed to be none other than the illustrious Kazama Ruri. As Kazama's gaze fell upon him, Killiket was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. To stand before a celestial dragon without bowing is a grave offense. "I have met Ruri. Do not bow. Rise." Kazama regarded the stout man with a diamond-shaped face and chestnut hair with keen interest. Memories of the past whispered to him that he recognized this individual, yet he could not recall his name. "Are you a descendant of Norland?" "Yes. You know my ancestor?" Killiket exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. But he quickly regained composure, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, it was not surprising for a celestial dragon to be aware of a famous conman on the sea. Indeed, I came across an account in my ancestor's notes, which mentioned a forebear who traveled incognito across the seas, rumored to be a peak powerhouse of his time. The term peak powerhouse left the fishmen in stunned silence. Having spent considerable time with Kazama, they understood precisely what he meant by peak. Killiket, your ancestor was indeed formidable. There were scarcely 10 such individuals in an era. Kaze glanced at Jinbei and remarked, "Jinbei, do not underestimate this vast ocean. The number of peaks within an era is a mystery to all, yet it surely exceeds 10 of the 3 sovereigns, the formidable trio of monsters soon to ascend as generals. Garp, Sengoku, Void, Rayleigh, Jabba, the Red Count, Dragon, and Barrett, along with the elusive Fujitora and Green Bull. Who knows how many peaks this ocean still harbors? Kaze does not believe that those who have languished for 800 years can produce more than 5 peaks. By the way, the sacred lapis. May I inquire if the legendary land of gold, Shandora, spoken of by our ancestors, truly exists? After much hesitation, Kulikate finally summoned the courage to ask. Oh, that Kaze replied, it certainly exists. However, it has been swept away by the ascending currents to Skypiea. The indigenous people of Skypiea mistook that land as a divine gift and subsequently expelled the original inhabitants of Shandora, the Shandians, as recorded in our ancestors' notes. Yes, the Shandians. They are indeed the original inhabitants of Shandora. Upon hearing this ancient secret, Kulikate trembled with excitement. Was the curse that had plagued the Mont Blanc family for 400 years finally about to dissipate? Yes, indeed. It is the Shandians, although they had an agreement to part with your ancestors. They were swept away to Skypiea. Afterwards, they tried to signal their whereabouts to your ancestors by ringing the golden bell, but alas, they were not fortunate enough before they could even ring the bell. They were driven away by the Scipians. Over 400 years have passed, and they still have not reclaimed Shandora. Even to this day, they continue to battle the Scipians. Kulikate was momentarily stunned, perhaps more so than he had been in the past year. His eyes began to glisten with tears, and in his mind, one phrase echoed incessantly. Even to this day, they continue to battle the Skypians. It turned out that his ancestors' friends had never forsaken their promise. All right. Enough with the tears, big man, that we shall head to Skypiea shortly. Just follow us, Tiger. Let us go. Kaze rolled his eyes, a gesture he had grown particularly fond of during this time, and then exited the small cabin. The fishmen and Kulikate paused for a moment, then followed Kaze, and soon they arrived at the sunny Lord Kaze, are we really going to Skypiea by ship? But the sunny cannot fly, Jinbei queried, scratching his head in confusion. Well, if we aim to reach Skypiea, I believe we can ride the ascending currents from here, utilizing the power of the ocean to ascend to the sky. Kaze, now, on the deck of the sunny, shot a perplexed glance at Kulikate and then at Jinbei. It's one thing for you not to understand, but why do you think I cannot handle such a trivial matter? Jinbei was momentarily taken aback before recalling that Kaze could indeed fly. Upon witnessing Jinbei's sudden realization, Kaze felt an ominous premonition. Oh, I see, Lord Kaze, you intend to throw the sunny into the air and fly it to Skypiea? Tiger covered his face with his hand. Aladdin looked forlorn, and Arlong seemed reluctant to acknowledge this older brother. Boom! A massive splash erupted from the sea as Kaze's face darkened. As expected, I should never have harbored any illusions about Jinbei's thought process. Shortly thereafter, a drenched Jinbei returned, and Kaze sighed. Jinbei watched closely. Extending his right hand, he clenched his fist forcefully, and a purplish-blue natural energy enveloped the entire ship. Everybody, let us go. Our destination is Skypiea. On this day, many inhabitants of Gaia Island claim to have witnessed a flying ghost ship. Under Kaze's command, the sunny soared through the sky, heading towards Skypiea. The fishmen stood on the deck, gazing down at the diminishing islands below, their hearts brimming with lofty ambitions. One day, the fishmen would also live freely upon these seas. Arlong looked at the sunny, shrouded in purplish-blue energy, his expression complex, yet quickly transformed into determination. Arlong may not have been the most talented, but he was undoubtedly the most diligent. Among those present, aside from Tiger, Jinbei, and Aladdin, Arlong stood out. Over the past year, he had transformed from an inconsequential fishman into one nearing the first tier of strength. Alongside Jinbei, Tiger, and Aladdin, who were already on the cusp of silver-tier mastery in some respects, they had drawn closer to Kaze's expectations. Tiger, I have provided you with the training methods for armament and observation hockey. How has your training progressed? Kaze suddenly inquired while seated atop the figurehead of the sunny, resembling a fish. The two-color hockey. We have all grasped the basics, though to varying degrees. The least proficient among us has mastered the wrapping of armament hockey, while Arlong, Jinbei, Aladdin, and I have all acquired the skill of internal destruction, albeit with some lack of proficiency. That quickly, Tiger's response surprised Kaze, for it was known that not everyone could master internal destruction within mere days, as the sun god had done. Consequently, Kaze turned to the fishmen. show me what you've got. The fishmen, bewildered, nevertheless activated their armament haki. Kaze merely glanced at them and frowned. Too superficial. Far too superficial. Even using the same amount of haki. I could easily break through your defenses. If proper use of armament haki is akin to armor, then most of your attempts resemble cloth armor, with only a select few approaching leather armor. The true armor is limited to just 4 of you, with Jinbei being the most adept. What's wrong? Tiger inquired, noticing Kaze's frown. Too superficial, lacking solidity. You must have noticed this as well. Do not overly pursue the various techniques of armament haki. First, solidify your foundation. The defensive effect of your armament haki is something I could achieve with merely 1/10 of my haki. Your application of armament haki is excessively crude, verging on wasteful. As he spoke, Kaze shook his head. Kulikate appeared utterly baffled. What is going on? What are they talking about? What is this haki? Am I blind? Why can't I see anything? Those who have not mastered haki cannot perceive armament haki. Then, Beppo kindly explained to him what haki was. Unfazed by Kaze's critique, he retorted, considering I boarded the ship so late, being able to cultivate armament haki is already quite impressive, is it not? Each person's haki is limited. In battles among strong individuals, as long as the gap isn't too great, one should aim to minimize their own haki usage while maximizing the depletion of their opponent's haki. For now, do not embark on any journeys. Instead, spend a year honing your skills on Skypiea. Surviving at an altitude of 10,000 meters is a test of the body in itself. With your current strength, you cannot uphold what I envision for the warlords of the sea. You shall have 1 year to enhance your abilities. After a year, should your strength fail to meet the standards, then the matter of granting Fishman Island a quota shall be void. After all, with your current capabilities, even if I granted you a quota in an island, you would not be able to protect it. In truth, this statement was a mere fabrication, for both Tiger, Aladdin, and Arlong understood that their current strength was more than sufficient to guard paradise. Yet, Kaze's words were not without merit. The return of Fishman Island to the surface was fraught with uncertainty. Being stronger was always advantageous. The simple phrase warlords of the sea ignited a fire within the eyes of the fishmen. The bill passed by the world government during the World Conference encompassed not only world laws and free trade agreements, but also the warlords of the sea, a power that could protect an island, which held profound appeal for the fishmen. However, due to the scarcity of relevant information and the immense commotion caused by the world government's actions, the warlords of the sea had not drawn much public attention. For 800 years, the fishmen had longed to return to the ocean, to live freely upon its waters. If their failure to meet the standards cost Fishman Island this opportunity, they would never forgive themselves. Observing the determination in the fishman's eyes, Kaze pondered for a moment before instructing Tiger to contact Neptune, then took the Din Mushi to Fishman Island. Hello. I understand. Rest assured, Fishman Island will give its all. What did the sacred lapis say? Beside him, Princess Otoheim hastily inquired. Just moments ago, Tiger had called, saying that Lord Kaze wished to discuss some matters regarding Fishman Island with Neptune. Upon receiving the news, she rushed over, arriving just in time to witness Neptune hanging up the phone, his face alight with excitement, tears brimming in his eyes. Otoheim, the hope for Fishman Island's return to the surface has arrived. Upon hearing Neptune's words, tears of joy welled up in Otoheim's eyes. Is it true? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Can our descendants finally live under the sun? Yada. Yahim beams with joy, her face streaked with tears that cannot obscure her elation. Although there remains a need to attain the strength envisioned by the glazed saint, at least there is a glimmer of hope, is there not? This is infinitely better than the utter despair of the past. Relay the message. Prepare for a nationwide broadcast. I must inform all of Fishman Island of this momentous news. After 800 years, the opportunity to return to land has finally arrived. If we miss this chance, who knows when the next will come? Fishman Island, or rather, the Dragon Palace Kingdom, a nation of 5 million inhabitants beneath the waves, divided into the fishmen and the merfolk. On this day, within the Fishman Tavern, the denizens are fervently discussing the recent maneuvers of the world government. The universal law of equality among races has been enacted, and astonishingly, the world government has actually enforced this legislation, countless human traffickers and so many nobles have been punished on Judicial Island. Those compatriots captured by them were personally returned by the world government. Truly splendid. The glazed saint of wind and mist. Indeed, he is unlike the other celestial dragons. From this day forward, he shall be the true deity in my heart. Indeed, the glazed saint not only granted Fishman Island the privilege to partake in the World Conference, but he also personally dispatched an envoy to convey his message. You know who he sent? It was none other than the newly appointed Minister of Commerce of the world government, a figure of great stature, second only to the 5 elders. I have heard that during this World Conference, the glazed saint even invited His Majesty Neptune to dine with him, and he extended special invitations to Princess Shirahoshi, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, and Princess Rebecca of Dressrosa to visit his home. Upon parting, he bestowed numerous gifts upon the 3 princesses, and Princess Shirahoshi remarked that the glazed saint is a truly wonderful person. Moreover, the glazed saint has uniquely permitted the 3 princesses to address him as brother. Really, I have heard that the glazed saint is merely 10 years old this year, while Princess Shirahoshi is only 4. The age difference is not vast. Do you think there's a possibility that Princess Shirahoshi could become the glazed saint's wife in the future? Have you been drinking counterfeit liquor? Princess Shirahoshi is only 4 years old. So what? Princess Shirahoshi is so adorable. She will undoubtedly grow to be the most beautiful woman in the world, under the promotion of Tej and others. Wind and Mist has garnered significant acclaim on Fishman Island. Virtually the entire island is aware that the glazed saint is a benevolent celestial dragon. He has pardoned the slave status of their compatriots, advised Fishman Island to diligently train and bolster security, granted them the opportunity to participate in the World Conference, treated Princess Shirahoshi with kindness, decreed equality among races, apprehended human traffickers, and returned captured compatriots. Many fishmen possess simple minds. In their view, a celestial dragon who does not discriminate against them and is willing to befriend them, while genuinely caring for Fishman Island, must surely be a good person, as recognized wholeheartedly by the 3 former leaders of Fishman Street. Yet despite this, there remain fishmen who are indifferent to wind and mist. Centuries of hatred cannot be easily dissolved. Those human traffickers predominantly target humans. Right? How cruel can they be to their own kin? Humans are indeed the most despicable race, a drunken old fishman scoffed, prompting a young voice to interject, "Hey, uncle, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? While humans are a race, there are both good and bad individuals among them, right? The glazed saint is a good person. Only a portion of humans are despicable. He is a celestial dragon," the old fishman retorted. "Have you all forgotten the suffering that celestial dragons have inflicted upon our kin? He is a good person. Can he truly restore Fishman Island to the land?" The young fishmen furrowed their brows, about to speak, when suddenly a voice rang out from the broadcast, "Citizens of the kingdom, I now have an urgent announcement from His Majesty King Neptune. This matter pertains to the future of Fishman Island, so I kindly ask all citizens to temporarily set aside their work and listen attentively. Citizens, please listen closely." The broadcast repeated 3 times, after which a grave and solemn voice emerged from the transponder snail. "Greetings, citizens of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. I am Neptune. 2 months ago, I attended a world conference in Mariewa. During that time, we passed a resolution regarding the warlords of the sea. Allow me to briefly introduce the concept of the warlords of the sea, following a statement from the Pirate King. Joel D. Roger. Countless ambitious individuals flooded into these waters, wreaking havoc upon various nations and their peoples to combat the tide of the Great Pirate Era. The Divine Wind and Mist proposed the notion of the warlords of the sea, which entails selecting powerful individuals from the sea to join the world government and collaborate with the Navy against pirates. In return, they may choose a world government-controlled island, gaining jurisdiction over that island, provided they do not violate the world law. Furthermore, the warlords of the sea are entitled to 70% of the tax revenue from their designated islands and possess considerable freedom, with the world government retaining the right to summon them only 3 times a year. Just a moment ago, the Divine Wind and Mist contacted me, expressing his willingness to grant Fishman Island a position among the warlords of the sea, provided that a strong individual emerges from our ranks who can earn his recognition. That if this occurs, Fishman Island will possess an island on land, basking in sunlight. Citizens. After 800 years, Fishman Island has long dreamt of returning to the land. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. As long as a formidable individual can rise from Fishman Island to become a warlord of the sea, we shall reclaim our place upon the land. Now, in the name of the king, I summon all warriors of the Dragon Palace Kingdom to come to Fishman Island for training, to prepare for the trials that await us in a year. Citizens, this is the greatest hope Fishman Island has had in 800 years. I implore you. Upon the conclusion of this announcement, a profound silence enveloped Fishman Island. The words of Neptune echoed in the minds of the fishmen. Fishman Island, returning to the land? Mariehua. News has just arrived that the young glazed saint has stated that if Fishman Island can produce a strong individual to satisfy him, he is willing to grant them a position among the warlords of the sea, allowing them to return to land. If that is the case, surely Tej and the others possess sufficient strength. Do they not? Of course they do. The young glazed saint specifically informed Neptune to encourage him to train the warriors. After all, returning to land does not guarantee stability. TSK, the young glazed saint is so invested in Fishman Island. Could it be for the Sea King? It seems the Sea King has already emerged, likely this generation's Fishman princess. This is a precaution against the destructive power of the Sea King, is it not? Naturally, when it comes to destructive power, the Sea King is indeed the strongest, isn't it? Aside from Fishman Island, have you ever seen the young glazed saint show such concern for any other faction? The Sea King is the young glazed saint aiming to forge a mutually beneficial relationship between Fishman Island and the world government. Times change. We must not cling to past notions. His attitude towards the Revolutionary Army indicates that he seeks to dismantle such a system, allowing member nations to keep the world government in check. Assisting Fishman Island is merely a means to ensure that the factor of the Sea King does not become a wild card during the reckoning. By the way, what if the young glazed saint cannot come to an agreement with Dragon? Dragon is a clever individual. If negotiations fail, what is to stop us from establishing our own revolutionary army? To be honest, I hold little regard for that group. Their ultimate goal is merely to become a new world government. I second that 7,000 meters above sea level lies the White Sea. And as the thousand sunny sails across its expanse, the entire deck erupts with excitement. Heavens! Is this for real? The glazed saint has truly relinquished his powers. We can sail upon the clouds. I now believe in the existence of sky islands. Huh. You only believe now. What's wrong? Do you have objections to the glazed saint sky islands at 10,000 meters? It's only natural to be skeptical unless one has witnessed it firsthand. Right? TSK, the Sea of Clouds is magnificent. I wonder if we could survive within it. Indeed, we fishmen live in the sea. I would love to give it a try. This exchange caught wind and missed attention, and upon turning to observe, he indeed found Jinbei and Chopper, both leaning over the railing with 8 arms hanging down, gazing intently below. If you truly wish to try, then let Jinbei handle it. Chopper, do not jump. Otherwise, when we find you, you may very well end up as dumplings. Falling from a height of 7,000 meters into the sea is not something just anyone can withstand. Upon hearing Wind and Mist words, Chopper shuddered and quickly declined, while Jinbei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lord Wind and Mist, are you suggesting that if I jump from here, I could withstand it? I cannot say whether you can withstand it, but I do know you're a bit more robust than Chopper, so your chances of survival are greater. Jinbei, Lili Sheng, you just mentioned that we are at an altitude of 7,000 meters, which means this is not yet the Sky Island. Aladdin astutely captured the key phrase in Fengjian's words. Indeed, we must journey to the Sky Island from here. Remember to pay the entrance fee. I'm not well versed in the currency of the Sky Island, but I recall it to be approximately 10,000 belly. As the group conversed, Fengjian sensed a colossal shrimp approaching the vessel from the sea clouds below. However, it bore no ill intentions. Just as Fengjian's curiosity piqued, the shrimp emerged from beneath the ship, clamping onto the solar, and began to dash away. Don't be rash. On board, not only Fengjian possessed the observation hockey. As the shrimp prepared to seize the solar, the 4 fishmen aboard furrowed their brows, ready to teach it a lesson. Upon hearing Fengjian's words, they restrained their impulse to act. The anticipated damage to the ship did not transpire. and as they observed the shrimp carrying the vessel away, the group turned their gazes toward Fengjian. I just recalled that this creature is likely a mode of transportation in the Sky Island. It will take us there. After paying a hefty entrance fee, the group arrived at the Sky Island, or rather, Angel Island. Fengjian, you seem quite invested in the Sky Island, remarked Tiger, reclining thoughtfully on the deck beside Fengjian. Oh, did I not mention it to you? Tiger, what did you tell me? Well, noticing Tiger's expression, Fengjian understood that my interest in the Sky Island stems from its unique method of cultivating observation hockey, known as HeartNet. This technique combines spatial awareness with telepathy, which is why I am particularly drawn to it. Telepathy, a special kind of observation hockey. Does observation hockey come in different types? Did I not mention this when I explained the cultivation methods of observation hockey to you? You did not. You stated that observation hockey is a power of perception. When Jinbei inquired about its specifics, you merely said it was included in the cultivation method, which only noted that it could sense an enemy's movements, and at its zenith, foresee them. Understood, if Tiger were to say this plainly, he would undoubtedly doubt it, but with Jinbei present, uncertainty lingered. In these vast seas, the majority awaken their observation hockey to perceive movements and auras within a limited range. However, some, like Odoheim and the Red Count, are naturally endowed with the ability to hear the thoughts of others. Others awaken their hockey to perceive auras over an extensive range, while some can sense the moral inclinations of individuals. Hence, there are many varieties of observation hockey, though I cannot specify how many. Who knows what peculiarities lie hidden within these seas? Understood. Originally Appiato, now the Island of the Gods, Gonfur, as the deity of the Sky Island, was currently troubled by matters concerning the Shandians. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears, causing his expression to tighten. He mounted his Pegasus and swiftly arrived at Angel Island. Soon, the group reached Angel Island, and on the deck, they were astonished to find a gathering of individuals along the shore, seemingly awaiting their arrival, led by a figure clad in medieval armor. Who is that? Tiger queried, somewhat perplexed. The deity of the Sky Island. Or rather, the king. Gonfur. I summoned him. Allow me to converse with him shortly. As the ship gradually approached the shore, the inhabitants of Angel Island, upon noticing the fishmen and Babwa, began to murmur amongst themselves. Their eyes filled with curiosity. Fengjian was the first to disembark from the solar, striding toward Gonfur. Are you the deity of the Sky Island? Upon hearing the voice that had only just echoed in his ear, Gonfur felt a twinge of irritation, as he sensed a hint of disdain within it. Pray tell, what brings you to summon me? 3 matters. First, agree to engage in exclusive trade between Sky Island and the world government, limited solely to shellfish. As for the specifics of the world government and the nature of the trade, someone will discuss it with you shortly. Second, I require the method for cultivating the HeartNet. Third, return Appiato, which you now refer to as the Island of the Gods, to the Shandians. Impossible. Gonfur retorted angrily. Bah, the Sky Island's term for soil is a gift bestowed upon us by the celestial beings. We shall never relinquish it to those Shandians. Fengjian's words caused the residents of Angel Island to frown, while Gonfur's declaration provoked a similar reaction from Tiger. The others the blessings of the celestial beings? Fengjian observed Gonfur with a playful gaze. Firstly, the so-called Island of the Gods you speak of was originally the homeland of the Shandians. 400 years ago, the ascending sea currents swept Appiato to the Sky Island, only for it to be expelled by your then deity. Thus, you are the invaders. Spare us the talk of divine gifts. Secondly, I do not take what belongs to others without recompense. I require the establishment of exclusive trade in Sky Island shellfish and the HeartNet cultivation method, and I shall naturally provide compensation. Would you care to hear what my compensation entails? Upon witnessing Fengjian's mocking expression, Gonfur repressed his inner fury and resolutely stated, no matter the compensation, we shall not relinquish BS. Simultaneously, he prepared for battle, as he sensed that this individual's guards were formidable. Casting a glance at the battle-ready Gonfur, Fengjian languidly remarked, is that so? How about offering an island of equal size to Angel Island, entirely composed of BS as compensation? Gonfur was momentarily rendered speechless. An island of equal size to Angel Island, wholly composed of BS? I have not read much. Do not deceive me. Sensing Ganfur's skepticism, Feng Jian pivoted and floated into the air. Confounded, Ganfur mounted his Pegasus and approached Feng Jian, who clasped his hands before his chest. Earth flow, grand river. Countless clumps of earth surged forth from his hands in a magnificent cascade. In mere moments, an island rivaling Angel Island had formed, albeit somewhat barren. Tree realm emergence. Countless towering trees erupted from the ground, thriving wildly until, in the blink of an eye, a lush forest blanketed the island. Here, behold, this is your palace. What do you think of this blueprint? Feng Jian waved the blueprint before Ganfur, who was still in a state of cognitive disarray, and instinctively nodded. Subsequently, Feng Jian inscribed transformative possibility upon the blueprint and cast it onto the center of the island. Transformative possibility, a convenient earth-based technique that could reshape the terrain to match the blueprint. In Feng Jian's view, this was a technique tailor-made for real estate developers. The blueprint landed in the center of the island. A modest palace rose from the ground, gazing at his masterpiece. Feng Jian nodded in satisfaction, then grasped Ganfur and returned to Angel Island. Did you see? This is the true blessing of the divine. This is my compensation, so, do we have an agreement? Ganfur regained his composure, inhaling deeply as he regarded Feng Jian and his entourage. Esteemed guests, please enter the island of the gods, as the residence of the deity of the Sky Island. It now welcomed a group of unexpected visitors, as the guest. Feng Jian casually seated himself upon the throne, feeling no sense of impropriety, nor did Ganfur. Honorable deity, here is the heart-net cultivation method you requested. The Shandians reside in Yunin village, and I have dispatched someone to summon their leader. Once they arrive, I shall return the island of the gods, Apayado, to them. Ganfur spoke with utmost reverence. He was unaware of Feng Jian's true identity. But he recognized his power. This individual could create BS. What is this? Where do they reside? Yunin village. Is their leader named Liang? Ganfur gazed at Feng Jian, who wore a look of astonishment. Indeed, it is Yunin village. The hidden village of the Shandians that, if I recall correctly, their leader is an elder. It seems to be a coincidence. Feng Jian expressed some regret, then perused the heart-net cultivation method, finding it rather intriguing. All right, I have no desire to involve myself in your disputes with the Shandians. It has no bearing on me. These fishmen beside me will train on the Sky Island for a year. Please take care of them for the trade. Feng Jian retrieved a din mushi and dialed Taisolo. That moment, Taisolo was engaged in negotiations regarding trade with the king. Upon hearing the din mushi ring, Taisolo apologized. Pardon me, I must take this call. Hello, young master. With those two simple words, all discontent from the opposing king dissipated, who in the vast ocean was unaware that Taisolo was a direct descendant of that deity. In the midst of discussions concerning trade, upon hearing Kazama's suggestion to visit the Sky Island, Taisolo was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, amidst the king's astonished expression, Taisolo vanished in a puff of smoke in the palace of the island of the gods. The figures appearing through the smoke left everyone, except Kazama. Utterly bewildered, was Taisolo and Taiga Aladdin, who first regained their composure. Young master, is this a summoning technique? Indeed. You and this king of the Sky Island shall discuss the exclusive trading rights of Sky Island pearls. This matter is in your hands. Once you conclude the negotiations, simply crush the summoning talisman to return. I have matters to attend to. With that, Kazama opened a portal, and, just as he was about to step through, paused for a moment. Oh, by the way, the Golden Bell is located at the summit of Apiado's Vine. In the East Sea, Kazama rode the dark steed, slicing through the ocean, the rapid movement sending sprays of water, soaring like arrows, cleaving the sea in two. Spotting a small island ahead, Kazama circled it once, noting that the compass needle unwaveringly pointed towards it, before halting, stowing away the compass and dark steed, and stretching languidly to At last, I've arrived. What is the name of this island again? Never mind, it's not important. Two individuals, intriguing. Sensing two presences engaged in combat, Kazama smiled faintly and, in the blink of an eye, perched himself upon a tree branch. Observing the two sparring below, he found it quite amusing. The clumsy exchanges of these fledgling fighters reminded him of the days when his master, Orochimaru, and Uncle Shoamo had trained him. Back then, he must have appeared similarly to them. He mused, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Ah! Ha! Clang. The disparity in skill between the two children was minimal. Yet the dark-haired girl held a slight edge in their final clash. She sent the green-haired boy's dual blades flying from his grasp, burying one of her own blades into the earth beside his neck. Despite the beads of sweat adorning her forehead, the girl beamed brightly. I've won, for the 2001st time. The boy, momentarily stunned, soon wore a face of discontent and frustration. His pride as a young man prompting him to cover his face with his hands, as though that would conceal his tears from view. Cursed. How infuriating. Sitting down to catch her breath, the girl revealed a bittersweet smile upon hearing the boy's words. In truth, I find it quite vexing as well the emotions of children are fleeting. Upon hearing her words, the boy sat up abruptly, gazing at her with confusion. The girl, seated on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, spoke with a tinge of sorrow in her voice. As girls grow older, we become weaker than boys. Thus, you will soon surpass me. I long to be the world's strongest swordsman, just as Zoro often claims. However, my father insists that girls can never become the best, while boys like you are destined for greatness. That I too wish to be the strongest. My chest is growing, and if only I were a boy. Her voice quivered, and tears brimmed at her eyes. Don't you dare cry while saying such things. You are despicable. Kuina, you are my goal. Zoro looked up, her expression one of confusion, as if she could not fathom the source of his anger. So what if you're a boy? What if I win against you in the future? Would you then say that I only triumph because I am a boy, rather than acknowledging my hard work? To you, my relentless efforts to win seem insignificant. Does my training mean nothing, merely cast aside with the words, I'm a boy? Let's make a pact, Kuna. One day, either you or I shall become the world's strongest swordsman. We shall compete to see who achieves it first. Kuna stared blankly at Zoro, attempting to wipe away her tears but failing to succeed. Then, she looked up and laughed. You, so weak, how could you possibly win against me? Very well, it's settled. If memory serves me right, Kuna is destined to fall tonight. Is she not? Can these two children truly meet such a fate? From a staircase, no less. Kazama found himself perplexed, wondering what kind of staircase could lead to such an outcome. A spiraling staircase stretching from the sky island to the land below. In the woods, a middle-aged man donned in a robe and spectacles observed this scene with a complex expression, his eyes betraying a mixture of pride, sorrow, and pain. Tsuke, your daughter is remarkably talented. She may yet become the world's strongest. Wouldn't you agree? She is still young, with considerable potential. The sea is not devoid of female swordmasters, while no woman has ever achieved such a feat. It does not imply she cannot, does it? Frankly, I struggle to understand you. Your daughter possesses talent, determination, and ambition, yet you constantly undermine her, or perhaps you feel powerless against certain realities and wish to safeguard her life through such means, ensuring she lives a peaceful and joyous existence. The Xuangyue family. You are indeed aware, Kazama Lioli. Xuangyue Jingshru slowly turned, regarding Kazama with a complex gaze. Perhaps I should address you as Your Highness. Oh, Your Highness? How amusing. Is your family still so rigid? Hasn't it been a millennium? Regardless, call me whatever you wish. Kazama raised an eyebrow and casually waved his hand. Your Highness, I truly did not expect you to know of this and to actually arrive here. Is your purpose related to Kana? Xuanyu's expression was intricate, tinged with a hint of hope. Based on their analyses, Kazama Lioli was a man who deeply valued life, or rather, he seemed reluctant to care about life. Yet his rationality compelled him to do so. His character was paradoxical. He often appeared carefree and good-natured, yet in battle, he displayed an entirely different demeanor. This was evident during his encounters with Big Mom, where he initially seemed jovial, but when boredom struck, he transformed into a figure of cold detachment, reminiscent of his demeanor on Whitebeard's ship. After a single comment soured his mood, he summarily summoned 4 meteorites without a second thought, his eyes occasionally flashing with murderous intent. Whenever this inclination arose, he exhibited overwhelming power, swiftly retreating from combat, as if to prevent himself from losing control. Conversely, in his ordinary demeanor, he appeared quite magnanimous, indifferent to the antics of the Doflamingo family or the provocations from world government officials. One might even wonder if, had his ancestor abstained from consuming a devil fruit 8 centuries ago, they would suspect Kazama of being a rival da. You are truly astute. Indeed, I have come for your daughter. You believe Kuna lacks the potential of Zoro, but I hold great faith in this girl. Hence, I intend to take her with me. You wouldn't dare to impede me, would you? Kazama first gave Jingshuru a thumbs up, then feigned innocence with wide eyes, saying, I truly did not anticipate your reaction at that moment. A chill crept into Jingshuru's heart, his hair standing on end as a primal instinct warned him. Though it was but a fleeting sensation, cold sweat drenched his back, and he gazed at Kazama's expression with growing trepidation. Indeed, your intelligence analysis is accurate. He is repressing his malice. Of course not. Kuna is my daughter, and a figure of significance amongst the celestial dragons. Kazama Yoli has recognized her talent, and wishes to take her for training. As the head of the swordsmanship dojo, I should feel nothing but pride, should I not? Shuang Jingshu forced a smile. Seeing his perceptiveness, Kazama nodded in satisfaction. Splendid. That is the spirit. Your daughter will accompany me, while Zoro shall follow the sun god. Thus, regardless of which side prevails in the end, the Shuang family will thrive. Will they not? At the mention of the sun god, visibly flinched. Do not be alarmed. Worry not. I harbor no ill intentions towards him. I am well aware of your plans, and I eagerly anticipate your success. Kazama laughed heartily, patting Jingshuru on the shoulder, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. What do you mean by doing better? Subsequently, Kazama suddenly remarked playfully to Gung Sailang. Oh, by the way, allow me to share with you a secret from 800 years ago, behind Joy Boy's journey. There were actually the shadows of 20 kings. Surrounding the dojo was a lush forest, and at the edge of that forest, adjacent to the dojo, lay a clearing. After the two children had finished their sparring and exercise for a while, they returned to the dojo. Guena had just finished her bath and was walking back to her room. Yes, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. She was startled to find a stranger in her room. After a brief moment of shock, Guena darted towards the direction of Wado Ikamanji, then swiftly rolled and drew her sword, pointing it at Kazama, demanding fiercely, Who are you? What are you doing in my room? Commendable reflexes, and you even know to raise your voice to alert those outside. Your mind is functioning well. However, it is unfortunate that this room has been sealed by me, so those outside cannot hear any commotion within. Kazama sat in a chair, seemingly unfazed by Guna's sword aimed at him, and he found himself increasingly impressed by this girl. What do you want? I don't even know you, and if you can silence this entire room, then you must not be here to kill me, right? After a moment's pause, when Guena realized that no one was coming to inquire after her situation, she began to believe Kazama's words. It was worth noting that her earlier outburst had indeed been quite loud. And at this hour, most of the dojo's occupants were not resting. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant. Of course not. On the contrary, I am here to save you. For tonight, barring unforeseen circumstances, you will die. Observing Kazama's relaxed demeanor, Guena furrowed her brow, choosing silence. Yet her eyes clearly conveyed her skepticism. Oh dear, little beauty, if I intended to kill you, I wouldn't go through all this trouble. Just like this. With that, Kazama employed an illusion to sever Guena's control over her own body for 3 seconds. Experiencing that helpless sensation, Guena gradually sheathed her sword, her expression grave. I believe in your strength. But this is the dojo. Who could possibly kill me here? Tiske, little sister, you are still young and unaware of many things. The depths of the ocean are profound. Knowing you doubt me, I invite you to witness a performance. With that, Kazama opened a spatial portal and retrieved a white sphere the size of a basketball. Handing it to Guena before turning around, place this sphere on the ground and drop a single drop of your blood onto it. Guena hesitated momentarily but complied. The instant her blood touched the white sphere, it began to grow slowly. To Guena's astonishment, the sphere rapidly transformed into her likeness, albeit without clothing. This object is called White Zetsu 2.0. It absorbs the blood of its donor and takes on their form. Inheriting all their abilities, while it cannot replicate the strong, it can certainly replicate you. Now, give her your clothes, and let us enjoy a splendid show. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Goena regained her composure and hurriedly provided the copy with an outfit. Once the doppelganger donned the clothing, it lay down on her bed and fell asleep. Kazama turned to observe the copy, nodding in satisfaction. The presence in both the observation haki and the spiritual perception is identical. Perfect. What comes next? Next, we simply sit and watch, Goena replied, somewhat bewildered. She could grasp Kazama's intention to have the doppelganger fake her death, yet she wondered if they should not be hiding instead. Noticing Goena's hesitation, Kazama once more employed his illusion. Goena then obediently approached and seated herself in the chair beside Kazama. Unable to control her own body, "Oh, not worry. Allow me to cast an invisibility spell for you." With that, Kazama patted Goena on the shoulder. There, now not only can others not see or perceive you, but they cannot even hear your voice. Goena gazed at Kazama with suspicion before standing up and opening the window. Taking a deep breath. "Help! There's a pervert! Help!" After shouting a few times, she closed the window with a blank expression and returned to her seat, all while Kazama's face darkened. "Hey, are you going to explain? Why am I the pervert?" At this moment, Goena had regained her earlier calm demeanor. Entering a girl's room without permission, isn't that enough to label you a pervert? Good grief. Calm down, calm down. She's just a child. Why am I the one getting blamed? Just as Kazama was striving to steady his emotions, Goena suddenly spoke up. Seeing his astonished expression, she elaborated, "The people coming to kill me are either enemies of my father or are solely after me. If it were because of my father, he should be here now. Only in that case would your rescue earn my father's gratitude. But since he is not present, it indicates that they are targeting me. The only merit I possess is my talent in swordsmanship. So it is highly probable that those who wish to kill me are after that, and you likely came to save me for the same reason. If you are not allied with those who seek to kill me, then after rescuing me, to avoid implicating my family, I would have no choice but to follow you and join your faction. I just cannot fathom why it is me. Surely, there cannot still exist an organization that hunts talented young swordsmen upon these vast seas." Kazama was genuinely taken aback, gazing at Goena, who was earnestly looking at him. He hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter at her inquisitive expression. "Ha ha! Ha ha! This is simply too amusing! Joy boy! Ha ha! Ha! Cough, cough, cough!" Noticing Kazama's state, Goena instinctively patted his back and hurriedly fetched him a glass of water. After drinking, Kazama finally composed himself, though his face still bore a smile, and his eyes were filled with satisfaction as he regarded Goena. Translation: what is the meaning of surprise? This is what one might call a surprise. A genius young swordswoman, only 11 years old, possessing such clarity of thought. Now that is a surprise. Kazama had initially been troubled about how to persuade Goena to follow him. Understandably, children may not grasp the underlying reasons, even if one explains them, but Goena had figured it out herself. Who is Joy Boy? Ah, there is no rush. It is a lengthy tale. There will be ample time to share it with you later. For now, let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Within Kazama's perception, a figure cloaked in a wide robe, emanating an elite-level aura, was approaching the island. The elite-level presence, concealed beneath a grand cloak, coupled with the time of day, made it clear to Kazama that this individual was no good. As expected, upon reaching the island, the figure headed straight for the dojo and subsequently arrived at Goena's room. The man, entirely concealed beneath a massive cloak, walked the path to the dojo, his heart heavy with turmoil. Earlier, the words of his companions echoed in his mind. That child is a descendant of Longma, possessing unparalleled potential. Given time, he will undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman. If that girl dies, her death will surely accelerate his growth. But that girl is no slouch either. She might very well become the world's best. For 800 years, no girl has ever achieved that. Has she? But that does not mean she cannot. Yet, it also does not guarantee she will. We have waited for 800 years. This opportunity is singular. We cannot allow any unforeseen variables. He must return. We must succeed. Remember, I am not consulting you. I am merely conveying orders. A bitter smile graced the man's lips. Return? Success? Sacrificing the innocent for his return. Could the Joy Boy returning in such a manner truly be the same Joy Boy? If he were to learn of all this upon his return, how would he confront it? He would be unaware, wouldn't he? Yes, he would not know. But we do. In this regard, how are we different from the world government? For the first time, the man harbored doubts about his own beliefs. Under the watchful gaze of Kazama and Guna, the man slowly entered, placing his hand upon the head of the slumbering Gua, who then sat up as if in a trance that moment. The man sighed in relief, beginning to scrutinize Guna, his expression complex, occasionally flickering with a hint of reluctance, but ultimately letting out a soft sigh. Ah, this ability seems to be the very fruit I desire. It appears that today, fortune is favoring me. Kazama suddenly spoke, startling Guna, who had been holding her breath in tension throughout. However, she suddenly recalled what Kazama had said about how others could not hear their movements. Turning her head, she saw the man still gazing at herself with a complex expression. She breathed a sigh of relief and, feeling somewhat curious, inquired, Dream fruit. What is that? The devil fruit possesses the power to induce dreams. Similar to the current state of the stand, does it not resemble sleepwalking? In fact, it is sleepwalking. There have been users of the dream fruit in the past who could forcibly pull people into a dream world during battle. Kazuki understood to a degree and nodded. So, is the stand currently sleepwalking? Indeed. Then how is he going to kill me? You will find out as you watch. The man did not scrutinize Kazuki for long. After a brief moment, he turned to make way for Kazuki, who began to step outside. As Kazama approached, Kazuki followed closely behind him. Upon exiting, Kazuki found a whetstone and then moved to the edge of the staircase. Suddenly, she fell straight down, losing her life force. Kazuki frowned. Falling down the stairs, I would not die. Your stand is too weak. That is precisely the power of the dream fruit. If the afflicted individual is not resolute or fails to realize they are in a dream, then if they die in the dream, they truly perish in reality. Well then, the grand performance has come to a close. It is time to conclude. Kazama stretched deeply and walked behind the man, simultaneously employing a transformation technique to alter his appearance to one half black and half white. Brother, I wish to express something heartfelt. The man instinctively flinched, then lowered his head in disbelief, whereupon a hand pierced through his chest. That moment, Kazama also dispelled the invisibility technique, and the man, bewildered, raised his head, momentarily stunned by the sight of Kazuki, following Kazama withdrawing his hand and reverting his transformation. The man collapsed weakly to the ground. Upon seeing Kazama, the man understood everything, feeling the rapid drain of his life. He glanced at Kazuki, then with great difficulty turned his head to see the person at the bottom of the stairs. It was my stand-all. Kazama always exhibited patience towards those on the brink of death.